to be pulling in a completely different direction. So how does South Africa enforce its immigration laws without abandoning the constitutional values that those laws are supposed to protect? It's part of the question that we'll ask this morning to our guests. And I wonder what your reflections on this are, because the country still has an obligation, and it's a legal obligation. At the same time, there are these very real frustrations that South Africans have been expressing. So how do we enforce the immigration laws without abandoning the constitutional values that those laws are supposed to be protecting? And I'd really love to hear from you on this issue. Of course, we'll also bring you the latest coming out of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. The commission was set to conclude its work within the month, but it now seems that there is room for another extension. This is, as the commission says, it's going to be engaging President Cyril Ramaphosa. And of course, there's some of the allegations that have come out of the commission in the last 24 hours that you may also want to weigh in on. Zai is standing by with your sport. Rob has your traffic. Ndauleng has your market update. I'd love to hear from you on 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial. 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
SAFmRadio is turning winter bookings into winter wins, and you still have time to join the fun. Book flights with us this month for travel anytime and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a SAFmRadio voucher. That means your money comes right back to you for a future flight with us. It's all part of SAFmRadio's winter win back. Book now at SAFmRadio.co.za. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. SAFmRadio, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's 11 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at what's making headlines on the country's newspapers. I'm going to start it off this morning with the Business Day. And the Business Day going with quite a big story, right? It's around Shell and the assets, right? Shell has long been talking about leaving South Africa, exiting the South African market. It's not just South Africa that is affected by, I guess, the reshaping of Shell's work globally. And we now have the news of who exactly Shell is going to be selling to. Emirati Group is in a 16 billion rand deal for Shell's SA fuel stations. ADNOC is set to retain branding and also safeguard local jobs. The British multinational energy major, it's chosen ADNOC as the preferred suitor for its almost 600-strong network of fuel stations in South Africa. And the deal could mark the company's largest investment yet outside the United Arab Emirates. The CEO of ADNOC said South Africa presents a powerful investment destination in furthering the group's global expansion. So that's really a significant story for the fuel industry. And then looking also on the front page, France backs South Africa's global role as Ramaphosa heads to Paris. And France says South Africa remains one of its closest strategic partners, despite Pretoria's absence from the Group of Seven summit. That's the G7 summit earlier this year. It's as President Cyril Ramaphosa prepares for an official visit to Paris, focusing on investment, security, cooperation, and the future relations between the two countries. And the French ambassador to South Africa, they're speaking to the Business Day, saying that France objected when South Africa was excluded from discussions linked to the US-hosted G20 process. It does argue that Pretoria's role as G20 president should be recognized. So that's really the main two stories on the front page of the Business Day. And then they also have a picture there of the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan welcoming Donald Trump to Ankara yesterday, and it was ahead of the NATO Heads of State and Government Summit. The front page of the Citizen, SAA's new 1 billion rand bailout. One would have thought that the days of seeing an SAA headline alongside a bailout, that those days were long gone, that those days were behind us, but apparently not so much. Standard Bank made a 1 billion rand credit facility available to the state-owned airline. This according to sources that the Citizen has spoken to. It's raising fresh questions about whether taxpayers will foot the bill again and whether the credit line is backed by a government guarantee secured against SAA's assets, or even if it has been approved by Treasury. So there's a big question mark there, and we'll have to then wait for Treasury to confirm what it knows about the status of that particular transaction. They also have a picture of the South African-born actress Charlize Theron on the front page, and she stunned at the world premiere of Calypso, a fantasy film, and this was in London. Proudly South African reads the headline. And so inside the Citizen is, I think, what is also a very important story coming out of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry yesterday. Is the EFF's Julius Malema linked to Khan? The formal response, there is a formal response, but Malema has not yet been summoned, at least to appear before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. And the commission has not yet indicated if he will be. This is despite the fact that he's offered an official response to a series of allegations linking him to charged senior crime intelligence official Feroz Khan. The inquiry resuming yesterday with then the WhatsApp evidence and exchanges of Khan. And we're seeing these exchanges between Khan and alleged tobacco smuggler Mohammed Sayed, right? And they're, of course, then in the mix of these communication and interactions are messages which suggest a relationship involving the EFF leader Julius Malema. In certain instances, it looks like the three of them worked together in efforts to remove the former Inspector General of Intelligence. This is Lieutenant General Dintwe. The message is also indicating that Malema may have received sensitive information from Khan, including the identity and address of a VBS Mutual Bank curator who had initiated corruption charges against him. They also heard allegations that Malema supported Khan in avoiding disciplinary action tied to financial misconduct. So there absolutely was a relationship there. Now, Malema submitted an affidavit to the commission in response to claims made by Commission Investigator Tshepo Nyatlo, which also included questions about his relationship with the controversial cigarette company CEO Adrian Mazzotti. And he acknowledges that Mazzotti donated money, 600,000 to the EFF to assist them with party registration. But he also acknowledged that it was publicly known that his wife used to live at a property that's in the same complex or precinct as Mazzotti. But however, he does deny that he and his family stayed at Mazoti's Sandton penthouse for free, and he's distanced himself from the WhatsApp conversations. So that's just a roundup of where we are with that particular story. The front page of the Sowetan: why Treasury won't pay indebted council. The Finance Department blocks monthly grants over repeated failures to pay pension contributions, and instead it's settling debts owed to Eskom. And the city of Joburg, among 69 municipalities, ordered to prove it can manage public funds responsibly before funding can be reinstated. Also on the front page of the Sowetan is a picture there, Malema denying helping Khan escaping disciplinary action. So that's a look at what you can expect on the front pages on your country's newspapers.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Let's take a look at your weather for this morning. Extremely high fire danger conditions are expected over Inguba, Yetemba, Inokumgijima and Intsikaye, 2 local municipalities in the Eastern Cape. In Pretoria, the weather's fine, a minimum of 3, a high of 22. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. Johannesburg, fine, 4 and 21. Vereeniging, fine, 3 and 20. Mbombela, fine, 7 and 21. Polokwane, fine, 5 and 22. Mahikeng, fine, 5 and 22. Vryburg, fine, 2 and 23. Bloemfontein, fine, 2 and 21. Kimberley, fine, 5 and 22. Uppington, fine, 6 and 25. Cape Town, morning fog patches, otherwise partly cloudy. Wind light and variable, becoming southerly moderate from late afternoon, 13 and 18. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. George, partly cloudy in the morning, becoming cloudy from the afternoon with isolated showers and rain. Wind light to moderate westerly, 9 and 19. Gqeberha, morning fog patches, otherwise fine, becoming cloudy with isolated showers and rain in the late evening. Wind light northwesterly at first, otherwise moderate to fresh southwesterly, 7 and 20. Gugombo City, fine, wind light northwesterly in the morning, otherwise moderate to fresh southwesterly, 10 and 20. In Durban, fine, becoming partly cloudy in the evening. Wind light westerly to southwesterly in the morning, otherwise light to moderate northerly to northeasterly, becoming moderate to southwesterly by the evening, 15 and 25. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. In Richards Bay, fine, wind light to moderate northwesterly, becoming light to moderate northerly to northeasterly from late morning, 14 and 27. And in Pietermaritzburg, fine, becoming partly cloudy by evening, minimum 7, high of 27.
10 chefs, 1 title, and a life-changing opportunity. This is the Taste Master Professional. Weekly cooking challenges test their skills, teamwork, and ability to run a professional kitchen, all under the critical eye of renowned chef Bertus Besson. With over 800,000 Rand in prizes, including a brand new car to the value of 440,000 Rand, and the chance to lead the new Taste Master Deli and Restaurant in Paarl, who will rise up and claim this exciting new career opportunity. Find out on the Taste Master Professional. Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 and Sundays at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer For service with a smile, we always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The Global Briefing on SAfm.
We'll start in Damascus this morning, where what was meant to be a triumphant moment for Syria turned into a security nightmare. It says 2 explosive devices went off in the heart of the capital. At least 18 people were wounded, 4 of them police officers, just as French President Emmanuel Macron sat down with Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara. Basitsana Moloi is a politics lecturer at the University of South Africa, joins us this morning. Basitsana, when we look at the timing of these bombings, right? It's at a moment where we have one of the biggest and most significant diplomatic visits in a decade, particularly where Syria is concerned. What does this tell us about who actually controls the security in Syria?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. You know, yesterday morning's explosions in Syria's capital are just a reflection of how deeply entrenched Syria's security situation actually remains. And this is despite having renewed diplomatic engagement with Western nations. And this is just simply because of a result of the nature of the historic tensions within the region itself. And we see that the attack actually reveals quite a deeply fragile as well as unstable security situation. And this then demonstrates that the Syrian government's authority remains quite contested, and its ability to protect even the most high-profile areas remains limited. Because while the visit itself by the first EU leader since the fall of the Assad regime in late December of 2024 symbolizes Syria's potential to kind of return to the global stage. But then what this attack then actually shows is that insurgents can merely operate with impunity within the heart of the capital, which then directly challenges the state's monopoly on violence.
We saw Macron continuing with his schedule, right? And they signed the agreements that had been pre-discussed. Was that a sign of courage, or did he really have no other choice? As in, the option of getting on a flight and heading back home really wasn't an option.
I think in such hostile situations, it's very important to remain diplomatically neutral. And, you know, it's also quite important to note that President Macron's visit had a clear economic goal, because he was flanked by French business leaders, and he also attended an economic forum where we saw around 15 bilateral agreements being signed with different sectors such as health and banking. So it was quite an important and integral as well as strategic visit for him to just abandon the visit because of this particular incident. But what this incident then essentially underscores is a fundamental contradiction, that this new Syrian government is seeking billions in foreign investment in order to build, but it still has to demonstrate the capacity to secure the capital city against militant groups. And if we bring it back home a bit, we saw similar acts in Mozambique, in the Cabo Delgado province, where there was a massive natural gas project which attracted billions in foreign investment, but it was repeatedly disrupted by Islamist insurgent attacks. And this is just a mere reflection that in an instance where you have post-conflict reconstruction and foreign investment, they cannot be substitutes for tightened and genuine security as well as political reconciliation.
All right, and then very briefly, Basitsana, I want to move on to London, right, where, it's being dubbed as a defeat of historic proportions. This is for Prince Harry. The court there has thrown out his privacy case against the publisher of the Daily Mail. Now, there were 97 allegations that he had brought before that court, and all of it, right, is centered around private information appearing in print. And the court said it doesn't automatically mean that it was obtained unlawfully. Where does this ruling leave public figures in London who have genuinely been wronged by the press? I mean, I'm thinking about South Africa. In South Africa, we've got POPIA that protects us. But if you have a court in London that says, well, if your private information ends up out there, it is what it is. You just have to live with it.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting case, Kathy, which is also quite important because, I mean, the media plays a big role in how we receive information and sometimes how information is actually stored and digested by the public. And it's no secret that the relationship between the media in the UK and the British monarchy has been for years been under strain. And we know that the history of the story comes from Prince Harry's mother's fatal car accident in 1997, where Prince Harry lodges that Princess Diana's death was caused directly and indirectly by the media, as she was allegedly fleeing from paparazzi. So you can only imagine how personal this is for Prince Harry, and this then begs us to ask the question of how much of our private lives should actually be public property. Because, I mean, most of us would never face such public scrutiny, but we cannot take away from the fact that we live in a world where our messages, our phones, the data that we stored can basically be published without our public consent. And again, driving in South Africa, we have the POPI Act, which states that there are certain boundaries and there's certain restrictions for the media. But then you have in countries like Kenya, where the media has played a crucial role in exposing corruption and holding power to account, but journalists there still face threats and harassment, as well as legal action from powerful politicians. In Nigeria as well, we see this, where tabloid journalism then often crosses into sensationalism, and then you have public figures who frequently sue the legal system.
All right, Basetsana Moloi, we're going to have to leave it there. I wonder for you, where do you think that line is drawn, right? And do public officials, does it mean that they automatically have to give up their right to privacy just by being a public official? Are we more entitled to their private lives than they are, is part of the question. All right, it's time for your latest headlines, and good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry is this morning expected to rule on witness M's application to have their testimony heard in camera. The witness has asked the Commission to close proceedings to the public, saying their evidence contains sensitive information. Self-proclaimed crime intelligence agent Brown Mokgotsi is expected back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today to have his trial date scheduled. Mokgotsi remains in custody after his second bail application was denied last week. And the Office of the Public Protector says its investigation into Police Minister Senzo Mkunu's alleged political interference in police operations is almost complete. President Cyril Ramaphosa placed Mkunu on a leave of absence after the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, made the allegation a year ago. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Joburg, starting to show a little bit of a slowdown now on the mic one from Boyson through the Parktown, heading up to Oxford Road exit there, very slow going, although it is fairly normal. And the N3 from Elans through the construction up towards Van Buren starting to slow down as well. There is some pressure now on the N1 South approaching Gasfontein in Pretoria. That may well be a breakdown or a crash, but coming through from Atterbury, that's starting to get a bit slow. Durban side, a lot of truck congestion around the Bayhead area. That section of Bayhead Road, if you're trying to get to or from the harbour area, should be avoided unless you're driving a truck park and you have to go that way. Everybody else should stay away. N3, Durban, Pietermaritzburg, either direction checks fine. And the big story this morning is the real thick and heavy mist that is widespread across the Cape Town region this morning, from Kyalite out through Brackenfell, Kales River, Delft area, City Bowl. It really is out through sort of Milnerton, Tableview, very thick and very heavy in most parts. So make sure you've got plenty of time to get through safely. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, a very good morning to you. Okay. I don't like where this debate is going, because now Ronaldo, he was knocked out and everybody was emotional yesterday, and then Messi comes in with a magic save for Argentina, and now Egypt's World Cup dream has ended in heartbreak. But the problem is that it's not about Argentina's win. It's about who is the GOAT between Messi and...
Well, according to Messi fans, the GOAT debate is done.
No, guys.
Ronaldo fans are like, hold my coffee.
No, of course. Because the thing is, it's not a one-man game. You know, I mean, Ronaldo can be the best of the best, but if you're playing with others who are not the best of the best, what's going to happen?
So what are we saying? Are we keeping the case open? Or are we closing it?
No,
is this going to be like a Madlanga commission?
This case is going to be open. It's open.
Oh, wow. Okay. We'd love to hear from our listeners, actually, in terms of what do the Ronaldo fans still have, the evidence? Do they have evidence for the defense? Is the case closed? Is it open?
That is so savage. What do you mean? What do they still have as the defense? Are you joking? Are you kidding me?
There we go.
What is this about? Are you revealing your colors?
Wow. I'm not brave enough to say what I'm thinking right now. So let me just give you the results, okay, from last night's soccer action. There was plenty. Argentina, their title defense still alive, but only just after a 3-2 comeback victory over Egypt in Atlanta. The Egypt coach now, Hossam Hassan, he was left furious, claiming his side had been cheated, okay? But Argentina are marching into the quarterfinals. Let's go to Switzerland now. They reached the quarterfinals of the World Cup for the first time since 1954 by beating Colombia 4-3 on penalties. Rugby, the junior Springboks are into the World Rugby Under-20 Championship semi-finals. They survived a strong Wales challenge to win 52-31. The Baby Boks had to fight back from 40-0 down before scoring 8 tries to seal the result. They'll now face England in the semi-finals. Here's their coach, Kevin Foote.
Wales started well and we were a bit passive in the beginning, but I thought once we got into it, we scored some good tries, which is pleasing. I thought our set piece has done really well in this tournament, both from a line-out and a scrum perspective. Probably the thing our biggest work on is just turning over the ball too cheaply. We've just got to look after the ball.
Tennis action. Novak Djokovic survived a Wimbledon marathon, coming through a 5-set thriller against Felix Auger-Aliassime to book a blockbuster semi-final against Yannick Sinner. Meanwhile, Karolina Muchova ended Naomi Osaka's Wimbledon run with a straight sets victory, and she'll face Coco Gauff in the semi-finals. And finally, cycling. Mats Pedersen powered to victory on stage 4 of the Tour de France as Little Trek celebrated a dominant day. The Dane's third career Tour stage win also moves him into the green points jersey, while Norway's Torstein Train claimed the famous yellow jersey. That's your sport. We'll cycle back to the podium at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day. The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Dauleng, a very good morning to you. So we're seeing the oil price, it's ticked higher. This is on renewed strikes in the Middle East.
Morning, Kathy. Now, this just shows how fluid the situation between the US and Iran remains. The The price of Brent crude up 2% this morning, trading above $76 a barrel after the US launched fresh airstrikes against Iran and tightened sanctions on the country's crude exports. The renewed escalation comes just days after what appeared to be encouraging diplomatic progress between Washington and Tehran, with markets hopeful the ceasefire would hold and the risk to energy supplies would ease. Instead, attacks on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz have reignited fears that the truce is unraveling. Any prolonged disruption to shipping through the strategic waterway, which carries around a fifth of the world's oil, could tighten global supplies yet again and keep upward pressure on crude prices in the weeks ahead for energy markets. Taking a look at what's been playing out in the tech sector, the US-China AI race is intensifying, with Chinese startup DeepSeek developing its own AI chip in a move that could reduce its reliance on NVIDIA. The chip is designed for AI inference, allowing trained models to generate responses. Now, the move reflects a broader trend as AI companies seek greater control over the hardware powering their models. It also highlights China's push to build domestic alternatives as US export restrictions limit access to advanced semiconductors. Now, the development weighed on NVIDIA shares, highlighting intensifying competition in the global AI industry as companies race to secure technological leadership and reduce dependence on foreign suppliers. Now, tracking equity markets, it's really a cocktail of negatives weighing on sentiment, from reignited tensions in the Gulf to an AI sell-off that's showing no signs of slowing. And that really weighing on markets, leading to a downbeat close in Wall Street. That also filtering through to the local bourse, with major metal prices trading volatile, resulting in the all-share closing 0.75% lower. The cautious sentiment also filtering through to currencies, with the rand losing some ground this hour at 16.28 to the dollar, 21.73 to the pound, and 18.57 to the euro. That's your market brief this hour. I'll be back just after 7:30 with more market moving news.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's my way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket. Even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Ooh, savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay, live your way.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
I, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. So help me God.
30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAFM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Morning, Kathy. Kathy, in the interest of justice, the Constitutional Court made up of people, and where there's people, people make mistakes. And here we see even the highest court of the land can make mistakes. Illegal foreigners entered the country illegally. The Constitutional Court said, yes, you have an opportunity to apply for asylum, but that must be done at the port of entry. You can't enter South Africa illegally, but you must enter legally to apply for asylum. And many of the asylum seekers in the asylum system has entered the country illegally. Vince Cape Town.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Yeah, look, I think that the conversation around the Concord ruling is far from over. And I do apologize because we would have had our Africa in focus for today. Unfortunately, we're having a bit of trouble with connecting with our guest. So we're going to have to let it go for this morning. But we certainly will be back with Africa in focus tomorrow. All right, on that note, then let's get into this story. The Department of Basic Education announcing in the last 48 hours that it has eliminated all pit toilets identified under the 2018 SAFE initiative, and also marking what is a significant milestone in improving school infrastructure. However, Amnesty International quickly coming in to say that the job is far from over. You'd remember we heard from the Minister Sivua Gwahube yesterday. Well, and Amnesty International South Africa joins us now. Genevieve Quintal is the Media and Communications Officer. Genevieve, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. I'm quite curious, Genevieve, because this was a moment that the department was marking as the end of a chapter, basically, that they've delivered on their commitment made from 2018 around the replacement of pit latrines in schools. And you were very quick to sort of say not so fast. Why?
Absolutely. Good morning, Kathy. Thank you so much for having me. Yes, no, absolutely. As we all know, I think by now that this audit of schools was done in 2018, but it hasn't included all schools. And we've seen that from different numbers that have been coming out. The South African Human Rights Commission did its own kind of audits in some provinces. We've seen the department puts out a report every year, a infrastructure report, and there you also see a difference in numbers. The minister herself has said before that it's not all schools. These were just schools that were audited in 2018, and we know a lot has happened since 2018. So we're saying that a new audit needs to be done. And also, Kathy, what needs to be done is early childhood development centers. Those now fall under the Department of Basic Education, and there are many of those early childhood development centers that are using pit toilets. As Amnesty International South Africa, we're actually working on a case of a little boy called Unotlebo Mboteni, 3 years old, who died when he fell into a pit toilet in 2024 at his preschool in the Eastern Cape. And so we're saying to the department that we say, well done. Well, thank you. It took longer than it should have. The can has been kicked down the road for many, many years. But unfortunately, there are still schools that are using pit toilets in this country, and we cannot have that in 2026. Sorry.
It does, of course, also raise some questions around the alignment within government as a whole. Because when you have all of these different data sets, it speaks to the level to which you can actually trust, number one, what is being reported, and to which set of data becomes the one that informs the action, right? Becomes the one that informs in the intervention. What do you think government should be doing to better streamline that? Because again, even if we look at just the education of department alone, the figures for pit toilets that the Department of Basic Education worked on at some point is very different to what is coming out of the Premier's office in the Eastern Cape. And yet this is still government. It's all supposed to be speaking from the same mouth, from the same hymn book, effectively.
Absolutely, Kathy. And I heard the conversation with the minister yesterday saying that, it's now in the hands of the provinces. And we don't think that's good enough. There needs to still be, and the minister, and I go on correction, if I remember correctly, when they announced that they hadn't reached the 100% backlog in 2024, only 96% had been reached, she spoke about doing another audit. And there should be another national audit, a national audit of all schools. And then then fine, then you can give it back to the province and say, look, we've done an audit. In Gauteng, there are so many pit toilets. In Eastern Cape, there's so many pit toilets. And then they can match that up, because that is what accountability is all about. To just say, well, now it's in the hands of the provinces. We don't actually know what the province, and each province might do a different audit or different type of counting. We need to ensure that there is a proper audit, and then on top of that audit, there are clear timelines. If they are found to be pit toilets, there are clear timelines for when those will be eradicated. And then obviously there's also the upkeep now of those that have been kept as well. So there are a number of things that need to be put in place. And I do feel that for all of it to connect up and to ensure that everyone is following the same guidelines, the same audit, the same accountability mechanism, there still needs to be a national audit. And again, Kathy, and I just want to repeat, we also now need to look at early childhood development centres. The minister didn't even mention those, but they fall under her department now. And we cannot have young children, babies, falling into pit toilets.
Do you get a sense that the department is just eager to not have this be its problem anymore?
I don't know, Kathy. I mean, unfortunately, it is the department's problem. Even if it goes to a province, you're still the accounting authority. You're still the National Department of Basic Education. And so whether you want this on your hands or not, it is on your hands. Because if provinces aren't spending their budget, then surely the National Department also has to step in and say, why is infrastructure not being fixed? Why? We cannot just be like, but now it's the province's problem. There needs to be alignment if we're going to see proper accountability. So whether you want the issue of pit toilets on your table or not, it has to be, you are the accounting officer nationally. You are the Department of Basic Education.
Genevieve Quintal, we're going to leave it there. She is with Amnesty International South Africa. Yeah, I wonder how you think. I mean, South Africans are brilliant, right? We've got people, engineers, people in the construction sector. What is it that government needs to be doing differently to address this issue of pit latrines? How can we be getting quicker, safer sanitation into our schools than what we are already? Because even if we just work off of this audit, right, the reality is that it was done in 2018. We're almost 10 years after the fact. Look at how long it has taken just for us to get where we are. What is it? Are there solutions? There must be innovations that are there. What are the ideas that South Africans have about how we can be dealing with this problem? All right, I'll take your WhatsApp voice notes and calls on this matter as the show unfolds. For now, Rob is standing by with your traffic.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, it's busy now. Coming out of Pretoria, on the way through Midrand to Joburg, a couple of incidents. One is a stationary vehicle approaching Garsfontein. That's a queue already back through to Linwood Road. And then a crash scene on the M1 South before New Road means a delay from Old Joburg Road through Samrand, Olifantsfontein, and down to that New Road exit. Also, if you're on the N14 between Diepsloot and the Pretoria West exit, N14 heading to Pretoria, a truck fire from earlier this morning causing some delays there. Joburg's Mike 1, slow from Boyston through Braamfontein. Then there's a little bit of a backlog fog heading through towards sort of Glenhove Road. So as you come out from Parktown up into that Melrose area, all of a sudden it gets busy. N12 and R24, it's into Galooly. He's looking quite slow. Arriving in from Ekurhuleni today. Durban, a lot of truck congestion along the Bay Head Road and generally in the Bay Head area. South Coast Road through the Rossborough area up towards Umbulo. M7 towards the Bluff at South Coast Road. Truck congestion there really. So Umbulo, Rossborough and Bay Head, a lot of trucks backing and stacking through that area. And Cape Town, the top story, really misty conditions. Make sure you got time to get through safely. Conditions in terms of visibility, not great citywide. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
It's 6:53. You're listening to the national briefing. So let's move on to this story now. The Madlanga Commission yesterday saying it's engaging the presidency in requesting a short extension to complete its work. The Commission spokesperson Jeremy Michaels confirming the development. It's after President Cyril Ramaphosa said he's open to extending the Commission's work if requested. Now, it was initially scheduled to sit for 6 months from September 2025. It's expected to conclude its public hearings at the end of this month. Spatle Mota is our SABC journalist who's tracking the Commission's work. Spatle, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So let's firstly just start with the appearance of Vusumuzi Matlala. He was supposed to be before the Commission yesterday. That didn't happen. Why?
Good morning to you, Kathy, and good morning to the listeners. So what we actually heard from Advocate Mahlape Sello, who's one of the evidence leaders at the Commission, is that, Matlala didn't actually complete his statement. So that is the reason why they sought that postponement. And what the chairperson had actually ruled is that Matlala must present his statement by today, end of business day today, and therefore then he will appear before the Commission in a week's time. So we did get a glimpse of him as well, where he appeared at the Commission via video link, rather.
All right. So for all intents and purposes, we could be seeing him at the Commission then next week.
No, definitely, Kathy, but there obviously are reasons or questions rather as to how he will be appearing at the Commission. Will they still proceed with the same sort of method that we saw yesterday, which is via video link? Or would he actually be presenting himself physically? And as you know, Jeremy Michaels tends to keep the Commission's cards close to his chest and not really divulging as to what we can expect. But what we do know is that definitely Matlala will be giving testimony before the Madlanga Commission as of next week.
If we look at what South Africans are saying about the work of the Commission, Swatle, in some places, I've seen, people talk about how we must all donate 100 Rand so that the Commission can continue to do its work, that they just don't stop. So there certainly is that public, pressure for more of the Commission. How is the Commission looking at this and a potential extension here?
I mean, when we spoke to Jeremy Michaels, I think this was on Monday, where he made it clear that, the Commission does not want to find itself in a position where it's running for years. But yesterday also he further confirmed that they are sort of considering a very short extension to the proceedings. I mean, as you know, Kathy, there's still quite a lot of number of witnesses that he has cited saying that they still need to appear before the Madlanga Commission, and therefore they are considering these very short extension. And on top of that, I think what was very interesting is that some of the journalists asking if we could actually get to see the likes of Feroz Khan and Suleiman Karim actually appear before the Madlanga Commission, seeing that they are not well to do so at the moment. So it is something that seemingly they are considering, but I think South Africans will not get that long extension. I think a lot of them, or a lot of us, are anticipating, but this short extension is something that the Commission is expecting or considering rather.
The evidence that has been read into the record around Major General Khan has been jaw-dropping in really some instances. But coming out of yesterday, it seems that there are more questions around the EFF leader than anything else. Speak to us about the relationship between Khan, Sayed and Malema, at least based off that evidence.
I mean, what we are seeing is some form of mutually beneficial relationship. There's a term that, the evidence leader used that just escapes me. But what essentially he's saying is that there seemingly is a mutually beneficial relationship among the three men, where we saw when he started presenting this WhatsApp text messages, is that the EFF leader sends Mohammed Sayed, a businessman and somebody that's very closely linked to Feroz Khan, a poster about Operation Dudula, and seemingly this talks about some arrests. So raising questions if, the EFF leader, Julius Malema, was actually giving orders for the Operation Dudula movement or its leaders to somehow be arrested. And in exchange, we are also seeing Feroz Khan somehow going into the sepsis database to extract information about a certain individual from VBS who had laid a complaint or something like that against Julius Malema. So what we are seeing is that, Feroz Khan, who's supposed to be protecting somehow the crime intelligence institution, is using his position again to benefit that those who are seemingly close to him for what Advocate Shackleton believes is political protection. And this is sort of the relationship that we are seeing and the relationship that has been explored before the Matlanga Commission.
All right, Spatle Mota, we're going to leave it there for this morning. Yeah, I wonder what you make of that evidence so far. It might be too soon to tell, but certainly quite interesting to keep an eye on nonetheless.
Dumela, Sis Kath. I just wanted to ask, am I the only one who's actually noticing that it's your middle to lower income earning South Africans that are taking a stand against this whole immigration or illegal immigration problem that we are facing as a country? Because it seems like those who are moneyed, if I may use that term, they're unbothered. They'd rather resort to diplomatic discussions to try and curb this whole issue. I don't understand what's happening.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, Matlanga Commission to rule on witness M's in-camera application, and PMA notes a slight increase in number of people leaving the country. Good morning. The Matlanga Commission of Inquiry is this morning expected to rule on witness M's application to have their testimony heard in camera. The witness has asked the Commission to close proceedings to the public, saying their evidence contains sensitive information. They say it involves people including heads of state and members of drug syndicates. Sibahle Mota reports.
Witness M says in an affidavit that they have become increasingly concerned about their personal safety and that of their family. The witness argues that the nature of the evidence they intend to present could expose them to serious risk if heard in an open hearing. Witness M is expected to testify about a specific drug bust and related incidents. The Commission is scheduled to resume proceedings at 9:30 this morning, when Justice Matlanga is expected to deliver his ruling on the application before the witness gives evidence.
Self-proclaimed crime intelligence agent Brown Mokgotsi is expected back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today to have his trial date scheduled. Mokgotsi remains in custody after his second bail application was denied last week. The court found he did not present new facts in his bid to be released on bail. He's facing charges of defeating the ends of justice, perjury, and unlawful possession of a firearm. This is in relation to an alleged staged assassination attempt on his life in Vosloorus in November last year. Mogotsi's lawyer has indicated that his client intends to approach the High Court to appeal the bail denial. The Office of the Public Protector says its investigation into Police Minister Senzo Mkunu's alleged political interference in police operations is almost complete. President Cyril Ramaphosa placed Mkunu on a leave of absence after the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made the allegation a year ago. ATA Member of Parliament Vuyo Zungula requested the Public Protector to investigate the allegation against Mkunu. The Public Protector's Chief Operations Officer, Advocate Nelisiwe Nkabinde, addressed the media in Cape Town yesterday.
However, we are at a stage where we do anticipate that we will be finalizing the investigation, just closing a few other investigative areas so that our investigation is quite credible and is informed when we finally issue the report.
Tenants of the Maxwell Court building in Claremont in Johannesburg are calling on government to relocate them to a safer place. They say the 9-story building, which houses more than 300 families, has huge cracks, mold and broken water pumps. A recent fire has worsened the tenant situation. 66-year-old Jemima Bartleson has lived in the building for many years.
Yeah, the government is failing us a lot. They don't have interest in us because we did call on the MMC. He never came. Nobody. So what are we supposed to do then now? That's why I say I even feel like I don't want to vote anymore. Because why are you voting? Because after you vote, nothing happened. They just come and take your vote and that's it. Further than that, nothing's happening.
And finally, the Border Management Authority, BMA, says the current repatriation program has not significantly affected the overall cross-border movement. It says there's a slight increase in the number of people leaving South Africa through the Beitbridge border post in Musina in Limpopo. More than 45,000 undocumented migrants have been repatriated since President Cyril Ramaphosa announced the initiative last month. BMA Commissioner Dr. Mike Masiapatu.
Effectively speaking, you will say that there is no any different surge ultimately in terms of month-to-month comparison. We have also done the comparison in terms of May last year as well as May this year. We've done the same for June, and of course the numbers are fairly almost similar. It's just that this time around, because of the repatriation and deportation that is happening, the numbers just looked like they were aggregated around a particular period. But if you look at the whole month, effectively, the numbers are basically as we've been used to process them, even in terms of the previous years.
Recapping the top story, the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry is this morning expected to rule on witness M's application to have their testimony heard in camera. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Outsurance knows insurance isn't tested on promises. It's tested when it's time to claim. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. The question is, are you with the insurer that treats their clients the fairest? Outsurance delivers when it's time to claim. So why don't you switch for peace of mind? Call 0860 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm Sports headlines, soccer, World Cup giants collide as Lionel Messi, Erling Haaland and Kylian Mbappe headline a blockbuster last 8. And in tennis action, Novak Djokovic survives a Wimbledon epic to set up a Yannick Sinner showdown. We'll have details around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's It's a heavy Wednesday now across Gauteng highways. Here's the ones to try and avoid if you can. A breakdown on the M1 South coming out of Pretoria by Garsfontein. That's a big backlog all the way to the N4 Emmerlefleni highway split. After that, a crash before New Road, pushing a queue back to Old Joburg Road. And if you're coming into Sandton from the southern side this morning using the Mike 1, a crash before Glenhove Road, and that's pushed traffic all the way back to Boyson's. That run through to Sandton via Central Joburg Parktown and into that Houghton area looking very heavy. Roadworks on the N17 going towards Joburg just by Wadeville, causing a slowdown in from Boksburg this morning. Durban, a crash on the N3 involving a truck near the M7. That's Durban bound. The N2 now starting to backlog through Spaghetti Junction in towards the roadworks at Westwood Mall. A lot of truck congestion below Bayhead and the Rochborough area. Routes like South Coast Road, Bayhead and the M7 East all being impacted there. And Cape Town, a reminder to give yourself plenty of time to get through safely. There's some very heavy mist right across the Cape Town region this morning. Visibility really quite reduced in a lot of areas. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 9 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A warm welcome to the show, especially if you've just tuned in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. We're with you until 9 o'clock as we bring clarity, context, and conversation. Coming up in this hour, the Public Protector has found that residents of the Langa Flats and parts of Khayelitsha were right to complain. Failures in housing, sanitation, water, waste removal, and basic municipal services amount to maladministration. The City of Cape Town, responding to the same report, says it does also recognize work that has been done to fix some of these problems. We're in conversation with the City of Cape Town shortly. And then one of the most significant constitutional judgments of the year, the Constitutional Court striking down key provisions of the Refugees Act, ruling that asylum seekers cannot simply be locked out of the system because they arrived without documents or missed a deadline. This is a significant one, especially in the context of the broader migration debate and conversation that we're having in the country. We'll be unpacking then the findings of the Constitutional Court on this matter. As always, we'll also bring you the reality check. We want to hear from you this hour. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Outsurance knows that when it comes to insurance, trust isn't built on clever advertising and promises. It's built on how fairly an insurer pays claims. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Make today the day you switch to Outsurance, where you always get something out. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfmRadio.
You're listening to the National Briefing. It's 12 after 7 o'clock. So let's get then into the latest briefing, a report issued by the Public Protector, Koleka Galeka. In particular, it's on the investigation into the city of Johannesburg, and it was looking into complaints of poor service delivery against the city. The Public Protector finding that some of those claims were substantiated, with the municipality failing to provide the constitutionally required basic services. This was particularly to residents of Langa Flats and also parts of Khayelitsha. So joining us now is Zahid Badruddin, who is with the City of Cape Town and is the MMC for Water and Sanitation. Zahid, firstly, if we look at the findings of this report, it certainly does say that the City of Cape Town has a case to answer when it comes to maladministration. How do you respond to these findings?
Good morning, Kathy. So certainly, I think we must first acknowledge the fact that it's taken the Public Protector essentially 4 years to conclude the report and present the findings. And within those 4 years, the City of Cape Town has already attended to most of the issues that she has identified in this particular report. So as it pertains to maladministration, I certainly categorically disagree with that finding, for the fact that service delivery within these communities continue on a daily basis, and obviously not without its challenges when we consider certain basic services as they're delivered in terms of water and sanitation and stormwater especially. But certainly the City of Cape Town is a local government that delivers in these communities that she's identified.
I think that if we look at what is encompassed, right, within those failures that she says amount to maladministration, we're talking about sewers that are not maintained, communal areas that are not cleaned, potholes and water leaks that are not repaired, and in some instances, residents, right, where you have people collecting rentals, despite the fact that they don't have lease agreements with those individuals to be demanding that rent, and so. I hear you refuting the maladministration, but if we get to the nitty-gritty, let's talk about where you say the progress has been, so that even the resident who lives in Langa Flats, who lives in Khayelitsha, can take what you're saying and juxtapose it with their reality.
Yeah, perhaps I should start by acknowledging the fact that these are indeed realities across these communities. And as I've mentioned, there are challenges, especially if I put on my water and sanitation hat, that pertain to sewer systems specifically as a result of vandalism and misuse, foreign objects within our sewer systems that on a daily basis have to be removed by our operational teams. But let's quickly look at the specifics that the Public Protector has identified. And I'll start with perhaps the sewer system in Khayelitsha, because the report is very specific to a community, the SST community, that is located above a bulk sewer pipeline, which essentially in November, about 2 years ago, needed to go through a relocation so that the operational teams and the emergency contractors could access the area where this particular collapse had taken place. And so those relocations have taken place. Those repairs have already occurred. We've just last week attended to another 49 million rand repair in Khayelitsha that is now successfully being concluded. But there are others, and I acknowledge that. The issue here is access as a result of the informality which blocks our operational teams from getting to these pipes as quickly as what we'd like to do. But those engagements continue. We continue to work with the community leadership, with the various city departments to identify alternative relocation sites, which often requires a lot of engagements with those accepting communities as well. And the last repair that we needed to do, even the taxi associations get involved, because often it impacts space which they've informally turned into taxi ranks. And so we're confident that sewer repairs are underway, and this is a program that will continue on top of our 500 million rand sewer pipe upgrade in our city.
So what's interesting, Zahid, is that you also acknowledge that a lot of work still needs to be done, because I think the public protector didn't ignore that there were interventions, some interventions that had been put in place, but she also said that what has been done is still not enough, that there are significant failures which remain. And if I'm listening to you carefully, you also agree that there's still work that needs to be done from your end. So I'm quite curious about why one gets the sense that the city is reading this as, some kind of success on its part, that, it's not a bad story to tell.
It's certainly not a bad story to tell from the city's perspective, for the fact that almost everything that she's listed within the report has already been attended to. As an example, the clinics that she mentioned, Town 2 Clinic and the Matthew Koniwe Clinic, where she suggested fire smoke detectors be installed, that has already been considered as part of those clinic upgrades. And again, talking to the fact that the city very proactively is investing in these communities. And so I think
so here's the challenge, Zahid. Here's the challenge. The point is that what you are doing is what you are constitutionally mandated to do.
Absolutely.
There is a benchmark, right? What the public protector's report was revealing was the extent to which you were not meeting the benchmark. And now you are saying, actually, we've done some work, so we're not failing on the benchmark in all areas, but certainly that's not success. That basically means that you're bringing these communities up to a certain baseline, if nothing else.
So, and I agree with you 100%. And I think we will both agree on the fact that these communities, our informal communities, are made up of our poorest residents within our cities and other cities as well. And so it is our constitutional responsibility to make sure that we're able to take in those basic services. I think what is more revealing from the Public Protector's report is not only the fact that she's already acknowledged the fact that the city has worked very cooperatively, very positively with her office. She's acknowledged that we've already attended to most of these issues, but the fact that she actually identifies the National Treasury as well as the National Department of Human Settlements as also being role players in this situation, not only impacting our city, but many other metros across the city as well, identifying severe structural and fiscal challenges that our cities face in respect of service delivery based on their inability to provide the necessary resources to attend to issues like housing in terms of the National Social Housing Grant that is inadequate and near decreasing in terms of what is provided to our metros. I think that is the most revealing takeaway, at least for our city, in terms of the public protector.
Okay.
But again, let me acknowledge the fact that in these instances, the city will continue to deliver more and more basic services as our communities grow, so that each resident has access to sanitation, to water, to healthcare, and other community services as well.
Amongst those recommendations, right, not only to the city, are also recommendations, as you've said, that include National Treasury, Human Settlements. Are you going to be implementing the recommendations of this report in their entirety, or are you planning on taking it on review?
So as I've said, we're very proud of the fact that most of these things have already been attended to. We have no intention at this moment to review any of the recommendations made by the public protector. They are very practical recommendations that seek to address the needs of the community. Obviously, there are issues that are outside of our control, like the recommendations around Eskom in terms of the electricity provision, the high mast lights in Khayelitsha. Obviously, again, the city depends on Eskom's ability to ensure that it has functioning infrastructure, which unfortunately in Khayelitsha is not the case in certain parts. And so we've already continued to engage with them to try and speed up their processes, but they need to pull up their socks so that we can do our work. And so in terms of whether or not we'll take this on review, again, I think we're very proud of the fact that we've attended to most of these issues, and we'll continue to do so until they've been addressed meaningfully in the way the public
Is the city going to be taking a different approach in as far as hearing residents of some of these areas out, because the reason why this matter landed up with the public protector in the first place is because there was a level of denialism from the city of Cape Town about the extent to which it was not providing adequate services to these areas, including Langa, including Khayelitsha.
No, I certainly don't think there was any denialism from the city of Cape Town at all. I work with colleagues, other MMCs in human settlements, in electricity, in solid waste, who on a daily basis spend time in these communities with community leaders, engaging on issues and practical ways to solve them. For the fact that in Langa, as an example, we've already spent 37.5 million rand to upgrade those particular old flats. That work continues. Also in Langa, we've spent 96.1 million rand to upgrade the pump station. In Khayelitsha Site B, we've upgraded the library to the value of 3.2 million rand, and we continue to upgrade sewer systems in Langa in terms of the network capacity, and the same for electricity.
Okay.
And so certainly there's no denialism. We accept our responsibility and we'll continue to invest in these areas.
All right, Zahid, we're going to leave it there, but certainly if that was the position from the get-go, this matter, the complaint would not have been brought to the Public Protector's Office in the manner that it was, albeit 4 years ago. Zahid Badruddin is with the City of Cape Town. He's the MMC for Water and Sanitation.
Smart business decisions save money. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's JC from Blonde Hair Studio.
I was with my previous insurer for many years before switching over to Outsurance Business Insurance. I'm really happy with the premium I'm paying now, and switching was definitely one of the best decisions for my business.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0600 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
You've heard the conversations on Metro FM for years, and now Ask a Man is coming to S3. Got a relationship dilemma, a situationship that's gone sideways, mixed signals, heartbreak, or a question you've never had the courage to ask? Share your stories and it could be featured on the show, all completely anonymous. Email SABC3 Ask a Man at sabc.co.za or WhatsApp the team to submit your story. Ask a Man, real stories, real answers. Coming soon to S3. Open up.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get into this landmark ruling by the Constitutional Court that has declared key provisions of the Refugees Act unconstitutional, ruling that asylum seekers cannot be denied access to the asylum system simply because they lack documentation or even miss the 5-day reporting deadline. Carol Lemekwana is attorney and Johannesburg Refugee Clinic manager, Lawyers for Human Rights. Carol, good morning. Let's talk about just how significant this ruling by the Constitutional Court is, especially in as far as how it applies to how these laws are implemented today.
Thank you very much, Kathy, for having me, and good morning to the listeners at home. This is a very good judgment, a landmark judgment for us, which helps us restore the asylum system. And this is because it is founded in one of the most important principles of refugee protection, which is the principle of non-refoulement. And maybe just to explain that, the principle of non-refoulement simply means that people who are coming to South Africa fleeing persecution from their countries of origin, it might be war, it might be religious persecution, it might be gender-related persecution, or any events that disturbs the public order or public peace in their countries of origin, have the right to come to South Africa to apply for international protection. So what this judgment means is that so in terms of principle of non-refoulement, it simply means that these people cannot be returned to their countries of origin without having their asylum claims being heard. So what this means in reality is that asylum seekers cannot simply be turned away because they have missed some of the immigration rules, Like most of the people that we assist or see at Lawyers for Human Rights are people who are persecuted by officials in their countries of origin. And in most cases, they are free to approach officials at the port of entry. So this judgment talks about people who maybe do not use the regular port of entry, maybe they do not have possess the asylum transit visa, or they have the asylum transit visa, which most of the people have, but because of administrative irregularities at the Home Affairs Office, they are not able to present or have the asylum claims heard within these 5 days. So the court recognizes that many people who flee this kind of conflicts and persecution can never follow perfect immigration procedures, and that there are also administrative procedures that stops them from being able to approach the offices within the stipulated time period.
Do you believe that this judgment makes it harder or easier to distinguish between genuine refugees and economic migrants? Because that really is what South Africans are grappling with right now when it comes to the migration debate.
We believe that it does assist. So we have to always remember that there should be a key distinction between immigration control and refugee protection, right? And this means that if a person is here to seek asylum, they should be allowed to go to the refugee reception office, have their claims heard without being put through many administrative issues like the good cause interviews that they have been subjected to. So people who need to apply for asylum should have their claims heard by the refugee reception officers, and this is what the court emphasizes. And if a person is an economic refugee, then they will definitely not have a refugee claim, and in that instance, then they would not go through the whole refugee administrative process. And if also the processing time is accurate or is within times like the 6 months that was previously there for assessing refugee claims, then if a person is an economic refugee within 6 months, they would be rejected. But so the key with this judgment is that people who are here for international protection should be allowed to go to the refugee reception offices and go through the refugee system without being subjected to other administrative processes.
Carol, very briefly, for those South Africans who feel that this judgment is out of touch with where the country is now and the moment in this country, what would you say to that?
I would say that this judgment is not here to disqualify what they feel, but it is here to reinforce the rule of law. So what it says is that people need to be given a fair chance of having their asylum claims heard. So it's also an opportunity for the Home Affairs officials to be able to process claims instantaneously and to be able to do their job as they should be able to. Because what we've seen with this bearing of asylum seekers who could not approach the RROs is that it's one of the things that rendered people to be undocumented. So now people will be able to go to the RRO to have their asylum claims heard. And if you are not able to go to the RRO, you would have to go through the system and explain why, if you are caught by police officers, explain why you are undocumented. So it opens the asylum system for people not to say, I've been in the country for 5 years and I couldn't apply because of the administrative issues. So the asylum system is open for everyone to go there and have their claims heard.
Carol,
so I think it also complements what the people of South Africa need.
Carol Limikwana is with Lawyers for Human Rights. We'll leave it there with her for this morning. It's time for your latest news update, and Musa has your headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. News just in. The Legal Practice Council has launched an application in the High Court in Johannesburg to have impeached former Public Protector Busisiwe Mkhwebane struck from the role of advocates. The Matlanga Commission of Inquiry is this morning expected to rule on witness M's application to have their testimony heard in camera. The witness has asked the Commission to close proceedings to the public, saying their evidence contains sensitive information. And 12 countries are to spend more than $50 billion or more than 800 billion rand over the next 10 years on a new long-range missile to protect Europe. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Good morning. We've got a stationary vehicle on Pretoria's N1 South at Garsfontein. That is now pushing a queue almost all the way back through to Stormful Road. The N1 South coming out of Pretoria as far as Garsfontein is a big backlog. A lot of traffic around Irene. We saw this yesterday, seeing it again this morning. Now, Mapius Drive Main Road, between sort of the junction of that those roads and the college area. Very slow. A lot of congestion in there. Truck fire incident between Diepsloot and the R55 Pretoria West exit. If you're on the N14, Krugersdorp Highway towards Pretoria, that's still slowing things up. Crash on the Mike 1 North at Glenhove Road. Delays coming up from the Crown interchange side this morning. And across into Durban, just a reminder, a lot of truck congestion this morning. Rossborough, Umbilla and Bayhead. A lot of truck congestion there. Southern Freeway onto the Esplanade. That is slow go. And the N2 might have been easier yesterday, but today we're reverting to queue through Spaghetti Junction, heading up into the roadworks around the Westwood Mall area. Across into Cape Town, very heavy mist lingering. Visibility significantly reduced in parts. Highways not too bad, with the exception of the M5, which is really under pressure. Kenilworth through to Kuba, get a change, and it's quite a clog up on the R300 North up through Brackenfell to the N1. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
With the price of everything going up, a drop in your car insurance premium is just what you need to have extra money in your pocket. Switch to OUTsurance and you could save big, like 54-year-old Yaku, who saves an amazing 282 Rand a month on his 2025 Suzuki Swift. Don't pay more than you need to. Get an OUTsurance quote to switch and save today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance, licensed insurer, NFSP, T's, C's, and information online.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, good morning. So we're looking at heavyweights colliding. This is for the quarter-final lineup. I mean, do we need to name the names? Messi, Ronaldo,
the goats,
okay,
and the baby goats.
Of course, Ronaldo's name is not in there. Messi, Haaland, Mbappe.
Yeah, Kathy, we're chasing. I think the goat story is going to go into extra time here because now we've got the young goats running around, all wanting to climb.
Yeah, no, the young goats are fighting. The Mbappes, they're like, forget Ronaldo, okay? Yeah. Put my name on that list.
Yes, the young goats are causing the old goats a few problems. So let's tell you who's in it to win it. It's the FIFA World Cup Final 8. The stage is set for a blockbuster finish. Defending champions Argentina still alive after Lionel Messi inspired a stunning 3-2 win comeback over Egypt. His record, I think, adding more fuel to the GOAT debate. The quarterfinals will see some mouth-watering battles, including Erling Haaland's Norway against England, while France will face Morocco. And that's tomorrow night in a rematch loaded with history. So plenty of the big names, Messi, Haaland, Kane throwing in, and Mbappe all chasing glory at this World Cup. Let's go to some more action. This time we've got the Junior Springboks, and they are into the World Rugby Under-20 semi-final championships. They survived a strong Wales challenge to win 52-31, and they'll next face England in the semi-finals. Here's their coach, Kevin Foote.
Yeah, that Wales started well, and we were a bit passive in the beginning, but I thought once we got into it, we scored some good tries, which is pleasing. Yeah, I mean, we've been into the finals before last year, and obviously there's some guys with some experience of that, but we'll be looking forward to the next challenge.
On to tennis action, and he's also regarded as a GOAT. Novak Djokovic has survived a Wimbledon marathon, coming through a 5-set thriller against Felix Auger-Aliassime to book a blockbuster semi-final against Yannick Sinner. The 39-year-old Djokovic battled for more than 5 hours and overcame an injury scare as he continues his chase for a record 25th Grand Slam title. Here's Djokovic.
Towards the end, really anybody's game. I think the score line was pretty much even all the way through. I mean, it was really anybody's game in the super tiebreak in the fifth. What can I say? I mean, these are kind of moments that I still play tennis for sure.
That's your sport. We'll serve it up some more on the national briefing at the top of the hour. I'm Sai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day. The Market Brief with Ndawleng Lechela on SAfm.
Dowling, I won't ask you who you think the GOAT is, but we'll start off with Eskom and South Africa's largest manganese smelter at Transalloy. They're holding talks over electricity tariffs.
That's right, Kathy. And talking about goats, we're talking about electricity goats, right? So that being Eskom in the country. Yeah, according to News 24, the power utility says it is in talks with manganese smelter Transalloy over its request for lower electricity tariffs. Now, this comes after the firm warned it would halt production and close by the end of July without relief. The closure would place 600 direct and 7,000 indirect jobs at risk, while threatening a 6 billion rand investment in Mpumalanga. In the meantime, Eskom has applied to energy regulator NERSA to extend the smelter's take-or-pay waiver. Transalloy is seeking a tariff similar to the 62 cents per kilowatt-hour deal granted to ferrochrome players, which helped preserve an estimated 3,500 jobs across the country's smelting industry, while negotiations continue over affordable power to safeguard operations longer term. In the same breath, the country's electricity market is undergoing a major shift as big business increasingly invest in renewable energy to reduce costs and lessen their reliance on Eskom. According to Bloomberg, more than 40 JSE-listed companies across sectors, including mining, retail, healthcare, and property, have announced renewable energy plans for this year alone. Years of load shedding, aging municipal infrastructure, and steep electricity tariff hikes have prompted firms to secure power from private producers through solar, wind, and wheeling arrangements. While Eskom has stabilized supply, rising electricity prices and local outages continue to drive demand for alternatives, giving businesses greater control over costs in an increasingly competitive electricity market. Now over to equities. Renewed strikes in the Gulf have left a sour taste in investors' mouths, with US futures trading in the red and Asian markets mixed. There is some positivity coming through from China and Hong Kong, but overall sentiment remains choppy as oil prices climb, with Brent crude trading above $76 a barrel. Now that could weigh on local markets, with expectations for a softer start to today's session. The local unit is also on the back foot this morning, tracking a weaker global sentiment at 16.27 to the dollar, 21.73 to the pound, and 18.57 to the euro. And that's your daily dose of market news. Catch you back tomorrow. I'm Ndawleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB. Help changes everything.
SAfmRadio is turning winter bookings into winter wins, and you still have time to join the fun. Book flights with us this month for travel anytime and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a SAfmRadio voucher. That means your money comes right back to you for a future flight with us. It's all part of SAfmRadio's winter win back. Book now at flysaffair.co.za. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. SAfmRadio, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
(7:43). Let's get into our reality check. Abongile Kantini is our guest for today. She, of course, is the founder of Veritas Inclusion Advisory. And Abongile has been walking a journey with us. And we've been looking, right, at ableism and whether it's the hidden force that limits South Africa's future. And how do we rebuild South Africa through a new consciousness of human difference? And Abongile has been talking us through the various ways in which we can push our thinking, right? How can we reimagine our society? And in what ways have we built society to be exclusionary rather than to include, especially when it comes to our ideas of what normal is. So we're going to continue on that strain. And today, Abongile, you want to talk about the cost of excluding human potential, rather. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, South Africa.
So, Abongile, what has South Africa lost because we've mistaken difference for deficiency?
I can't begin to tell you how, the potential that sits within individuals who are othered. In fact, it's been very recorded over time. Jared Diamond, he talks about in his book, The Collapse, about how communities, in fact, choose to succeed or fail. Now, the idea that one would choose to fail is one that is new, but it is such an important thing to understand, because when we choose what is normal and it is acceptable, we inadvertently choose how we can grow and how we can develop. But people don't know what they don't know. And so we have been able to stifle the potential because we don't know what kind of creativity lies within individuals who are othered. So we lose the kind of innovation and creativity and leadership and in economic participation. If you think about Elon Musk, a lot of people didn't understand when he came out why he communicated the way he does, sometimes why he acts weird in society, but it's because he has autism. But to add on to that, it's because it is that which has made him so successful. It is that which has made him so creative, so innovative, that he has been one of the most powerful and creative individuals of our times. And it's because of this kind of different thinking and his kind of normal that has that has created that gap for creativity. But also businesses, right? They become less competitive when they overlook diverse talent. So it has been recorded over time by Gallup and many other institutions that when there is no diverse thinking, everybody thinks the same way. And so there isn't any way of people being more motivated, being more stimulated to think different, to perform, to be, to to really get people's spark and their juices going. In South Africa, we have about 7 million individuals, probably more now because the stats haven't been updated in years, of individuals with impairments. So you can imagine how many people could be employed, right, in South Africa and create solutions and solve huge big business problems in a different way. Even redesigning products that every individual in every community uses, but because individuals aren't hired because they have impairments, that is something that is lost in South Africa. And so the disability space and inclusion is a $1 trillion dollar business loss annually as a whole sector, internationally. So, and it is because we tend to think that there is this kind of narrow definition of normal, right? And so communities then become weaker when participation depends on that kind of limitation. But for the greatest, for South Africa, I think the greatest loss in itself is that human potential is never, ever discovered. And we see this in how schools are run, where children with various impairments are not given the tools that they need to learn. So even them being able to discover their own way of creativity, of being in the world, they never get to develop that chance and opportunity. There is so much even to be said around the learnerships and how they designed to appease business compliance versus really enabling youth and individuals with impairments to bring their different kind of thinking. Kathy, some people may think that some of the skills that individuals, for example, with albinism or visual impairment have is that we pay great attention to detail. And some people may think, but you're visually impaired. But that's the power of that, is because we are visually impaired, we need to tell the detail. We need to identify what is different. We need to understand the various nuances, because that's how we then determine what has changed in our space. So we really need to understand at the very bottom and at the core that exclusion harms everyone, not just the people who experience it directly, because disability is a social structure. It's a social constructed ideal that limits people, right? The ones who believe that they are more equal than others, in the animal form. And so that in itself is a barrier. And every barrier limits South Africa's collective potential. And there has been so much of that that's been limited over the years. Human potential really does flourish when environments enable participation. And we haven't been able to really do that because there's been such a stigma and compliance around disability inclusion, really. And I think until we break that compliance down into rethinking about empowering society, being more creative, being more competitive, being diverse, being motivated and innovative, we aren't going to really be unlocking South Africa's unemployment, youth employment, economic advantages for the coming 50 years.
Abongile, the human exclusion there and the human potential that we're not tapping into is a 7 million people worth human potential. And I think when one looks at it from that perspective, it certainly paints a vivid picture, doesn't it? Because 7 million people is a lot of people to not be fully part of society, to not be fully able to exercise their agency within society.
Exactly, Kathy. And it talks to the element that we were talking about yesterday, the fact that it is that human agency is what's lacking. But imagine how much money and potential and economic strength lies within those 7 million individuals. And to be honest, it's actually more. So it could solve the huge unemployment that South Africa is facing if an individual creates a solution. But it's also based on creating universal design, right? The more you're able to create a product for everybody who can use it, the bigger the market, it's just unfathomable that we haven't been able to design systems, that anticipate diversity from the outset. So you can just see all that potential lying in and even in just the how we envision our future. It's not even really about now as well. It's about what is the vision we've got for South Africa, and it needs to be bigger. It needs to be bigger than just doing what has always been done.
Abongile Kantini, let me thank you for your time this morning. As always, really pushing us to set the boundary lines, push them so much further than where they currently sit. Rob has your latest traffic. Rob, good morning.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's got a lot worse on the M1 South coming out of Pretoria this morning. A breakdown at Garsfontein and then a crash down by Rigel Avenue. It's a queue all the way back to Stormful Road. It is super thick and it is super heavy this morning. The Mike 1 crash at Glenhove is cleared, but it's just left a lot of traffic between Parktown and Sandton. If you're coming into Sandton on the local route, William Mandela, a crash near Matty, that's holding up traffic on Republic Road coming out of Randburg across towards Sandton as well. N3 north up to Van Buren and Sluggish into those roadworks around the Heldenace, and that earlier truck fire still causing delays. N14, the Krugersdorp Highway, just north of the R511 Diepsloot exit on your way to Pretoria. Durban this morning, a lot of congestion, truck related around the Bayhead, Umbilo and Rossborough areas, routes like South Coast Road, Bayhead Road, the M7 towards the Bluff, that's all badly backed up. Roadworks on the M19 at Reservoir Hills, again slowing traffic, and there's a bit of pressure on the M13 moving through Pinetown on towards Richmond Road if you want to get out to Fields Hill. Cape Town, very heavy mist right across the region this morning, and a big backlog of traffic on the M5. That is the standout highway with queues from Ottery all the way through to Coburg Interchange. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Kathy. This judgment is just inviting more people who are undocumented into our country. If we are not going to enforce that law that, before anything, you need to have the relevant document. We understand that a person might be an asylum seeker. However, if you don't have the requisite papers, why should you then be allowed in our country? I think that is wrong, and I think that's where they're just missing it. Anyway, thanks.
Hi, this is Kenny in Cape Town. When is the South African law going to be for South Africans? Like, I've never heard that a United States law or UK law or any other country's law caters for people that are outside the country. When is South African law going to cater for South Africans? These people are playing with us, man. These people don't care about South Africans. We're living in a joke country. These people don't care about South Africans.
Good morning, Katie and the listeners. My problem with these human rights lawyers is that when there's a situation that needs them, that involves South Africans, you don't see them. Most of the kids were excluded from schools because there was no space. They were nowhere to be found. Taxi associations are abusing people on the road every day. We don't see them taking Santaco to court for such things. But every time when there's a human rights issue, it involves the foreigners. So foreigners, the only people that have got human rights than South Africans. They need to answer that.
Siskati, hi, well, this is JCK counter from Sin. Siskati, the allegations against Julius Malema at Madlanga Commission are so denting, worrisome, and serious. It's better for Julius Malema to rush to Madlanga Commission and clear his name if he's not involved in any illicit activities. Let me rest my case for now. JCK counter from Sina.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
You're still listening to the national briefing. Those were just some of the voice notes that you've sent through on the various issues we've touched on so far this morning. Let me go to Zanin. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Ceci Kathy. How are you?
Good. Go for it, Ali.
Yeah, I'm from Zanin, but I'm currently in Midrand, next to Paul Mashatile's resident.
Hey, okay. Huh?
Ms. Kathy, I have a serious concern about the case of
So,
Senzo
Ali,
Meliwa.
no, wait.
Yes.
So, what is the relevance of you being next to the deputy president's residence? So, you're in Waterfall. You're in Waterfall, basically.
Exactly. I'm in 10 Arabian Waterfall. I've just passed Paul Mashatile's residential not so long. And even those, the police who are driving the scooters, and they were there by the gate waiting for him.
Yo, political man, Ali. What do you want to talk about?
No, I want to talk about the Senzo Meliwa case. It's been a long access case, and as an Orlando Pirates fan, this is concerning to me. No one is saying anything up to so far, and the biggest problem that I have is that. We have seen evidence going to the court, give their side of story. Why, says Kathy, is Kelly Khumalo not going there and tell the nation what she saw on that day? Why? That is my concern. It is my concern. Kelly Khumalo must go there and tell the whole nation what she saw, because we've seen a lot of witnesses take the stand in court and tell the nation what has transpired.
Yeah,
so,
look, yeah.
Why? And even Senzo Meliwa's mother was crying about this. So Kelly Khumalo, says Kathy, this is a banana republic. If you have money, even if you can kill me, you can't go you can't spend days in jail because you've got money.
Okay, all right.
So no one, there's people who are above the law. It's a lie that no one is above the law in South Africa.
All right, Ali, you've made the point there, and it is a justifiable question to ask: why is this matter taking so long? In as far as the witnesses that are being called to that court case, it's at the discretion of the prosecutors, really. Kelly Khumalo can't just take herself to be part of the court process. Gwen, are you in Pretoria? Good morning.
I just get it.
Are you also going to be political? Who are you seeing this morning? The president anywhere? The mayor anywhere? I'm just teasing. Go for it.
I'm looking at the time. It's exactly 8 o'clock.
Okay, Gwena. Okay, we'll take you within the 8 o'clock hour. Let's leave it there. Sure, Gwena out in Pretoria. It is now 8 o'clock. Time for your latest news.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, LPC heads to court to strike impeached former public protector from advocate's role, and Matlanga Commission to rule on witness M's in-camera application. Good morning. The Legal Practice Council has launched an application in the High Court in Johannesburg to have impeached former public protector Pusiswe Mqebane struck from the role of advocates. The statutory regulatory body has cited several grounds, including unprofessional conduct. Kenny Mapanga reports.
In papers filed before the court, the body also seeks the court to order that Advocate Mkhwebane immediately surrenders and delivers to the registrar of the court her certificate of enrollment as the advocate of the court, arguing, among other things, that Mkhwebane is not fit and proper to remain as an advocate. This comes after Mkhwebane was removed from public office after a parliamentary Section 194 committee resolved that she should be impeached on 11 September 2023. President Cyril Ramaphosa finalized her removal from office 2 days later.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry is this morning expected to rule on witness M's application to have their testimony heard in camera. The witness has asked the Commission to close proceedings to the public, saying their evidence contains sensitive information. They say it involves people including heads of state and members of drug syndicates. Sibahle Mota reports.
Witness M says in an affidavit that they have become increasingly concerned about their personal safety and that of their family. The witness argues that the nature of the evidence they intend to present could expose them to serious risk if heard in an open hearing. Witness M is expected to testify about a specific drug bust and related incidents. The Commission is scheduled to resume proceedings at 9:30 this morning when Justice Madlanga is expected to deliver his ruling on the application before the witness gives evidence.
The Mount Edgecombe Arts and Cultural Council says the monument of slain whistleblower Babita Deokaran will stand as a beacon of bravery. It will officially unveil the monument next month on National Women's Day. Deokaran, who was a chief accountant in the Gauteng Health Department, was shot dead outside her home in August of 2021. This happened after she exposed corruption in the department. The council's treasurer, Vinashri Naidu.
We want to bring Babita back home to Mount Edgecombe, and we felt it very fitting to have it on Women's Day. It's also the month where she passed on, which is the 23rd of August 2021. The family is excited and happy that we have actually chosen to have her monument erected at our heritage site and to honor her, to also create awareness around justice for Babita Deokaran.
A 39-year-old man has been burned to death after a minibus taxi crashed into a stationary vehicle in Mitchell's Plain on the Cape Flats. Police say the incident happened yesterday. Police spokesperson FC Van Wyk says the deceased's car burst into flames on impact. Van Wyk says the taxi driver and one of the passengers in the minibus taxi was injured and taken to hospital. Police are investigating a case of culpable homicide. And finally, 12 countries are to spend more than $50 billion, more than 800 billion rand over the next 10 years on a new long-range missile to protect Europe. The outgoing British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is expected to discuss the Deep Strike project at the NATO summit. The BBC's Frank Gardner has more.
Billed as one of NATO's most advanced weapons, it's intended to strike targets nearly 200 miles away with pinpoint accuracy, possibly extending out to 1,250 miles. Sir Keir Starmer said this UK-led initiative will help bring European allies together to keep NATO safe for years to come. But like many planned military projects in the pipeline, Deep Strike is not expected to be ready until the 2030s.
Recapping the top story, the Legal Practice Council has launched an application in the High Court in Johannesburg to have impeached former Public Protector Busisiwe Mkhwebane struck from the role of advocates. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
From fuel prices to groceries and electricity, in an economy where the price of everything is going up, it's comforting to know that when you switch to Outsurance, you could actually save money on your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 50-year-old Lawrence, who saves an incredible 309 Rand a month on his 2025 Volkswagen T-Cross. How much money could Outsurance save you? Well, SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports Headlines Rugby. The Springbok prop Ntutuku Mkunu says he's ready to make the most of his return to the national team. And soccer, the World Cup quarterfinal stage is set as football's biggest names are chasing glory. We'll have details at around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
M1 South through Pretoria. It's a really busy Wednesday today. We're backlogging from just after Stormful all the way down to Rigel Avenue. The breakdown at Garsfontein's being clear, but there's a crash now at Rigel. So all of that traffic that was backed up into the stationary vehicle stays there and just sort of gets a bit worse because there's now a crash that we're dealing with. Big enough crash to just be holding up northbound traffic approaching Rigel as well. Irene busy again this morning. Main and Nell Mapius jam-packed. Mike 1 to Santon, slow from Parktown through to Greyston. A crash on Winnie Mandela at Matty. That's causing delays through Hurlingham, out of Randburg and out of Bryanston. Republican Winnie Mandela heading through to Santon, backlogging into that crash scene. Durban this morning, just a reminder, the M13, it's a crash just at the Richmond Road, so bottom of Fields Hill, the M13 through Pinetown, for those wanting to sort of get to the Kloof and Hillcrest area on the Fields Hill, that's slow. M19, roadworks going out towards Pinetown at Reservoir Hills. Below Rossborough Bayhead, all jam-packed this morning, a significant amount of truck traffic there. And Cape Town, the M1 into town, pretty slow from Plattekloof to Sable Road. M5 is by far the heaviest highway with queues from Ottery to Kubo get a change. Strandfontein Road north at Ottery is quite heavy as well, and the mist is the big story around Cape Town. It is thick, heavy and widespread. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 8:08. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the third and final hour of the show. Great to have you with us, especially if you've just tuned in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 o'clock. Coming up in this hour, we're going to get into our focus discussion. And today we're looking at democracy, right? And then the extent to which democracy is working for South Africans. We know that democracy isn't tested only at the ballot box. It's also tested when water doesn't run, when government is held accountable, when courts rule against the state, when rights are protected, even when it's unpopular to do so. And we are going to look at how ordinary South Africans decide whether they still trust the institutions that are meant to serve them. That's the conversation coming up shortly. Of course, also in the hour, we're going to bring the interview, F&B interview for small business. This time we're looking at AI. It's always confusing. How do I use AI in my business? Well, that interview is going to bring more insights. And as always, we'd love to hear from you. The conversation really belongs to you. The numbers to use, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
All right, it's 10 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing, and our focus for this morning is democracy working for South Africa. And it's a question that we're grappling with as a society, right? Because while we celebrate all of these political freedoms that have been won, that have been brought about by the 1994 miracle or dispensation, there are, of course, the perspectives around two very different South Africas in which people live. So let me welcome onto the show Professor Jolene Steyn-Kutzer, who is a Chief Research Specialist in Democracy and Citizenship at the Human Sciences Research Council. Jolene, good morning to you. Thanks for your time.
Morning. Thank you for the invitation.
Thapelo Mohapi is the General Secretary of Abahlali Basemjondolo. Thapelo, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. Good morning to the listeners.
Jolene, perhaps let's just start right with our understanding, our basic understanding of democracy and the extent to which you believe we as South Africans fully understand what a democratic state is and what the functions of a democracy are.
Yeah, it's always thank you, Kathy, a very interesting question because, if we look at politics, we do need to bear in mind that politics is perception and perception is politics, right? So when we start looking at democracy and the meaning of democracy and constructing the meaning around what democracy is supposed to deliver, at its very core, if we think about it, democracy is a system of governance. With a set of fundamental freedoms, of fundamental civil liberties and rights that's guaranteed through a body of rules, or in this case, a constitution. That is on the one hand. But on the other hand, we also find an instrumentalist or a more practical view of what democracy means, which in a nutshell translates into it needs to deliver some sort of socioeconomic goods, social benefit in order to start equalizing the societal playing field on which we are all part of.
So through that lens, and when you look at how South Africans generally assess the state of democracy and the benefit of democracy, what have you found that we're generally talking about when a South African says democracy is not working for me or democracy is not working for this country? What are they really saying?
Well, I think, we do need to bear in mind that when we look at some of the narratives, we have been conducting some research around the Dream of 94, for example, and what that dream meant for various people and population groups within the country. And it boils very much down to delivering those social goods, those economic goods to start equalizing the playing field. The country still grapples with high levels of racialized poverty, high levels of inequality. Of course, we know the unemployment crisis is reaching a boiling point. And we do find that inherently people are becoming a little bit more despondent. Democracy has not delivered on my expectations. I cannot find a job, or I have a university degree, I have been educated, but now I am unable to make that transition into the formal job market as a marker of adulthood as well, if you think about it. So we've also seen increasingly people starting to share a sentiment that says, you know what, it doesn't really matter whether I live in a democracy or not. It's got no impact on me.
Thapelo, let me bring you in here because one of the points that you make is that South Africa is a democracy in law, but not always in practice. Explain that to us.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity once again. To us, we are often told that we have democracy, but that has not been visible to us who are living in informal settlements, particularly when you are poor in this country. You are sidelined, you treated as somebody who does not exist. We do not count in the society. In fact, in the processes of democracy, in the integrated development plan, our people will raise issues that are very essential into the communities, as the things that should be treated as priority, like access to water, like access to electricity, access to roads, and so forth. And those would not be taken into consideration. But when the middle class raises issues like speed humps, issues that are not really issues that are bread and butter, those will be taken into consideration. And we feel that democracy in this country only serves the elite, those who are ratepayers, but the poor and marginalized, particularly the working class, when they want their democratic right to be respected, to be recognized, they are often met with bullets when they are protesting, like how we have seen in Morigana, where that right to protest was actually met with the killings of 34 miners. We've seen this whenever we have protests in Abahlali Basemjondolo, where police will use bullets and so forth. So we don't see that democracy being visible. But we're often told that South Africa is a democratic state, and yet that democracy only serves a certain individuals. When you have money in this country, then democracy will work for you. But when you don't, as a poor and marginalized person, you either be arrested and put into prison, be oppressed, and your rights will be infringed on.
You know, Tapelo, as you're speaking, I'm remembering the contributions of Ambassador Nozipho January Bardell on the reality check last month, who spoke about the freedoms, right, that we effectively signed up for when we entered a democratic dispensation. But what she said was that at the onset of democracy, it was always understood that, yes, while there is a commitment to freedom, certainly, it would also be accompanied by a fight for the implementation of those freedoms. And I wonder how much of that you believe applies today, that, yes, we have this constitution, right, that gives us the framework, that gives us the legal hold that we have, but that it exists in paper does not mean that it is readily available, and that there is going to have to be a level of fighting to have it implemented.
Yes, to some extent that is true. We sometimes are asking ourselves, why are these things that we need are in the Constitution, but at the same time we have to fight for as a result of that? I mean, but one of the main issue and what we are grappling with and struggling with as the poor and marginalized is that the challenges is the fact that, I mean, if you look at the Piccoli inquiry in Cape Town, that says that the deployment of police in the township was not enough as opposed to those that are in the Sea Point. At the moment, the public protector has released a report to say that the city of Cape Town has not providing enough services for the people of Langa and Khayelitsha, as opposed to the people who are living in affluent areas. So as much as we speak about democracy and the poor and marginalized having a seat at the table and raising the issues that they have, are these issues listened to, or are they just being ignored? Or is the fact that we are black and poor the reason why our democracy is undermined? Or those who have money, who are the elite, who live in affluent areas, when they raise issues? When the middle class in this country stands up, the government listens. But when the poor and marginalized, those who are living in shacks and in the rural areas, stand up and speak about the issues that they are facing, they are never listened to. So that is the problem that we are having in this country. That's why we continue to have the inequalities that exist, because certain individuals matter than the others. The voice of a certain individual matters than those who are poor and marginalized.
Jolene, on some level, it does seem that it is somewhat of a contradiction, right? Because we have this Bill of Rights that speaks about the protections that are afforded to those who are in this country. And yet, at the same time, as Thapelo is saying, it doesn't happen on its own. It sometimes, people have to go out into the streets. And is that part of why we see the disappointment in democracy? Because one would think that it's given. And if it's given, it should be a priority for everyone. Why must there be court action to ensure that schools have the proper sanitation so that young children are not falling into pit latrines? Why must it be a fight?
No, definitely. And I think, that's one of the, uniquely, let's call it wicked problems that one deals with in a democratic system of governance. And it's not just something that is unique to South Africa. One can look at other democratic contexts as well, where people are fighting for an expansion or an implementation of their constitutional rights. But it also, we need to consider factors such as quality of representation. To what extent are our representatives, our elected representatives, open to listening to the concerns of their constituents and able to take those concerns forward through the formal processes. One of the key elements as well that shapes people's perceptions, that this notion of, when I try to exercise my rights through the formal channels, it doesn't work. I'm being ignored, I'm not being listened to, or nothing gets done, is also around how factors of corruption have started shaping perceptions of how well the state functions in terms of catering to, let's say, poor people living in informal settlements. But also, on the other hand, we are seeing an increased deficit in service delivery in more, shall we say, affluent areas. So, that is the one element I think that we are not talking enough about, is our quality of representation, because we have to remember our political representatives, our political parties, those that we elect and vote for and put in positions of power, ultimately become, if you will, the custodians of our democratic rights.
How damaging is this perception that our democracy has eyes and ears, as Thapelo has said, that if you are poor, if you are marginalized, then the kind of way in which you are heard is simply not different? And I thought it was a great example, right, that he used of you live in a suburban area, it's complaints about speed humps and potholes, and you go across the street and people literally don't have access to running water, and yet how both these matters are heard and attended to are not the same.
No, definitely. And that's, again, for me, it boils down to that deficit within representation, a deficit within, I think, the perceptions that shape how political actors, and I'm talking specifically about political parties, how political parties engage different communities, as opposed to, for example, saying we have and I'm going to use my city. We have Walmer Township, for example. Walmer Township has no running water. Let's get the representative out to start mobilizing the relevant municipal officials in order to attend to that matter as they would in, let's say, for an area like Summerstrand. But very interestingly enough as well, we are now also seeing a lack of water flowing through the taps in more affluent areas. And what's interesting for me about that is now the issue of water provision and water rights is getting a little bit more airtime in the city, as opposed to when it was, if one will, localized within marginalized communities.
Thapelo, do you lay the failures at democracy's door, democracy as a system of governance, or do you think it's the people? Because democracy doesn't implement itself, right? And it requires all players, whether from government, whether civil society, whether political parties, and citizens, to be actively participating.
Yes, no, the system it doesn't have any issues. I think it's the people that are in power who are serving the interest of themselves and their families, and not the interest of the people at large. I think that it is very, I mean, as the Prof speaks, it is very problematic that as an activist, if when people say our water has been cut, and no one in the municipality gives us an ear, and nothing happens. And my first response is to go to the streets, vest your anger on the streets, and show that. I think it's a bad culture, but it's not a culture that people have implemented for themselves. It is something that government has given the impression that if you take into the streets and you blockade the road, only then you will be listened to. When you have a tire that is blockading the road and the smoke, and then people start complaining and saying what is happening there, and that is when the attention comes to the people. And I think it's a wrong impression. It is democracy should be that we are all at the seat of the table and be listened to. When there's no water in my community, and as a representation, as an activist, and I raise this to the municipality, and the municipality should respond accordingly, and there's no need for us to go into the streets. So I don't think the system on its own has a problem. I think the people at the helm at the moment have no interest and no regard for the people on the ground, and all they are doing is looting, because theirs is to actually enriching themselves and their families, and they have forgotten about the people.
What do you think can be done, Tapelo, to restore people's trust in democracy? Because that's what we know. Because we see that the trust in institutions, right? These are the institutions that are supposed to help uphold democracy in society. That trust is at an all-time low. How do we get people then to trust in democracy as a system of governance when they're being failed by these institutions?
Well, in South Africa, Katie, we still do have people who have the interest of the people at heart. And I think those that do not have should, in these local government, we should vote not because of history, but we must vote with our conscience and vote for representatives who has the people's interest at heart, who are going to serve the people and not their interest. We tend to, in South Africa, have issues that have emerged, scandals that have emerged of corruption. And when we go to the polls in a few months' time, we would forget about those and put the same representatives in the municipalities. But at the same time, I think if we want our democracy to work and for everyone, I think we should put politics aside. In some instances, Kathy, you will find that politicians who are running municipalities and there's a ward of a particular party that is not in government in terms of the municipality will restrict resources for that particular ward so that they prove that the ward councillor in that particular area is a failure. And that is politics. But at the center of it is depriving the individual people who are poor and marginalized of services while people are playing politics. So I think it's in all essence, we need to remove people who do not have the interest of people at heart.
Okay. Jolene, anything you want to add briefly before we wrap up?
No, just to share the sentiment as well, that politics is one thing, but I think given the moment of where the country is and this almost loss of faith that democracy is really working, I would want to implore political parties and representatives to really start looking at their own political culture and how they engage communities, because ultimately building a thriving country depends on us all.
Professor Jolene Steyn-Kotze, let me thank you for your time alongside Thapelo Mohapi. It's time for your 8:30 news headlines, and good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, National Treasury is briefing the media in Pretoria following its temporary withholding of funds to selected municipalities. It has flagged 69 municipalities across the country for persistent and serious non-compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act. The Legal Practice Council has launched an application in the High Court in Johannesburg to have impeached former Public Protector Busisiwe Mkhwebane struck from the role of advocates. And the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry is this morning expected to rule on witness M's application to have their testimony heard in camera. The witness has asked the Commission to close proceedings to the public, saying their evidence contains sensitive information. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It stays heavy this morning on Pretoria's N1 South. Got a crash at Rigel. In fact, there are 2 crashes between Rigel Avenue and the R21. That traffic coming south all the way back through to Linwood Road this morning. It is very heavy. Also, heads up, if you're on the N14, the Ben Schoeman Highway, expect a queue entering central Pretoria. And if you're on the Krugersdorp Highway, that earlier vehicle fire or truck fire between Diepsloot and the R55 Pretoria West exit, it looks like it's probably been dealt with. The queues that we had earlier are no longer there. Crash on William Mandela at Hurlingham. So William Mandela and Republic Road coming out of Randburg, both of those routes in towards Sandton this morning jamming. The Mike 1 from Melrose up into Grayston Drive still slow as well. Crossing to Durban, a reminder of the heavy truck congestion, a lot worse today than you might be expecting around the Umbulo, Bayhead and Rossborough areas. M7 is queuing, South Coast Road is queuing, Bayhead Road really is quite a big volume of truck traffic and very slow. Pinetown, a crash on the M13 at the Richmond Road junction. If you're moving through Pinetown, it's pretty heavy from St John's Avenue out towards the foot of Fields Hill. And then Cape Town, that mist, it just stays heavy, perhaps getting even heavier. It is rolling in off the ocean across the city bowl, the central area, and widespread across Cape Town. Just take it nice and easy. Make sure you've got plenty of time to get through. Visibility really badly impacted in many, many places. The M5, the heaviest highway this morning, still under pressure from Ottery all the way through to Coburg. Get a change. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
All right, Zaikan, good morning again. So, Ntutuko Mkunu, he's been given a second chance in the green and gold.
Hey, Kathy, you got to admit, Coach Rassie Erasmus, his selection headaches are the kind of headaches I think coaches dream of. So, yeah, too much talent.
Too many goats roaming around.
Yeah, it's a herd of goats. And, 28 of them, that's all he can do is hand out, those jerseys too. So we've got someone who didn't just knock on that door, he broke it down. That's Springbok prop Mngunu saying he's ready to grab the opportunity, earning a recall for Saturday's Nations Championship clash against Scotland at Loftus. The 23-year-old has been on the edge of the box setup since making his debut in 2022, but he says his move from the Sharks to the Stormers helped revive his confidence and the game. So, yeah, Rassie Erasmus making those 10 changes for Scotland and continuing his plan to test South Africa's incredible squad depth. Let's go to the FIFA World Cup, where the stage is set for a blockbuster quarterfinal lineup with just 8 nations left standing. Defending champions Argentina face Switzerland after Lionel Messi inspired another dramatic escape. They beat Egypt last night 3-2, while France will meet Morocco in a repeat of their 2022 semi-final, with the Atlas Lions hoping to make more African history. Spain, who have kept a record 6 straight World Cup clean sheets, will take on Belgium, and that's all eyes, of course, will be on Miami, where England will face Erling Haaland's Norway. Let's go to soccer stories closer to home. Kaizer Chiefs and South African junior international Obrigado Vilakazi. He sees the 2026-2027 season as the season of growth for him and what will be a demanding period competing in 5 different competitions. Now with Amakosi under the stewardship of a newly appointed head coach, Fernando de Cruz, and his technical team, Vilakazi said there's a lot of motivation in their camp and they're excited by their return to the MTN8.
Yeah, experience amajita sigrand isiphezulu kakhulu because for the past 2 seasons we didn't qualify for the MTN8, but now it's the MTN8. So I think nalokho kuyasikhuthaza as amajita ukuthi let's push.
Let's go to more soccer news. This time there's been stories circulating. Benny McCarthy and Quinton Fortune, both apparently are outraged by the VAR decisions. Former Bafana striker and Kenya manager Benny McCarthy has described his contempt for the quality of refereeing during Egypt and Argentina's last 16. Without being too upset, McCarthy hinted that the referee made calls that suited Argentina, the biggest of which was overturning Egypt's second goal, and that was because of a VAR review. Let's go to more news. This time we'll also bring you tennis court action where Novak Djokovic, he has powered through 5 sets is what took him to get through the next round against Felix Auger-Aliassime. He's booked a semi-final against Yannick Sinner. Meanwhile, in the women's draw, Karolina Muchova ended Naomi Osaka's Wimbledon run with a straight sets victory. She'll face Coco Gauff, and that's in the semi-finals. That's your sport on the National Briefing. We'll be back with John Gericke serving it up at around 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
This winter, warmth meets the wild. Welcome to Limpopo, where adventure begins. Enter Kruger through Pafuri Gate, where every turn reveals something extraordinary. Discover the wild side of winter at Funda Maria, with warm days and unforgettable encounters. Start your stay at Palabora Gate. Wake to Africa's beauty at Mopani Camp and watch memories unfold from sunrise at Oliphants Camp. Stay longer at Litaba Camp, where warm, wild winter truly comes alive. Celebrate 100 years of Kruger. One iconic destination, millions of memories still to come. Share your hashtag #MyKruger moment. Plan your escape today. Limpopo Tourism. Hashtag more to enjoy. Hashtag more to explore. Hashtag Go Limpopo.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
SAFmRadio is turning winter bookings into winter wins, and you still have time to join the fun. Book flights with us this month for travel anytime, and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a SAfmRadio voucher. That means your money comes right back to you for a future flight with us. It's all part of SAfmRadio's winter win back. Book now at flysafmradio.co.za. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. SAfmRadio, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day.
Well, let's get into our FNB business interview of the week. And today we're focusing on SMEs and AI. Now, AI can help businesses save time, improve productivity, and analyze information and automate routine tasks. For many SMEs, the question is no longer whether they should use AI, but how they can use it effectively. The greatest value often comes from removing repetitive work and freeing up time for activities that drive growth. These include understanding customers, solving problems, and building relationships. Professor Yurvi Sataram is Head of Analytics, Insights and Research at FNB Business. Good morning, Prof. Thank you for your time this morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Now, AI has moved from being a future concept to a practical business tool. Where are you seeing SMEs derive the most value from AI today?
So the most value comes from anything that is repetitive. An example there could be drafting an email or things that you need to do on a day-to-day basis that is a set of rules that could be automated. So most small and medium enterprises are deriving that value from routine tasks that are repetitive, and those things that are the easiest to actually go and automate and gain efficiency, freeing up time for you to go and do whatever else you need to focus on as an entrepreneur.
Can you trust AI-generated emails, Prof?
So that's an interesting question. The work is done by the AI, but the human being, the brand, the image of the brand, the face of the brand still maintains that accountability. So you can have the work done by an AI tool, but you still maintain that accountability for its output. So yes, to a large extent you can, but you need to make sure that you go and check it and approve as it starts to learn from you.
You know, many business owners also feel overwhelmed by the pace of AI adoption. And the truth is, many people just don't know where to start in as far as seeing meaningful benefits without overcomplicating things. So where should businesses be starting?
So this is going to sound a bit strange, but my best advice here is, what are you complaining about the most? Are you complaining that you don't have enough time on your hands? In which case, then there are potential tasks that you could automate. Are you complaining that your costs are running away and growing too aggressively? In which case, then look at your processes, look at how you are shifting goods from the warehouse to your shop or from the shop to your customer. Are you worried about the revenue not growing as much? So start off with the basics. You are here to run a business. A business needs to maximize its profit. Are you running out of time because there's too many things to do? Are you worried about revenue not growing as aggressively? Or are you worried about costs that are running away from you? Once you have that, then you can start to look at what AI can do per each of those questions.
I think let's crystallize it a bit more then, Prof. Which business activities do you find are best suited to AI?
So the example about operations, being able to service or look after customer experience is a great example here. If you have a website, and let's say customers interact with you on that website, we've seen lots and lots of businesses start to employ chatbots, where you as a business owner, you have a time to get up and a time to go to bed, but a chatbot can actually respond to your customers 24/7. So that's a great example of how you are still building trust and getting responsiveness to your customers, potential or existing, whilst using AI. A second example is on the revenue side of things. AI can help you to understand trends about your customer to make you better target them. So if I know that every single day this person comes in at 8 a.m. to order a coffee, I don't need to wait for them to order. I can actually go and say, oh, I know that this customers coming into my store. Let me go and get their order ready as soon as possible. So two different examples, one on the revenue side and one on the cost side.
Isn't that a great idea, right? Or imagine just your local coffee shop sending you a message, right, to double check. Kathy, can we have your order ready for you today? That's part of what automation means, right?
There we go. So that understands me. It shows the customer that whichever coffee shop I'm going to, they know what I like. They can confirm very, very quickly to what you mentioned, a WhatsApp message or a SMS or whatever, and I don't need to get there and then wait in the queue because everybody's quite grumpy in the morning until they've had their coffee. So you actually get to have a great customer experience. You build up trust with the customer because you are meeting them and exceeding their expectations for you, and that drives customer loyalty, which makes them come back again and again.
I'm going to put you a little bit under the hot seat now, because the big question is always which platforms are available for businesses to use, which ones are the best ones, where do we find them? Prof, do you guys have a list? Is there a maybe not recommended, but look into these ones potentially, because I think that's part of where the overwhelming factor comes in for businesses as well.
100%. So I guess the easiest way to provide that list is if you were to treat it like the coffee shop example, you would want to go into Google and you would want to check the reviews of the coffee shop, right? So with everybody creating AI tools left, right, and center, it's not about seeing what advert you view when you're scrolling on social media. It's about actually checking the reviews of that supplier. You have the bigger ones, which are more common, like your Microsofts and Googles. The downside there is they are more suitable to medium and large enterprises compared to smaller businesses. Smaller businesses don't have as complicated tasks to go and do, or may not need as many bots or usage of the tool. So for the smaller business, have a look at what's available as you see them, and then always make sure that you go through reviews to check are they trustworthy or are they not? Because some of these might just be a fly by night. Others would be more stable for businesses to use.
All right, Prof, I see what you did there. I see what you did. Professor Yuri Sataram, Head of Analytics, Insights and Research at FNB Business. So certainly do your due diligence when it comes to these platforms.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Have a tire.
Good morning, Kathy. Thank you for a great show. I love the subject this morning. Yes, I agree that it's the people we've elected to run the country who have failed democracy. I don't think it's democracy that's the problem. I think it's the people who are in power who have failed the democracy. And definitely, I agree with a lot of what your people are saying on the show today. I have a son who's disabled, and there's absolutely nothing for disabled people in South Africa in terms of being a democracy. Thank you for a lovely show.
Morning, Kathy. Morning to your guest. Democracy. Well, it's a gimmick. Democracy is the madness of the majority for the benefit of the poor, of the few. The madness of the majority for the benefit of the few. You look at the plethora of emerging political shops for their own benefit, fooling people that democracy will never deliver. It is the actual job, the development of a country that benefits the people, not the system. The system is made to benefit in the few individuals, whilst the poor, the majority, remains poor. Major from Kwatem.
Christian Pampatan, I find it very disturbing that many South Africans are dissociative of the laws that they should have participated in making. The South African legal framework says that public have got a right to participate in the law, exactly so that you do not come after some time and say, I do not know whose law this is. So we cannot blame it on parliamentarians when we ourselves dissociate ourselves from the lawmaking process.
All right, so many of you engaging on that conversation on democracy. John, you're in Cape Town. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, SAfm listeners. I have a problem with this democracy because the democracy for me is unaffordable. I grew up in apartheid, and during apartheid I didn't have access to a lot of privileges. I was not allowed to go certain places. But now today, when I'm allowed to go anywhere, I have access to anything, I just can't afford it. So that means it doesn't work for me because it seems to me I'm being outpriced in every asset of the privileges that I deserve. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, and John, what you're saying is about the economic goods, right? The social goods and economic goods that democracy is supposed to deliver within the system of governance. And I think that's a big challenge that we're sitting with as a country. Okay, let me head over to Rob Byrne with the final traffic update, at least on the national briefing.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
All right, Rob Byrne, good morning.
Yeah,
I've got a voice note from one of our listeners, and he wants to give you more details about a road that you reported on earlier.
Kate, good morning. A message to Rob. The cause of the pressure there on the M13 when you're driving towards Pinetown, say if you're coming from the direction of Westville on the M13, just before you reach, I think, Stapleton Road, but driving on the M13, there's a car that flipped over there. It's lying on its side, and there's emergency services around there. So that's the cause of the pressure. Thank you.
Some supplementary support coming through for you, Rob?
I'm a little worried about the security of my job. He could step in and do it, couldn't he? You know, with that sort of style, he could just do it. That was fantastic. Yeah, we were covering that collision scene this morning, going through Pinetown onto Fields Hill. Thankfully, it's being cleared. It's just being cleared up, and that run through from sort of St John's Avenue on the M13, heading up towards Kloof and Hillcrest, all fine now. Just staying in Durban, the first of today's breakdowns on the N2 South going into Spaghetti Junction. That's already pushing a queue back as far as Umgeni Road. It probably won't be the last to break down on that section today. Pretoria, N1 South all sorted out. It was a very heavy morning with breakdowns and crashes between Garsfontein and Rigel, but it's largely done and dusted, and that traffic moving. Busy midweek into Sandton. If you're coming up from Rosebank, no lights, Oxford and Bompas, so there's a queue on Oxford. Also William Mandela, Republic Road, down to Sandton Drive, busy. Greyston Drive around to Rivonia coming from the highway, and Catherine coming off Greyston down towards Sandton. That's quite busy as well. Cape Town, the M5 remains heavy today. It's been the standout queue. The M5 north from Rondebosch all the way through to Kubo, get a change. But there's just a lot of slow-moving traffic around Cape Town on a low volume day, but where there is a bit of traffic, it's going slow because the mist is so thick and it's so heavy. Please take it serious. You can hardly see in front of you in some parts of Cape Town. Others it's just really misty, and you might have a bit more visibility, but it's still not great. So give yourself time to get through safely. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get into our final segment then of the hour, Built in Mzansi, where we profile South Africans that are really making an impact in our communities and that are showing us what is possible. Today, we're going to be chatting to the founder of V Fusion Cosmetics. That's Matapelo Mutuku. And she's built a skincare brand, blending indigenous South African herbal wisdom with modern science. And she's also included her community in growing and sourcing the ingredients. And they now also become active participants in the growth of her business. Matapelo, good morning. Thank you for your time this morning.
Good morning, Oscar. Thank you so much for having me, and good morning to the SAFM listeners.
So what is indigenous South African herbal wisdom that you're putting into the skincare products that you're producing?
So maybe basically let me start by, I grew up in a community, or rather with parents or grandparents that were fully vested in the knowledge of traditional medicine, or you can call them herbalists. So at first it was a really not aesthetically pleasing seeing them taking that bark from that tree and that one from there and fusing it and doing that, and it's like you must drink and all those things. But I think later on and years later, then one realizes that actually what they are doing, it is science, but a science that has not been put under the lens of the microscope. And it actually works. So yeah, that's where I am pretty much. The knowledge that I have housed, rooted in my family traditions.
It takes quite something, right, to be able to source those ingredients as you're describing, as raw as they are, and then manufacture for produce for customers to be buying your products off a shelf in a shop somewhere. How did the journey unfold for you?
Oh, wow, that's a very interesting journey. Back in 2017, I've been with a research institution for some time, the HSRC. And I was just at home thinking, what is next? And I remembered something which my grandmother used to use. You know, your basic bath salt, the basic things that are in the kitchen, and she'll take them and mix and put in the bath, and she'd soak herself looking flawlessly, God rest her soul. And it triggered to me that, you know, these were basic things that herbs that we had in our garden that she would take and she would dry them up outside in the sun. They'll dry up. Then you didn't understand the process, why she would use this and that. I mean, one of the things that highlighted for me was when I was very sick. Sick with tonsils, nothing could help except the surgery. And I remember she said to me, bring the child here. She mixed a matured brandy and some medicinal plant from the garden that we had at home, and something in the kitchen that I no longer recall. What was it? And she made me gargle gargle out, and that infection completely cleared. And of course, I was as drunk as hell thereafter, but I've never seen a daylight of the theatre just to remove the tonsils. And now I look back and I say that was science. But if I were to do that today, it would raise more or less ethical concerns and regulations, to say the least. But such knowledge, really, one cannot go to school for, but you house it from the in-house.
Oh, Matapelo, unfortunately, that connection to you is not great, but we've run out of time anyway. So she's the founder of V Fusion Cosmetics. You know, as she's talking, I'm thinking about, why didn't I learn how to bake bread from my grandmother? She used to make great sourdough bread and jam, like the fancy jam that you would be buying for 50 rand Zelma today. But I didn't learn. Now I'm living in a sea of regret. I could be a jam maker, selling bread and jam. the city's best bread and jam. Oh, wow, what a story. Matapelo, thank you so much for sharing that story with us. Time for us to get out of here at the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph coming up next.
In our top stories, Treasury explains freeze on municipalities' funds and LPC's bid to strike Mkhwebane from advocate's role. Good morning. National Treasury is briefing the media in Pretoria following its temporary withholding of funds to selected municipalities. It has flagged 69 municipalities across the country for persistent and serious non-compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act. National Treasury says the aim of its action is to ensure fiscal discipline among local authorities. Meanwhile, the Buffalo City Metro in the Eastern Cape is one of the affected municipalities. It says it has noted Treasury's decision. The Metro spokesperson, Luzuko Boko, has given residents this assurance.
We wish to assure residents, stakeholders, employees and other consumers that we are fully cooperating with the National Treasury regarding the ongoing management of historical, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We are therefore confident that there will be no disruption to service delivery. Our commitment to maintaining an aggressive pace of road construction, ensuring consistent water and sanitation services and upholding the high standard of cleanliness achieved through our consistent refuse removal program remains unwavering.
The Legal Practice Council has launched an application in the High Court in Johannesburg to have impeached former Public Protector Busisiwe Mkhwebane struck from the role of advocates. The statutory regulatory body has cited several grounds, including unprofessional conduct. Kenny Mapanga reports.
In papers filed before the court, the body also seeks the court to order that Advocate Mkhwebane immediately surrenders and delivers to the registrar of the court her certificate of enrollment as the advocate of the court, arguing, among other things, that Mkhwebane is not fit and proper to remain as an advocate. This comes after Mkhwebane was removed from public office after a parliamentary Section 194 committee resolved that she should be impeached on 11 September 2023. President Cyril Ramaphosa finalized her removal from office 2 days later.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry is this morning expected to rule on witness M's application to have their testimony heard in camera. The witness has asked the Commission to close proceedings to the public, saying the evidence contains sensitive information. They say it involves people including heads of state and members of drug syndicates. Sibahle Mota reports.
Witness M says in an affidavit that they have become increasingly concerned about their personal safety and that of their family. The witness argues that the nature of the evidence they intend to present could expose them to serious risk if heard in an open hearing. Witness M is expected to testify about a specific drug bust and related incidents. The Commission is scheduled to resume proceedings at 9:30 this morning when Justice Madlanga is expected to deliver his ruling on the application before the witness gives evidence.
A high-rise building under construction in New York City is structurally unstable. This after two of its support columns started buckling yesterday morning. The building was evacuated along with surrounding buildings after reports of falling bricks. Video from inside the building shows the buckling beam. New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani says the building remains at risk of collapse. This comes as the city readies itself to host the Soccer World Cup final match and closing ceremony later this month. The BBC's Peter Ross has the details.
The fire department were called in, and after an inspection, the decision was made to evacuate and set up a so-called frozen zone around the building. That meant evacuating not only that building, but office blocks around it, hotels, streets were closed, and an emergency response was brought in that disrupted the morning rush hour around the very busy Grand Central Terminal, which is just a street or two up the road as well. As for the building itself, a safety manager for the building says that a steel beam on the 21st floor was compromised. Two support columns inside the building were buckling, and according to fire officials, several upper floors were sagging.
Recapping the top story, National Treasury is briefing the media in Pretoria following its temporary withholding of funds to selected municipalities. It has flagged 69 municipalities across the country for persistent and serious non-compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation. Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfm.
Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news, read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Turnich, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome to the program. Great to be with you on this. It is our Wednesday edition. That's right. Thank you for that, Patrick. I'm Joanne Joseph. The team is with you, Gidewe and Melissa, producing the show and taking your calls as well. Patrick on sound, Khunsi behind the camera today. Remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814 or go to our website and listen live there. In addition, if you have the SABC Plus app, which we know is hugely popular, you're welcome to tune in there as well. We are also video streaming our broadcast, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. Good morning and welcome if you're joining us from a territory outside of South Africa. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcasts onto our website. You can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. So remember, we start the show off with an open line, right? Our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614104107. So we've had a complaint in the last few days, in fact more than one complaint, that we are focusing too much on one particular issue, and we're getting a lot of calls, a lot of voice notes, etc. on migration. We are focusing on many other interviews over the course of the show, as you know, and we'd love to hear from you on those subjects. So what we are going to do is, in the hour of a particular interview, we are only going to take calls and voice notes on the subject which we are tackling, right? We can't be a one-trick pony. So we've got to focus on many of the other big issues in the country that may also be dogging the country. There may be positive things that we can talk about in terms of developments in the country, and I'd love to hear your views on the other issues issues as well that are really dominating our conversations right now. Let me tell you what some of those topics actually are. In this hour, we are connecting in a very positive way with the NAMSA, the Automotive Business Council. And NAMSA, of course, is that organization that acts as an umbrella for all the car makers in the country, and they've had some very good news. The auto industry has had the highest number of June sales in 19 years. It's a massive achievement, and we want to find out what exactly was behind that. I was quite interested in that because I thought, the price of petrol has gone up, the cost of living in general has gone up. How is that people are still buying cars? And there are all sorts of reasons for how that number gets aggregated, but as South Africans, we love our cars, that's clear, and we're finding a way to be able to afford these cars. So we're going to have a chat to Shani Gobiezo, who is the interim CEO of that organization, and she'll speak to us right after 9:30. All right, something else that we are focusing on today, and this is the issue of lifestyle audits. We're spending a little bit of time in the 10 o'clock hour on this because it's really become compulsory, as you know, and it should be for government departments to be engaged in lifestyle audits to make sure that people are not living beyond their means through the proceeds of what could potentially be crime, right? We've got to clamp down on this, and lifestyle audits are one of the easiest ways to do this. So we're having a general conversation with the Department of Public Service and Administration about what's being done in government departments in terms of these audits, these lifestyle audits. And then we're drilling down to the South African Police Service. There's a CEO of a consulting firm, Sanjit Hanuman, who wrote a really interesting article in independent newspapers. And it was all about what has to happen in the SAPS in regards to lifestyle audits. And I'd like to hear from you on that, because you're seeing the fruits of not actually going through those lifestyle audits and holding them at the Madlanga Commission, right? There's a reason that so many people in the area of policing are appearing there, are being arrested, are being accused of various different crimes, and it's because those lifestyle audits have not been done. The precursors to that were done, but the actual lifestyle audits themselves weren't. And had they been done, they might have actually exposed the kind of wrongdoing that has been alluded to at the Madlanga Commission. So we'll talk about that a bit later on. And then, do you have a child at university, or are you studying at university? And what is your engagement with AI? The universities are grappling with this right now, right? It's not an easy thing. You can imagine a lot of children come out of school with a big gap in their education. They want to lean on AI, on, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, whatever other software they're using to be able to produce essays and all sorts of other content that they need to produce. The question is, what are the universities going to do about it? How can they tell whether a student's work is authentic or not? Because at the end of 4 years or 3 years, or however many years it takes you to finish your degree, they've got to hand you a certificate with their brand on it that says, this is a certificate that proves that this person is competent in the particular area in which they've chosen to study. And if they don't know that, because you've used AI throughout the however many years you've been there, there's a serious problem, right? It presents a problem with credibility. But the universities are thinking about it in a slightly different way, apart from policing. So we'll have that conversation with Stellenbosch University a little bit later on. Looking forward to that. Right now, it is 9:13. I'm taking some of your calls. Dwaisa in Ezingolweni is on the line to us. And good morning, Dwaisa. You want to talk about EFF and Julius Malema's name being mentioned at the Madlanga Commission yesterday? Hi.
Yes, indeed, damning evidence, Joanne, and good morning to you and to the SAFM listeners. I'll try my best to cut my long story short because of time.
Okay, thank you.
Quickly, you remember last week, MKP member of Parliament, Mr. Shongwe, told the Commission that how Julius Malema in particular tried his best and fought for the name of Major General Khan's name not to be included among those who would appear before the ad hoc committee at Parliament.
Yes.
And I think as of yesterday, according to the evidence which is given in the Khan's absentia, General Khan's absentia, it came clear that why was that the case. We learned that a set of 4 questions were sent to Malema by Khan so that Malema could pose those questions at Parliament. Isn't that disturbing? And you know what is disturbing the most to me is the fact that I'm sure, I hope we won't be. It's only fair to conclude, therefore, that maybe over the years, members of EFF and Julius Malema in particular have been used as conduits by external forces to serve their interest, based on this. This is the same testimony yesterday. And going forward, you remember it also transpired that an amount of 50 million was paid to both Malema and Shuvambu by the then VPS chairperson or chairman, if I'm not mistaken, but by Mr. Matodzi. And that 15 million was, we were meant to believe that it was a donation to the EFF, but in fact, according to the evidence again yesterday, was a protection fee for that same Mr. Matodzi. And lastly, what disturbs me the most, actually it pains me, is that that 15 million was made of deposits from the poor families and hawkers who have invested in that VPS bank,
Yes.
and those families and poor hawkers and poor municipalities are the very same constituency the EFF and Julius Malema in particular claims to serve their interests.
Yeah, that's the part
What
that
a
breaks my heart
contradiction.
about it, Dwaisa. I think of the elderly ladies, for example, who queue or have been queuing to be able to get their money there outside. Those are the visuals I can never forget when we ran that story years ago. These visuals of elderly people standing in the queue. They can hardly stand, many of them, And that is what breaks my heart about that story, about who lost their money in that process. But Dwaisa, you're very much on top of that story. Thank you very much for breaking that down for us so well. And absolutely, there's so much to think about there. John, in the Eastern Cape, John, you want to talk about rules of engagement. What are you referring to, John?
And the other day you lectured a caller on the rules of engagement on the program, and
Yes.
you were quite right. I've got it's a small gripe. It's not a big one.
Okay.
But I think honestly, every caller who calls in asking the presenter how you are, it's from a listener's perspective, it's so irritating, and I think it's very bad radio. And I think honestly, it's been explained on the basis, but no, South Africans are very polite people.
We are polite.
You can be polite without asking people how they are repeatedly. I mean, honestly and truly. A normal greeting, hello, Joanne, and get on with whatever it is you have to say.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Thanks very much for that. But
Thank
you're right.
you.
South Africans are exceptionally polite, and that's why a lot of people will call in succession saying, Joanne, how are you? And in radio, we're just really trying to save time, right? Because we're always up against the clock. So it helps for them to just launch right in there. But John, that also reminds me of something that government officials have been trained to say good morning to you and good morning to the listeners. And I actually did an interview a couple of weeks ago in which somebody spent half a minute greeting everybody before he got into the meat of the interview. And there is such a thing as being excessively polite. Lowered in Alberton, good morning to you. You want to talk about Emmerson Mnangagwa extending his presidential term?
Yes, but I've got another dimension on that. What I want to talk about this morning, Joanne, is that President Mnangagwa has since allayed my fears or my concerns.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he has just pronounced on a public platform that all the provinces in Zimbabwe, including Matabeleland, Masvingo, Harare, etc., are readily awaiting for the return of the Zimbabweans who are still in South Africa. I was so buoyed to listen to that, to hear that from the state president in Zimbabwe. And then additionally, to to put the cherry on top, there is a Zimbabwean philanthropist called Kudakwashe Tagorei, who has since committed an amount of $1 million to can assist for the transportation or evacuation of the Zimbabweans back into their country. You know, I was concerned because the Zimbabweans are forming a larger chunk of foreigners in our country. So I was worried that the country, that side is quiet, but at least the president has allayed my concerns, and the Zimbabweans who are still in South Africa, I'm sure they are going to heed the call.
Okay.
My last point.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Paul in Zanin is on the line. Paul, actually, if you will allow me, please, Paul, I'm going to take a short break here and we can continue our conversation as soon as we come back.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This winter, warmth meets the wild. Welcome to Limpopo, where adventure begins. Enter Kruger through Pafuri Gate, where every turn reveals something extraordinary. Discover the wild side of winter at Funda Maria, with warm days and unforgettable encounters. Start your stay at Palabora Gate. Wake to Africa's beauty at Mopani Camp and watch memories unfold from sunrise at Oliphant's Camp. Stay longer at Litaba Camp, where warm, wild winter truly comes alive. Celebrate 100 years of Kruger. One iconic destination, millions of memories still to come. Share your hashtag #MyKruger moment. Plan your escape today. Limpopo Tourism. Hashtag more to enjoy. Hashtag more to explore. Hashtag go Limpopo.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far. We come to you. If you're rolling in a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
23 minutes past 9 on the dot. And Paul, thank you for waiting for that ad break. Paul in Zanin, what do you want to talk to us about, Paul? Good morning.
Hello, Joanne. I want to talk about the Legal Practice Council and the Legal Practitioners Security Fund.
Yeah.
So I've been struggling with the LPC and the LPFF. So then I think January, the lawyer who was helping me with my RAF claim, he passed on in a car accident.
Oh gosh, sorry.
So then I called RAF in February. Then I discovered that they said that the matter was settled around the 14th of February, meaning the money was paid into his trust account, which the LPC is in control now. So I've been struggling with the LPC. I've been calling them, but you get no straight answer.
Because they should have, by rights, Paul, they should have replaced the lawyer, right? They should have given you another legal representative. Am I correct?
You are correct. That's what I was told in the beginning.
Yeah.
I was told that no, a lawyer will call me, the one who has my file. So the lawyer never called. I called back again. So I said, "Can I come and get my file?" They said no. So you can't get your file without a lawyer. So I've been trying. They've been saying send email. I send email. Send document. You send documents. Nobody even gives you a straight process. How is this thing going to work out?
Yeah.
They keep passing you around.
Yes.
So it is a struggle. I imagine those the old peoples. So I'm a lucky one that I could manage to know about these things. But you imagine about those people who don't even know that the lawyer has
true.
died.
Yeah. Their claims would just fall by the wayside. Paul, thank you for letting us know that. I'm going to put you back to Genelwe. Let's keep your details. Let's try and get hold of the RAF or the LPC and just see if we can help you get a replacement lawyer so that they can take your case forward. I'm so sorry about what's happened there. Let's listen to one of your voice notes now about politicians.
Good morning, JJ. I share the same sentiments with the previous caller, Dwaisa. He is absolutely spot on. Politicians are not serving the interest of the people, are serving their personal interest. The political parties are personality cult. They don't serve the interest of ordinary South Africans at the heart. They're serving personal interest. Thank you, JJ.
Thank you so much for your message there. One of you says, good morning, JJ. Really appreciate your professional way of presenting your talk show. Keep up the good work. My Durban sister, says my homie, Stephen Vilibane. Stephen, thank you so much for that kind message. Stan in Durban is on the line to us. Stan, you want to talk about the 600 million spent on the policing of the protests?
Joanne, great program. You're very professional. You calm and collected. We're learning a lot from you. Quick one. Would it be asking too much of our government for a breakdown of how the 600 billion was spent this time last week and how much went to the comrades? Because comrades needed to eat as well. That's number one. Number two, this ANC government is taking us for a ride, Joanne. They dismissed Utolashe, Social Development Minister. They appointed Udina Pule.
Yes.
On what grounds? Because they all fitting from the same stuff. Anyone who can explain that to me as an ordinary person as to on what basis did they bring Pule back, having been found guilty on so many issues at that point in time? My parting shot, has the national dialogue died a silent death? It's quiet. Thank you, Joanne.
Okay,
Great show.
Thank you, Stan. You packed a lot into that call. Thank you very much for listening. I mean, first of all, I think we need to ask for an itemized bill, actually, of that 600 million. We're told it wasn't for one day, that it's going to be spread over a period of time. And if there are going to be protests every week for the next 6 months, perhaps it's going to be put towards that. But they need to answer that question. SAPS needs to answer that question. Agreed. Dina Pule, I mean, the analysts are telling us that perhaps the president needs an ally in his cabinet now, because there doesn't seem to be a logical reason for reappointing Dina Pule. She wasn't convicted of a crime, absolutely, as some of you have pointed out, but somebody who's under suspicion of a crime ought to at least be investigated. And while she's being investigated, if she's suspected of unlawful behavior, then how does she become a cabinet minister? It's a good question. I believe the NDP is still going behind the scenes, by the way, Stan. There are smaller gatherings behind closed doors that are still going on, but I'm not seeing anything happening in the public domain like you. Bunakele in Khayelitsha is on the line to us. Bunakele, good morning.
A very good morning, JJ. So, I'm still on this World Cup.
Oh, yes. You're
last night at the Mhlomo and FM, I spoke with the Plat Komafani.
Yes.
I predicted that Argentina, using their experience, they're of course going to win. And it just happened exactly like that.
Okay, but tell me this. Can I ask you this? Because my husband was complaining about their win last night, and he said he said they were favoured.
Yes. Okay, you can finish.
Is it true?
Yeah,
that Argentina was favoured over Egypt.
You see, that's something that I wanted to talk about. When you win, referee's decision is final. So I hear a lot of people are complaining penalties are supposed to be given to Egypt. For me personally, but I was on the road. I didn't watch it, but I was listening on radio. So all in all, a win is a win. I'm not the only one who favored Argentina using their experience, and they happened. It just happened like that.
Okay.
Coming from 2-0 and winning 3-2, I mean, we need to be fair. Irrespective, for instance, we're going to have different views in looking at the way the referee was handling the match. But all in all, our prediction was absolutely 100%. So, but we are left with only that Morocco, which you remember what I told you about?
Yes, you don't know
That
whether to back them or
is it representing Africa? So what are they going to say? So hard luck to Africans, so to speak, you understand?
Yes,
so
yes.
I'm just happy for Messi, you understand, to go through.
Okay, wonderful. Bonakele, at least there'll be good football to watch. You know, Bonakele from Khayelitsha there. He is very focused on the World Cup. And tell me about what matches you've been watching and what you saw. I haven't been. You know, when the matches are on, I'm generally preparing the show. So I listen with one ear to my husband either rejoicing or complaining. And that's really, it's a very superficial way of keeping tabs on what's going on in the World Cup. But I must tell you, I've been watching this guy Haaland from Norway, and I'm quite fascinated by him, this big-boned man running around the field. Maybe we can chat a little bit about him after this. 9:30, it is on the Daily Discourse. Let's connect with Anne Musa for your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, National Treasury has briefed the media in Pretoria following its temporary withholding of funds to selected municipalities. It has flagged 69 municipalities across the country for persistent and serious non-compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act. The Democratic Nursing Organization of South Africa has expressed concerns over deteriorating working conditions for workers in the public health system. This comes as the Health Ombud is today expected to release a report on the deaths of healthcare professionals at public facilities in KwaZulu-Natal. And the Legal Practice Council has launched an application in the High Court in Johannesburg to have impeached former public protector Pusisiwe Mkhwebane struck from the role of advocates. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
9:32 on the Daily Discourse, listening to your voice note.
Good morning, Kathy. One thing I've realized coming to the politics, I find it very irritating to a point where I don't feel like I can vote in South Africa because you don't know. We add a party, and when the party comes in, the only thing they think about is the money that comes in with their leadership. And obviously, when someone gets in power, they want to build themselves first, and the people around them, they want to do favors for them. That's why I feel like South African system will always be a developing country, and in that case, will always be going down. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't vote.
Thank you for that. You know, I'm in two minds about it because on the one hand, I think voting is a very powerful thing, and it does help us put in place the few honourable people that we might be able to find in our community or in a party who might want to stand for the right reasons and might represent our views and our rights and that kind of thing. Well, I understand that's not always the case, but I still think the ballot box is a very powerful place to do that. And if we don't, it often can skew the outcome. You know, you could end up with a party in power in a particular ward or a particular city or particular country that we're not happy with, right? And if we haven't actively participated in having a voice on whether that we believe that person ought to be in power or not, then we may bitterly regret it afterwards. Sometimes you're just picking from a bad bunch. And that's the reality of it. You make a choice of evils at the ballot box, but you've got to make the best choice possible within that framework. I think, which is the only way to make it work. But I hear you. I do. Colin in Cape Town is on the line to us. Colin, you want to talk about countries that helped South Africa during apartheid?
Yeah. Good morning, Joanne. You know, the very same countries that helped us in apartheid days are contributing now to our problems in this country by a great deal. Because I'll give you the reason. Number one, if those countries looked after their country, built infrastructure, created jobs, their people wouldn't leave the country. If they weren't fighting each other, they wouldn't leave the country. Now we've got to sit with this problem now. Now you take like China for argument's sake. They helped the ANC government. But we are suffering now. They flooding our markets with everything. Our clothing, our leather industry has gone. It's disappeared off the face of the earth, of South Africa's earth. They are coming into this country, building malls, the Chinese. They're employing only Chinese. Go to a mall and you see a Chinese shop, a Chinaman shop. It will just be Chinese in there. So nobody's talking about China. It's also contributing to our unemployment. And our government is not taking any note of that. It's not interested in it. They are stealing our exotic plants, our animals, and our abalone by the tons every year out of our waters. And things like that, crime, the whole lot. It's all coming down here because governments in Africa can't run their country and create employment for their own people.
All right, Colin, thanks very much for that call. You might want to comment on that. How do you feel about the Chinese involvement in South Africa? Because, of course, yes, there are many Chinese people living in South Africa now. And I think that the reason that has happened is because we have a closer relationship with them than we've ever had before. And you do see a lot of Chinese people in South Africa. I don't know about the levels of documentation of Chinese people in South Africa. But there has been a tendency among certain Chinese companies I know to employ only Chinese people in their enterprises. And I mean, clearly there is a language issue for one thing, but I think also we need to think about all populations that are coming into the country and whether that is, the fact of their being here, if they're going to be involved in businesses particularly, whether they are creating jobs for South Africans. We've been given this figure that for every migrant who comes into the country who starts a business, that 2 South African jobs are created. Is that the reality with Chinese people who come into the country to work here? All right, I'm going to take a last call from Gade in Butterworth. Good morning to you, Gade. What's on your mind?
Good morning, SAfm listeners. How are you?
Yes, we're well, thanks. Gade, go for it, please.
Yes, madam. Yes, I will be shortly, madam.
Thanks.
I have been proposing here to have a debate on the two-party state versus the national, the multi-democracy.
Okay.
Yes, because we have enough of many parties, because they doesn't work for the poor of the poorest.
So you want you prefer
yes,
the model
I'm
of a two-party state?
Yes, two-party state. Can we debate the two-party state versus the multi-party democracy? Because as from 1994, we are still struggling to get a job, crime. So it doesn't work for us, that multi-party democracy.
All right. I'm just curious to know, Gade, how that's going to work. I mean, you can't outlaw all the other parties. We've got hundreds of political parties in this country. They all serve different interests. For us to get to a situation like the United States, where they've got the 2 main parties that people largely vote for, the Republicans and the Democrats, other smaller parties would have to be almost wiped off the landscape in order for that to be possible. I'd be interested to know what two parties you have in mind and what you propose to do with the existence of all the other parties.
Because I hear no, madam, because we have tested the multi-party democracy for 30 years, but this doesn't work for the poor of the people.
Okay, all right.
Except those who have the proximity to the Rupert and Benham to get money and campaign using the poor of the poorest. Can't we debate it on the national radios, in all SABC radio stations?
Yeah.
That is how we are going to test the views of the people who are voting for this multi-party democracy.
Okay, and which 2 parties would you like to see as the front runners of that?
No, it will be decided by the debate of the masses on the ground.
Well, it's going to be tough to get a consensus there, Gade, but thank you for that idea. I think... Yeah, it's a different political system. It's going to be very difficult to move from a multi-party democracy to 2 parties. But I'm happy to take more of your suggestions on that if you agree or disagree with Gade in Butterworth. All right, let's take a short break. When we come back, we're talking about increased car sales. It's a positive story.
Has your identity number been blocked? The Department of Home Affairs is calling on all individuals whose identity numbers were blocked before November 2022 to visit a Home Affairs office and submit representations to resolve their status. You have until 10 July 2026 to appear in person and provide the required supporting documents. Failure to respond may result in cancellation of the affected identity number following the completion of the administrative process. A blocked identity number can affect your ability to access jobs, education, banking services, social grants, and even participate in elections. For more information, visit www.dha.gov.za. Click on Blocked IDs. The Department of Home Affairs, delivering dignity for all.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. And we'll call you back. SMS now. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
9:41 here on the Daily Discourse, and the South African auto manufacturing sector is celebrating its June success. It sold the most cars in the month of June in 19 years. More than 54,000 vehicles were sold. Let's find out what's behind this positive development. Shani Gobieza, who's Interim Chief Executive Officer of Automotive Business Council, NAMSA, joins us on the line now. Good morning to you, Ms. Gobieza. Welcome to the program. Great news for the auto industry and the economy. What's behind the surge in sales?
Good morning, Joanne, and thank you for inviting me, and good morning to your listeners. Well, Joanne, I think several factors have come together. Firstly, there's a strong replacement demand after many consumers have delayed their purchases, right, over the recent years. But secondly, what we've seen is that it also continued, particularly in the business and government sector. But you would also see that consumers have responded positively to availability of competitively priced vehicles across our various segments when you look at the sales. But finally, I think mobility remains an essential part of daily economic activity. So even in a constrained economy, you can see that South Africans still need reliable transport to work, conduct their businesses, and support their families.
You know, I'm hearing what you're saying about the issue of people waiting to buy cars, but it still seems a bit counterintuitive in an economy like ours, right? The cost of living, we know, has increased. Fuel prices have gone up, although they're ticking down now. What motivates South Africans to continue buying cars in what is actually still quite a constrained economy?
I agree with you, Joanne, and I think the biggest question that you are asking us is, does this mean the economy is improving?
Yes.
The automotive market is often regarded as the leading indicator for economic confidence. So strong domestic sales suggest that there are areas of resilience within the economy. However, we always caution that we should avoid concluding that all economic challenges have disappeared. And quite correctly, we know that pressures of fuel cost, inflation, and household affordability continues to strain affordability, but it's the total cost of ownership that you should be looking at. Yes, consumers can afford to buy vehicles. The biggest question we have is that will that pressure disappear? But we know that the automotive industry remains remarkably resilient despite the pressures that you're seeing.
And what areas of manufacturing saw the largest increases?
Well, if you look at the numbers, look where you've seen the biggest increase, Joanne. And if you look at our exports, those have declined immensely. And we always say for our local manufacturing output, if you want to see a barometer of progress or success, you should be looking at our export numbers and not necessarily our domestic sales, because South Africans usually would procure cars that are imported, and our local manufacturing base exports close to 70% of what we produce in the country. And should South Africans then expect the momentum to continue, we always say we should be cautious about that. But we are quite concerned about export decline, because that shows that what we've been saying around constraints of policy and what government should be enabling for our local manufacturers remains a critical issue, regardless of the domestic sales that you are seeing that are increasing.
So what do we do to increase those exports now? For example, I see that the Cherry they've been in the country for a long time. They took over the Nissan factory last week. Nissan is still active in the country. Of course, it's still going to be importing its vehicles into our country. But what does it mean when there are changes like this happening in the automotive sector?
Well, as South Africa, we are quite fortunate in this case is that we lost one OEM and we gained another one.
Right.
And because we are a globally integrated manufacturing and export economy, it matters because it underpins an investment decision for production volume and future model allocation by global manufacturers, right? We still say policy certainty still needs to come into a decision-making position, because mobility is transforming into new energy vehicles, canvassing for that certainty to come quicker than later. We've also reported that we've lost some model allocation because of policy uncertainty. So our local manufacturers are under pressure, but we are quite encouraged by the DTIC's appetite with Minister's Office as early as yesterday with our social partners. Minister gave us an assurance that he wants to make decisions quicker. He wants to support the automotive sector. So we are confident that with this agility that Minister has brought onto the table, the tide might turn if policy certainty is finalized.
Tell me, how many sales do you expect to end the year with, given the current trajectory that your industry is on, Ms. Gobiesa?
Well, you are putting my job on the line, Joanne. But I would say, should South African expect this momentum to continue, we must be cautious. We know that improving logistic performance, supply chain pressures continued, and it provides that mobility momentum for us. However, we know that affordability remains critical, Joanne. The inflation, fuel prices, and interest rates will continue to influence purchasing decisions during the second half of the year. So we must be cautious as much as we can see that our market and our industry is very resilient.
All right. We're really hoping it's going to be a good rest of the year for you. Thank you so much for putting us in the picture there. Shani Gobiesa is the Interim Chief Executive Officer of the Automotive Business Council, NAMSA.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Heading towards 10 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and I want to listen to some of your voice notes at this hour.
Good morning, Joanne. The reason why South Africans keep buying cars in this economy is because a car is a necessity. A car helps you do a lot of things that makes life easier. It has become, a mode of transport has become a necessity, especially when you own your own or when you have one at home. So that's why we are buying it even in this economy. And one more thing, Joanne, that caller who talks about the rules of engagement, that's wrong. As we were raised like that. I didn't sleep with you. I didn't wake up with you. When you answer my call, I'm going to ask you, how are you doing?
Thank you very much for that message. All right. One of you says, morning, Joanne. I respond to the caller about multi-party democracy. It works so well for me. They police each other and press on to outsmart each other, says Matari in Gauteng. And one of you is speaking about the current government.
Good morning, Joanne. It's Eddie here in KZ. And Joanne, we don't have a problem of democracy in South Africa. The biggest problem that we've got in South Africa is the current government. We've got laws here, they're not implementing them. The problem is the ANC. We've got a power-hungry organization that is just determined to destroy this country to the ruins. The ANC, all they care about is to make sure that they fill their pockets. People are crying out there. They ignore them. That's where the problem is in this country. Thank you. Eddie, KZN.
Morning, SAfm. I agree with the Gati there from Batawe. Man has got only two sides, the head and the tail. You've got only two choices in politics. Two-party state is okay. Not all these multi-parties, bazaar shops and so forth, they are taking advantage of us. No progress, no development since 1994. There is no progress there. Two-party state is all right for me. Everyone loves money, but it's got only two sides. For two choices, tail or head. Anonymous.
Johan, thank you very much. I'm just, I think I support the caller who just called now to say, hey, I think our leaders have failed us a lot in such that we don't want to vote for them anymore. I think it's a waste of time voting for these people. Because in democracy, we suppose as the people to choose our own person. Not choose that person because we see the person on the ballot. These guys are supposed to come to us and present themselves. What are they going to do? Then maybe a group of five people say, we are contesting for such position. We want you to vote for us. So this thing of just give us a president, then we must vote for that person, is not working.
Thank you so much for that feedback on the political system in which we're living and the ideas you have about how it could possibly change. Dumelo in Welkom is on the line to us. I want to take his call next. Dumelo, good morning to you. What's on your mind?
Hi, Joe, and how are you?
Hi there. Well, thanks, Dumelo. Go for it. Tell us what's on your mind.
All right. I wanted to talk about one of the issues that I'm currently dealing with here in Welkom, in the Free State. So there is one of it's a school based in Welkom, in the CBD, Ward 35. It's in Readers Park. It's one of the oldest schools. It was once very beautiful, and it was demolished back in 2021. Okay. It was demolished in 2021 after it was recognized that the building was about to fall. Now it's been 6 years since the school has not been built. And relevant authorities, they never even came to the community to come and tell the community why the school has not been built. Since, well, they from 2021 until now, they only brought, what do you call those, mobile classes.
Yes.
And
what are those containers
yes.
or something, Dumelo? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. And we are not happy as a community. We are definitely not happy. We want them to come forward and explain to us as a community why are they not building the school? We want the school for our kids. And the primary school, we want it. You know, the most painful part is that that's the only primary school that we have here.
Gosh.
And even now, the learners, I'm talking about school kids, they are less than 500.
Okay.
500. So the reason for my call is for you to organize us as SAfm, those relevant parties, to come forward, because there's no way that in our lifetime that we're going to be having kids not getting a good education. Not now.
Yeah.
Not in this South Africa. We want the school to be built. These politicians, they must stop lying to the communities. In fact, these ones, they never even came to the community. They've never. We just see them responding on social media. We just see them responding on this other news departments where they mention that no, we are busy with it. They are not busy with it. They are not busy. So I would request that please, can you please intervene, help us to get the relevant people, departments from Department of Education in the Free State, DBE. Department of Education nationally to come forward and build a school. That's the only thing that we want. That's not so difficult.
Yeah. No, look, Dumelo, you've given us some details. What I will do is put you back to Gilewe and let her get all the details from you. I would like to speak to the headmaster or headmistress, whomever's in charge of that school. Let's get a few more details from them. Let's get the Provincial Department of Education on there, or even the National Department, and find out exactly why the school hasn't been built the way they promised it would. You know, what concerns me is it's all very well giving kids containers so they just have a roof over their heads. But those containers deteriorate over time, right? They leak. In summer, it's extremely hot to learn in there. In winter, it's very cold. So I mean, those are not conducive conditions for children to learn in, right? I'm sure you'd agree with that. Nobody wants to work under those conditions. Nobody wants to learn in those conditions either. So I think it's definitely worth a conversation with the DBE on that. Tumelo, thank you for flagging that with us. Let's listen to more of your voice notes.
Good morning, JJ and the listeners. I'm focusing on Ronaldo. Ronaldo must retire from the game. Before the game retire from him, he must retire altogether from playing soccer game. In Botaville. I love Ronaldo. I love him very much. He must retire. He achieved a lot. Thanks, JJ.
Thank you very much for that. I mean, I don't have an opinion either way. I know he has millions upon millions of fans all over the world, Ronaldo. But I think, their bodies, funny enough, my husband and I were talking about this the other day. It's amazing how early they have to retire, because they get slower with age. They become a little bit less agile. And imagine being in a career where you have to retire so early. I mean, it's quite astounding. I think the same applies to ballet dancers and people like that who have to go into early retirement. It must be quite tough, but I think one probably has to make that decision at some point of your life as to when it's going to be the point when you call it a day.
Good morning, Joanne. Joanne Mataboche. I'm sending this message to deal with the attitude of that person who yelled at you yesterday, saying that you're wasting time by making some comments. It looks like that person is misled or is confused, because a journalist has got a way of analyzing and making some comments. And when you don't like a thing, it doesn't mean that you are saying that from hatred. You're saying that because of facts. You have to be factual. So he wasted this airtime yesterday by calling in and raising his voice against you. Thank you.
Shame. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate the support on that. I've got to admit to you, and this doesn't only apply to me, it applies equally to Melissa and Gineo, where we've taken a lot of hate on the lines in the last few weeks. It's been particularly over the migration issue. And some people phone in and they'll completely disagree with you, right? They'll have an entirely polarized opinion to you. But they'll conduct themselves in a way where you can have a discussion with them, and they're very reasonable people. And some people are just hateful, and the amount of abuse that Ginewe and Melissa take it's really quite astonishing. Sometimes you wonder, is it worth having conversations with people who are so unreasonable? So I really, I appreciate the listeners who call in and engage. Even if you disagree with us, that is not an issue at all. This is Talk Radio. Agreement and disagreement is normal, right? It's often the order of the day. But the way people have been speaking to the two of them in particular, it's made us actually very conscious that we have to be careful about who we put on air more than ever before. Because people are coming on and saying actually very unlawful things, insulting things. They're also saying things that are not taking the conversation forward, right? And that's part of our duty as journalists, is that we've got to actually, it's not social media, right? Social media is not policed in many ways. You can go on there, you can say what you want, you can hide behind an avatar, you can insult people. This has got to be a credible platform, right? For your sake. As the voters and the electorate of this country, and of people who deserve to be informed factually of what is going on. So we'll have the tough conversations, but hopefully we can have those in a structured and respectful way.
Good morning, Joanne. Yeah, I start not to believe now that there's a democracy. Yeah, because if you check all the countries that are not using democracy, like China, like Russia, like America as well, they are rich. But what about the countries that are using the name democracy? They are poor. Check all the African countries who got the freedom before us. Their foreigners are here in South Africa because they've got what we call democracy. to me, democracy is a scam to scam people. Morning to you.
Morning to you. And thank you for that. I mean, I wonder if it's democracy in itself that is a problematic system, or it's the way that it has been implemented in many of our African countries. Democracy should have brought equal opportunities for people. It should have brought dignity. It should have brought equality. It hasn't done that because, to my mind, it's the way that people have used it or failed to use it as a proper tool in governance. So perhaps we can have more conversations about that. One last message before we go to the news. Morning SAFM. Multi-party governments are good. They police each other well, says Welile Nsulo. Thank you so much for that. Keep those messages coming. That brings us to 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse, and that means Anne Musa is standing by with your latest news bulletin.
In our top stories, in-camera request by witness M granted and concerns over working conditions in the public health sector. Good morning. The Matlanga Commission of Inquiry has granted the request of witness M to have their testimony heard in camera. The witness had asked the Commission to close proceedings to the public, saying their evidence contains sensitive information. They say it involves people including heads of state and members of drug syndicates. Witness M is reported to be a businessman whose safety would be compromised by a public hearing. The Commission's chairperson, retired Judge Mbuyiseli Matlanga, delivered this order.
Yes, we've read the application and we are satisfied that it should be granted. But I propose that rather than go through all the paragraphs of the order, I should just grant an order that says the application is granted.
The Democratic Nursing Organization of South Africa, DENOSA, has raised concerns about worsening working conditions in the public health sector. Health Ombud Professor Tahule Mokoena is expected to release a report today on the deaths of healthcare workers at public hospitals in KwaZulu-Natal. The briefing is expected to outline the findings of the investigation and recommendations aimed at improving safety and working conditions for healthcare workers. Sibonelo Kumete is DENOSA's provincial chairperson.
Several complaints have been received when it comes to that, but some of those complaints comes in different forms. Some of them, they come in a form of complaints from patients, but you remember the department has another way of finding out whether there is shortage or no shortage. There are procedures where you find the patient has complained and there are committees that are established, or you see the incidences. Those incidences need to alert the department on the conditions of which the nurses are working.
National Treasury has briefed the media in Pretoria following its temporary withholding of funds to selected municipalities. It has flagged 69 municipalities across the country for persistent and serious non-compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act. National Treasury says the aim of its action is to ensure fiscal discipline among local authorities. The Legal Practice Council has launched an application in the High Court in Johannesburg to have impeached former public protector Busisiwe Mkhwebane struck from the role of advocates. The statutory regulatory body has cited several grounds, including unprofessional conduct. Kenny Mapanga reports.
In papers filed before the court, the body also seeks the court to order that Advocate Mkhwebane immediately surrenders and delivers to the registrar of the court her certificate of enrollment as the advocate of the court, arguing, among other things, that Mkhwebane is not fit and proper to remain as an advocate. This comes after Mkhwebane was removed from public office after a parliamentary Section 194 committee resolved that she should be impeached on 11 September 2023. President Cyril Ramaphosa finalized her removal from office 2 days later.
And finally, a high-rise building under construction in New York City is structurally unstable. This after two of its support columns started buckling yesterday morning. The building was evacuated along with surrounding buildings after reports of falling bricks. Video from inside the building shows the buckling beam. New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani says the building remains at risk of collapse. This as the city readies itself to host the Soccer World Cup final match and closing ceremony later this month. The BBC's Peter Ross has more.
The fire department were called in, and after an inspection, the decision was made to evacuate and set up a so-called frozen zone around the building. That meant evacuating not only that building, but office blocks around it, hotels, streets were closed, and an emergency response was brought in that disrupted the morning rush hour around the very busy Grand Central Terminal, which is just a street or two up the road as well. As for the building itself, a safety manager for the building says that a steel beam on the 21st floor was compromised. 2 support columns inside the building were buckling, and according to fire officials, several upper floors were sagging.
Recapping the top story, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has granted the request of witness M to have their testimony heard in camera. The witness had asked the Commission to close proceedings to the public, saying their evidence contains sensitive information. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation. Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfm.
It is in your hands now.
July is Mandela Month on SAfm. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy. What have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished?
Quantum on SAfm.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the second hour of our program. Lovely to have you along for the conversation. We've had a good first hour, very constructive conversations indeed. I'd love to continue that throughout the show. Let me tell you what's coming up in the next few minutes. We're talking about the issue of lifestyle audits. We do need to get in there as soon as possible because it is going to be a lengthy and in-depth conversation. We're speaking to the Department of Public Service and Administration about lifestyle audits for public servants, and we're going to drill down to the police service and what lifestyle audits for them would look like were that to be properly implemented. We're speaking to the CEO of a consulting firm about that. So you're more than welcome to weigh in on that conversation as well. Our studio line number 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. All right, and I do want to see if we have any of your voice notes left. No, we're not getting any more voice notes right now on this issue, but I'd love to hear from you on exactly what this would entail. Do we need to institute lifestyle audits on a greater scale in this country? What are your ideas around how we could do it in organizations? And, can we actually feasibly, because it also sounds like a very lengthy admin process. Let's find out what is possible here. What we do know is that government has been implementing lifestyle audits across its departments to strengthen accountability, to wipe out corruption. It's now ramping these up, and we've all heard of lifestyle audits, but how exactly do they work? Let's find out from Dr. Solomon Hogenrad van Mark. He's the Department of Public Service and Administration's Chief Director of Public Administration Ethics. Good morning to you, Dr. Hogenrad van Mark, and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. What goes into a lifestyle audit?
Good morning and good morning to the listeners. Now, a lifestyle audit in the context of government, it's a three-pronged process where public servants are required yearly to disclose their finances through an electronic disclosure device where all this data is captured. Then the ethics officers in departments scrutinizes this information that was submitted. We call that the lifestyle review. So when they scrutinize, they compare it with databases on the INATIS for cars, the deeds office for houses, the CIPC for any businesses, also looking at debt, gifts that's received, trusts that is in your name. So all of that. And then when the ethics officers scrutinize and they find that there is some anomalies, they then refer that for an investigation. And that's when the second part of the process starts, where the investigator in the department will go through the information, see where the money trail leads, and then engage the person, but also external sources to make sure that the anomaly is, that there's a solution for the anomaly, yes, or that when there's issues that they can open a case with the police, where the police will then carry on with the investigations and prepare for the prosecution. Right. In extreme cases where it's very, very difficult to find the money trail, then they will involve the auditors, so that the auditors can, with their experience and the expertise, then find the missing gaps.
Right. Tell me, is a lifestyle audit merely conducted on an individual working for a government department, or can it extend to family members or others in that person's inner circle?
Currently, it's for the public servants yearly when they disclose. When the case is now referred to the police has a mandate to look at the family, inner circle, nephews, nieces, friends, whatever. So when they do the investigations, they then go into that depth. We did change the Public Administration Management Act, the area around lifestyle audits, now to also make provision for information on close family members.
Right, that I think is important. Tell me, Doctor, why does the auditing process not cover political office bearers, municipalities or public entities?
Currently, the legislation is strengthened around the public service. That is now national and provincial departments, where the Minister for Public Service and Administration has a mandate to require them to disclose and to go through a lifestyle audit process. So that process is now, since 2022, strongly going on. Now, what are happening currently is that we're working with a municipal sphere. We're working with Cocta and Salga, where we established a task team, where we now want in the next year prepare legislation under the Public Administration Management Act, so that we can also roll that through to the municipal sphere, so that we can now, in the entities and the municipal sphere, all municipalities and the national and provincial departments can have lifestyle audits. And that will fall under then the mandate of the Minister for Public Service and Administration, but collaborating with the Minister for Cocta as well. So the office bearers is a totally different legislation, and that is run by the presidency, where they have now a similar process in place, but it's not legislated yet.
All right. So, I mean, hopefully it can be tackled from that angle. But tell me, within the public service, are employees at all levels examined, or does this only apply to senior staff?
Every year, senior staff, that is now from level 13 to level 16, is obliged to submit their financial information to go through the lifestyle audit process. But from level 9 to level 13, which is the middle management, they are required to do so every second year. But with the senior management, we also require of all supply chain management, all finance managers and all ethics officers to disclose yearly. We have another mechanism in place that if there's an employee, maybe on level 2 or 3, where a person of the public or a fellow colleague see that this person is living beyond his means, they can report that, and then that will trigger a lifestyle audit as well.
Right. Tell me, there are some concerns about investigators not fulfilling their mandate as they ought to, Doc. What problems have arisen there?
The main problem is the availability and the skill set of government investigators. We found that a number of departments do not have the investigative capability or capacity, and that actually hampers the rollout and the implementation of lifestyle audits. So we try to plug that now by having those departments who do have investigators to volunteer to assist other departments, but also to look at capacity building within the DPSA to assist with the investigations if that should be required, and also to have a memorandum of understanding with the SIU, which is, of course, capacitated to do these type of investigations, and they are involved in the process, then to get involved, especially where there's high-risk departments.
And tell me, do they have the advanced investigation skills required to follow these complex paper trails? I mean, you spoke about getting auditors involved, but at what level do the auditors come in? Are they placed within the department? Do you have to go outside to get auditors to assist with advanced investigations?
That would be the decision of the heads of department, but it would be outside auditors. You can't bring your internal audits into this process because they have to provide surety of the process. They cannot get involved in the lifestyle audit process itself. So you will have to go outside and get then the required skill set. But that would be for the minimum of cases, around 2% in the public service.
And how regularly do these audits occur, Doctor?
We found that every year we have lifestyle audits. So in 2024, we did around 14,000, that is now SMS and non-SMS members that underwent lifestyle audits. And then in 2025, it increased to 170,000. So from that, you find that in 2024, 900 were referred for further investigation, and then less than 1% of that would go into real auditing. And we found that most of that took place where the SIU were involved in, for example, Gauteng Department, Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, where they go into the auditing process itself.
Right. Does centralized software exist that links investigation systems so that the moment an individual is flagged, all necessary departments have access to that information?
We have a centralized system for the finances where all the information is on the e-disclosure system, where the ethics officers has access to that information per department. So it will not be POPIA compliant if everyone has access to all the information, but the department who has access to their information definitely will know the information about investigations. And so what we found to be a limitation is that the monitoring tools for especially the DPSA to play a much more rigorous oversight role, we need to beef that up. And we're busy with that process with SITA to see that we can red flag departments, for example, where they do have cases, but they do not respond to it or they do not investigate.
Thank you so much for your insight into this, Dr. Solomon Hogenrad Vermaak. He's the Department of Public Service and Administration Chief Director of Public Administration Ethics.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Good morning. I think with the Umhlanga Commission, That's all those people who've presented at the Mhlanga Commission. I think those would be the first people that they should be doing lifestyle audits with, because my golly, they're living way above their means because there's been so much corruption. So I hope they're all getting audited. Thanks, Beth from Durban.
Hey, JJ, and all SAFM listeners, a very good morning. Well, lifestyle audit. I posed a question in one of SABC sister station where I asked whether when is it going to begin? Because they are actually quite afraid to start implementing this policy of lifestyle audit. And how do you then go about doing it and get to the bottom of the rot that is affecting all spheres of government? That's Andile from Stagspread in the Eastern Cape, near to borders.
Thank you so much, and full of the joys of spring as always, even in winter. Thank you for that. So these lifestyle audits have begun already, and as our previous voice note sender said there, I think it was Beth, said something along the lines of, the people at the Madlanga Commission should absolutely have gone through these audits, and you're quite right. It makes you, watching the Madlanga Commission, makes you realize how important a tool lifestyle audits can be in determining who may be involved in dishonesty. But this is the surprising thing. The South African Police Service has actually conducted the precursors to lifestyle audits, but nothing actually ever came of those. Now, founder and managing director at AIB Consultants, Sanjit Hanuman, wrote an interesting piece on this in IOL. I thought we should invite him onto the show to discuss this in more detail. Mr. Hanuman, welcome. Please just remind us of what level of investigations in the SAPS have taken place in the last 5 years, although those never ended up in lifestyle audits.
Joanne, before I answer, let me say who I am and who I'm not. I'm a financial services consultant. I look at money, disclosures, and governance for a living. I'm not a police spokesman and I'm not a lawyer. I wrote this piece as an ordinary South African, the man in the street who relies on the police like everyone else. When I was growing up, if I saw a police van coming down the road, I straightened up. Whatever I was doing, I made sure I was doing it right. I didn't want to be questioned. I didn't want to be reprimanded. That's what the uniform meant, respect. Today, people do wrong right in front of the police, and we're very quick to say the police don't care. Maybe we should be asking ourselves, why have they stopped caring? That's really what my article is all about, because the overwhelming majority of our officers are honest, hardworking men and women doing dangerous work for a very modest pay, and a small corrupt minority is tainting them with a brush they don't deserve. Lifestyle audits are how we protect the honest majority, find the rest, and start winning back the respect that uniform used to command.
Right. Now you mentioned here that there has been an effort to get to the point where lifestyle audits could begin, right? But it hasn't gone beyond that point. What level of investigation exists within the SAPS right now to pave the way for lifestyle audits?
Well, I think your initial question with regards to the level of investigations, the numbers come straight from Parliament. The acting police minister's own written replies in June. Over 5 years, the SAP has verified 4,608 financial disclosures from its senior managers and did 450 lifestyle reviews. Now, here's a number that made me sit up. The cases that went on for a full lifestyle audit, 0. So either our police generals are the most financially virtuous people in the whole public service, or the process designed to catch dishonesty is broken.
I mean, the Madlanga Commission would suggest to us that that's exactly what has happened. So tell me now, what is the next step? What does the police service need to do to actually start introducing these lifestyle audits, and perhaps not just at a senior level, but among junior staff and administrators as well?
I think the key thing we need to start looking at is when we say junior, senior, we need to look at over 100 senior members were found to have interests in companies they hadn't declared. 23 had vehicle discrepancies, in plain language, cars that don't match what has been declared. Others had property that couldn't be explained. 15 had problems with both. At least one senior member showed what the minister very politely called a questionable pattern of personal notes. Now, that's not a discrepancy when from a proof of income or a proof of crime point of view. People make mistakes on forms. They exactly the red flag audits exist to investigate. And flags after flags were raised and nobody pulled the thread. Joanne, clearly I can't look into people's hearts and I won't guess at motives. What I can say is that the system shows discrepancies get flagged, but no consequence management.
Right.
Sorry.
Continue, please continue.
So every South African knows the pattern. Today a person is arrested, tomorrow they're released. Why, how, and by whom? The answer lies within, and that's exactly what lifestyle audits are designed to expose. The SAPS itself admitted it needs help. Late August, the National Commissioner formally asked the SIU to second people to do these audits. It's almost a year now, no agreement has been signed. And there's a deeper problem. An audit is only as credible as the independence of the people acting on it. When senior appointments are politically brokered, the auditors answer to the audited. And I think that's where the problem lies.
I mean, there's also a very strange practice where self-disclosure is required, and clearly, I mean, that's not going to work in a police service where a lot of people are compromised and are not prepared to actually come forward to reveal that. I mean, why would they?
Well, I think if one looks at the legal basis of lifestyle audits, it's well established. It isn't something new from an intervention point of view. The Public Service Regulation of 2016 required designated officials to disclose their financial interests every year. Then after the Zondo Commission exposed state capture, the Department of Public Service and Administration made lifestyle audits compulsory across the public service from the 1st of April 2021. So the framework has existed for 5 years, grounded in the institution and the Public Administration Management Act. The problem in the SAPS has never been the absence of rules. It's been the absence of follow-through. The rules exist on paper, but in practice it becomes an administrative filing exercise. And let me stress, these audits are done with due process and respect for privacy. They're not there to punish, they're a shield for the honest, not a witch hunt.
So what are the ultimate solutions to eradicating corruption in the SAPS?
Well, I think if one had to look at, I would basically take it to 7 practical things. One is, I would say, sign the SIU agreement. Gauteng, the Northern Cape, and basic education departments have shown the model works. 2 is automatic annual cross-checking of every SAPS employee, all ranks against eNatus, the Deeds Office, and CIPC. 3, risk-based random audits in the danger zones, procurement, firearms, evidence rooms, borders. 4, disclosure duties that survive suspension. 5, report the results to Parliament every year. 6, political leadership appointed on merit, not political patronage. And 7, for me, this is where it all starts. Go back to the basics. No policy, however well written, survives without truthfulness and trust. That, to me, is where the real challenge to integrity and honesty begins, not in the paperwork, but in person. So alongside the audits, I'd like to see SAPS invest in structured courses and programs in Ubuntu and human values, because the time for merely talking about Ubuntu is over. We must actually understand it and live it, especially when we serve the people of this country. Start with every recruit at the college or academy and refresh it right through the ranks to the generals who, dare I say, may need it most. Not a box-ticking workshop, real sustained grounding in self-empowerment and self-mastery. Because an officer who has mastered himself who knows his own worth and lives by it doesn't need a lifestyle audit to keep him honest. Systems can catch the dishonest, values grow the honest. We need both. But Joanne, may I end with something which costs nothing?
Yes.
The systems will take time. There's something every listener can do today. When you see a police officer, greet them, smile at them. Even the strictest officer will melt. It's a small thing, but it might make their day and it might just start the change in our police service that we all want to see and remember forever. Let me add one thing that runs through all 7. Protect the whistleblowers. Nothing changes until someone finds the courage to speak. General Mkwanazi reminded us of that. One person standing up for the country can move a nation. And I believe there's a General Mkwanazi in all of us. And to be fair to the female police officers out there, there's a Commander Chiliza who you're probably going to be seeing coming up as an Mkwanazi in the next 2 or 5 years. And I believe that this exists in us. We don't all get a hold of a press conference, but we can all stand for what's right, side by side with our police men and women, the honest majority who stand for us every day. Such for me is the spirit of Ubuntu. I am because we are.
All right.
Because this was never a witch hunt against the police. It's about bringing back what we had, a uniform that commanded respect.
Right.
What we want to have, one officer, one disclosure, one greeting at a time.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Sanjeet Hanuman, he's the CEO and founder and managing director of AIB Consultants. That brings us to 10:30 here on the Daily Discourse. Let's connect with Ondela Mbana for your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne, and a very good morning. The case of self-proclaimed crime intelligence agent Brown Mokgotsi has been postponed to the 3rd of next month. He appeared in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has gone into a closed session after granting the request of witness M to have their testimony heard in camera. And Uganda's health minister says his country will deploy medical experts and establish new Ebola treatment centers in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
10:31 on the Daily Discourse, and thank you so much for listening into the program. Thanks for your voice notes that are coming through. I will listen to some of those in just a moment. I just want to tell you about something that is on right now, and perhaps we can just dip in to give you an idea of what is going on here. And essentially, there you go. Patrick's trigger fingers too fast for me. but essentially, we are looking at the Health Ombud right now, releasing the findings of a number of deaths that occurred at hospitals in KwaZulu-Natal. Right? And the Health Ombud has been looking into that. He's been looking into the individual cases. I'll tell you more about them in just a moment. Such a sad story, actually. But let's just listen in briefly to what he's saying.
Loss of a number of specialists and the inability to get those posts filled due to budget constraints. These challenges have implications for service delivery and staff well-being. The next case is that of Dr. Zulu. Dr. Zulu was found. The investigation found that Dr. Zulu, a 20-year-old male, was a medical doctor working in the Department of Anesthetic and Gwelezane Hospital, and he died of motor vehicle accident 25 kilometers from the hospital while he was off duty. On the day of the accident, Dr. Zulu was traveling with colleagues in the early hours of the morning en route from watching a soccer match in Durban. One of the colleagues survived and was able to give us account of those tragic events. There's no evidence linking this accident to workplace conditions or systemic issues within the hospital.
There we have
However,
it, the Health Ombud there, giving his feedback on a number of cases that were actually flagged by Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi. And so he is essentially, they've done a full investigation after a number of months, and they've come back to give their results to the public. We'll actually inform you, we'll put you in the picture as to what is going on there in a more comprehensive way once we have a good hold on what comes out of this media briefing. All right, in the next half hour, we're talking about another important issue here, and this is the Constitutional Court finding. It found certain aspects of the Refugees Act unconstitutional. We're going to dive into that in a moment with a ConCourt expert, a constitutional law expert, to find out exactly what this is about and what implications it will have for the way we handle the entry of migrants into the country. I do want to listen to one or two of your voice notes on the previous story before we go ahead with this.
Good morning, Johan, the team, and your guest in studio there. The problem when it comes to SAPS, even the recruitment system, it's very, very failing our people. People pay bribes to get to SAPS. You'll find families where there are 2 to 5 cops. You'll find families where there are, like, most people in that family, their kids are police. So the recruitment system is broken. So how can you put people who don't follow the rules and expect them to follow the rules whenever they are absorbed by SAPS? Anonymous.
Thank you so much for those messages. 10:35 it is on the Daily Discourse, and there has been a development in the Constitutional Court in regard to migrants seeking refugee status. The Constitutional Court has ruled that parts of the Refugees Act are unconstitutional. The same finding was made in the Western Cape High Court some time before. Let's find out exactly what the implications are. Postdoc Research Fellow in the Faculty of Law at the University of Fort Hare, Dr. Rosaline Muvevi, joins us to explain this. Doctor, good morning, and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. For starters, what parts of the Refugees Act have been found to be unconstitutional? Doc,
good morning, Joanne.
There we have you. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Good morning to your listeners, and thank you so much for having me. So the parts of the Refugees Act that are in question are Section 4(1) subsection F and Section 4(1) subsection H, Section 4(1) subsection 1(1). And part of the refugees regulations, these relate to Section 8, Regulation 8 in particular. So these are the provisions that the Constitutional Court dealt with yesterday, and that's what we will be discussing in this segment with you, Joanne.
So just talk us through from a practical point of view, especially where a migrant is fleeing a conflict situation in their home country or may have lost their documents along the way. How is the South African government expected to be able to verify whether the information they're receiving from the migrant applying for refugee status is correct or not?
Okay, so the starting point, Joanne, I think it's important to take through the listeners what goes on and what happens, or the rationale behind this. So by nature, a refugee is someone who is running away from their country due to several factors, and as you've rightly pointed out, it could be political persecution, it could be war, it could be a disaster. So by nature and generally speaking, they are running away in some instances without any documentation to prove their identity. They leave everything and just run for shelter. So that's the starting point. And in the context of South Africa, we have these different categories of refugee or asylum seekers influxing into the country, seeking shelter in South Africa. So that's one. The second aspect that you highlight is how then do we verify the legitimacy of their claims that they are seeking refuge in the country. If I can put it loosely, there is no way of at face value verifying that, because they are refugees by nature to begin with. So, which is why this judgment is particularly important, because then it allows us to give them a chance to be heard, give them shelter first, and then allow processes to take their course. That is, do not allow the administrative processes to hinder the full unpacking of the circumstances and whether there is a legitimate claim by the people seeking refuge in the country.
But doesn't that potentially put our country and our citizens at risk? Say, for example, this is somebody who is fleeing a situation or a country where they have committed a crime, and that may be their reason for fleeing. It may not, but they may have committed a crime anyway. If we are not able to verify that, surely that does put our citizens at risk, having that kind of individual in our country without a knowledge of their previous conduct.
The judgment, Joanne, is not saying we shouldn't verify that. We will, but the take home is that we must not use a blanket approach to just deny everybody such refuge due to non-compliance with certain provisions. For instance, reporting at the port of entry or not reporting at a center within a specified number of days. Remember, these are people who are actually not versed with the laws and policies of South Africa. So we must, if I can put it that way, give them benefit of the doubt, and then unpack or deal with the administrative issues and the other issues later, issues of merit, if I can put it that way.
Let's take a short break, please, Dr. Mubebe. We are coming back in just a short while, and we'll continue the conversation with you then.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Do you know what our problem is?
We have a problem?
You're a little clingy.
Clingy?
Every time I start getting somewhere, you want me.
But I need you.
You can't have all of me. I need a little room to grow.
So what are you saying?
Put me in a Nedbank 32-day notice account. Give me some time. I'll come back better. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and bank your money this July savings month. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
Continuing our conversation at this hour with Dr. Rosaline Mubebe, postdoctoral research fellow in the Faculty of Law at the University of Fort Hare, and she's very carefully unpacking for us this Constitutional Court ruling in regard to the parts of the Refugees Act being found to be unconstitutional yesterday. So, Dr. Mubebe, to continue our discussion with you, I see that in this judgment, a particular reference was made to the Refugee Act's bearing on children. What was the court's stance on this?
Okay, so remember, when it comes to children, the principle is governed by Section 28 of the Constitution, which stipulates that in any matter, the best interest of the child is paramount or is important. So in this particular case, Joanne, the rights of a child of a refugee seeker or an asylum seeker is attached to that of the parent. So by infringing, if I can put it that way, on the rights of the parent, we are indirectly or unjustifiably prejudicing the children of asylum seekers and refugee seekers in that manner. So that's why the judgment is important when it comes to children in that regard.
Justice Majid also had some strong words for the state on the argument of human trafficking which it made. On what grounds did he object to this?
Please come again, Joanne.
Judge Majid also came down hard on the government in regard to some arguments they had made in terms of human trafficking and migration. What exactly did they say that upset the Constitutional Court in regard to that? Okay.
The issue of human trafficking is very topical and one that requires urgent response from the government. It has been ongoing for a very long time. And fortunately, I have written quite extensively about it. But at this point, Joanne, I think it's very important for us and our listeners as well to understand that there is a difference between the issue of child trafficking and what is at hand here. Yes, the nature of child trafficking is far-reaching and encroaches in every other aspect that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. But when it comes to this matter, Joanne, I think the take-home is that we must not unnecessarily expose children to trafficking by widening the gap or widening opportunities for syndicates to take advantage of. Right. I think for now, let me just pause it there.
Okay. We've got a call from one of our listeners. Charlie in Koffiefontein is on the line to us. Charlie, what's your take on this ruling?
Joanne, I'm going to be diplomatic. You've asked the doctor there, how are you going to verify that these people are not dangerous people? The doctor could not answer that. The doctor said we should give them the benefit of doubt. It was a valid question. You could have, there are serial murderers who are roaming our streets. We cannot verify who they are. We should take what they are saying at face value. Now, this opens the door for each and every one to come to South Africa, knowing very well that if they are caught by a law enforcement officers, all they're going to do is just go back to the judgment of the Constitutional Court and say, no, you should give me a chance to apply. Doesn't matter how long they are away, because I don't hear the doctor saying that there's a specific amount of time that asylum seeker or refugee should get their papers in order. They can be here for years and years and stay undocumented, but then when they're going to get caught, that's when they're going to say, no, but now you should give me a chance to apply for documents, and then you cannot deport me.
All right, Charlie, thank
you.
Yeah,
can I just say to squash all these things, we have been saying, and we are going to say it again and going to push it. The South African government needs to withdraw from the Refugee Convention of 1951 so that all these things we avoid them, because now people are taking advantage of our constitution. We should withdraw, plain and simple. And then when we're going to rejoin again, we are going to rejoin with strict regulations saying that the nearest country where you are from, you should apply asylum or refugee there. You cannot skip 6-7 countries and come to South Africa, whereas there are a lot of countries that you can go to. That is totally unfair on us.
Charlie, thank you. Let's get an answer from Dr. Mubebe on this. Dr. Mubebe, what is your take on what Charlie has said?
Thank you, Joanne. I think what we must emphasize is that the judgment does not seek to remove border controls or to override immigration laws. What it simply says is that when someone seeks asylum in our country, their claim must be fairly assessed before they are excluded from refugee protection. Now, that being said, also, we must also look at the bigger picture, Joanne, and see that what it practically means is that officials are simply being stopped from dismissing applications at administrative stage. So what the judgment does is that it's allowing asylum applications to proceed, and it's also giving power to the officials to assess the substantive aspect of the claim, and only after such consideration has taken place, that is on the merits, can a refugee status be granted or be denied. So we are not saying people must be allowed to roam around without any verification. We are simply saying, or the judgment is simply saying, officials cannot stop the process at the administrative stage, Joanne.
All right. Thank you so much for that. That is Dr. Rosaline Mubebe, postdoctoral research fellow in the Faculty of Law at the University of Fort Hare.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
Heading for 10 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse, and Tech Central has run an extensive article on the issue of how South African universities are managing artificial intelligence. The emergence of generative AI means students can cheat so much more easily than ever before. This makes it difficult for universities to test the authenticity of students' work. Let's find out how one South African university is coping with this. Dr. Hanley Ardendorf is Senior Advisor at the university's Centre for Teaching and Learning at Stellenbosch University. Dr. Ardendorf, good morning. I think I'm correct in saying that in the wake of the emergence of generative AI, a lot of universities were chiefly concerned with policing the use of AI. Is that approach changing for your institution at least?
Good morning. We hope so. We hope that the approach is changing here. Yeah, I think that was the knee-jerk reaction. We've got a problem, we've got to control the problem. But we are realizing 3 years down the line that that is not really a solution to the problem. So we are promoting, and lots of academics are starting to do it more and more, that we rather look at the design of the whole teaching and learning space, and not only at policing what students are doing during assessments, not policing at all then in actual fact. So in one sentence, the idea is that we start by thinking, what is it that we want our students to learn? Let's think about where that happens. What kind of opportunities am I creating for it? And then we think about where AI can, could, should, and should definitely not play a role in each one of those learning opportunities. So it's sort of a design first, starting with learning first shift that we're starting to see in higher education.
So let me ask you a question about that. Does this present, in a strange sort of way, present an opportunity for all tertiary institutions to think about knowledge production differently?
I think definitely. I think it takes us back. I think it's a wonderful opportunity, actually. And more of us have been saying that artificial intelligence isn't creating a problem only, it's also showing where there might have been problems for a long period in time already. So this opportunity gives us another chance to look at what we are doing and to take a magnifying glass to all our practices and to knowledge production and learning and how learning happens and what drives that. So I think it is it's what we are all grappling with at this point in time is what this means. What is knowledge in an era of AI, in an era where hybrid human AI production is becoming the norm?
So what kind of tasks are you now setting to test student knowledge that can't necessarily be produced using generative AI?
Oh, that's such a lovely question. It's the question I started with in this field about 3 years ago. I thought, give me a month or two and we're going to come up with tasks that are going to solve this problem. But I think that's another space in which some of the thinking has shifted. And a very credible researcher from Deakin University just a week or two ago had a post on LinkedIn saying, you don't have an AI-safe assessment task, you have a dangerous lack of imagination. And his argument was that if we think that, for instance, asking students to write a reflection on their personal life is something that AI can't do, we might be sorely mistaken. So I think what we are seeing happening is not so much a design of different kinds of tasks, but a design of a different way of thinking about the assessment system. So in this case, for example, there would be a focus more on the process of learning. So looking at learning across steps in a process rather than just a final thing that's done at home and then delivered to us that could have been done with AI. There's some protection, especially in the undergrad space, where we can do a lot of things in interesting new and old ways, but we're protected by the sit-down invigilated exam still. That happens right at the end. That does put a lot more responsibility on the student in ensuring that they are properly prepared for that, and a lot more responsibility on us in ensuring that they understand the consequences of not preparing properly or using AI in ways that are not beneficial to them as they proceed to that. But then other things that are happening as academics that are bringing AI into the space, having students use that, and the tasks that we are now setting are tasks that have students consider the reliability of the AI output, whether they agree with it, especially in spaces where these kinds of tools might become commonplace in the world of work.
So I mean, if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, is that it's probably true that students are going to use AI anyway, but you want them obviously to declare how they've used it in an assignment, and how does that fit into how you build their education in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, this is another very interesting and important question, because it's another one where a lot of my own thinking has shifted, and we're seeing shifts across the universities. In 2023, that was our safe space. We said to students, look, if you are going to use AI, you have to declare it. You have to tell us what you used it for. Some people had students submit the prompts, etc. But as we're in 2026, and what we are seeing is that these tools are now incorporated in many other things that we use every day. So it becomes a lot harder to declare point by point, this is the tool I use to do the specific part. But what we are wanting students to do, which we think is a critical part of critical AI literacy, of the professional skill that we want students or our graduates to take out from here, is the importance of understanding of verifying AI output. So we will ask students to, especially in postgrad work, tell us that they have, if they've included anything from AI, that it's verified. They have to still include what kinds of tasks they used it for, and on what basis they can claim that this work is their own. In undergrad spaces, we do ask students to declare, but we might not go line by line in terms of declaration, and try and lift it up a little bit towards saying, what is it that I really want a student to tell me about this? I don't want to know whether they've used ChatGPT or Claude or Perplexity. I want to know whether they understood what role that thing played in them coming to the final product. I want them to tell me that if they've used anything it created, they are understanding that the accountability for what's on paper now is with them. So they have to check that that is accurate. And I want them to think about on what grounds they can claim this work as their intellectual property.
That's really interesting, because then they have to take it on themselves, whatever the outcome of it is, and because it was very interesting to me that Stellenbosch University decided to do away with software like Turnitin. Are you asking students to police their own work themselves, and then to take responsibility for whatever they choose to use that may not be authentic or may not be accurate, without you're having to police that as university?
I think this is a shared partnership. I think we want students, I would move away from the word police there, but that might be semantics more than anything else. But I would like students to understand that they have a responsibility to protect their own human agency. That, of course, is very idealistic. Students are here, they're under time pressure, they're under pressure to get a degree so that they could go and earn money. But still in that process, I think a key part of the university's role is that a student leave here with an understanding that they have a responsibility, and that the key part here is to protect their own human agencies. That's their cognitive development, their voice that they are protecting. But I think we have a responsibility as well. So we can't just stand back and say, look, this is now all on you only. So we do have a responsibility still to ensure that we make it as possible as we can for students, or prevent as far as possible misuse, that we inform students, for example. So that's the first part of the answer there, is that I think it's a shared responsibility moving forwards, and it can't be shared only on the basis of trust. So we have to put things in place to make that possible for us to move forward as well. And then in terms of text detection tools such as Turnitin, there of course are many others, but I think that was the most well-known one. We are one of many universities that have done away with it now. Mostly because it was one of those things that added very little that was trustworthy into the space, and it caused more anxiety for students. I think it created a space of false security for academics, where we thought we had this tool that could tell us when a student did something we didn't want them to do. And for students, it caused a lot of anxiety because they didn't know what might come out of the process and whether they would get in trouble for something that they didn't do.
Very interesting indeed, and I'd love to continue this conversation with you at some stage as your innovations and developments around this become more advanced. Thank you so much for speaking to us today, Hanli Oudendorff. She's a doctor, senior advisor at the University of Stellenbosch's Centre for Teaching and Learning. And if you're a student, or if you have a child who's studying, how are you ensuring that either you police yourself, or you make sure that your children don't resort exposed to a kind of AI that's going to put false information out there in terms of their essay writing, in terms of projects that they're doing. We know that at this stage, these models are still very unstable and they're very unreliable. And sometimes they make things up, right? I mean, I'm thinking, for example, about our AI legislation in this country that was starting to emerge, and all of the references, or many of the references, I shouldn't say all of them, because some of them were authentic, but some of them were completely inauthentic. They were made up. And it goes to show that people who've come through a university education already and who are playing a role in the designing of our legislation in this country are actually, they've fallen prey to this as well. Could it be laziness? Could it be their lack of ability to research? Could it be their lack of inclination to actually read all the documents and make sure that they were properly referenced and so forth? I've got all sorts of questions about how that went wrong. But if adults who are already qualified and in senior positions cannot police themselves, how are we expecting that of young people, particularly those who are coming into our universities with huge gaps in their knowledge, because the basic education system creates those gaps and perpetuates them? How do we get young people not to lean on AI as their only means of getting by at tertiary institutions? I'd love to hear from you on that. Right, we are heading towards 11 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. That means Ondelambana has your latest news bulletin.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, Mokgotzi's case postponed to next month, and Uganda sends medical teams to Eastern DRC to fight Ebola strain. For SAFM News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good morning. The case of self-proclaimed crime intelligence agent Brown Mokgotzi has been postponed to the 3rd of next month. He appeared in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning. When Mokgotzi appeared in court last week, his bail application was denied for the second time. His lawyer has indicated that his client will appeal the bail denial. Mokgotzi is facing charges of defeating the ends of justice, perjury, and unlawful possession of a firearm. This is in relation to an alleged stage assassination attempt on his life in Vosloorus in November last year. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has gone into a closed session after granting the request of witness M to have their testimony heard in camera. The witness, believed to be a businessman, had asked the Commission to close proceedings to the public, saying their evidence contained sensitive information. They say it involves people including heads of state and members of drug syndicates. Witness M also indicated that giving evidence in open session would compromise his safety and that of his family. The Commission's chairperson, retired Judge Mbuyiseli Madlanga, says that the announcement of open sessions will be made in due course.
It will be announced because at this stage we have no idea by when it will be done, so I can't announce that we will resume in open session on such and such a date at such and such a time. That will be announced by our spokesperson in due course. Let's adjourn.
Action SA has referred the Phala Phala matter to the information regulator after its request for documents was denied. The party is seeking records, including an affidavit that President Cyril Ramaphosa has signed and financial documents linked to the farm theft case. Action SA says it's concerned about the difference between the 8.7 million rand initially declared stolen and court evidence of transactions of over 15 million rand. Michael Beaumont is Action SA's national chairperson.
In our opinion, the underreporting of this robbery would constitute a contravention of PRECA, as well as fraud, not to mention lying to the country. We think those documents are critical to the impeachment committee's work going forward. They've given us reasons where they incorrectly cite a piece of legislation that they can't give us the documentation if we intend to use them in criminal proceedings, which of course is ridiculous. We can't use them in criminal proceedings. We are not a criminal law enforcement agency. We don't possess those powers.
The Pan-Africanist Congress has called for the removal of mayors from Gauteng municipalities whose funding has been cut. National Treasury has announced that it will temporarily withhold the July funding of 69 municipalities nationwide. It has cited unauthorized, irregular and wasteful expenditure. The affected Gauteng municipalities are Johannesburg Metro, Mfuleni, Lesedi, Sedibeng, Randwest and Merafong. PAC General Secretary Apapoe.
These municipalities have proven to fail in providing services to our communities. They have approved unfunded budgets. They are not accountable to communities. If you look in areas such as Johannesburg, services have collapsed. Sedibeng, in Lesedi, in Mfuleni, there is complete collapse of municipalities. As the PAC, we welcome this decision.
Uganda's health minister says his country will deploy medical experts and establish new Ebola treatment centers in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The announcement comes as the two neighbors dip in cross-border cooperation to contain the outbreak. It comes as the DRC battles an outbreak of the rare Bundingo strain in Ebola that has infected over 1,600 people and killed 521. The World Health Organization last week launched the first clinical trial of experimental treatments for the virus. Response efforts have expanded with additional laboratories and treatment centers. Chris Berry-Munsi is the Uganda's health minister.
So we've been discussing extensively how this collaboration is going to take place. We have already a team of Ugandan experts in Aru, where we put a treatment center. We have also agreed to establish a treatment center for Ebola in Kasenyi, and also bring experts and logistics so that we work as a team to flush out Ebola in Congo and in Uganda.
And finally, U.S. President Donald Trump says he believes his country's memorandum of understanding with Iran is over. That's after U.S. forces carried out a series of strikes in Iran following what the Pentagon said was Iran's renewed targeting of commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says it will give what it terms a crushing response to America's bullying. Recapping the top story, the case of self-proclaimed crime intelligence agent Brown Mokgotsi has been postponed to the 3rd of next month. He appeared in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning. I'm Mondela Mara for SAFM News Headlines at 11:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from My Way, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
You are listening to The Full Circle,
a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
Hasimbonanga Mandela Tina.
#Mandela Month on SAFM.
I, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. So help me God.
30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAFM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Heading for 8 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the third and final hour of the programme. And of course, it is 11 o'clock on a Wednesday. What does that mean? It means that we check in with our financial analyst, an expert, to be able to bring you some good advice that can impact your life positively. And of course, Brian Hirsch is not with us at the moment. He's going to be away for a couple of weeks. Sandy van der Zanten, our wealth management expert from Anchor Capital, is in for Brian. Thank you so much, Sandy, for being with us once again this morning.
It's a pleasure. Good morning, Joanne. Good morning to the listeners.
Lovely to see you. Well, I think your topic is fantastic this morning, and this is for many of us, particularly those of us who have, through education or whatever means, become socially upwardly mobile, and we suddenly find that we're earning better than our parents did or than we hoped to in the past. And Sandy's asking the question today, are you rich or just earning a good salary? And that is such an important distinction to make. Hadn't actually thought of it that specifically before today. But I think start off by explaining to us, Sandy, what is the difference between income and wealth?
So this is actually fundamental to understanding your relationship with money. You know, wealth is almost, you can think of it as financial survivability. So how long can you survive without any active income coming in? So if you're not working from, you lose your job next month, how long can you survive without another job or without another active income determines actually how wealthy you are, right? And the same answer, if you think about it, applies to retirement.
Yes.
So when you stop actively earning income, how long can you survive? That's retirement planning in a nutshell. I mean, I've got a partner that we work with who has a wonderful way of looking at it, quite scary.
Yeah.
But he asks a wonderful question. He's an accountant,
Mm-hmm.
very switched on, and he asks a very simple question of, because he also mentors, his clients. And he says, how many active paychecks have you got left?
Yes. And that is precisely the way to ask it, right?
And it's a scary thought.
It is. I mean, I have a friend, similarly, who sometimes says to me, Joe, I'm literally 1 month away from poverty.
That's exactly the concern that's shared by many, many people. And that's what gets to the heart of wealth creation. And, we talk about wealth, we talk about having your money, but what is it really to you? It's financial survivability. And there's two ways that you can survive without an active income, right?
Right.
The one is what you would call assets.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a pension fund, you've got money in a bank, you've got something that has value that you can sell off to replace the income you're not earning.
Right.
And the other side of it is what's called passive income, right? And those are the two things you really need to have to build up wealth in your life. And an asset can be something like a business.
Mm-hmm.
So you might be a business owner, even a small business owner. It has a value. It has stock maybe, it has something you can sell, or somebody would want to buy that business from you and continue running it. That's an asset, a financial asset. And if you're a bit confused as to what an asset is, you can ask another very simple question.
Yes.
Does it put money in my pocket, or does it take money out of my pocket? Right? And Robert Kiyosaki was famous for putting that question together. Many people, for example, think of their home as an asset.
Yes.
So in a sense, it is an asset, right? It's somewhere you live. It's your home. If you sell it, it has a value. But is it a financial asset? And if you look at it from the definition of does it put money in my pocket, or does it take money out of my pocket, it's actually a liability.
Sure. I've never thought of homes that way. Never.
Right? And if you think about it, when you retire or when you stop working, the thought is always, I can sell my home, right? And there's a value to it. And that may be true. But then what? Where are you going to live?
Yes.
So very often, we try and get our clients to understand that when you retire, your home is not actually a financial asset unless you can sell much higher and move somewhere much cheaper, and the difference is your financial asset.
Yeah, and is enough to live on. presumably.
Well, it can add to your asset base.
Oh,
Your
right.
asset base is just your list of assets.
Yes,
all
yes.
the things that you own. So when you're talking about wealth creation, am I wealthy or do I just have a paycheck?
Mhm.
The paycheck can be very high, but what if that paycheck stops tomorrow?
Yes.
What are you going to do? And this is a question that you don't want to confront when it happens to you, right? You want to dig the well before you need the water.
Right.
And jobs and business and economies and things can come out of nowhere, and your life circumstances can change overnight.
Absolutely.
How prepared are you for those changes in circumstances? That's your wealth. And you want to build that. You want to have, on the one side is assets. So
Mhm.
that can be things like a business.
Yeah.
It can be things like shares. It can be, Brian often talks about shares and investing for the long term. It can be government bonds, for example. It can be anything that has a value that you can sell that doesn't cost you money. So it puts money in your pocket, or you can sell it to make money from it. That's an asset. And then you have something like a passive income. So your assets can produce passive income.
Mhm.
Right, so what is passive, firstly? What is passive income? What does it
Yeah.
mean? Active income is you going to work and earning money
Right.
actively. If you're not there, salary's not paid, you have nothing.
Right.
Passive income works for you, whether you're there or not. Right? So if you think about it, if you've got, for example, a rental property, so we said your house is not a financial asset necessarily, but if you have a rental cottage on your property and you're renting that out, that becomes a financial asset.
Right.
So now whether or not you at your job tomorrow, as long as you have a tenant in that cottage, you have income. Right? Yes, there may be expenses against that, but fundamentally it's putting money in your pocket. Yes, you have to invest and you may have a bond, so there's costs to that asset, but you're trying to build something where the income is greater than what it costs you.
Mm.
Right? So if you get to retirement and you have passive income coming in, then you replace your normal income, or your active income, with your passive income.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's actually a lovely conversation to have, because if you think about it, you're busy working, you may be 45, and your passive income and your asset base can produce the income that you currently earning actively by going to your job.
Right.
You have the option of not working anymore.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah.
That's financial freedom. That's retirement planning. That's, being able to do what you want without being tied to a paycheck.
Right.
So that's the theory, right? That's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Everybody wants it. It's fantastic. How on earth do I get there?
So that was going to be my next question. And how do you get to the point where you can enjoy that financial freedom? I mean, for many people, and I'm going to give you a practical example here. I'm going to use the term nouveau riche, because that's something that describes a lot of us who did not come from families that were moneyed and who had to work our way to a point where we were earning a decent salary. There are all sorts of demands on that salary every month, even though it may be a decent salary. How do we get to the point where we can start passively earning, putting money away, to make sure that if that rainy day strikes, we've got a plan B to deal with it?
And that's a very very real challenge for many people today, because you might in an extended family have one active income earner. We see this very much with miners, but it's not exclusively miners. You have, and I mean actual miners mining in the ground, not under 18 miners. You have extended family reliant on, people who've managed to make the step up, just to getting to the point where they are self-sufficient. They suddenly find that all the family around them are, looking to them as their uplift factor.
Yes.
You've got older brothers paying for younger siblings going to school. You've got, uncles, cousins, extended family, everybody, and very real needs, looking to you to try and and help out. And you have to, because you what there is. There isn't anything else. There isn't anyone else. The buck stops with you. And that's a very tight place to be. I mean, it goes back to the principle of and even if it's a very small number, is paying yourself first. Right? So
Sure.
and it's hard.
It is hard. It's very
but
hard.
and many people in formal employment today, many employees are doing that anyway because they have a pension fund.
Right.
So your work is actually deducting money from your salary before you get it, and then that's being put away towards your old age, right? And towards the point where you're no longer actively earning an income.
Yeah.
Because what do you do, and what does your extended family do if you fall over?
Yeah.
How do you get back up? Who's there to support you? So in a sense, you can almost broaden the idea, because we see this very often with retirees where there isn't enough money. What do? You get to retirement, there's not enough money. What practically happens? Family steps in.
Yes.
Right. So at the moment, so you can almost look at it as an investment in your family, and you hope that they'll reciprocate when you need it, but you don't want to be reliant on that. Nobody wants to be reliant on their children. Nobody wants to be reliant on extended family. You want to have enough to sort yourself out. And actually, one of the greatest gifts you can give your family is your financial independence. They don't need to look after you when you're no longer working. That's a gift. If there's money left over and you're still leaving an inheritance to them, fantastic. That, just allows the intergenerational increase of wealth.
Right.
But your first priority as a parent, as the look-up factor, the uplift factor in your family is, I don't want to return to being a dependent on my family and just, reinstating the circle again.
Yes.
We want to break that circle. And the only way to do that is to invest, as much as you can, whatever you can. If it's a monthly amount you're investing, fantastic. If it's a lump sum, many people, might work, odd jobs, or they might get paid, not in a different cycle. So if you think about anybody in media, often they paid very erratically. It might be per job.
Yes.
They're in a movie, or they're in an advert, and they get a big chunky, salary or a big payment for that one job, and they don't earn again for the next 5 months.
Yes.
Until when they get another job. Now they already are having to think, geez, how much do I have to put away to make sure that I'm actually, what does it go back to your budget? What does it cost me to live? Make sure that's covered, and also still putting some money away. The good news is that whether you're doing as and when, or whether you're doing recurring, you can get incredible outcomes from investing over the long term. Right? The major key point there is long term. The earlier you start, the better. I mean, there was one of the callers came back and actually queried me on it, and it really got me thinking last week.
Yes.
He said, listen, I just don't understand the numbers. So I'll give you the example again, because it was queried, and I thought it was fantastic. I didn't really have a chance to come back, and I just said very sharp, well done.
I know exactly which SMS you're talking about, which WhatsApp.
And it was really, really, it was sharp, but it just really got me thinking about the power of compounding.
Right.
So here's the example. Okay. And it was a comparative example, but I'll just give the one example because I want to highlight something. So John starts investing 4,000 Rand a month, right, at age 35.
Yeah.
He's going to invest until he is 65. So he's got 30 years to go. Right. If you look at what he will have contributed over that 30-year period, he would have put in 1.4 million Rand.
Okay.
Right. That's 4,000 Rand a month. Eh? It's a lot of money, but it's also dependent on what you're earning, right? So if you work on like a 15% contribution, that should be good for you. depending on when you start.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
if you can start early enough, it's good.
Right.
So over the 30 years, John, in this example, has contributed 1.4 million rand. His value that he'll walk away with, and I'm assuming an 8% compound rate, just so we know, is just under 6 million rand.
Wow.
So he's put in 1.4.
Yeah.
He's got 4.5 million rand in growth.
Sure.
He's grown by more than what he's put in. And that's what that's when they talk about the power of compounding.
Right.
They call it the eighth wonder of the world because it's amazing. You know, they used to have an advert on TV. You know, if you take 1 grain of rice and you double it for every square, every one of the 64 squares I think it's 64 squares on a chessboard.
Yeah.
You end up with millions and millions and millions and millions. Just one doubling. You know, on every square.
Yeah.
It's quite amazing. I heard another example. I'm trying to remember what it was, but it worked out to the same thing. You just double the number 12 times, and you end up with an incredible number.
Yeah.
And it's really, really powerful. And the way to benefit from it is starting as soon as possible. You know, it's got to be as early as you can.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting point that you make, because I was going to say, I mean, John earns that level of compound interest without even having started that early, right?
Correct.
He's 35. What if he were to do it 10 years earlier?
So that was the example. That was the comparative example.
Okay.
So Sarah starts 10 years earlier. She starts at 25, not 35, and she'll be contributing for 40 years. Now, she starts at half the contribution.
Okay.
Right? She invests 2,000 a month, not 4,000 a month.
Okay.
So she would have contributed 960,000.
Okay.
The growth on that is 5.2 million rand.
Sure.
And she walks away with 6.3 million rand. It's unbelievable, and that's more than the 6 million rand that John walked away with, starting 10 years later with double the contribution.
Right.
So I mean, if you think about it, when is the best time to plant a tree? 10 years ago. Right?
Yes.
When's the next best time? Now. Right? You're sitting in the sun and it's burning on your head. You still plant the seed.
Okay.
Right? As best you can. You don't see much. You see a little bit of something there. Maybe it takes 10 years to grow, but we underestimate what we can achieve over the long term. We overestimate what we can do in a year.
Yeah.
Right? We sit there. We've all got New Year's resolutions. I'm going to conquer the world this year. I'm gonna get it done. I'm gonna triple my income. I'm gonna do all these things. I'm gonna get the new house. I'm getting the new car. Whatever it is, I'm doing it this year. And then we don't achieve some of those things because we overestimated what we could do, and then we get depressed, and then we do nothing, and then we wait to the end, and then we do another New Year's resolution. But if you had planned that in a 5-year cycle, we talk about long term being 5 years, right, in investing.
Okay.
You'd be amazed what you can achieve in 5 years. It's actually incredible, the compounding power that you can create with just small behaviors.
Yes.
Over a longer term than you think. You think, oh, geez, I'm going to save 1,000 rand a month. It's 12,000 rand a year. It's never going to get me anywhere. The proof is in the pudding.
Absolutely.
But you don't plant a seed and drop some water on it and sit watching the thing.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be, watching grass grow can be incredibly boring.
It's got to happen while you sleep, right?
But when you go away and you come back a month later, maybe you see something starting to sprout through the, if anybody had that experiment at school where you got beans and a bean and you put it inside cotton wool and you poured some water on it.
Yeah.
You see nothing happening initially, but you keep putting water, and nothing happens and nothing happens and nothing happens. But when you zoom out, a month later, suddenly you've got a plant. I mean, we've done this at home where we've taken, regular seeds or even like parts of a carrot. I don't know if you've ever done that. You can actually regrow a carrot
absolutely
plant from the top of the carrot.
Yeah.
But you see nothing. and it looks, in fact, like you're destroying what you had, because before the seed germinates, it destroys itself, right? It destroys the outer coating, and then it starts breaking through that decay with something new. If you're looking at it the whole time, you're going to get very despondent. But if you can just put away the power of positive compounding behavior over long periods of time is way more powerful than you believe. And it really can add to your they call it net asset value. It can add to your wealth. It can add to what you have with very little input.
Yeah.
It's
Sandy,
incredible.
It is pretty incredible. I want to take a quick question from our WhatsApp line. One of our anonymous listeners says, I'm listening to the talk on the radio now. I've been contributing to a fund with momentum for many years. Last I checked, I've contributed more than what the fund is worth currently. Very frustrating.
That is very, very frustrating. Unfortunately, we've come across that. It does happen. And the reason for that, there would be two main reasons to that. The one would be costs, right? So it's almost like friction. So trying to understand what are the costs inside this policy. The listener did say they've been investing for a long time. Some of the older policies had a lot of big upfront costs associated with them. The industry's moved along from there, but it could be that you had these big upfront costs that sit against the policy and reduce the return. And the other side of it would be, what return are you getting out of these investments? Because that makes a difference.
Yes.
If in that comparative example, if we had changed that 8% growth rate to 3%, you drop the outcomes by 2/3.
Gosh.
You end up with 1/3 of what you would have just by having a lower return. So your question is a very, very good one. I'd highly suggest investigating the policy, with your advisor, or you're welcome to come through to us. We'll give you the number. Just check what's going on inside there. Am I in a very high cost environment? Am I in a very low return environment? What is causing this, and what can I do to make it better? Because you still have time.
Okay.
And you want to be growing at least from where you are. It's an absolutely fundamental and very good question that's been asked. I'm not getting the outcomes I want. What do I do now? And actually, I was going to mention it a bit later, but if listeners are interested, they can, pop through a message to us. I just put together a very simple personal wealth scorecard. Just to understand, am I just doing the high salary thing?
Yes.
Or am I actually building my wealth? And it's very simple, 10 basic questions, just to understand, am I building wealth? Am I on the path? Have I got some limiting habits? And what do I do to, what should my next steps be? And you can actually take that as a simple starting point, just to have a conversation, with your advisor, or, just even with your partner or with yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's great advice, Sandy. Just, if you don't mind, please staying with us, because we have a couple more questions. Thank you so much for that. That brings us to 11:31 here on the Daily Discourse, and let's go to Ondela Mbana for your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the case of self-proclaimed crime intelligence agent Brown Mokgotsi has been postponed to the 3rd of next month in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. Action SA has referred the Phala Phala matter to the information regulator after its request for documents was denied, and the US President Donald Trump says he believes his country's memorandum of understanding with Iran is over. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
11:32 on the Daily Discourse, and taking more of your questions here. Let's listen to this question, Sandy.
Hi, Joanne and the listeners. I hear what they said, invest. But if you earn 6.5, because Majority of people of South Africa, they earn that amount. And then they look after families, the breadwinner. The taxi also needs some money to go to work. How much they're supposed to save? You can ask for me that, gentleman, how much they're supposed to save on top of that. Because majority of South Africans, they earn less money, less money. But how much they're supposed to save on top of what he said? Even the bank, if you invest inside the bank, you don't get more that can survive with that interest.
That's such a good question, Sandy. Thank you to our listener for that. I mean, that also ties in with something that you wanted to look at, which is the importance of investing before spending. Most people feel they can't do that.
Well, look, the reality is many people are in this circumstance. So your budget is, your expenses are equal to what you're earning, and in some cases less.
Yeah.
So you're not earning enough to survive, and that's challenge number one. Is you've got the fundamental of any financial plan is getting your budget to balance, because if you're going into debt every month, and I understand and I hear the problem, because many people are actually going into debt just to fund groceries and that kind of thing. And how can you possibly save in that type of environment? And the reality is, and it's harsh, is you have only two options: decrease expenses or increase income. That's fundamentally the only thing you can do. And I don't say it's easy, but it's very simple. You've got to do one or the other or both, and it's a very harsh reality check for many people. But the listener did ask a good question: how much should I be investing and saving? The answer is as much as you can. Right. Even if you've got like a savings jar or something, and you build it up, and eventually you exchange the coins for a note, and you build up the notes and you put it into your savings account, not your current account, your savings or your money market, and then you build it up to it could take you a year if you're working on very low numbers to get to an amount where you can actually invest, and grow that money. It's I don't say that this is easy. Simple and easy are not the same thing.
Yeah.
But it's if you don't do something, nothing. What changes?
Yeah. You end up with nothing. That's the reality. Thank you for that question, Mike in PE. You have a question about wealth creation. Good morning, Mike.
Morning. Wealth creation is a skill, right? It's a skill that is mastered at a very young age. So wealthy people, they pass that skill on from generations to generations. The interesting thing is that wealth creation is not taught in schools. There's no school where they teach wealth creation, not even at tertiary. So wealth creation has to be introduced into the schooling system because it's a skill that has to be learned. That's what I wanted to say.
Mike, thank you so much for that. Some good advice there, I think.
Mike, that is something that I've been thinking about for a very, very long time, and I agree with you 100%. There is not a financial literacy course to be found in primary school, in high school, and not even in university, although we are seeing introduced into some universities now courses around the perils of gambling.
Interesting.
Because we're seeing such a number of students who are not earning enough from their stipend and are actually gambling to try and make the difference. And that is a very big problem that some of the universities are trying to address. But you're 100% right. There is no financial literacy courses that I'm aware of at any education institutions, to teach the fundamentals of wealth creation and money management.
Yes.
And that should change.
It absolutely should. It's a question of empowerment, without a doubt. One of you says, great discussion, thank you. I like the numbers discussion, but what about those who start later than the years you mentioned? Can we then say the bottom line is to start now? Is that the way to go? Thank you indeed.
100%. So the best time to start was yesterday. The second best time is today. With whatever you can, the more you can build now. You may not be able to see yourself getting to the top of the mountain, but if you don't at least start climbing, you're guaranteeing yourself not to get there.
All right, Sandy, thank you so much for making the time to speak to us today. I'm afraid we've run out of time here. We've already imposed on Sandy to stay a little bit longer than he normally does. Sandy van der Santen, wealth management expert at Anchor Capital. Do you want to just give us that number, please, Sandy, in case some of our listeners who haven't been able to get through in time want to have a conversation or engage with you somehow?
Perfect. So you can get a hold of us on the radio line, which is 011 880 4888. Or you can email us at info@bhca.co.za. And we do try and come back to everybody who does come through to us.
Fantastic, Sandy. Thank you so much for that. And we'll continue the conversation with you next week. Lovely seeing you again today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
They were more than just songs. They were the backdrop to your best days and the ones that change everything. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, brings you iconic classics and hidden gems that spoke to your heart then and still do now. Whether you're driving, relaxing, or just remembering, let the music take you right back. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay. It's about your past, your story, and it's all right here on your favorite station, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m.
This is SAFM. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
Heading for 11:42 here on the Daily Discourse. Thanks very much for those interactions with Sandy. We always try to help with the questions that you've got in regard to that, but do make use of that number if you didn't get your question through to him in time. The number is 011 880 4888, and you can also email them at info@bhca, info@bhca.co.za. So I don't have a lot more time left, but let's listen to some of your voice notes on previous stories.
Morning. I think this is a big failure on the Minister of Home Affairs and his legal team by losing this court judgment at the Constitutional Court. They need to take this judgment if possible, on review, or the judge president of the Constitutional Court to bring this matter once again before the Constitutional Court, because this is a serious loss. Asylum seekers, especially illegal asylum seekers, are abusing the asylum system. Vince, Cape Town.
Vince, thank you. You remember they can actually go before the Constitutional Court and see if they can appeal there. If the Con Court allows for it, then they can have the case heard once again there.
Morning, ma'am. What the doctor is not telling you is that the Refugee Appeal Board is a mess. They are dragging their feet in terms of finalizing asylum applications. The Standing Committee, likewise, is taking their time finalizing asylum applications. So as an asylum seeker, once I'm in the system, I know I'm going to be in the system for 10, maybe even 20 years. That is the big problem, that asylum seekers can stay in a country for 10, 20 years and then their application has not been finalized. Thank you. Tabo, Cape Town.
Topo, thank you. I think that's a good point. That's how it ended up at the Constitutional Court. One of you, in regard to lifestyle audits, says audits must be done on qualifications, JJ. How can someone with no qualifications earn level 12 and upwards? That's also fraud. No, it's true. An audit of qualifications absolutely needs to be done, and you'll find in many state organizations, many SOEs, people have got away. People in senior positions have got away with having those checks done.
Hi, Joanne, active citizen in Polokwane. Lifestyle audit there are many easy ways to undermine it. Politicians are no longer using banks to buy and also to transact money. They use cash, hard cash. And when they buy properties, they register them under the names of people far away from them in terms of blood. You know, like those who are buying cars, but the cars are remaining in the name of the dealership, not on their name. So I think it's just a futile exercise. Only fools can be detected with this lifestyle audit. Clever politicians you can't do anything.
That's an interesting point. I don't know if that's true, because look at all the fools, allegedly, that, to use your term, that are appearing before the Madlanga Commission. Look at the person who was supposed to have appeared at the Madlanga Commission, Mike van Wyk, who was fanning himself with wads of cash and sending that WhatsApp video out that then became available to investigators. How smart was that? One thing we find about people who are ostentatious, who like to show off once the money has come into their account, they love to buy expensive cars, they buy expensive clothes, they love to post this on Instagram. Then they're not as smart about hiding their wealth as you think, because they delight in showing off in front of other people, and I think often that is their downfall. And then I want to take a voice note on this issue that Dumelo raised earlier about children having to learn in a container because their school building in the Free State had to be demolished.
JJ Craig, just a quick one for you. While you and your staff are doing the research on the containers at that school, there was a very interesting research paper, actual published research paper output by one of the universities. I think it was either University of Cape Town or Stellenbosch University. I think it was one of the master's or doctorate students that actually did a study on the effects of schooling in the containers. It was more over the issue of air conditioning and heat and the general environment, but very good related article which you may want to read or consider in relation to any further questioning about schools using containers or, so to say, prefab classrooms.
Craig, thank you so much for that lead. I will certainly look for that article as we explore this story. We love research-based stuff, and I appreciate that contribution. So it is on that note that we are going to leave it today. Thank you so much for the conversations we've had over the last 3 hours. We'll do it all again between 9 and 12 tomorrow from the team and me. Take care, and we'll see you then. Right now, I hand over to the book reading, followed by the fabulous Sakina Kamwendo, who has your update at noon. Take care till then.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Adair, read by Fiona Ramsey. This is a radio broadcast edit. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
One day, he said that if I take a package for him to South Africa, I could stay there. He would get me a passport and a visa to go there. And then after that, what I did, I did. He wanted to know nothing more. If I stayed there, I stayed there. And if I wanted to come back, well, there was the return air ticket that I could use. And the package, all I had to do was put it at the bottom of my suitcase, near the wash bag, and all the soap powder that I needed to wash my clothes for the journey. Then when I got there, I would give it to a taxi driver, who would come up to me and say something to me in Yoruba. Iranti, memory. Iranti means memory. Maybe he thought I would remember him, so this is why he chose the word Iranti as the code word, or maybe he knew that I would never come back, and so should always remember Banjogo. He said I would be safe as he knew people in South Africa, and that because of this they would not take me aside and search my bag. Maybe he did not really like me, was not my friend. He must have been watching me for a long time because he picked me out, and there were a lot of girls who just hung out at the station. But then maybe he was my friend, as I think he noticed that I was hungry to get out of this slum. I trusted him. He was my big feathered bird. I never knew his name. He told me to meet him at the airport in 3 weeks, and he would give me the air ticket and the money and the package. What did I have to lose? Only the daily walk down Sandayo Road. I did not want all my journeys to take place on the Sandayo Road. I did not want my journeys to be just up and down the Sandayo Road, because this route never changes. And so, 3 weeks later, I walked down the Sandayo Road for the last time. But because I was walking it for the last time, it looked different and felt different, and I was going somewhere, not just to the station. And then at the bottom of the road, I caught a bus, then another bus, and then a taxi to the airport. He, the man, gave me the money for the taxi, but not for new clothes or anything like that. I met him at the place where he said he would be. Did I say that I did not know his name? He gave me my air ticket and some money, American dollar. I have never had American dollars before. They are green and very valuable. And the package? In the package, there were lots of small packages. I opened my suitcase and carefully packed the small packages that were in the big package into my suitcase. Not just in one place. I spread them out, even though the man said it was not a problem, as he knew people at the airport in Johannesburg. I think I said that to you, and they would not talk or call me over, but just to be certain I spread them out. In this way, they would be hidden from the X-ray machines and the dogs. He told me that there are drug-sniffing dogs at the Johannesburg airport. Of course, I knew that I was taking drugs. Of course, I knew that I am the Nigerian story, the one Nigerian story that you all know. There are more stories that I can tell you. I am not just one story. What do you want to know? I will tell you what you want to know. The Nigerian story. Ha! My story. Ha! A bit later, I got onto a plane to Johannesburg. But as I was early, or at least I had to meet the man with the gold tooth early, I had a lot of time to walk around the airport. It is such a big place, and there were so many people in it. They all look different tribes, I think, but also different like in clothes and colors. They must have been from all different places in the world. And there were so many shops. I had enough money. I took some from one of my brothers. I don't care that I stole from my brother. He made his money by stealing anyway, so I didn't care. and I got some from the man with the gold tooth. I just went into all the shops and looked at the clothes and smelled the perfumes and stole some chocolate. I ate it for lunch. I also bought myself some perfume. No, it's finished now, but it smelt like some sort of flower. Sweet, like when a piece of sugar cane is cut, but not so sweet that you want to eat it. You just want to lick it. Maybe I bought it as if I put it on someone would want to kiss me on my skin, where I sprayed it. And I had to buy it with one of the dollars, or rather, one of the pieces of paper that the man gave me, almost to say to myself, this is just paper, and I can swap paper for perfume. Then I had to get on the plane. I was so excited that I did not sleep. I just watched the clouds go by. I have only ever watched clouds from the ground, from the Sanjoko Road. From the road, they are grey and sad, and they hold the heat in. In the sky, they are silky against the blue sky soft. In Johannesburg Airport, I joined the queue that said African nationals and just walked through the passport control. It was a long queue. I didn't understand a lot of what people were saying. There were lots of different languages. Then I collected my suitcase and just walked through the customs. No one stopped me. They did not even look at me. Then I walked into the airport. Someone told me that it is named after a hero in the South African fight for freedom. I like that they honor their freedom fighters. And then I met the taxi driver. I remember him calling me. He said, "Hey, girl, hey, ingi ebagan amokurin, hey, ingeba agan." It means, hey, girl, this is the wild side. Hey, boy, this is the wild side, in Yoruba. And then he whispered, Iranti. I walked together with him outside and his car. He said that he would take me wherever I wanted to go. I opened my suitcase and gave him the packages. I kept one for myself, and he didn't notice this. And then I said to him, "I don't know this city." He said, "Okay, I'll take you to Springs. It is smaller, but still close by." And so, here I am. I sold the package that I kept to a white guy who came into the hotel where I work. It was enough for the deposit for the room that I have in that building over there. The one with the red paint. Manitoba House. I have a room. It costs 1,400 rands a month. There is a bathroom that is always clean. It's down the passage. There are some good people who live there. They don't hate Nigerians. And the kids there are cute. They like it that I give them popcorn. It's good for you, popcorn, not like chocolate. Good for digestion. And I always give them money. Nigerian money. Not valuable here. It looks like mystery money. I love the building. I love how the balcony curves. It like wraps around a body, my body. When I sometimes stand outside and look at the street, it is as if it just hugs me close to the brickwork. It is my place. I never bring clients home. They stay there at the hotel. This is my place, for only me. Sometimes my boyfriend comes round. He is Tunisian, but he does not live here. I don't want him to live here. I like being alone sometimes. He has shown me pictures of Tutankhamun, the Egyptian pharaoh that died very young and whose tomb was found by some archaeologists. Egypt is close to Tunisia. That's how my boyfriend knows about this. My building reminds me of the pictures of Tutankhamun, his mask in death. It is not gold and blue, it is red. But the way the curves look is the same. And look at the way the walls stretch into a point. Someone told me that it is built like a pyramid, carved out of stone. And look at those circles of steel on the railing of the stairs, circles of stainless steel. Tutankhamun's eyes. And look there at the side. It flies. That part is the wings. My boyfriend says that the dead pharaohs flew out of their bodies and into the spirit world. I sometimes do this when I sit on the balcony and look at the sky. I like it here. It is great. I have never left since the day the taxi driver dropped me here. And every day I make money, some days more and some days less. Every day I walk down Plantation Road from my flat in 3rd Avenue. The time is mostly the same time every day, and every night I walk back home. Sometimes late and sometimes early. I earn enough money to have a good time. I like this town. And there are many people here who come from Lagos. Only one other from Banjako, though. And I never knew her before. And it is safe. People don't really give me trouble. They know me now. Why do you ask if I miss Banjoko? No, I don't. Why do you ask if I miss my mother? No, I don't. I don't miss anything. Lagos is just another place. I don't cry for home, because this is my home. Why would I think of Banjoko as my home? It isn't.
That was another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Ade, read by Fiona Ramsey. The book is available online and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Badala, technical production Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuru.
SAFM 106.6 FM in Bloemfontein.
It's 12 o'clock on Wednesday, the 8th of July, 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
The finding is not to mean that the health system is free of serious challenges. On the contrary, the investigations uncovered significant systemic concerns.
The Health Ombudsman says that their investigations show that the deaths of 6 healthcare professionals in public hospitals across KwaZulu-Natal were not linked to bullying or systemic failure.
If I make a deal with him, we have a deal, and he goes out, he talks, we make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo.
U.S. President Donald Trump says the interim accord to end the war is over after Iranian strikes. And coming up in sport...
If you thought I had scandal at the World Cup yesterday, sure. And there's also Tour de France.
Yeah, let's focus on Tour de France, I think. But yeah, John Kirika will give us all of those details in the second half of the show. And we'd love to hear from you as well. 41391, that's the SMS line number. You can also use our X account to write to us at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. These and more stories coming up on this Hump Day edition of Update at Noon. First, though, here's the latest news with Onde Lambana. Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, total equitable share withheld from municipalities amounts to 13.5 billion rand, and Mokhodzi's case postponed to next month. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good day. The National Treasury says the total equitable share withheld for all 69 municipalities stands at around 13.5 billion rand. It says the release of the funds will depend on how quickly the municipalities can sign repayment agreements with their creditors, which include water boards, Eskom and pension funds. According to National Treasury, the main aim of the temporary withholding the equitable share is to arrest the culture of non-payment. Deputy Director General Ukhala Litseng Kharekwe says that the intervention will not interfere with the delivery of basic services.
That what we are requesting from those municipalities is for them to give us the payment plan that has been signed by both themselves and together with those creditors. And then once they give us that, we'll release a portion of the money, which is probably 1/3, for them to go pay those accounts as agreed with those creditors. And then once they have done that, they give us proof, we release the money. I mean, essentially it means your money could be withheld for 2 weeks only. So that's how long it can be, it depends on how fast the municipality act, essentially. With regards to how much, we've only withheld 13.5 billion.
Action SA has referred the Phala Phala matter to the information regulator after its request for documents was denied. The party is seeking records including an affidavit that President Cyril Ramaphosa has signed and financial documents linked to the farm theft case. Action SA says it's concerned about the difference between the 8.7 million rand initially declared stolen and court evidence of transactions of over 15 million rand. Michael Beaumont is Action SA's national chairperson.
In our opinion, the underreporting of this robbery would constitute a contravention of PRECA, as well as fraud, not to mention lying to the country. We think those documents are critical to the impeachment committee's work going forward. They've given us reasons where they incorrectly cite a piece of legislation that they can't give us the documentation if we intend to use them in criminal proceedings, which of course is ridiculous. We can't use them in criminal proceedings. We are not a criminal law enforcement agency. We don't possess those powers.
The case of self-proclaimed crime intelligence agent Brown Mokhodzi has been postponed to the 3rd of next month in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. When Mokhodzi appeared in court last week, his bail application was denied for the second time. His lawyer has indicated that his client will appeal the bail denial. Mokhodzi is facing charges of defeating the ends of justice, perjury and unlawful possession of a firearm. This is in relation to an alleged staged assassination attempt on his life in Vosloorus in November last year. Mokhodzi's lawyer, Makao Sekhaja.
Not only footage, but they do not allow you to go in with any digital instruments like your phones, your laptops, your tablets. You leave them behind. So we're going to find it very difficult, not only in relation to the footage, but also with the other evidence which is contained with the first CD which was given to us containing the contents of the docket. So we needed this matter to be postponed to this particular court so that we can actually consult at court on the next court date.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has gone into a closed session after granting the request of witness M to have their testimony heard in camera. The witness, believed to be a businessman, had asked the Commission to close proceedings to the public, saying their evidence contained sensitive information. They say it involves people including heads of state and members of drug syndicates. Witness M also indicated that giving evidence in open session would compromise his safety and that of his family. The Commission's chairperson, retired Judge Mbuyiseli Madlanga, say that the announcement of open sessions will be made in due course.
It will be announced because at this stage we have no idea by when it will be done, so I can't announce that we will resume in open session on such and such a date at such and such a time. That will be announced by our spokesperson in due course. Let's adjourn.
U.S. President Donald Trump says the ceasefire agreement with Iran is now over. This follows fresh exchanges of fire between the two countries. Speaking in the Turkish capital Ankara ahead of a NATO summit, Trump blasted the Iranian leadership with a string of derogatory terms.
I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars.
Recapping the top story, the National Treasury says the total equitable share withheld for all 69 municipalities stands at around 13.5 billion rand. I'm Mondela for SAfm News at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Thanks, Ondela Mbana. And of course, she's back with our headlines at the bottom of the hour. And to everybody else, good afternoon. Thanks so much for being with us here on Update at Noon. Really appreciate you choosing to spend this time with us. Now it's 7 minutes after 12. Let's take a quick look at what's coming up. It is a Wednesday, so by now you would have figured that we have a feature with the IEC as we lead up to the 4th of November elections. So we'll check in with them at around 1:45. But elsewhere this morning, of course, the Treasury actually held a media briefing just to outline the reasons for National Treasury withholding the equitable share of 69 municipalities. Now, you'll remember yesterday we spoke to the second Deputy Finance Minister about this. And of course, this morning was an opportunity after having had more time to just read through and peruse the details in a greater greater length to put some questions to the Treasury team. And there was quite a lot of clarity that emanated from that, I'll say. And again, some questions do remain, unfortunately, unable to ask a few this morning. But if you go into that statement and there's an annexure to it, one of the things that they actually outline there in terms of what municipalities can do to try and make sure that they can get their funds back. They, for example, talk about the unfunded budgets that are passed in these municipalities. And I did ask a question about it yesterday to the Deputy Finance Minister, but in looking at the statement a little more closely, one of the directives that they give there is a requirement that mayors need to write to the finance minister, and in doing so, they would undertake that they will never again allow an unfunded budget to be adopted in their municipality. And for me, looking at that, I was just wondering on what basis, are we doing this? Is it just a moral commitment and then we leave it there, or does it actually will it carry any legal or even financial consequences if that promise is broken? Because if the mayor takes that, makes that undertaking, does he make it on behalf of himself, of the municipality? Do they hold him accountable? What happens after that? And also these written commitments from the mayors, why doesn't Treasury just go on and immediately impose sanctions on municipalities when they adopt these unfunded budgets, given the unintended consequences? So quite a few questions still, and I have no doubt over the next few weeks and months, people will still have questions about that decision. And then one of the other stories, in fact, I think it is still underway, or if not, it may just have ended. The Health Ombudsman, Professor Mokoena, was briefing the media on the findings of a joint investigation into a series of deaths involving healthcare professionals at public healthcare establishments in KwaZulu-Natal. Now, that investigation was initiated following complaints that were lodged by the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, and the former chairperson of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Health, Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo, amid some concern and extensive media reports relating to the deaths of healthcare workers in the province. And the findings were also quite interesting. And Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, they are concluding their oversight visit at the Musina Repatriation Centre, and we'll try and find out what the latest is there. And also the Madanga Commission, day 135, today's testimony in camera totally, and this is Witness M. And quite interesting because apparently Witness M has some explosive details to share with the commission. So I don't know, at some point I guess we will get to know the details thereof, but for today we are in the dark. And Brown Mokhotsi back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court, and we'll bring you up to speed on all of these.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Now, the Health Ombudsman, Professor Taule Mokoena, says that investigators have found no evidence that workplace bullying, victimization, or poor working conditions were directly linked or a cause of the deaths of 6 healthcare workers that was investigated at 5 public hospitals in KwaZulu-Natal. However, the Ombudsman did say that the probe uncovered serious systemic problems that require urgent government intervention. The Health Ombudsman's office briefed the media on the findings of its joint investigation into the deaths of healthcare professionals at public healthcare facilities in KwaZulu-Natal. And the deaths sparked national outrage over working conditions in the public health sector. The Health Ombudsman, Professor Taule Mokoena, had this to say during that media briefing.
Systemic failures at the workplace together with the conduct that contributed to these deaths. The investigation examined the circumstances surrounding the deaths of these health professionals in the following hospitals: Addington, Port Shepstone, Gwelezane, Vryheid, and Prince Mshini Hospital, and Benedictine Hospital in Nongoma. The investigation was conducted independently and objectively, without fear, favor, or prejudice. It comprised visits and interviews with the hospital management, the healthcare professionals, the interns, the labor representatives, together with the supporting staff. Documentary evidence, hospital records, human resource practices, employee wellness programs, and disciplinary records were reviewed within applicable legislation and regulations. Our responsibility was to establish objective facts, not influenced by the clamor that was in the public and social media platforms. The overall findings are as follows. The investigation found no evidence pointing to a direct causal link between the deaths under the investigation and workplace bullying, victimization, adverse working conditions at any of the facilities concerned.
That was the Health Ombudsman, Professor Taule Mokoena. Now, to get a reaction on this story, we join on the line by the National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union. That's NAHAW in KwaZulu-Natal. And we're joined by its Provincial Secretary, Yanda Zulu. Mr. Zulu, thanks for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Thank you very much. Again, greetings to you and the listeners of SAFM.
Mr. Zulu, what is NAHAW KZN's initial reaction to what the Health Ombudsman's findings were, that there's no causal link to the health workers' workplace bullying or working conditions for the 6 cases that they actually investigated?
And as the National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union in KwaZulu-Natal, we are highly disappointed on that part of the report that found no link of victimization or bullying with the 6 sampled healthcare workers. We do think that we should have, as part of their scope, even though we did hear them mentioning the labor representatives, but we do think that us as the trade unions that are organizing, we should have played a critical role during this process of investigation. But the other part that we're happy with is that they spoke about issues that have got an impact that can lead to even bullying or victimization. For instance, they spoke about the issue of the shortage of staff, which is an issue that we have always been raising. The workload that the workers in the public healthcare are working the work of a minimum of 5. They spoke about the shortage of resources. They spoke about the shortage of medicine, with no wellness support, the issue of the state of the infrastructure that is in disarray. That part summarizes what we have always conceptualized as now as the state of health in KwaZulu-Natal. These issues, which we think that on that part, the report tried to cover us. The only thing that the report failed to do is this state of health with the conditions that workers are subjected to.
Mr. Zulu, to that point, the Ombudsman did recommend strengthening patient safety, more staff accountability and workplace support. Now, from Nahau KZN's perspective, what do you believe, what's your perspective on the concrete actions that the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Health should take to implement, hopefully immediately, some of these measures in order to restore worker confidence?
The first one that we think that he did also mention about it, and also the Minister of Health spoke about it, is that one, the treasurer, national treasurer, the Minister of Finance nationally, provincial, the MEC for Finance and the MEC for Health, they must sit together and lift the moratorium, get rid of the austerity measures. The austerity measures that are imposed by the National Treasurer are the mother or the father of all crises that are facing the healthcare system. That's why we've got shortage of staff. That is why we've got shortage of medicine. That is why the staff is overloaded. That's why we have no resources. That is why the infrastructure is in this particular crisis. It's because the department have almost collapsed. The only service that the department provides adequately is to pay salaries, which is not the core function of the Department of Health, but is to provide the quality health care services to our people. The second issue that we have always emphasized is that there must be adequate wellness support in all the facilities, which is something that also the report, he also emphasized that particular point through the employment of social workers in each and every hospital, through the employment of the psychologists, which is something that is also not happening. You know that if the staff is overloaded, if there's a shortage of staff and all these crises, you know that the perception in the communities is that the healthcare workers do not want to work, and the community do not know the conditions under which they are subjected to. That on its own have got an impact on the worker. It's something that the Department of Health must work on resolving. But if they can lift the moratorium and get rid of the austerity measures and employ workers according to the norms and address all these fundamental issues, then we all need these kinds of investigations.
We'll leave it there for today. Thank you so much for that reaction. And that, of course, was Nahau KZN's, let me just get that title again. I just moved away from it. But just hearing the reaction from Mr. Zulu, Yanda Zulu is Nahau KZN's provincial secretary. Thanks so much.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 105 FM in Pietermaritzburg. Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has gone behind closed doors to hear testimony from witness M after granting a request for an in-camera hearing. Now, the witness told the commission that evidence contains highly sensitive information, allegedly involving heads of state, organized crime syndicates, and other powerful figures. Witness M also cited safety concerns for themselves and their family. The commission chairperson, retired Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, says that updates on open proceedings will be announced in due course. But to help us wade through some of these details, let's speak to SABC News reporter Kenny Mapanga. Kenny, good afternoon. Speaking to witness M and their testimony, just from what we've heard so far, Kenny, in terms of how explosive that testimony could be, the commission then decided that it would be best to hear the evidence in camera.
Indeed. Good afternoon to you, Sakina, and to the listeners. Essentially, what it is that this was an unopposed application by Witness M, which made it much easier for the Commission to decide on this particular application. And because of the sensitive nature of the evidence, which could make great advancements in terms of the drug evidence, it seems that the Commission is in agreement with the application supported by the evidence leaders and subsequently granted that testimony. Now, because Witness M's testimony is scheduled up until Friday, it could mean that the Commission could be sitting for at least another 2 days with that particular evidence, seized with that evidence of Witness M, but it'll do so behind closed doors, meaning that we'll probably only likely continue with the public testimony either on Friday or from next week.
To great disappointment of those who've been following the Commission's work religiously, because I can tell you when I come in, Kenny, I actually go onto the YouTube feed just to see, and it's thousands of people sitting and watching. So they're not going to be happy about this, but it is what it is. And then, with regard to what we know, or at least what we've been told so far about Witness M and what they will be testifying about, just to help us understand once again, the Commission would not come to that decision easily. They must have had sight of at least some of the evidence that Witness M would be presenting.
Absolutely. The details surrounding who they're going to implicate is not there in the actual application, but the themes are actually explored in quite great detail in terms of the in-camera papers. And the witness states that they're going to implicate in that highly sensitive evidence heads of states, drug syndicates, crime families. I think they've also mentioned terrorist organizations, individuals who are linked, that is politically linked, and law enforcement officers in the shipment of drugs, so allegedly in the drug trafficking coordinated network that is alleged to be taking place in South Africa. So the kind of evidence they're going to go into, I think it raises the stakes and now heads towards the big fish, because we're now dealing with the actual network itself that is alleged to be operating within South Africa. Not only will it advance the evidence for the Commission, but you'll get a truer understanding as to what the movement of drugs is about in South Africa, where the drugs emanate from, where they're heading, where they're going, and the network that basically facilitates the successful movement of the drugs. So it's certainly evidence that everyone would like to get a glimpse into, but because of the security concerns that emerged in terms of Witness M's home, that is the secure estate in which this particular witness lives in, along with their family, it was accessed by two suspicious vehicles, and it's not clear how they gained access into such a secure estate. But of course, those number plates were sent to the Madlanga Commission's head of security. But what it signifies for that particular witness is that if this information were to be led in public, then it definitely would serve as something as serious as a threat on their life as well as the lives of their loved ones. Now, because of that possible consequence to having that testimony in public, of course, it was placed behind closed doors. But these are the themes that you can definitely expect to be explored in Witness M's testimony.
Well, Kenny, thank you so much for that. Kenny Mapanga. One more question, Kenny, before you go, because there is, of course, this concern for those following the commission, that the commission obviously needs to balance transparency, but also has to pay mind to protecting the witnesses. And that all speaks to the integrity of the commission in its entirety. Do we know whether we will be receiving at least some information about what that testimony contained, even though names may be redacted or things like that?
See, Sakina, that has only happened in the instance where the media has opposed and they've reached some form of an agreement. But because this application was unopposed, there's really no obligation on the commission or the evidence leaders to make a redacted transcript available to the media. That's not even in the order, because the media seemingly accepted that this witness must be in camera. So it's not an expectation, but it's maybe a possibility for the Madlaga Commission to explore. But due to the nature of the evidence and the fact that it can't be in public, I don't see a scenario where the transcript itself could be redacted to, I guess, serve the purpose of informing the public in this regard.
Kenny, thank you so much. Kenny Mapanga and SABC News' eyes and ears at the Madlaga Commission. If you want to know anything about the Madlaga Commission, speak to Kenny. All right, we have about a minute and a half before headline news. Let's quickly listen to a voice note.
Good day, this is SK Mbongo, Sundisa, Mboisa, yes, is SK. Judging by the evidence that is coming out of the Madlaga Commission, it shows that General Khan, it was not just a hit. He actually hired, or he had an agreement with those people to shoot and kill him. It's just that the things didn't go as planned, or maybe the guys that he hired, those Nkabis, they got scared. They couldn't maybe finish the job or do the job properly. He definitely wanted himself gone. He wanted to die. So, yeah, it was not a hit gone wrong. No, he actually wanted to die.
He is a top guy in the EFF, and he is loved by his followers. But the question is he potentially innocent? I doubt it. Julius Malema is not going to be able to clear his name. There is too much evidence against him, such as a WhatsApp exchange. And his association with people like Mazoti and Khan has consequences, and now he's going to face them. And he started feeling uncomfortable now. Peter Rampatela-Mashid. Good afternoon.
Well, thanks so much for those two. And of course, send us your views as well. And you can do so via WhatsApp, or you can write to us via X. With that, it's 12:30. Here's Ondela Mbana with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Sakina. On the news headlines, the National Treasury says the total equitable share withheld for all 69 municipalities stands at around 13.5 billion rand. Limpopo ANC is disputing allegations that it received a 3 million rand donation from the legislature. The donation was allegedly made by suspended legislature secretary Dr. Timothy Make from the public coffers. The British telecommunications provider Virgin Media has been fined $37 million for preventing customers from cancelling their contracts. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, today is Wednesday, so our analyst is from ABSA, and today we're speaking to Moteo Maposa, who's an ABSA investment analyst. Good afternoon, Moteo.
Good afternoon, Sakina. Local markets have been fairly under pressure so far this week. So if you're looking at yesterday's performance, we did see the all-share close in negative territory. Similar picture today with the all-share down about 2.4%. And if you're looking at the various sectors, the resources sector coming in as the biggest laggard so far today, down about 5%. And that's driven largely by softer commodity prices, particularly for gold and platinum. Financials also trading weaker, down 2.3%. Industrials also trading in negative territory, albeit by a modest 0.73%. Then in terms of European markets, we also saw them start the session on a weaker note today, with the FTSE 100 dropping about 1.5%, Euro Stoxx 50 dropping by a greater 2%. In terms of your US indices, we also saw them close yesterday's session in negative territory. And just from a commodities perspective, seeing gold down about 1.25%, so trading at around $4,000 per ounce, platinum down by a greater 5% in today's session. Then from a Brent crude spot price perspective, we did see that jump about 7% so far today, and this largely on the back of US President Donald Trump's comments highlighting that the memorandum of understanding aimed at ending the conflict with Iran was over, so that reigniting concerns over potential disruptions to Middle East oil supplies. Then just moving over to economic data that we've seen so far this week, we did see the S&P Global Composite PMI edge to 51.9 index points in June, so supported by solid growth in manufacturing output and a modest acceleration in services activity. The services PMI, on the other hand, also seeing it inch up further into expansionary territory to 51.2, supported by stronger new orders as well as FIFA World Cup related demand. And in terms of economic data, we anticipate to see in the remainder of the week, tomorrow expecting to see manufacturing production figures numbers locally. We are also expecting to see inflation in China as well as producer price inflation. Thank you, Sakina.
Well, thanks so much, Moteo. Moteo Maposa is ABSA's investment analyst. Right, and with that, let's find out what John has in store.
SAFM Sport with John Gerika.
Good to have you.
Scandal.
Again.
Scandal. Well, still a different one this time. No matches. There's no matches to watch today. Hey, you're going to get.
What am I supposed to do with myself after Wimbledon?
We can have a little sleep.
Yeah, let's try
Wimbledon.
that.
After the Tour de France, after Wimbledon.
That's a novel idea.
No matches today. Plenty of news. All right, let's talk about what happened last night in Atlanta. A fever pitch, but for all the wrong reasons. Argentina's 3-2 comeback win over Egypt has left the world stunned and, frankly, furious. We're talking about absolute chaos post-match. Egypt's coach, Hassam Hassan, didn't hold back, flat out accusing officials of fixing the result to ensure Argentina's survival. 2 disallowed goals, a massive missed penalty call, and a VAR system that seems to have completely lost its compass.
Argentina's victory is undeserved. And I promise you, once I return today, I will not watch football in this World Cup at all, because there is no justice in it. My personal protest is that I will not watch this World Cup again. When I get back home and back to our country, I'm not watching it. We were the best in everything, but the result was... There were factors influencing it, not external, but internal on the pitch and external before the match. It is clear that the pressure put on the referee before the match, but the Argentine side succeeded because they objected to referee, bringing up France and the France national team. I want to say, in life, anyone who does things the right way will face hardship. As long as you walk the right path, you will suffer. We walked the right path. We suffered, and we were harmed by external factors.
Well,
the Egyptian camp is calling it an act of highway robbery. They weren't alone. Here's South African football legends Benny McCarthy and Quinton Fortune.
It's the first time I see a team score legitimate goals and then the opposition plead for the referee to go to VAR, to go and check a foul in the build-up, which was never a foul, which is, come on, man. Nothing in it, absolutely nothing in it. And for the referee to go to VAR because Messi and the Argentinian players is asking for them for the foul, and then he goes.
It's not even fun anymore. No, what are we doing? We have to just sit here and lie and make up stuff. It's embarrassing, it's clear. This is brutal. It's not even at night, it's broad daylight so everyone can see, as Benjino just mentioned. Egypt scores a perfectly good goal. They're going all the way back there. Oh, we got the VAR angles from the satellite, from space. We got the VAR angles. Argentina? No VAR angles, nothing. Come on, what's going on here?
It's not just about this one game. It's a massive narrative shift, all right? There are whispers of institutional favoritism, commercial pressures, and a tournament integrity that's starting to crumble under the spotlight. Sorry,
it started early, to be fair. You remember that tackle that Messi got away with, and people got red cards for way less.
It started with a Bafana game.
Yeah. But remember, after Bafana, and people were comparing what other players were getting red cards for compared to an atrocious tackle from Messi that went totally unpunished.
So, quarterfinals coming up. The question isn't who can lift the trophy. It's about whether the World Cup can actually survive all of these scandals.
It will survive.
Meanwhile, Florian Balogun's overturned World Cup suspension has reached the European Parliament. That's how high this is going. A group of lawmakers have called for FIFA to investigate whether pressure from US President Donald Trump influenced the decision. UEFA have labelled the move unprecedented, while Belgium has formally challenged Balogun's eligibility. FIFA insists its disciplinary process is independent. On the field, quarterfinals on Thursday. It's 10 o'clock, France against Morocco. Friday at 9, Spain against Belgium. Saturday at 11 o'clock, it's Norway against England. And Sunday morning early, Argentina against Switzerland. On centre court today, it's the quarterfinals at Wimbledon. Marta Krzyzczyk takes on Jasmine Paolini. Flavio Cobolli takes on wildcard Arthur Ferry. He's British and he lived near Wimbledon when he was growing up.
Yeah, it's good to see British sport doing well on a global level. What I experienced today, personally, I'm really going to cherish it for the rest of my life. Who knows? Maybe I will never ever get to experience that ever again. You know, it's the first time I'm playing on this stage, but maybe, who knows? I'll never. That might be the first and last time. Hopefully not. But so yeah, I'm just trying to really soak it all in and keep the memories.
Linda Noskova and Elise Martin starts things off on court 1 with Taylor Fritz and Alexander Zverev after that. Some sad news. KG Monjane beaten in straight sets in the opening round of the ladies wheelchair singles yesterday, beaten by Annick van Coort 6-4, 6-2. She has another bite of the apple though in the ladies wheelchair doubles. She's teaming up today with Lucy Schuker of the UK. Brad Binders lost his bike for 2027. KTM have confirmed that he will not be part of their rider lineup next season. They've announced that Fabio Di Gianantonio will take Binder's place in the factory team alongside Alex Marquez next season. He's currently 13th as Binder in the championship. And some Tour de France news. There was all change yesterday. I predicted it. Torsten Trien currently leads in the Yellows jersey, 28 seconds ahead of American champion Sean Quinn. Matthias Vacek is 3 minutes and 50 back. It's a day for the sprinters today, ahead of the big mountains tomorrow. So today, just 1,600 meters of climbing spread over 158 kilometers.
Just on that FIFA controversy, I have to show you this.
Yes.
I'm showing John. So just to
this
prove
is great
the
for
point.
radio. Okay.
Yeah, just to prove the point, because you need to tell the story on radio. So if you look at the match officials to this point, so generally what they do is there will be a mixture of nationalities.
No, this is also coming up at the moment.
Yes. So where's the mixture for France's next game?
Yeah, where they're from?
Argentina.
Oh, really?
The entire team. The entire team.
Well, you see, this is the thing. So they've been the officials have all been coming from one country now. This was part of the debate.
They've been mixing them. I brought you the evidence.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I've got the receipts. So you see, there you have French, and then there's Norwegian. There you have.
Lungile's telling us we've got to stop. I will look into it tomorrow.
So please look into it because I brought you the receipts. Okay, bye. But for France's next game against Morocco,
all Argentine.
All Argentine.
Okay, bye.
Well, the Electoral Commission has called on South Africans to comment on a draft electoral code of conduct countering disinformation. The Electoral Commission has published the draft electoral code of conduct on countering disinformation in the Government Gazette, and this is for public comment, marking an important milestone in safeguarding the integrity of the electoral processes ahead of the 2026 local government elections. The Electoral Code of Conduct on countering disinformation also seeks to to establish clear principles as well as standards that encourage responsible conduct by all electoral participants and stakeholders. For more on this, we join on the line now by the IEC's Assistant Manager, Civic and Democracy Education, Mahabo Ramatlodi. Mr. Ramatlodi, always good to have you. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Sakina, and of course the listeners of SAfm.
So to
Great
what
to be
we're
here.
talking about today, with the local government elections approaching, what specific lessons or automated threats from previous polls actually prompted the IEC to transition from voluntary measures to what now will be a formalized gazetted code?
Well, there's been a lot of misinformation and disinformation, particularly on digital platforms, Sakina, as we were preparing for the 2024 national and provincial elections. I think even earlier, before the 2024 national and provincial elections, while we were preparing for the 2021 local government elections, you would have realized that there was a lot of false information that was shared on digital platforms that, had the potential to tarnish the credibility and the image of the Electoral Commission. And obviously, you know that, once the image of the Commission is tarnished, it becomes difficult for people to trust the results of an election, published by a commission whose credibility is now in question.
And with regard to the IEC, do you have any specific educational strategies to help ordinary South Africans actually understand, Mr. Ramatlodi, the draft code so that they can provide meaningful feedback?
No, absolutely. What we've done, and this we've done even before, this period, we have created a fact sheet that deals with the Electoral Code of Conduct, just so that people understand the do's and don'ts, the things that political parties, their candidates, as well as independent candidates and their supporters, the things that they can or cannot do to ensure that the electoral environment, is conducive to free and fair elections, because that becomes very, very key. Subsequent to that, we've realized that there was a tendency of spreading false information, and we've created another fact sheet that just summarizes what is the difference between misinformation and disinformation, and how you can, spot mis or disinformation, and where you can report, and the consequences of, intentionally spreading false information for one reason or the other unknown to the Commission. So we've put those measures into place. If you go on our digital platforms, you'd see that we are trying to push as best as possible credible information that relates to elections. We've gone as far as looking at the common misunderstandings or myths that you would find on digital platforms, particularly on your big social media platforms. And then we've made an effort to try and respond to those in advance to ensure that people are given credible information, such that when they encounter this mis or disinformation, already they are aware that that can be true, because the Electoral Commission would have given them credible information in advance.
And then the code also introduces strict rules targeting digital platforms. And we, in the age of AI-generated content and deep fakes at this point, Mr. Ramatlodi. So how will your civic education campaigns train voters to be able to detect some of these very sophisticated threats?
Look, I'm not going to lie to you, Sakina. It's not going to be an easy task, because you've seen what can be done with AI of late. I mean, right away, somebody can just put you at an island somewhere out there on a beach enjoying yourself, while actually I'm talking to you, while you are in studio in Auckland Park. So the campaign really would be to just ensure that we spread as much credible information as possible. We're encouraging, as you are now aware, all South Africans to ensure that they participate in the in the comments to ensure that this thing is finalized as soon as possible. That's the draft Electoral Code of Conduct to deal with disinformation in the electoral space. So we are going to also be going out in public, I beg your pardon. As you know, that we've already started a long time ago to just give voters a civic and democracy education. So to add it to that now, We'll also be educating them about the importance of, not spreading misinformation or disinformation, but also how, people must behave generally in the space of elections. Once the elections are proclaimed officially, it means, therefore, that all political parties, their candidates, independent candidates, as well as their supporters, and every key stakeholder in that space of elections has to ensure that they adhere to the Electoral Code of Conduct. So there will be a lot of measures that you're going to see, from now moving forward, as we'll be engaging the public as the Electoral Commission, giving them credible information, but most importantly, encouraging them to participate in this draft regulation on the dealing with this issue of, unfortunately, disinformation.
Thanks so much, Mr. Ramatlodi. Sure, we'll speak again next week. That was Mr. Mahabo Ramatlodi, the IEC's Assistant Manager, Civic and Democracy Education.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
It's 12 minutes before 1 now. U.S. President Donald Trump has told NATO that the ceasefire deal with Iran is over and that he doesn't want to engage with Tehran. And speaking in the Turkish capital Ankara ahead of the NATO summit, Trump blasted the Iranian leadership with a string of derogatory terms.
I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Now, to take a closer look at the implications of these latest developments, we join on the line by international relations expert Dr. Charles Sinkala. Thanks so much for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon, Dr. Sinkala.
Good afternoon, Sakina. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Just taking a look at the economic indicators, we already see the price of Brent crude oil at the very least as going up. And here you have President Trump stating at that NATO summit in Turkey that the time for this particular deal, as short as it has been in its lifespan, is over. What do you make of what is going on now and what we were told would be this roadmap to peace?
Yes, Sakina, indeed, when the United States President says deal is over on TV, markets hear it before diplomats do. Expect oil up, risk up, and everything is going up, For Africa, this is not a distant war. It's diesel at the pump next month, or if not immediately. I think, this war should not be left alone entirely between the United States and the Middle East, the UAE, and Israel. I think the rest of the world who uses 20% of the Strait of Hormuz should participate, in terms of mediating and making sure that it goes beyond, rhetoric or languages such as cuckoo, as the U.S. president calls it.
Now, the question then is, of course, given the language that was used, President Trump also went on to say that this interim accord is a waste of time. Do you still believe that there is some room to maneuver diplomatically, or does this completely close the door on that 60-day diplomatic, roadmap that they were meant to come up with?
Well, look, the challenge that is there, Sakina, is there is room for diplomatic talks among the two nations or the other nations that are involved, including Israel. The challenge is United States has got its own, understanding in terms of the war, and it's a non-negotiable of no nuclear weapons, as he has likely mentioned, that, they shouldn't have any nuclear weapon. There should be, Iran must be disarmed, and that becomes a challenge for Iran, to concede to that. to those terms. It is the point is now on the United States of America. Once they go out of diplomatic means, diplomatically, there are no means of being diplomatically about it in terms of dealing with this.
And where does this leave the negotiators now with the talks stalled? Because you have Pakistan, you've got Turkey, you've got Qatar. Do they still possess some leverage to try and broker, if anything, maybe an emergency talk towards a ceasefire or something of that nature? Where does it leave them?
It leaves them, to pull up their artilleries, the arms and the military escalation. That's the only way, because both nations, United States of America and including Iran, who are part and parcel in the forefront of this tension, does not want to yield in terms of their demands against each other. And I think it will remain like that until nations, poor nations like neighboring nations around the region, and also Africa as a continent, who will dearly be affected in terms of imports of the oil, and including the European Union, who predominantly depend on to this, is to now go to the two parties and mediate, so that United States of America and Iran, probably they can compromise, in terms of dealing with this, focusing on the impact their escalation and military escalation will do, not only on oil, but lives have been lost within those regions as the military escalation has continued, even when they had an agreement to cease the fire.
And just finally, with Iran then targeting U.S. military sites in Bahrain and Kuwait, which they say in response to U.S. operations, how is this likely to alter the security calculus of the Gulf states? And do you think that this has the potential to force perhaps a more unified, more aggressive militant stance against Tehran from the Gulf states?
I don't think so. Iran is standing on a very solid point. We can't forget that this week, or last week rather, there was a funeral of laying down to rest their slain supreme leader who was killed by the United States. So they're quite aggrieved in terms of how President Trump addresses them, how he sends his tweet in terms of communicating to them, where he's supposed to, send diplomatic channels, not verbal, as per Vienna Convention, how to communicate between states and states. So with the absence of the respect, from both sides, whether Iran or United States of America, it becomes a big challenge, as you have likely mentioned, that when the two elephants are fighting, the entire region will be affected, especially Israel now, who takes political instructions from the United States of America, even though they say they do not. But, there is a linkage in terms of the influence.
Well, thank you so much for that analysis, Dr. Charles Singala, international relations expert.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Well, more than 60 municipalities have been flagged by National Treasury for defaulting on payments to service providers. This has been happening for years, accumulating billions in debt to entities such as Eskom and water boards, and also failing to pay workers' pension contributions amounting to 1.43 billion rand. Now, National Treasury says the aim of its action is to ensure fiscal discipline among local authorities. And to help us discuss this further, we join on the line now by Councillor Lesetja Dikgale, SALGA's chairperson for Municipal Finance and Fiscal Policy Working Group. Thanks so much for your time and welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon, Sakina, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Councillor Dikgale, more than 60 municipalities flagged by National Treasury. What is SALGA's reaction to what has happened here?
We are very concerned and we are worried that what we have been raising is not being attended to. We have indicated in the past 3 years, even through coming up with a document that says the current fiscal policy intervention for local government is seriously insignificant to deal with our current cost that needs to be managed as part and parcel of dealing with our service delivery and dealing with our constitutional mandate. And the National Treasury has not been listening. That is why we have reached this cliff, because these municipalities, number one, most of the municipalities that has been flagged, they lack what we call consistent revenue based, where they have property rates and other taxes that they can be able to get from their communities. Secondly, the grants that they are getting, either equitable grants or other grants, they are less than what is expected or by the community in terms of service delivery expectation. Thirdly, you find that most of these municipalities, because of lack of financial sustainability, they are unable to hire people who are able to run municipalities effectively, deal with issues of engineering and financial responsibility. So that is why you are finding these municipalities having internal challenges, internal controls, and other systematic and structural challenges that they are facing right now, which we have been raising as SALGA. And I can assure you, COGTA and National Treasury hasn't intervened as SALGA has expected, and that is why we're here. We are where we are now.
And those are valid points. But Mr. Dikgale, National Treasury says that the ultimate aim here is to ensure fiscal discipline among local authorities, which has been wanting for quite a lot of our municipalities. So, as SALGA, would you agree with that?
There is a difference, Sakina, between structural adjustment and financial discipline. National Treasury doesn't want financial discipline because every year they put what we call frameworks in terms of how we budget, how we use our money, and those frameworks are followed. That is not a problem. The problem is the structural adjustment, wanting municipalities to do more with less, which is not possible. That is why you are having a situation whereby you are unable to pay your Eskom, you are unable to pay water boards, you are unable to pay pension fund, because the revenue, Sakina, that is there, they can do everything they want, but you can't stretch it beyond what is there. So that is where the problem is. The problem is the funding model, the ability to fund and raise money that is able to meet the basic minimum, what is not happening. Which is not happening at the current moment. So National Treasury should work with SALGA to say, how do we change the funding models of these municipalities? Because most of them, they are small towns, they are rural municipalities, which doesn't have a historical base in terms of revenue, which makes it impossible for them to meet the financial requirement and demand of running an effective municipality.
Well, unfortunately, out of time. I wish to pick this up again. And that was Councillor Lesetja Dikgale, SALGA's chairperson for Municipal Finance and Fiscal Policy Working Group. And that's all our time this afternoon. Thanks to the production team. And Ndela Mbana is up next.
Thank you, Sakina, and the team on the top stories. Health Ombudsman clears KZN hospitals of bullying, and ANC Limpopo disputes donation allegations. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The Health Ombudsman has found no evidence linking a series of healthcare worker deaths in KwaZulu-Natal to workplace bullying, among others. However, the investigation has uncovered chronic staff shortages, deteriorating infrastructure, and poor workplace support. The Health Ombudsman, Professor Taula Mkwena, was briefing the media in Pretoria. He has warned that these challenges require urgent intervention.
The Health Ombudsman has made recommendations aimed at strengthening employee wellness and support programs, mental health services to health professionals, organizational culture that encourages health workers to seek help when needed, staffing and workplace planning, security measures in healthcare facilities, oversight and accountability mechanisms, and above all, compliance with prescribed norms.
The National Treasury says the total equitable share withheld for all 69 municipalities stands at around 13.5 billion rand. It says the release of the funds will depend on how quickly the municipalities can sign repayment agreements with the accreditors, which include water boards, Eskom and pension funds. According to National Treasury, the main aim of temporarily withholding the equitable share is to arrest the culture of non-payment. Deputy Director General Ukhalale Kharikwe says that the intervention will not interfere with the delivery of basic services.
That what we are requesting from those municipalities is for them to give us the payment plan that has been signed by both themselves and together with those creditors. And then once they give us that, we'll release a portion of the money, which is probably 1/3, for them to go pay those accounts as agreed with those creditors. And then once they've done that, they give us proof, we release the money. I mean, essentially it means your money could be withheld for 2 weeks only. So that's how long it can be, it depends on how fast the municipality act, essentially. With regards to how much, we've only withheld 13.5 billion.
Limpopo ANC is disputing allegations that it received a 3 million rand donation from the legislature. The donation was allegedly made by the suspended legislature secretary, Dr. Timothy Make, from the public coffers. Make is on suspension for alleged multi-million rand tender irregularities and fraud. ANC spokesperson Tony Ratuene has described the allegations as malicious and aimed at tarnishing the reputation of the governing party.
On the allegations of the 3.8 million, the ANC categorically rejects these claims as false. The ANC complies with all applicable legal requirements governing the party political funding. The ANC views these allegations as malicious and disparate attempt to tarnish the image and the integrity of the organization.
The SACP in the Western Cape says it welcomes the public protector's finding that the City of Cape Town has not delivered basic services to Langa Flats and Khayelitsha in line with the law and constitution. The public protector investigated, among other complaints, deteriorating sewage infrastructure, lack of lighting, as well as inadequate water provision. SACP spokesperson Lizwi Gegula says the report has detailed years of neglect. The party says they will be monitoring the City of Cape Town's response to the report closely. The British telecommunications provider Virgin Media has been fined $37 million for preventing customers from cancelling their contracts. The fine is the largest that the media regulator Ofcom has ever levied. It's believed Virgin mishandled millions of phone calls to prevent customers from switching to competitors. The BBC's Sean Farrington has the details.
The regulator uses the word deliberate as when it describes the call dropping tactics, the excessive and unnecessary call transfers, putting customers repeatedly on hold for no reason. You know, many of those, not necessarily the tactics, but many of those experiences that people might have when they're trying to cancel a contract or switch elsewhere.
Recapping the top story, the Health Ombudsman has found no evidence linking a series of healthcare worker deaths in KwaZulu-Natal to workplace bullying, among others. I'm Ondolana Mbana for SAfm News Headlines at 1:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
Never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Ouvi dizer tantas coisas, festas, pessoal a dançar, mas eu não sei como é que eu vou explicar, como é que eu sinto. Ouvi dizer que hoje é o dia, o nosso dia, um dia feliz. E eu só sei que eu perto de ti quero estar, agora e pra minha vida inteira. Pra quando eu te conheci. Oh Maria, vem daí comigo, me deixa te mostrar o mundo inteiro. Oh Maria, me diga o nome da sua redondeza, vou te fazer ver o mundo lá, lá, lá. La vida, a nossa vida é tão linda, faz chorar. La, 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 la. La vida, a nossa vida é tão linda, faz chorar. Faz chorar, faz chorar. Essa vida é tão linda, faz chorar. Faz chorar, faz chorar. E essa vida é tão linda, faz chorar. Esta vida é tão linda, faz chorar. Faz chorar, faz chorar. Esta vida é tão linda, faz chorar. Faz chorar, faz chorar. Faz chorar, esta vida faz chorar. Faz chorar, faz chorar. Esta vida é tão linda, faz chorar. A nossa vida é tão linda, faz chorar.
It is Mikasa coming through with La Vida on this fine Wednesday afternoon. I hope you're having a better midweek than I am. One day we're going to talk the diaries of a working mother. The nanny diaries of a working mother. It's been a rough 3 days in my household with the baby and the nanny that's absconded. But that's another conversation for another day where we're going to have this family meeting. For now, we thank the gods of radio that we were able to be with you today and kick off another show. We're going to catch up with Smahle Mota, SABC News reporter, looking at 135 days of the Malanga Commission. And then we are going to delve into Mental Illness Awareness Month conversations. And today we're looking at loving somebody with a mental illness. How do you balance supporting your loved one or your friend or even your colleague without actually losing yourself inside their diagnoses? And some people might even go inside the unending drama that comes with the cycle of having to deal with mental issues, mental triggers, mental breakdowns, and everything else that is associated with it. We also are going to have a finance conversation on the other side of 2 o'clock. The National Financial Ombud Scheme is urging young financial literacy to mark Mandela Month. So we're going to have that conversation. That's coming up in the next 2 hours. I'll let you know what else is coming up on the show as we mission along. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line, and 086-000-2032 is the number to call us on. We are also live streaming on our social media platforms at SAfmRadio is where you'll find us.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Sbahle Mota joins us now from the Bridget Mabandla Justice College out in Tshwane for day 135. How are you doing, Sbahle?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
All right, let's dive straight into it. I mean, let's recap what's transpired for day 135 at the Madlanga Commission.
So when we got there, this morning, we were expecting the application of Witness M to be heard. And, it was unopposed. And if you remember, Witness M had actually asked the commission to have their testimony behind closed doors because they were citing safety concerns, and that their testimony actually touches on heads of states, politicians, as well as police officials. And therefore, they felt like, they didn't want to jeopardize their safety as well as that of their families. So this application was actually unopposed from the evidence leaders, which subsequently led to the chairperson granting that application. So right now, as things stand, the testimony is being heard behind closed doors, and we don't even know how long it may take Witness M to conclude with his testimony.
I mean, I gather we don't know much about Witness M because otherwise it will defeat the purpose. It almost seems as though, now more than ever, the commission and all those involved are making sure to not even let the smallest clue come to light as to who these protected witnesses are.
No, definitely, because, even in their statements, they are saying that they will be testifying about a drug bust and anything related to that. So there wasn't much that was let on in their affidavit, but just that, they've seen very suspicious activity outside of their family home, and this has raised questions about his safety and that of his family. I think even saying that he had to move his wife away from where they live. So those are the sort of details. And as you know, the Madlanga Commission prioritizes the safety of the witnesses very well, and it takes it very high, So we will just have to wait and see if we will be given the redacted statement. But as things stand, it doesn't seem like the commission wants to compromise the safety of this witness.
So this witness is going to, I guess, commence as of today, and then depending on all that information today and tomorrow, perhaps, as we wind down the week at Madlanga, are we looking at any kind of surprises or any additions over the next 2.5 days?
We really don't know, because what we saw from the application is that he was meant to testify this week, and we just don't know for how long. But as you know, Jeremy Michaels does not really divulge some of the witnesses that will come before the Madlanga Commission. But what we do know is that next week at least there is some, sort of a way forward with the testimony of Usmuzi Kat Matlala expected on Wednesday. But we also don't know how they are going to work around also Suleiman Karim, expected to be on the stand on the same day. So you can see, the commission is really pressed for time, and hopefully the president may even grant them that short extension.
Yeah, we'll see. That conversation about a possible 3-month extension definitely seems to be finding full steam ahead. Sbahle Mota, we'll leave it there for this afternoon. SABC News reporter bringing us at day 135 at the Madlanga Commission. It's just gone 20 past 1 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. A quick pause, and then we come back on the other side. We get into a conversation focusing on how one goes about loving someone and supporting someone with a mental illness. How do you balance that support without losing yourself in everything that they are having to deal with? That conversation is coming up. And of course, we always invite you to be a part of such discussions on our WhatsApp line. 0614104107 is where you can send us a voice note, or you can give us a call on 086 000 2032. And we understand that, whenever we talk mental health, it's a very personal, deeply personal conversation indeed. So if you want to share, but share in anonymity, you are more than welcome to do so. We will not pry into details. You can just send us whatever you want to send us, however you want to share. Always a safe space here with zero judgment. 0614104107. Let's take a quick pause.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, let's get into the conversation with Dr. Gitumetse Mashego, who is a clinical and sports psychologist, a speaker, and an author. And of course, we're delving into Mental Illness Awareness Month. And the conversation for us today is, how do you balance supporting someone who is dealing with some kind of mental health diagnosis, and whilst at the same time ensuring that you don't lose yourself? It would be a sensitive conversation, of course, because this is a highly emotive one and highly personal for a lot of people. So we'll try our best to weave our way through it with that consciousness in mind. Dr. Gitumetse, how are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Bridget, and good afternoon to the SAfm listeners. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for the time. We appreciate it indeed. I mean, let's talk about... am I hearing a French... Apologies for that. One of our channels was open. Suddenly we are hearing a Spanish... a lady coming through. Apologies to you and our listeners. Let's talk about mental health, right? Because I think we often speak whenever it's Mental Health Awareness Month or it's Depression Awareness Month, Anxiety Awareness Month. We speak from these topics trying to engage first with people's first-hand experiences as those who have been diagnosed. How to handle a diagnosis, how to recognize signs that, potentially you could be dealing with something, how to seek help, etc. Very rarely do we enter this conversation from the perspective of the community that has to commune and come together in supporting somebody with mental health issues or a diagnosis, or even helping them navigate those stages. How important is it for us to also, from time to time, cast a lens on that community and check in with them to say, hey, are you okay? How are you dealing with everything that you are dealing with?
You are bringing up a very important issue. I mean, me as a clinical psychologist who's been working for 20 years, I still need to debrief and check in. Right. And this is what I'm professionally doing. So definitely the loved ones of someone who's struggling need to regularly check in, to debrief and to sometimes sadly grieve, the person they knew vis-a-vis the person they now having to, live with because of mental health illnesses. Because in some instances, really, the person is never the same. And I think that's where we really need to show grace to those struggling, but to those also who support them so they can, better take care of themselves first as the one supporting, and then the person who is struggling that they need to live with and support in their lives.
What does it mean when we talk supporting someone that's living with a mental illness? What does that mean for that support system in how they show up, in what they potentially are dealing with, in how even if there are steps where they are journeying through? I think, for instance, of what are those 7 stages of grief, denial, no. So I wonder, even if you are at that support end, are you also dealing with your own steps of processing before you can get to a point of, okay, this is where we're at?
Definitely. Sadly, there's so much stigma around mental health illnesses or challenges. And it's not just societal stigma. Certain families just struggle with accepting that someone is ill. Then there's also another layer, which is the self-stigma. So the one struggling also stigmatizes themselves for struggling because they are viewed that they should, just snap out of it. So you supporting or watching this family member struggling while maybe you are also struggling, with accepting or understanding what mental health issues are, or maybe you do and you've struggled and you've overcome, but this person is not ready. And I think that's the challenge with mental health issues, that one must want the help for them to benefit from the help, right? You cannot save a person or push them into wanting this thing. That's why, for example, with substance abuse problems, we say the first step is just the awareness. Just be aware that when you take this, it doesn't treat you the same like it treats other people. This is your demon that you must tackle for life, right? So I think that awareness is so key, but it's not easy. And there's various factors such as denial, which is also part of mental health illnesses, that some people just are in denial that they need help, but also that, they just struggling to accept that this is it, or they're not ready. Because sometimes, you come to my office, for example, with anxiety, and I sit with you and I take you back, right? And I ask Bridget, tell me about yourself. And we find the root cause of the anxiety is something that happened to you when you were growing up, when you were 3 years of age, for example. Maybe you had a parent who was so strict, who was just, who you could never satisfy, that now you have this predisposition to be anxious, even now as an adult. So when you come into my office, you're expecting me to just address the current anxiety. But when I take it to the root cause, it's not always easy now to, unpack all that and grieve the parent you didn't have. So sometimes it opens up other wounds that you were not even aware of or ready to deal with when you walk into my office, which can be challenging.
Absolutely. And when you bring up that point of just the first step being that of awareness, right? Because even arriving at awareness, sometimes people notice behaviors in you before you notice the behaviors. And they put labeling and words to those behaviors before you can reckon those behaviors. And just hearing even your most loved ones and most trusted say to you, I think we have a problem that needs our attention. That can be a difficult thing to even articulate as a sister or a brother. And I know we've got to go to the headlines in 30 seconds, but it can be a difficult thing.
Definitely. And that's why then, it becomes, such a big thing for someone to actually get to a place where they admit there's a problem. But, going back to, again, the stigma that they want to just snap out of it. So there's still a lot of work that we need to do to show that some people are just predisposed to mental health illnesses the same way someone is healthy on the outside, but they develop cancer. They develop, a heart condition or, cholesterol problems, even though they are an athlete. So we still have a long way in curbing that stigma. So people understand that a predisposition for mental health illness doesn't mean you're crazy or weak, but that it is what you're predisposed to, and you can manage it and make sure you still live a great life in spite of the diagnosis.
061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. If you are living as someone's support system, someone's pillar of strength through their mental illness, feel free to share with us. In fact, we'd hope you would share with us what that has been like for you, the emotional toll perhaps that you've had to go through as you've arrived in a supportive role to be there for your beloved, your friend, your family, your colleague, or maybe even some of the things that you might feel a little apprehensive in discussing because you feel as though you're not justified to talk about it, to ventilate it, because you are not the person going through it, even though it keeps you awake at night. 061-410-4107. Ondelambane is standing by.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the Health Ombudsman has found no evidence linking a series of healthcare worker deaths in KwaZulu-Natal to workplace bullying, among others. The opposition DA in Limpopo has welcomed the National Treasury's decision to temporarily withhold the July funds to 5 municipalities in the province. And the Border Management Authority says its staff is working closely with the South African National Defence Force to strengthen border security. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, we are in conversation with Dr. Kitumetse Mashego, who is a clinical and sports psychologist, a speaker, and an author, and we are weaving our way through a conversation looking at how do you show up, how do you support someone who is dealing with a mental health diagnosis without losing yourself also in the process, and also holding space for yourself as the support system. Because I think that's the other thing, when we are caught up in the spider web of someone who's dealing with something of such magnitude, whether it's someone who's dealing with death and grief, whether it's someone who's dealing with mental health issues. Oftentimes, and I think it goes back to what we were saying in the beginning, you have emotional needs as the support system. You need someone to show up for you, to check in with you. But there's also that sense where you don't feel entitled to share that I'm not coping with this, or I don't know how to process this, or I don't know how to handle this. This is too much for me. Because you almost feel like society hasn't given you permission to say you matter in this moment. You know, that thing on social media, people go, it's not about you, you're not the main character here. Don't center yourself in this person's experience. And it's very silencing languaging.
That's what we see happen out there, that someone supporting someone who is struggling with their mental health, that they feel guilty for even, when they come into my office, I would then maybe suggest to them that I'm worried about you as well. I'm concerned. I actually recommend that you come see me as an individual so that we can process all these emotions that you are going through as you're watching your loved one go through this, right? Because, it's a lifetime of a struggle sometimes for supporting someone who's struggling. And there's something called vicarious trauma that can happen as you are assisting. And it's not just, for the people, the loved ones, even for me as a professional. I am at risk of developing that if I am not making sure that, I go in and debrief. So the debriefing, people should not feel guilty about. I encourage it. You can develop, burnout from assisting a loved one, compassionate fatigue, they term it different things, and it's a real thing. And if you do not take care of it, you also might spiral as you are assisting this person, and sometimes, there's a lot of things that are going on in there. Maybe there's, you want to save them from the situation. You're feeling so helpless, or you're just exhausted from helping. And it doesn't mean you love them any less. It just means you are also human in this thing. We're having a human experience, and you need to make sure you are fine, because if you are not fine, you are likely to struggle to support them, and you might, for example, build resentment or avoid them, or develop poor coping strategies such as maybe alcohol, or just doing certain things that are not helpful to the situation, adding to the situation. So, but it's very important for the supporters to not feel guilty for struggling in supporting their loved one. It doesn't mean they love them any less, and there is help out there for them as well.
Let's go to WhatsApp on 061-410-4107.
Afternoon, Bridget. People with mental illness, we must not laugh at them, discriminate them. We must protect them because they are being sexually abused, financially abused, and they work hard cleaning houses, making garden. So we must always monitor them. Thank you, Bridget.
Good day, this is Bridget. I'm going to hear. The topic you're talking about, I went through the same problem. I remember when I met the mother of my child, my partner. She had like that mental problem. Proceeded from her growing up. He grew up with the grandmom, and then the mother was staying somewhere with stepdad. Then later joined them. The mother and her own biological father, they separated. So when I met her, she didn't want to accept that she needs help. And that thing contributed to our relationship to such a level that it took a toll. I remember some time we had to take a break. So mental health is real, and people just need to seek help where they can and accept.
And I think this makes me ask the question, what Mukwena is sharing, makes me ask the question, how do partners and families show up without feeling like they need to fix their loved one?
And that's where, sometimes when you see a loved one struggling, you almost go into that mode of being a savior and fixing their situation. And I think people need to understand that, with mental health issues, the person must see the value of coming into my office or seeking help for them to benefit from the help and that denial that they're in, but to understand at the same time that it's part of the illness sometimes. Right. So to afford them that grace and to know that and to afford yourself the same grace that you are doing the best that you can to assist them. Right. And to also understand that they don't choose. Sometimes we think it's a choice, this mental health illness. No one chooses to suffer with depression, for example. It's part of the brain chemistry. And that's where the psychiatrist comes into the picture sometimes, because medication is required. Because no matter, I always give this metaphor that imagine someone depressed as being in a hole, a very dark hole, and they're struggling to look up to see the light. Even if you come with the light and shine it on them, if they're in that dark space, they will not see that light. And you pushing them towards seeing this light and, giving them verses about the light is not going to make the light any more visible to them when they're in that space. That's why you have people who die by suicide, and externally they seem like they had it all together, right? They have the materials that people want. And I think just that understanding of what mental health is also important. But again, the supporters, you can imagine if you're supporting someone who's in that dark space, they need to show themselves grace to understand that this is a difficult situation, and you need to also make sure that you are supported by professionals like myself. And it's not about removing the focus. It's because dealing with heavy people like that can be very overwhelming for you watching. And that's why even I go to my own therapist to go and debrief, because you can imagine I'm an emotional laborer. People come into my office about traumatic instances. And some of them are just, it's not a normal, air quote, situation to constantly be hearing about trauma, right? So if you're exposed to that on a daily, you need to do the check-in as a supporter to make sure that you are taking care of yourself, and understand also sometimes the prognosis is poor for your loved one. Sometimes in spite of whatever you do, the prognosis just does not go the way you would like for it. And that's where the support is important, that you start to accept and grieve that your loved one might never be the same.
Sure. Let's take a quick pause. It's just touched 20 to 2 o'clock. A quick pause, and then we'll come back and we'll begin to wind down on the conversation. But our WhatsApp is still open on 061-410-4107.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer, or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good afternoon, Bridget. No, Bridget, I've got a problem with my uncle. He started like he was forgetting things. People thought it was dementia. Now, these days, he just keep quiet. He sits there just blinking. He doesn't talk to anybody. When he talks, he just mumbles. He's around 70 years of age. And now the problem now is wetting himself, is messing up himself. He can't go to the toilet, but he can walk around. I don't know what is the problem with my uncle there. Anonymous.
Hey, Anonymous. We can't really put Dr. Kitumetse in a position to be making a clinical diagnosis over limited information on the phone. Perhaps maybe you can share a resource, a public resource that Anonymous can engage to get further assistance.
I always recommend to people that when you do not have the medical aid, please go to your nearest public clinic and inquire about a psychiatric consult, or just for them to assess whether it's a physical thing or whether it's a psychiatric or mental health issue that he's struggling with, so that he can be, assisted. But the people also with medical aids, please go to your nearest doctor to find out, so that they can refer you to the right specialist to diagnose you, to assist, the people struggling.
One of the questions that we were talking about during the break here with my producer is, what do you do in the instance that someone refuses? And I know you've reiterated that the person also needs to be at a place where they want to seek help. So what do you do when a person refuses and repeatedly refuses? And in some situations, you're in partnership, you're in marriage, you're in romantic relationships. So it's not as easy as, okay, well, you deal with it and then I'm just going to mission along, because it affects you every single day.
Definitely. What I always recommend is for the supporter who's supporting someone who refuses help to come see someone like me, individually, right? And then we can work out how to best go about this thing, because sometimes you might need to bring social workers, for example, into the picture, or maybe this person is actually harming themselves, or it's a risk to harm others, right? So then we can depending on what they present or the context of the situation, to assist. But the first point is for them to see a clinical psychologist like myself. Let's talk about, what they are experiencing, the difficulties, and let's see now how to best help the person supporting, but also the person struggling in the best way possible. But as I also mentioned, that unfortunately, some instances, the prognosis is poor, and then we have facilities for involuntary admission. There's many things, just depending on the context, that can be done. But definitely, if the person refuses the help, please seek help for yourself as the supporter, and we can help you navigate the best way to intervene in such a scenario.
What say you, as we begin to wind down, Dr. Kitumetse, what say you about boundaries? Because I can imagine that it becomes difficult to set in place boundaries in an unpredictable environment.
Definitely, and those are very key. And people often struggle, especially when you're supporting someone who's already struggling with mental health illnesses. But boundaries are very important, so that you're also not, putting yourself in a place where you are giving when you've got nothing left to give. And I always say to people, if you're giving and you've got nothing left to give, it's not called giving, it's called codependency. Right? Meaning you are giving from a place of, I don't want them to hurt, the hurt to themselves. I struggled, I don't want them to struggle. I don't want, you know what I mean? From a savior complex point of view. So that's where, someone like myself can help you, assist you in sort of navigating that those boundaries, to ensure that even though they might react negatively or resist your boundary, that you deal with the guilt that might come, because obviously when you start putting boundaries, people might be resistant of your boundaries. They might make you feel guilty, for doing that. So I think work can go in to make you more self-aware, but to also put in place other coping strategies that you can put in place so that you make sure that you are okay as a supporter. But boundaries definitely, they are very important. And what boundaries do, they protect you, but they also make you vulnerable. Because if I say to you, Bridget, I am struggling, I don't know how to help you anymore, please help me or guide me, and you say, no, you must just help me. You must just figure it out. It helps you discern and understand the mindset of this person that you're trying to help and assist. And that can also be worked out in therapy to say, okay, if this is what happens when I put boundaries, how do I, proceed forward, when I can see that this person is not being, open to the help that I am offering, or my boundaries that I'm setting.
Yeah, it's definitely been an enlightening conversation indeed, and we appreciate the time. That was Dr. Gitumetsi Mashego, who's a clinical and sports psychologist and, of course, author of Shut Out the Noise, an inspiration memoir for the underdog. A quick pause, and then we'll come back. We get into a different kind of conversation, shifting gears almost completely as we focus on stages, pages, screens, and more.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
With the price of fuel going up, we all need to drop expenses wherever we can. So switch to OUTsurance and you could save big on your car insurance. Like 48-year-old Adam, who saves a jaw-dropping 1,803 Rand a month on his 2020 Audi Q3. No matter what happens in the economy, OUTsurance is still committed to dropping prices and saving you money. Get a quote today by simply SMSing out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
You know, and in fact, if it wasn't for OUTsurance pointsmen, I don't know how we'd be navigating ourselves in the Fourways area of Joburg Metro. I don't know where you are in the country, if all your road traffic lights are working and all of that infrastructure is kept functional. But I can tell you that anybody who's a resident of Johannesburg or a resident of Fourways in Johannesburg can attest to the fact that we have not known what traffic lights are, functional traffic lights are, since the G20 summit concluded. And prior to that, we had not known for many a months as well. So we had functional infrastructure for that month of the G20. And then after that, it's back to OUTsurance pointsmen who have been trying their hardest to make sure that we get from point A to point B. Interestingly enough, I'm seeing the Joburg mayor right now on SABC 404 giving an update as to what's going to happen now that Treasury has decided not to give any funds to a couple of municipalities, including Johannesburg. Let's get into stages, pages, screen, and more. We're talking to Caitlin Forbe, who is the director of Actually. It's a story about consent at the Free State Arts Festival. How are you doing this afternoon?
Doing so well. Thank you for having me. Very excited to be here.
Thank you for coming through. Much, much appreciated. Okay, let's get into it. So tell me about this particular play, because it's an adaptation, right, from an American playwright.
Yes, that's correct. So essentially, it's a play that was created by an American playwright called Anna Ziegler. Mm-hmm. And it was created around 2016. around the Me Too movement kind of time period, if you have some sort of memory of that. And then I've brought it back and sort of adapted it to fit the South African context. And just because our politics are slightly different than the American politics, racially as well, we've changed the characters. So Amber and Tom originally were, Tom was black and Amber was white. And what we've done is we've swapped it. So our Amber is black and our Tom is white. Essentially, the play is around these two university students, Amber and Tom, and they go out and they have a fun night at a party, and they end up in what we would call a situationship.
Yeah.
But then it turns south really, really fast when Amber accuses Tom of rape. And what the audience sees is how this hearing unfolds at the university campus.
I mean, as you say, very pertinent to the social context of South Africa at the moment. And I think a lot of people have reflections of hashtag Me Too, because it did spark a global conversation. And no matter where we were, we saw activists in SA, GBV activists, really also taking ownership of that movement and plugging in with more domestic stories.
Yes, 100%. I think right now when we look at South African statistics, we have one of the highest gender-based violence rates in the world. So obviously it's still very relevant. Me Too is still very relevant. Everybody's familiar with things like Women for Change, for example. So it's really important for me that I'm a part of that message and do it in the way that I feel I can, which is through the art that I create.
And the context of it as well, you know, centered around tertiary students, it's an interesting conversation that happens probably on campus, right, about matters of consent and matters of sexual relationship. Because, as you say, terms like situationship are thrown so casually.
100%. I think our generation struggles a lot. We're online. We show our whole lives online. We communicate with each other through memes and little stickers and stupid jokes. And we really don't communicate properly with each other in person, and we don't set those boundaries. And that's why we're so comfortable to say, we're vibing, we're just in a situationship. People don't want to use a label anymore. And I think it's important with matters of consent that you put a label on what you are, so you know where you're going and what can happen, and you set clear boundaries with the other person. I think people think consent is this deep, monstrous thing, but I hope that we make consent sexy again. It is sexy to have a consensual interaction with somebody.
It's so interesting, Caitlin, because we never thought about the ambiguity of it all, right? In just the languaging, in the emojis, in the memes, and the interpretation of it all. Because really, when we talk about the conversation of consent, and even we've spoken about it from a legal perspective, we've had activists on, there's cases that we've tracked, and it boils down to the interpretation, that lack of directness. I thought you meant, no, I meant. And, we really do lack that.
Yes, I think if the youth can just learn, and I say this as a young person myself, to articulate themselves. I think for women especially, if you think politically, right, and patriarchy-wise, we are brought up not to ruffle feathers and not to really say no. Men can kind of stand their ground and say no. It's inbuilt in what society would term masculinity. But I hope that young women now will understand that their no means no. And people think consent is yes and no, but it really isn't just that. If the girl says actually that's where it should stop. So that's why the play is also titled Actually. And I think consent is not only verbal, but it's in body language. It's in the whole situation as well. Remember, if you're drunk, should you be having that sort of experience at that time?
It was a moment for pause, because you're bringing up so much nuance, right? Actually, that's a moment for pause. Me in this situation, I'm pausing and having perhaps a thought, a countered thought to what is happening right now. So why are you trying to convince me otherwise, or why are you actually is
Yes.
that pause?
It is the no.
Yeah.
And I think that the struggle comes from perhaps we have a fear of rejection as Gen Z. I think, again, going back to social media, we're so used to posting our whole lives on there for approval. So when we're not approved, even when it's something as intimate as intimacy, I think we struggle to deal with it. We don't know how to take a rejection well. Yeah.
Such layered, and I was going to ask you, I know you said a little while ago that you're hoping to make the conversation around consent sexy again, especially around your generation. But I feel like there's so many layers to this conversation. And what are you hoping? And I'm hoping that a lot of young people come out and watch this play. And what are you hoping the conversation becomes the minute they walk away from that Free State auditorium and stage, as they're walking to their cars and having that sort of initial impact?
So the audience is a part of the play in terms of they become the jury. So they decide who they think is innocent and who they think is guilty. I left it open and subjective for them. My hope is that when they have discussions with themselves or with other people, that they think about why they think this person is lying or why they think this person is telling the truth. I think it's really important that people really take a deep look within themselves and address their internal biases that they will have for both of the parties, whether that's racially or gender based as well.
Sure. I mean, it sounds like quite the interesting body of work. Love it indeed. And directed by a young person for young people.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. You are on for the duration of the festival at the Free State Arts Festival?
So, yes, but we're on the 2 final days. So we're on the 10th of July at 15:30, so 3:30 in the afternoon, and then as well at the 11th of July at a lovely evening show at 6:30.
Wonderful. That was Caitlin Forbey, director of Actually, and it's a piece that is tackling consent and many other layers of the conversation surrounding consent and sexual violence in the country and, just in general in our social construct. Free State Arts Festival, you can catch the show on the last 2 days, the 10th of July and, of course, the 11th of July. 2 o'clock, Onte Lambana is coming through with the top of the headline news. Well, top of the hour news, not headline news, top of the hour news.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, Motsoaledi comments on health ombud findings and Ruto signs sovereign wealth fund bill into law. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana and a very good day. Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi says the deaths of healthcare professionals have highlighted the need to improve conditions in the public health sector. He was responding to the report by the Health Ombud, which found no evidence linking a series of healthcare worker deaths in KwaZulu-Natal to systemic failure. Motsoaledi says government is reviewing policies affecting healthcare workers.
I'm hoping the work will start. They will confirm whether the Ombud had correct findings or not. So I'm inviting you even on this one. Don't think your life is sealed if you are unhappy. You can still lodge a complaint. We will set that tribunal in terms of the law, and the people who were not involved in this, who are judges, will come and review and say, Umbad, here you are wrong and here you are right. I just thought it's important to show that.
The opposition, DA in Limpopo, has welcomed the National Treasury's decision to temporarily withhold the July funds to 5 municipalities in the province. The affected municipalities are Mopani District, Musina, Tabazimbi, Mudimule, Mukhoponge and Fetaho Moduadze. The decision follows persistent non-compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act, which includes fruitless and wasteful expenditure. DA spokesperson for Economic Development, Jacques Small, says the affected municipalities should outline measures they will implement to secure the release of the funds.
The Democratic Alliance in Limpopo welcomes the decisive action taken by National Treasury with the support of DA Deputy Minister Ashor Nick Sarupin to protect the public purse and improve service delivery by temporarily withholding the July 2026 equitable share transfers to 5 municipalities in Limpopo. The Democratic Alliance calls on the affected municipalities to publicly outline the corrective measures they will implement to secure the release of the withheld equitable share.
A Northern Cape school administrator accused of stealing 4.6 million rand from Khatu High School has been denied bail. Maria Kun, who worked as a financial administrator, created separate private banking accounts where school funds were diverted. Provincial Hawk spokesperson Tebogo Tebe says financial discrepancies were identified last year when an audit detected irregularities in the school's financial records.
Kun is facing charges of fraud, forgery and uttering after being accused of embezzling 4.6 million rands from the local school. The accused remains in custody while the matter will be back in court on 31 August 2026. The case has been transferred to Kuruman Serious Commercial Crimes Court.
The Border Management Authority, the BMA, says its staff is working closely with the South African National Defence Force to strengthen border security. The BMA is engaging Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, which is on an oversight visit to the Beitbridge border post between South Africa and Zimbabwe. BMA Commissioner Dr. Mike Masiapado.
The second part of what they're interested in is to also to check outside the port in terms of the work that we do to be able to make sure that those people that are actually being exited, none of them are then going to walk back into the country illegally. So that is one other area that we are going to do. That we are going to do in the afternoon, where we are going to take them through to the borderline, working together with our colleagues from the Defence Force out there in terms of what we are doing from a response perspective, but also working together with the border guards using the drones and all of those other technologies.
Kenya's President William Ruto has signed into law legislation establishing the country's sovereign wealth fund. The fund is designed to cushion the economy against financial shocks, finance strategy, infrastructure projects, and preserve wealth for future generations once the country's mineral and petroleum resources are depleted. Titaba Tsodetsi reports.
The Sovereign Wealth Fund will manage Kenya's surplus reserves and help strengthen long-term economic stability. It will also provide funding for key development projects while safeguarding national savings. President Ruto said the fund reflects Kenya's commitment to financing sustainable development and ensuring the country's natural resources benefit its citizens.
Recapping the top story, Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi says the deaths of healthcare professionals have highlighted the need to improve conditions in the public health sector. I'm Mondela for SAFM News Headlines at 2:30.
This winter, warmth meets the wild. Welcome to Limpopo, where adventure begins. Enter Kruger through Pafuri Gate, where every turn reveals something extraordinary. Discover the wild side of winter at Funda Maria, with warm days and unforgettable encounters. Start your stay at Palabora Gate. Wake to Africa's beauty at Mopani Camp and watch memories unfold from sunrise at Oliphant's Camp. Stay longer at Litaba Camp, where warm, wild winter truly comes alive. Celebrate 100 years of Kruger. One iconic destination, millions of memories still to come. Share your hashtag #MyKruger moment. Plan your escape today. Limpopo Tourism. Hashtag more to enjoy. Hashtag more to explore. Hashtag go Limpopo.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
It is in your hands now.
July is Mandela Month on SAFM. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
I remember early that morning, rivers of wine soaked me aching. They take me to the place of my dreams where I can rise. Yes, I remember you and your power. Words you spoke at me had no color. They take me to no place of my dreams where I can fly. Where there's nothing left between, there were nothing left to say. It's over. When there's nothing in between, there were nothing else to say. It's over. Yes, I remember I had it coming. The longer I stay, deeper drowning. There is no place of my dreams where I can rise. And you killed me dead every evening. Light that shined in me slowly fading. There is no more place of my dreams where I can fly. When there's nothing left between, there were nothing left to say. It's over. When there's nothing in between, there were nothing else to say. It's over. I can't see you through a heart that has been broken into pieces of blood. It remains numb throughout the hailstorms from constant poundings and a stream of heckles. I can't feel you next to me while eating on the same plate as we choke on words we wish to speak. The truth floats, invisible but visible above us, and is overshadowed by a loud cutlery and a participating unwillingness to compromise. I am alone in a room full of people, and I want to be free. We are a sad and broken tale from an old book of dreams, and I want to be free. I said I want to be free. Oh, I need to break from these chains. Oh, it's time for me to go. And I remember early that morning, rivers of wine soaked me aching. They take me to the place of my dreams where I can
All right, it's Uju with Free. I wish I knew what our mayor was saying around our situation that's transpiring in this big economic hub of the country where we can't even get from point A to point B efficiently. It's near impossible to get from point A to point B in Johannesburg efficiently, because find me a traffic light that is actually working. Find me one that's, I think, is even taken it to task that he doesn't even respond to us on Twitter anymore. I will give it up. I will give them one thing though. About 2 months ago, someone, I think it was Kathy's producers, they said Bridget takes on the mayor. We had our little tweet exchange, which galvanized a large portion of people who were on Twitter who lived in the Fourways area and flew in and out of Lanseria Airport. If you know Johannesburg, Lanseria is our second biggest and busiest commercial airport. And driving that night was a hazardous risk because there were no lights except in that sort of 1 kilometer radius from the actual airport. After that exchange, I drove to Lanseria the other day. They'd fixed all the potholes and they had put up lights. So going all the way down Malibongwe, all the way until Lanseria is now bright. It's lit. So at least they did one thing. So we'll give them up for that one thing. But we'll see how this hold by Treasury pans out for Johannesburg and a number of other municipalities. I think there's about 30 that are whose finances are being held back at the moment. So we'll see how they navigate this situation because they keep saying that it's not going to disrupt services. But I mean, we're already living with disrupted services. All right. Speaking of finances, let's look at the National Financial Ombud Scheme, and they are urging youth financial literacy as a way of marking Mandela Month. You know, of course, in July, we celebrate the great international statesman's birthday. So we are talking to Gwanda Vabaza, who is Gwanda Vabaza, who is the Manager Adjudication at the National Financial Ombud Scheme Banking and Credit Division. How are you doing this afternoon, Gwanda?
Good afternoon, Bridget, and I'm doing well. I must say thank you for inviting us.
We appreciate the time. So this year's Mandela Day theme is "It's still in our hands to combat poverty and inequity." Talk to us about why this theme becomes central for the work that you are doing as the National Financial Ombud Scheme.
We actually chose this theme and to write this press release because of the vision that our late state president had. I mean, he advocated a lot of inclusion, a lot of equality, a lot of dignity for the society at large. And we believe as the NFO that one practical aspect that needs to be addressed in achieving that vision would be to ensure that the youth is capable of making the right financial decisions. And in making those financial decisions, then we believe that it will encourage a lot of inclusion into the economy. And with the inclusion, we truly believe that it will then encourage a lot of what we can call a lot of inclusion. Let me call it that way. Yes.
So as the NFO, you are saying for Mandela Day and by extension Mandela Month, goodwill is simply not enough. That there must be some kind of action that really puts forward young people and puts them in a place where they are able to fight against inequality. So what is the required action, I guess, or the required perspective, change of perspective in this conversation to shift the equilibrium of inequality?
Yes. I think from our perspective, that action will begin with ensuring that the youth is financially capable of making the right decision. So we need people to understand that it is important for the youth to know how money works, how credit works, what their rights, what their responsibilities are as consumers, and where they can turn for assistance when something does go wrong. Because as the NFO, we do see that things do go wrong within the financial services sector, and that a whole lot of people do not understand where to turn to. But we believe that in equipping the youth, and which is what our contribution is as the NFO, to promote financial literacy and consumer awareness, to ensure that when things do go wrong, or the youth, that they know exactly where to go to. I think a lot of the youth find themselves earlier on in trouble because of the financial decisions that they made earlier on in their lives. And then those same decisions that they made when they were young, they then prevent them from then participating positively within the ecosystem. And we believe that as the NFO, teaching them what they see young will then help prevent them from making those mistakes. And again, preventing them in making those mistakes is the same as basically later on resolving those disputes. So a preventive approach is better than, I guess, later on when we now have to resolve those same disputes.
And I mean, what are from your perspective, what are the challenges that are sort of hindering youth in really exposing them to financial literacy and good financial and good sort of financial narratives or financial objectives?
I think there are a lot of financial products that the youth is exposed to today, but there's just not enough education for them. And I believe that there is a need then for a lot of collaboration, whether from school level to tertiary, to parents playing a part in ensuring that the youth is taught from a young age on how the financial products work. I think that a lot of us, we get to learn about the financial products when we now start at varsity, when unfortunately in a lot of the time it is already too late, because a lot of the students or a lot of the young people already have open bank accounts, they've already taken credit without fully understanding the implications of how credit works, their responsibilities in terms of those credit agreements, without even understanding how credit records work. And we believe, again, that as the NFO, there is an obligation on us, on financial institutions, on tertiary institutions, on regulators to then make sure that such education is then provided to the young people whilst they're still young, and before actually going out there and taking out such products.
Let's talk about also, because there's a lot of sense in what you make, but maybe let's take what you say, apologies. Maybe let's take a quick break and then we'll come back on the other side with the conversation. It's 20 past 2 o'clock on The Full Circle.
In case you missed it,
the trucks that you procured, right, for 2.4 million rand of taxpayer money, those trucks, have they been operating?
So far, not yet, according to the report that
Okay, so they've been sitting in the yard for a year?
Yes.
Why?
Because of these challenges that have been raised.
No, what are those challenges?
I think it's the issue of roadworthy, that they were getting some delays around that.
So you bought unroadworthy trucks?
Yes.
Why?
The why might be correct, but it's a purely administrative issue.
Mayor, this is what is fundamentally wrong with your approach.
That was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we're in conversation with Gwanda Vabazo, who's the manager at adjudication at the National Financial Ombud Scheme's Banking and Credit Division. And they've taken it upon themselves this Mandela's Month to focus some efforts in getting youth financially literate and ready for the world that lies ahead. Let's also maybe unpack how we begin to use and how you begin to use financial literacy to empower young people. And you've spoken a bit about, the decisions that are taken at youth, particularly the financial decisions that are taken in youth, have a reverberating effect on the young adult and maybe go straight into, very many years of one's adult life. So talk to us about the importance of financial literacy, one, in empowering young people and their relationship with money, but also in enabling them to access financial credit, for things like entrepreneurial ventures, because young people often say, well, we have all the great ideas and we want to take up this call to be entrepreneurs and innovators in this country, but we don't have access to funding.
Yes, thank you for that. So, as the NFO, our primary role is obviously to resolve financial disputes between financial institutions and consumers. However, we also have the mandate to then educate the public about the financial products, about the issues that we see when dealing with the complaints that we see. And in a lot of the cases that we deal with, we can see that a lot of the people do not understand the agreements that they entered into. And again, I must emphasize that financial literacy is not just about teaching people how to use money. It is, again, about them understanding what a credit agreement is, what are the implications of signing on a dotted line when it comes to entering into that credit, what are the obligations, the financial obligations in terms of a credit agreement, what happens if you do not pay. I mean, all those things are financial literacy. And as an organization, yes, we believe that equipping young people to understand from a young age how all these things come together, from how money works to what credit is, how it works, to reading your credit reports, to knowing your financial obligations, and most importantly, your responsibilities and what you should do should things go wrong. All those things then equip young people to then be in a position to, when an opportunity does present itself for them, to either obtain that funding, to enter into a credit agreement that will improve their lives, or to go and obtain student funding. They know exactly what that agreement entails. Now, we do not offer funding as an institution, but we do offer our services in resolving disputes, financial disputes, in instances where, like I mentioned, there is disputes between the financial institutions and consumers. That is basically our role.
Okay. And I mean, that speaks to, as you say, literacy, financial literacy education, consumer education. And maybe let's also unpack or understand some of the other programs that you are running parallel to this one that is focused on young people in terms of that education for the greater good of the rest of us who aren't youth.
So we actually partner with a lot of financial institutions. We partner with industry regulators. We partner with varsities. with community outreach centers, and we also conduct exhibitions at malls or churches, and basically everywhere where there is an event and we are invited as an organization. We are open to collaborate with anyone who requires our services, and again, our role there will be just to come and provide consumer education and awareness about the issues that we see as an organization when it comes to financial products and services. So anyone and everyone is welcome to invite us.
And by way of inviting you, maybe just the pertinent details also as to how organizations and anyone and everyone go about doing exactly that. How do they get in contact with you guys? Which is the respective desk or office that they should be in contact with to make those necessary arrangements?
Anyone who wants to invite us, they can send an email to media@nfosa.co.za. It's media@nfosa.co.za or communication@nfo.co.za. That's where then, yes, if we receive those emails, we will definitely respond to those. I must again just say to the people that as an organization, we deal with all financial related disputes, and these extend from banking to insurance to non-bank financial services, products and services. So if anyone has an issue with any financial institution that falls within our jurisdiction and that issue has not been resolved, for free of charge, we will assist in resolving those disputes.
It's a good reminder there, because I think a lot of people have disputes lingering and they probably don't know which avenues or where to access help. Gwanda, thank you so much for the time this afternoon. That was Gwanda Vabaza, who is the Manager Adjudication at the National Financial Ombud Scheme for Banking and Credit Division. It's fast approaching 2:30 in a matter of about 2 minutes or so. On the other side of the news headlines, we're going to get into our kids programming for this afternoon, and then we're going to come back and wrap up the show a little bit later, this time with a healthy made in SA, Primo Puddings. We'll find out more exactly who is Primo Puddings. Sort of health conscious eating has become a thing, right? It's one of those, I think since COVID, maybe even getting into COVID, a lot of people have become a bit more conscious about what they buy, what they put in their mouths, and how it affects their overall health, mental, physical, and otherwise. So we'll see if you can get yourself some good protein compounded pudding that's easy on the waistline but still tastes just as good and is locally made. Just take a quick pause.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, let's get into the headline news with Onda Lambana is going to bring us all the latest, and then after that we'll get into our kids programming.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi says the deaths of healthcare professionals have highlighted the need to improve conditions in the public health sector. Eastern Cape Cocta MEC Zolile Williams says they are putting a stop on irregular expenditure in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro through identifying evergreen contracts. And rescuers in China are searching for survivors after floods and storms killed at least 17 people and displaced tens of thousands. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and happy Wednesday. It's time for Kids Corner, and I hope you're having a great day. Today, we're talking about staying safe at home, especially during the school holidays. Have you ever stayed at home with your brothers and sisters while your parents or guardians were away? What safety rules did they give you? If someone knocks on the door and you don't know them, what should you do? Why do you think it is important not to tell strangers that you're home alone? And who can you call if you have an emergency while you're at home? All right, friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hi friends, my name is Oketra Munyai and I live in Polokwane City. Yes, I have stayed home before with my little brother while my parents were away. Some safety rules that they had given us was not to switch on the stove and not to open the door for anyone. If someone knocks on the door that you do not know, you should lock the door or inform your parents and legal guardians. It is important not to tell strangers that you are home alone because they might find an opportunity to kidnap you or harm you or hold you hostage. If you are in trouble, you can call the police or your parents or guardians. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Mathemba Kosa. I am 7 years old. I go to Jabez Christian Academy School. I have stayed with my younger brother while my parents were away. They taught me never to open doors for strangers, keep doors and windows locked. If someone knocks on the door and I don't know them, I should stay quiet and not let them know I'm home alone. It's important not to tell strangers that you're home alone because it compromises your safety. If I have an emergency, I can call my parents. Another safety rule that children should know when they are home alone or with their siblings is never telling anyone on the phone or online that they are home alone.
Good day, my name is Gogo Champembe. I am 12 years old. Yes, I have stayed home with my siblings. Our parents told us never to open the door to strangers, keep the doors locked, and not use the stove without supervision. If someone I don't know knocks on the door, I should not open the door. I would look through the peephole or window to see who it is and let my parents know. It's important not to tell strangers that you are home alone because they can take advantage of the situation and it could be unsafe. In case of an emergency while I am home alone, I can call my parents, a trusted neighbor, or emergency services like 112. Children should know the no emergency numbers, keep all doors and windows locked, and not share personal information online. They should also avoid using appliances that could be dangerous without an adult supervision. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Zalanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Yes, I have ever stayed at home with my brothers and sisters while my parents were away. What safety rules did they give me is that don't play with electrical appliances and never open the door for strangers and do not play games that are not safe for you. If someone knocks on the door and you don't know them, never open the door and don't tell them who you are with and when will they come. Why is it important to not tell strangers that you are home alone? Because if they do know that, they will see a chance that it will be easy for them to attack you because you are alone and nobody else can help you while they try to attack you or do something bad to you. Who can you call if you have an emergency while you're at home? Your mom, dad, sister, or someone you trust that you live with. Know your emergency contacts, doors, stranger safety. Don't open the door to anyone you don't know. Don't tell people on the phone or at the door that you're alone. Only use appliances your parents said are okay. No stove or oven by yourself unless they approve it. If someone feels wrong or unsafe, call a parent or trusted adults right away. Thank you, everyone.
My name is Shibuya Rarushai. Yes, I have stayed at home with my siblings while my parents were away. The safety rule I was given is to not open the doors for anyone until my parents are back, and I should lock the doors. If someone knocks on the door and I do not know who it is, I should ignore them and inform my parents about it. It is important that I do not tell them I am home alone so that I do not get stolen and they do not rob my house. I should call my parents, then I should also call the emergency services. The other rule that should be followed when you're home alone or you are with your siblings is to not play in the kitchen and with fire.
Hello, beautiful people of Mzansi. My name is Vanzi Shongani. Yes, I have stayed at home with my siblings while my parents were away. The rules that they gave us were that we always have to keep the doors locked. We never ever open the door to strangers, and we should keep away from electricity or any sharp objects, and if anything were to happen, they were just a call away. I think this is standard procedure, and I think we learn this not only at home but at school as well. We are always told to never ever open the door to strangers or people that we don't know, and if needs be, we have to call our parents or a neighbor or any trusted adults that can come and help you in that moment. If I'm in a situation where I'm unable to call my parents, I would always call my aunts or my uncles, or I would just go to my neighbors because we are quite close with some of the neighbors. So I think they would be a huge help in any emergency. It's very important to not tell strangers that you're home alone because they can take advantage of that situation and put you in a lot of danger. And you don't want to be in that kind of danger. So it's always important to not even conversate with them. Never ever try and have a conversation with them. If you see someone that is claiming to know your parents or is trying to come inside, the first thing you have to do is call your parents. Don't even try and get into conversation with those people. Other safety rules that children should remember while they're home alone with their siblings is number 1, to keep all doors and windows locked. And you should never ever let strangers inside. You must always stay away from dangerous objects like knives and matches. And don't tell people on social media that you're home alone, especially if you have your location on, because some people don't realize that when they record or take pictures, the pictures really do give their exact location. So also be very, very careful with that. And always know important emergency phone numbers, because like I said, things happen sometimes and your parents aren't able to answer your calls.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. There may be times when we stay at home with our brothers and sisters while our parents or guardians go to work, the shops, or run errands. If this happens, it is very important to remember the safety rules they have taught us. These rules are there to protect us and help us stay safe until they return. One of the most important rules is never open the door to someone you do not know. If a stranger knocks, do not unlock the door or let them inside, even if they say that they know your parents or ask to use the phone. If you're unsure who it is at the door, stay inside and call a trusted adult. It is also important not to tell strangers that you are home alone. If someone calls on the phone or speaks to you through the door, you do not have to tell them who is at home. Instead, you can say that your parent or guardian is busy and cannot come to the door right now. This helps keep you and your family safe. If there's an emergency, stay calm and contact a trusted adult straight away. This could be a parent, guardian, a trusted neighbor, a close family member, or another adult your family has chosen to help in an emergency. If someone is seriously hurt, there's a fire, or another dangerous situation, call the emergency services immediately. There are other important safety rules to remember too. Never leave the house without permission. and avoid climbing on furniture or doing anything that could cause an accident. If you're looking after your younger brothers or sisters, be a good role model by following the rules, staying calm, and helping them feel safe. Look out for one another, play safely, and avoid rough games that could lead to injuries. Being home alone or being with your siblings is a big responsibility. By listening to our parents' instructions, thinking before we act, and knowing what to do in an emergency, we can help keep ourselves and those around us safe. Remember, friends, the smartest choice is always the safest choice, and staying alert can make all the difference. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, we are wrapping up the show now, and we're looking at Primo Puddings. It's South Africa's first high-protein pudding for hashtag Made in SA. We're joined by the co-founders of Primo, Tiago Vasconcelos and Alex Farao, like Joao, but Farao, both co-founders of Primo. Healthy eating, we know, is something that a lot of South Africans, people globally aspire to do, but oftentimes the criticism is that healthy eating is bland. It lacks that sensory satisfaction that we associate with delicious food. So in 2022, these two cousins set out to change that by creating a healthy dessert that still feels like a treat, but is very good for our waistline. How are you doing, gents? Tiago, Alex, are you good?
Good, thanks for having us. Thanks very much for having us.
It's only a pleasure. We appreciate the time. All right, let's get the back story of Primo Puddings. Perhaps, Tiago, you can clue us in as to, how do you and Alex come together and decide, let's do Primo Puddings? Were you always in the consumer food market?
So no, neither of us, in fact, come from a background to do with food or consumer goods. I, by trade, am an architect, and Alex is a software engineer who makes video games. So about as far as we could be from food. But essentially, this all started because we both have a shared passion with health and fitness, as well as just a general interest also in getting stuck into things. And it started over a conversation, literally over lunch back in 2022, where we'd seen this sort of category doing well abroad, and we thought, hey, why don't we have this, here at home? And quite literally, what started from a bit of a conversation of interest, we just from day one dove into the science behind it and emailing potential people to import it and trying to understand what the next steps would be if we needed to make it. And so it literally just came from a personal passion, I would say, for both of us.
And help me understand, because they whisper in my ear, Primo, as in the name Primo, has a double meaning. I mean, I don't speak Italian, barely understand any Portuguese. So some background around Primo and the double entendre there.
Yeah, well, fantastic catch, actually. So as is the struggle when starting anything new, I think coming up with a name is always tricky. And for us, we went through obviously a ton of ideas, and many of them were really horrible. But we landed on Primo because Primo in Portuguese means cousin, and Alex and myself are cousins. But that double meaning you were referring to is, much like, for example, you mentioned Italian, but you have like primo. So primo is also slang for excellent, right? So like if something is primo. So our idea was, just that sort of simple little play on it.
Oh, wonderful stuff. I mean, Alex, software engineer, designing video games, still a adventurous, I think, vocation for anybody. And then fitness and this conversation with your cousin lands you guys here. What becomes, those first two steps? Because it's one thing to say, hey, listen, it'd be really nice to have a really yummy dessert that's also easy on the calories and, a little bit on the healthier side and all the rest of it. But that's just a conversation and, a bouncing of ideas. How do you guys then decide, okay, what becomes the first step?
Thanks, Bridget. I mean, firstly, that introduction on my surname has to be the best thing I've heard in a long time, so I appreciate that. So how it started was, well, like you said, over lunch, and then we kind of really just got stuck into it. I mean, we were thinking about it the other day. From 3.5 years ago, from that lunch period to today, we haven't not thought about puddings. So it's just been all in. And really what we did was from that moment, we tried to make it at home, do it ourselves. And we kind of quickly found out, we're going to really need to get people who are professional at this involved. And so, we seeked recipe development. We kind of clued ourselves up. I mean, we like to joke about it, but that same evening, we started reading literally the 3rd edition of the Encyclopedia of Dairy Science, trying to understand, the technicalities behind things, because we didn't know anything of the space. But we also have that natural curiosity. So I think from that, going all the way to setting up our own sort of garage facility, getting health certifications, kind of roping in all the family unwillingly, let's say, getting the aunts and uncles involved where we could, really paid off. And I think largely you just have to sort of be passionate about something and just go for it. And we sort of employ a good saying, which is, build the plane as you fly. So for us, we didn't know what we were doing. We didn't know what we were making, but we just knew if we just research everything, learn as much as we can and be curious and just go, you can't really set something up. So I think we sort of live by that motto.
Interestingly, is that, we've seen the uptake, right, in sort of this conscious living, sort of health-focused living and health-focused approaches. So there's a great market for such, especially when it comes to food. Some folks would go, well, why didn't you guys just go the easy route, identify a brand, whether probably internationally, that hasn't got penetration in the country, and then just get a licensing, bring them in, put them on the shelf, and leverage on their global sort of standing. Why do all the heavy lifting of sort of going on this new entrepreneurial journey?
Dee, do you want to handle this, or should I take it?
We'll do it in 2 parts. I'll jump in if I need to at all. You take it. Go for it.
Well, I think largely, obviously our first impulse was to perhaps look to import, to do something of that sort. But I think you also start to realize, like very early on, we wanted to develop something, and even now it's in the early stages, but something that's truly our own and is really quite grand in scale. And I think if you start out by trying to leverage off someone else's brand or things like that, you don't have as much control. So I think for us, it was like we had some shared skill sets in terms of Tiago's an excellent, he's designed all of our brand identity and done all these things. We've got all the processes in place. So there was kind of an overlapping of skill sets that we felt like we could really make something from scratch that would be true to ourselves. And in doing that, we kind of maintain a lot of control. So we could really steer the ship. And I think that's, obviously that's bogged us down and slowed things a lot. I mean, there was a stage where it took us about 2 years just to get the recipe and find someone to make it. And within that period, there were people already looking into the high protein pudding space. But I think ultimately that's paying off a lot now because we have a lot of control from brand design to exactly what goes into the pudding to how it's processed. And I think that control is important if you really want to build something really at scale. You need to maintain that kind of steering of the ship a little bit. So, for me, it would be that.
And the second part, which I'll just add quickly there, Bridget, as well, is honestly, I think what we've realized through this whole process is just the absolute pleasure of also building something. I think we both have, entrepreneurial tendencies, or at least treat things as projects and really, really get obsessive over them in the best way possible. And so I think that building a brand from scratch is such a big challenge that in and of itself, without sounding cheesy, honestly, but the truth is we have a ton of fun with it, because we get to touch all of these various aspects. So getting to do something different every day and having all of these challenges is maybe not something you would deal with if you were importing or doing part of the process. I mean, we've done from making the puddings ourselves in our garage all the way through to being the people in supermarkets who are asking you if you want a sample, through to delivering them door to door, all the way up to the business meetings or whatever. So I think it's that as well. It's the challenge and the fun of building something.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick pause here, gents. We'll come back on the other side as we get more familiar with Primo pudding. And we just did a quick Google search. You can find them at a lot of your grocery stores where you get your grocer. I'm definitely going to check us after this. Let's take a quick pause. We'll come back.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My Cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, we're in conversation with Tiago Vasconcelos and Alex Farao, co-founders of Primo. And Primo Puddings is a made in South Africa, high-protein, health-conscious pudding for all of you that are still wanting to taste some goodness, but be gentle on the waistline, not affect all of that hard work that you're putting in at the gym. So let's talk about this pudding, right? Because, I mean, I like to eat and I like a little bit of a dessert. Talk to me about the pudding, the nutritional components of it. And you, gents, you better guarantee me it still tastes like I'm having pudding.
So Bridget, we like to joke that our puddings are nice but taste naughty. So the magic with working with dairy, although it's a challenge, is that you can make a product that's quite low in calories but still quite nutritious. Obviously, people's dietary needs aside, the puddings themselves deliver about the same amount of protein as you would get in like a protein shake, so there's around 20 grams, so that's the equivalent there. But they're very efficient on calories, meaning that, for an entire pudding that's around 200 grams serving, which is quite a big, substantial portion, it's the same as eating maybe 4 or 5 small blocks of Cadbury chocolate. In terms of calories, right? So it's good in that sense. It's got no added sugar, so the sugars are naturally occurring. It's low fat, and they're fairly simple on the ingredient list as well. It's not a ton of fillers and things like that.
Yeah.
And the goal was just to make something that really and truly, if you did take it out of the packaging and put it into a bowl, your first guess wouldn't be that this is a healthy alternative. That was the number one for us, right? Because if it doesn't taste good, and if it isn't satisfying to eat, then it was all for nothing. And I think honestly the demand and the growth that we've seen has really, really taken us aback. I mean, we're confident in our product, but the response and the feedback we get on Instagram and email and a whole bunch of other platforms is just overwhelmingly positive. Obviously we have our challenges, but people are seeming to love it, so it's a good sign.
Oh, well, that's good to hear, and what's been some of the consumer feedback, Alex? I know that the pudding comes in different flavors as well, and are people now pushing you guys to maybe explore other offerings as much as the baby's still new, but we are very impatient as consumers.
Most definitely. So we've been working on a lot of, the 2 new flavors that we want to do, which is going to be, I believe we've announced it, right, Tiago? I'm not wrong in stating them, obviously.
We've been teasing it for so long.
Awesome. So we're going to be doing salted caramel and strawberry cheesecake. And one thing I must say, I don't want to hype it too much, but the caramel right now, the amount of iterations. So I've been working on the flavor for the last, I want to say 6 months. And I've probably made like 100 different samples now at this stage. I can't even tell you in my own kitchen at home. So we've really refined it. And I think because we've obviously had other challenges with getting the flavors out and whatnot that don't fall on the side of the recipe, but we've really had a lot of time to mull over them. So we're getting close now, and we're very excited to get people to try them. And we think they're going to be great compliments to the current 2 that are out there that clearly have created such a fan base, let's say. But I'm super excited to get those out. So we've been pushing, and I think it's really going to kind of round out the category for us super nicely. So very excited for that.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm excited. Salted caramel can never go wrong with a little bit of salted caramel, and cheesecake always a firm favorite. For folks listening to us, I mean, I've already said Checkers. Can they find you at just about any of the retailers, and do you have a nationwide footprint as well?
Yeah, we do. So we've quickly grown from around 100 locations at the beginning of the year that we were stocking up to about 350 now, with mostly Checkers. So just recently, you can now find us in your local Checkers in the Western Cape as well as Eastern Cape, and then Gauteng and surrounds. We've got a number of Checkers and Spars, etc. We do have a store locator on our website, so we do our best. I mean, there's just 2 of us keeping all of these things up to date, but we do have a store locator on our website that we try to keep as up to date as possible, and on there you can find your nearest store. So it's just navigating to our website, primopuddings.co, and the first button you'll see will put you onto the interactive map.
Wonderful stuff.
We are trying our best to get it elsewhere in the country as well. Like, we don't want to just try and target main hubs because we're trying to service nationwide, but it's just an absolute challenge with dairy. So we're hoping people will be patient as we try and get it into those areas. But it's just a challenge with the product itself.
Well, listen, slow and steady wins the race, right? Because we definitely want Primo Puddings to outlive you gentlemen. And one day we must be talking about entire Primo Pudding fridges that go beyond just the pudding now into other things as well. But it sounds like an incredible product. I'm going to do a little bit of a taste test when I get home. I'm going to go to my local grocery store, get me some. I think I'm pretty covered in the area where I'm at. I get the feeling that I'll find you at just about every store. So I'll do a taste test, and then I'll definitely hit you up on social media. Thank you so much for the time, and congratulations on this one. That was Tiago and Alex, 2 cousins behind Primo Puddings, and you can find them just about anywhere. primopuddings.coza is where you can go as well if you want a store locator or to just see what they're all about. That's where we leave it from our end. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your Wednesday with us, and for distracting me from the realities of everything that's happening in my household. We'll talk about it on a different day. We'll share our nanny diary horror stories, you and I, because I'm sure you have some. We'll leave it here for Ashraf Gada and his team to take over on the National Pulse. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again tomorrow.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team. On the top stories, Joburg Mayor speaks on ensuring the payment of rent, water and Eskom, and Mutsaledi comments on health ombud findings. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero says plans are underway to ensure that the money owed to rent, water and Eskom is paid before the end of this month. The remarks follows National Treasury's decision to temporarily withhold the equitable share of 69 municipalities in the country in a bid to instill strict fiscal discipline and root out financial misconduct. Treasury says the release of the funds will depend on how quickly the municipalities can sign repayment agreements with their creditors. Morero was briefing the media in Johannesburg.
Rand, Water and Eskom will receive their funds by mid-July, as the equitable share will then come into the city, and we confirm that we will be paying Eskom and Rand Water. Our existing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure reduction strategy was revised to align with National Treasury's guidance and the FMMA Circular 111 and 68. We are working through the historical backlog rather than simply disclosing it.
Meanwhile, Eastern Cape Cocta MEC Zolile Williams says they are putting a stop on irregular expenditure in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro through identifying evergreen contracts. The Metro is one of the municipalities whose equity share has been withheld due to non-compliance despite National Treasury intervention. Nelson Mandela Bay Metro has about 28 billion rand of irregular expenditure and an issue of unfilled posts within the municipality. Williams says they will engage with the finance minister to reconsider the withholding of the Metro's equity share.
If we do everything, we are able to account for everything that we've decided on. The minister is ready to release funding, but we must be clear about what is it that we're going to do so that Treasury can release the funding. But we would want the funds to be released the earliest as possible, but we have not yet struck an agreement with the minister, so we need to first deal with our own in-house issues before we can convince him properly. But in the next 7 days, we'll be having a meeting with the minister to deal with all these matters.
Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi says the deaths of healthcare professionals have highlighted the need to improve conditions in the public health sector. He was responding to the report by the Health Ombud, which found no evidence linking a series of healthcare workers' deaths in KwaZulu-Natal to systematic failure. Motsoaledi says government is reviewing policies affecting healthcare workers.
I'm hoping the work will start. They will confirm whether the Ombud had correct findings or not. So I'm inviting you even on this one. Don't think your life is sealed if you are unhappy. You can still lodge a complaint. We will set that tribunal in terms of the law, and the people who were not involved in this, who are judges, will come and review and say, Ombud, here you are wrong and here you are right. I just thought it's important to show that.
The IEC in the Western Cape says its community outreach programs are proving to be hugely successful as part of creating awareness about the importance of registering and voting. The IEC has brought stakeholder departments like Home Affairs and Social Development to communities. These programs are being held in various parts of the province as the country prepares for the November local government elections. IEC Provincial Electoral Head Michael Hendricks explained the aim of the exercise at an outreach program in Kleinmond in the Overstrand municipality.
We have launched this community outreach program in this province. We've been running it now for 3 years successfully. What we do is we go to particular communities that need services. So in other words, instead of the IEC simply talking about the right to vote, we take our partner departments with us, like Home Affairs, Health, SASA, the local municipality. We take services with us so that people can really see the tangible benefits of actually participating in our democracy.
Rescuers in China are searching for survivors after floods and storms killed at least 17 people and displaced tens of thousands. Meteorologists are warning of more heavy rain with a super typhoon expected to hit eastern provinces this weekend. The BBC's Stephen McDonald has details of a deadly landslide in Jiangsu province.
We're hearing that 21 people have died in that landslide. And it was a group of workers just heading along a road, and all of a sudden a landslide came down and covered their trucks. Some people have been pulled out, but unfortunately it turns out most of them have died. And given how serious, well, for example, the flooding has been in Guangxi, it's quite remarkable that there aren't more people dead.
Recapping the top story, Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero says plans are underway to ensure that the money owed to Rand Water and Eskom is paid before the end of this month. I am Lambana for SAFM News headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, Egypt FA file official complaint against referee after controversial Argentina defeat. Erasmus prioritizing squad growth over short-term results, and fueling revolution reshapes Grand Tour tactics. More details at 3:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I don't know if are you battling to keep up. One with the World Cup late nights, and there's a break tonight. The other is the issues and the goings on around the Madlanga Commission. 3, Donald Trump and his pronouncements about Iran, and saying that ceasefire is broken. And up goes the oil prices, and we know what that means for the ongoing issues regarding immigration in South Africa and immigrants and dealing with that. And then the other issue about National Treasury withholding July 2026 equitable share allocations to municipalities and what that means. I can go on. There's just so much to talk about. Really, there is, okay? Welcome to the show. This is the National Pulse. How's this one to talk about here? I mean, of course you watched the Egypt game last night, but there's been not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 people, Benny McCarthy, Quinton Fortune, many others too, suggesting if the World Cup is not fixed, it's loaded in favor of the bigger nations. It's almost like a UN Security Council veto. You get my point. So there's a referee for the other teams, and there's the same referee who deals differently with certain teams because of a veto. You can't necessarily say it's fixed, but they overlook certain things. That's come through very, very strongly. Do you think that is the case? I'd love to know, but you better tell me why as well. To engage, 086 000 2032, WhatsApp 0614 104 107, and then you can text us as well tweet us on Twitter or the X platform, as well as on Facebook. Just to tag me and SAfmRadio. As always, appreciate it. You set your alarms for 3 to 6, right? 3 hours of the National Pulse starting now.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
X at SAfmRadio, and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, 3 hours of the National Pulse. Katlego Neoni with me, firstly, the SABC News reporter in Limpopo, and we do that specifically because the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs undertook a 2-day urgent, and the key word is urgent, oversight visit to the temporary repatriation centres in Musina, as well as the Beitbridge port of entry. So why did they do so? Let's find out what's happened. Katlego, thanks for joining us for the National Pulse. In fact, we'll get to Katlego just now, right? Perhaps here's the thought, and I'll maybe put that to you once again. In terms of, I know that the protest groups who protested last week have said that on Thursday they will continue their weekly protest. And I heard a story yesterday that they will go to the police station and then round up people at the police station and ask them to tell the police those who are living in certain areas who are, undocumented or illegal foreign nationals in our country, and then show them the houses or their workplaces or whatever, so police can attend to that. What do you make of that? Right, we do have Katlego Neoni with us. Katlego, hi. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, and to our listeners as well.
Thank you
for having me.
Thank you so much. So tell me about this urgent oversight, and why was that the case in terms of looking at the borders specifically, right?
Fantastic. And Ashraf, as I'm speaking to you right now, we're currently driving along the border fence that is separating the two countries, Zimbabwe as well as South Africa. If we happen to lose signal, we apologize to our listeners in advance. But the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs saw the need to then visit the Musina Repatriation Center. As we know, Ashraf, that the other repatriation facilities from KZN were decommissioned, and this now leaves the Musina Repatriation Center as the only one that is currently operating, providing deportation and repatriation assistance to scores and thousands of undocumented immigrants. So now the Portfolio Committee that is handling Home Affairs wanted to be provided with a timeline and a sequence of events from the moment that the repatriation center was then set up in Musina. So with the case of Musina, it is quite unique because the undocumented immigrants were placed at a temporary shelter at the showgrounds and then relocated speedily following the visit by the Interministerial Committee on Migration to this current repatriation center. So they received a briefing. They've had an engagement. They've had a series of engagements with the Border Management Authority officials, as well as members of the South African Police Service, as well as other stakeholders, really, in this particular exercise. So they're about to conclude their 2-day oversight visit to assess and look at the preparedness, as well as assess the operational capacity, all in all, of the repatriation venue, as well as the Beitbridge border post, because initially, Ashraf, there were challenges of a slow process in delaying the thousands of undocumented immigrants. However, that has since now been addressed, as we've seen at the repatriation center have gone down. They have largely dwindled, and this is because capacity was then strengthened from the side of Home Affairs officials. Ashraf?
Okay, got that. So you're saying, there's virtually no delay. So now, if a person arrives there from, say, I don't know, Durban, right, Malawi national, lands at the border, then Musina, through Zimbabwe en route to Malawi, how long would they wait at the border now?
So the turnaround times vary, but because in the past the amount of people that were in their thousands at a certain stage, at one stage, was the charitable organizations had counted about 1,000 people that they fed on a single day. So now this is because the fee graduated. So now and one of the persons at Mazawu spoke to us that they are currently handling this as a moving target, and it is unspecified as to the future of the repatriation venue, meaning they are not certain as well at this particular stage if there'll be more people coming. Yesterday in the afternoon, when we left, there were roughly about 1,000 undocumented immigrants that were waiting to board onto these buses destined for their countries of origin. In this case, the majority are Malawians as well as Zimbabweans. So at this particular stage, the Home Affairs Portfolio Committee will then need to provide some form of a way forward in a form of recommendations for the future of the repatriation exercise as well as the repatriation venue. So these are some of the takeaways that they will take from this particular exercise, because their visit is going to end shortly. Currently, where we are at the Limpopo River, this is their last stop to try and inspect the situation around the Beitbridge border post. Ashraf?
Okay, and have you had the chance to speak to, border, I'm talking of portfolio committee members, right? In terms of what are their overall thoughts insofar as not so much what's happening at Musina or Beitbridge, but insofar as what is unfolding in our country right now?
Fantastic. So what I was that I also concerned that there was a humanitarian crisis initially, as we have seen unfold at the temporary showground that was set up. We are talking now about Musina. They were concerned about it because there was no shelter, there were no facilities, and they expressed that no human should be subjected to type of living conditions. And with the relocation to the repatriation center just about 28 kilometers outside of the border, then they expressed satisfaction that there appears to be some form of coordinated effort to provide humanitarian assistance to those that are coming in their large numbers at the particular center. And they also said that they used this specific because they wanted to see the process unfold. As you know, last week there was a visit by the Interministerial Committee on Migration. So they then said that, they, for now, of their assessment, they see that is a lot of work that is being done. They do still maintain that officials should always ensure that there is capacity on hand to be able to, excuse me, Ashraf, to be able to provide assistance in terms of operational capacity. People that are coming into the venue should then be assisted on the spot, repatriated, and then sent back to their countries of origin. And that they say that the turnaround time is also something that needs to be, looked into. However, like we said, the turnaround time for each and every single individual varies. For example, there have been some undocumented immigrants that their process of repatriation had to stop because they were then verified and they were linked to several crimes like murder and armed robbery. And obviously that would then several other departments, and the repatriation then ceases for those individuals who've been linked to criminal activities.
That's all right. Let's leave it at that. Katlego Nyoni, the SABC news reporter in Limpopo, covering the story of the Portfolio Committee on their oversight visits to, Beitbridge as well as Musina. This is the National Pulse.
As a business owner, you're always looking for ways to save money. But have you looked at saving on your business insurance premium? With Outsurance Business Insurance, you could save big, like Bosmansdam High School.
We were with our previous insurance for 10 years plus before switching to Outsurance Business Insurance.
We are saving 3,705 Rand per month.
It was so quick and easy, we should have switched sooner.
Ready to switch and save? Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000 today. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
I, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. So help me God.
30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAFM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. on 086 000 2032.
Right, so what do you want to get off your chest? People are talking about the impact of Treasury withholding funds to municipalities. We're going to talk about that now. We're going to talk about the World Cup and the decisions made at last night's game, Egypt against Argentina. What a thriller, but the questions of the decisions. Then, of course, Zimbabwe. Have you heard what's happened regarding the leadership of that country in terms of how long can a leader lead for? We'll talk about that too. By the way, I see Rasta Makumela tweeting saying we are together from Ngwenani. That's Jamaica Street, as you often do. So thank you for that, right? And Notorious Mabilani tweeting, representing my village of Sikhakhula. I did say so in Ekon Hook Bushbuck region. I always say when you listen in, then in fact you're the ambassador for your village or your community, right? And that picture of you, Notorious Mabilani, wow, man, how colorful can that be? It sounds like it looks like you're at the beach more than anywhere else. Are you in Hawaii? You know exactly what I mean. I'm going to retweet that picture. People can check it out. Here's some voice notes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf. Mbongo Sundi Sambo Isaye. There's a gentleman like during Elvis' show this morning who had like a Nigerian accent who was mocking South Africans, saying now that the foreigners are gone, they much must tell us like where are the jobs. He pretended to be South Africans. You see utterances like those, they are fueling divisions and then they are causing like anger. So he must refrain from doing that. And then government should just like give us a toll-free number and then employ these labor inspectors so that we can report like these people who are being employed without like permits and documents. Thank you.
There you are. So you want a toll-free number to report people who are flouting the law regarding foreign nationals. I hear that one. And the other one, you're saying causing division. You may be right. We all have to be very careful how we say it. And I always say this, be careful about generalizing. You know, one person that may be seeming as a rotten egg can't be representative of an entire country. I mean, really. For example, Infantino. Can you really think he speaks for all? He's Italian, isn't it? Can he speak for all of Italy? Clearly not.
Ashraf, good afternoon. Flores from a beautiful winelands. My one word for the FIFA World Cup: atrocious. Messi is the trump card for FIFA. Remember, if Messi's not there, spectators is not going to come. Those 3 goals were legitimate, beautiful goals. But before the third goal, there was a foul on Mo Salah in the penalty box. So for me, that already tells Argentina is set to be second-time champions. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Okay. Listen, so many people are freaked out about last night, not just the result, the dramatic 2-0 down, 11 minutes to go, and then Argentina winning 3-2, but just some of the key controversies. Well, what about the controversy of Treasury withholding funds to local municipalities?
Good afternoon, Ashraf Gada and your hardworking team of producers behind you. My name is Mpepompiren from Limpopo, Mkumbani village. Ashraf, National Treasury is holding billions of rands for some municipalities who are not paying for their service providers and pension companies. For how long those municipalities do not comply? The answer is, for so long. So many people are failing according to my understanding. Where is the MEC of Kokta in that particular province? Where is the Minister of Kokta nationally? People are buying electricity and water from municipality. National government is paying pension for their workers, but the municipality is not paying for their workers. We will come here next year debating the same issue. It is a high time now to scrap all those laws we used for the past 80 years. I can even challenge everybody to also change our constitution because it has a lot of loopholes. Thank you so much. Right. I am Mpepumpire.
Thanks, Mpepu. That doesn't happen in one day, right? Thank you for that. Let's get to another.
Yeah, Ashraf, good afternoon. Ashraf, if you don't need your neighbor, if you don't need anything to do with your neighbor, what do? You build a wall without a gate. So apparently South Africa does not need its neighbors. What they should do, they must remove those borders completely. Remove them, remove the buildings, put soldiers and dogs there. That's all. We are tired, man.
Build a wall is what you say. You know what? At one stage, countries build a wall called the Berlin Wall. They separated the countries for years, and there's another wall separating. There's another wall separating Palestinians from what may be called Greater Israel, and that exists even now. Right, let's see if we've got another voice note we can play.
Yeah, Ashraf, good afternoon. Ashraf, if you don't need your neighbor, if you don't need anything to do with your neighbor, what do? You build a wall without a gate. So apparently South Africa does not need its neighbors. What they should do, they must remove those borders completely. Remove them, man. Remove the buildings, put soldiers and dogs there. That's all. We are tired, man.
What does that mean we are tired? Do you really want to cut yourself off from other countries? I can tell you one thing. There's no way in today's world that, and I'm not reducing it down to individuals, but there's no way in today's world you can be in a situation where you are completely independent of other countries. There's just no country that can do that. The sense of interdependence is so critically important. Listen, quick one on the Egypt Argentina point, and I'm sure we'll talk to Tumi about it just now. I can't get into every point about whether this was a goal or a free kick or offside or whatever, but there is a sense, and there's just so many people who have shown evidence, not just last night's game, but in previous matches, specifically around Lionel Messi, that absolute one of the all-time greats, and others, that when it comes to judging key or borderline decisions, some of them are not clear, then there's one way of judging. The referees do it with established nations. Think of the big countries that are expected to win the World Cup, and there's another way to judge countries that are just there, to survive, like South Africa, for example. So in that sense, there's a sense that, think of the United Nations Security Council, that there seems to be, and I use the word seems, or appears to be, like a veto. Certain countries, established nations, have a veto power, others don't. Sadly, it's playing out not at the UN, it's playing out on the football fields, and you just have to follow what's going on around the world today to look at the frenzy of responses from all sorts of people to say, what's that phrase during the World Cup? Is it Ayoba? It's not Ayoba. It just is not Ayoba. Something has to give. Right, let's get to KD. Hi, KD.
Hello, Ashraf and the listeners.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Ashraf, I just wanted to raise this issue that I'm seeing. Usually you hear South Africans brag about their constitution, saying that it is the the best in the world. There's a Bill of Rights, and there are sections of it that says South Africa belongs to all who live in it. And then when South Africans don't like something in their society, then they forget this constitution. For instance, as we see with how they are treating black immigrants from Africa, you will hear people say that, we cannot be having this, we cannot be having that, a country cannot be having this, but these things are there in the constitution. So my question is, are South Africans happy with their constitution when it suits them, or is it a matter of it's just there for them to brag about, or it's something that they can dismiss whenever they want to act outside of what it is providing?
Okay, got that, Katie. You see, you're making the same mistake, and even I can fall into that trap, where we think that some South Africans and their views represents the whole of South Africa. It just is just not the case. Even if it's 1 million people is not 60 million people. So we can't think that certain people have strong views about certain issues and the rules and the constitution, then they reflect an entire nation. It just is not the case, right? Let's get to another call. We go to Cape Town. I think it is. We got Marshall. Hi, Marshall. Marshall, hi. No, we don't have Marshall. All right, let's get to some of the voice notes as well. There's more to play, and here's a voice note we can play.
Good afternoon, Sir Ashraf. Sir Ashraf, I heard the court says these people, foreign nationals, who are here for Islam, they must be given enough time. And if you check us, Sir Ashraf, These people, they are not here running away. There is no war in Bangladesh. There's no war in Pakistan. There's no war in Ethiopia and Somalia. There's no war in Malawi and in Zimbabwe. These people, they are just bullshitting us. Home Affairs doesn't have to even give those people asylum-seeking documents. I thank you.
Yeah, don't use that type of language. I mean, you really don't have to. Do it at home, not on air, right? But I mean, that point about there's no war. You know what? I beg to differ with you. There's no You know the Somalians that came to South Africa first. They came because they fled a civil war. That's what sparked off many of the Somalians coming to this country. And I know because I chatted them a long time ago. Some landed up in the USA, some in Australia, some in South Africa, wherever they went. Now, in other places, there may not be a war as you think about it, but there is a war against poverty. And then people flee those countries. And then going back to the point that I've said before, how is it so many people from West Africa have gone to Europe? The colonizers. Why would they do that? Why would they risk crossing the Mediterranean? Because there's a war of survival. Not a guns war, but a war of survival. And in fact, you would be right in saying even South Africans have a war against survival in this country. So I empathize with that part too. We're all in this war, but we need to overcome it collectively. So to just chase people away is no good. I think there needs to be a transition about what we got wrong and transition to moving from wrong to right. Right, let's get the news headlines. Here's Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero says plans are underway to ensure that the money owed to Rand Water and Eskom is paid before the end of this month. The South African Social Security Agency in the Eastern Cape has dismissed 14 officials for alleged fraud, corruption and misconduct, and US President Donald Trump has reassured NATO allies that Washington remains committed to the military alliance. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Tumi Nkapele.
Tumi, of course you're going to talk about the World Cup at Egypt and Argentina, right?
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, the Egyptian Football Association has launched an official complaint with FIFA. This is following Egypt's controversial 3-2 defeat to Argentina in the round of 16 at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Egypt looked set for victory after taking a 2-goal lead, but Argentina fought back to win that match 3-2 last night. The Egyptian FA says that it's unhappy with the performance of French referee Francois Letexia and his assistants, claiming that several key decisions influenced the outcome of the game. And FA President Hani Abu-Rida has formally asked FIFA to investigate the officiating and is calling for Letexia and his assistants to be suspended from refereeing any further matches at the tournament. Elsewhere, Amazulu have confirmed the exit of 6 players and the arrival of 7 as they make changes to their squad ahead of the 2026-27 Betway Premiership season, where the side will be led by coach Arthur Zwane. The club have been boosted by their fullback positions with acquisitions of former Stellenbosch FC left-back Omega Mdaka and Keenan Phillips from Golden Arrows on the right. Midfielder Kgape Moralo has arrived from Siwelele, while the club have added to their forward stocks with 3 new additions. In terms of wingers, Khomojo Lekwana, formerly of Stellenbosch, and Qeti Vandala from Magezi joins the club, along with striker Moses Shuma, who had a prolific season with Power Dynamos in Zambia. In terms of rugby, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus says that Scotland's impressive 47-38 victory over Argentina had no bearing on his team selection for Saturday's test at Loftus Versfeld. Instead, Erasmus has remained committed to his season-long plan of exposing as many players as possible to test rugby as he builds squad depth ahead of next year's Rugby World Cup. As we know, the Bok coach has made 10 changes to the starting lineup and says that the rotation strategy is part of the bigger picture.
That didn't play a role at all. If we played the first match, Italy, and the second match, England, this team was not picked for specific reasons surrounding Scotland. It was for us to make sure that when we go into the World Cup next year, we know who can do what when. and how, and under pressure and not under pressure. So some combinations were more picked with that in mind. Then Argentina, us, New Zealand, and Australia is probably in the same boat. And I think that's what happened to Argentina. Scotland played really well, I thought. They're obviously a good team. I mean, they beat England in the Six Nations. So if you just go on those results, then probably this match will be tougher than last weekend, if you want to compare it like that.
Then in terms of cycling, Tour de France leader Tadej Pogačar says that success in cycling is all about arriving at the race in top condition, sticking to a strict nutrition plan and staying focused. The Slovenian rider who won Monday's stage says that today's cyclists prepare very differently from previous generations. Instead of building fitness during the race, riders now make sure that they are fully prepared before the tour begins. A major part of the preparation is nutrition, and during races, riders consume up to 120 grams of carbohydrates every hour to keep their energy levels high and avoid exhaustion on demanding mountain stages. Well, I'll have more on other sports, but Ashraf, I think it's sad that officiating at the World Cup has really taken the stage instead of the good football that we are seeing, and the inconsistencies. For me, it's the inconsistencies of the officiating that we're seeing there, and quite unfortunate that big teams or big nations like Argentina are benefiting from some decisions that some of these referees are making.
Absolutely. I mean, I just saw, there were about 5 incidents yesterday, even in terms of fouls that were completely overlooked, really rough ones. Yeah. The ones that matter, the one where Salah was tripped in the box in injury time, I don't think that was a penalty, in my opinion, right? But there was a push on a player 30 seconds before that, which should well have been a penalty, the Egyptian player. And then, of course, the goal, that wonder goal that was disallowed. I think the issue is, if you take it to the letter of the law, you can say, yeah, there was a foul. But many people, I heard Benny McCarthy say, that's like the most trivial touch that people do all the time. But the most important one, it was like rewound, like 45, 50 seconds in a game. And that's a different game. You can't rewind that long. It works in cricket. It doesn't work in football. And that's what's the problem. Without even suggesting that the referee got it wrong. Yes, the rules allow a rewind in that sense, but how far do you actually rewind? And it robs the game of its spontaneity, for sure.
And that's my thing. It's like the game of football is spoiled now, because you just feel like when a nation is winning, you just like, yeah, but they were helped. Even though it might have been a great win just looking at how they played. But if now the referees are somehow putting their hand into helping take decisions
but
that
do you
will
think
somehow
you think they're
benefit.
doing that? You think the referees are doing that?
I mean, yesterday, just looking at yesterday's game, I feel like he overlooked, as you mentioned, some of the fouls that were happening. He overlooked some of them, and as much as we saw that Argentina really played their football, at the same time, I do feel like we could have gone to penalties yesterday or extra time if certain things or certain fouls were taken into account. But then again, we're not the referees, we're not officiating, and we'll see how this one ends.
Well, we may not be the referees, but we are the football community, and I think FIFA needs to understand that. More on that and others in an hour's time, to me. Thank you.
Catch the Mzansi's Beautiful Game Sport documentary.
For me, literally, in the club football, where I've played a lot of my football with the ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana governments is like Bafana's governments right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAfm's award-winning drama department. Hala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
It's always the same with you. I want this, I need that, and somehow I am always the one paying for it. I think we need a little time apart. Not forever, just long enough for me to build some interest again. After all, distance makes the funds grow stronger.
Give your money time this July savings month. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and earn up to 7.55% interest with 0 monthly fees. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, if you think we don't have we have problems. Of course, we seem to have problems everywhere. The Democratic Nursing Organization of South Africa, DENOSA, has raised concerns about deteriorating working conditions for employees in the public health system. I mean, I can't say bluntly what's new, seriously. DENOSA's provincial chairperson, Sibonelo Gumede, says the organization has received numerous complaints relating to working conditions in public health facilities. I may also say once again, what's new? Anyway, let's bring in then the provincial chairperson in KZN for DENOSA, Sibonelo Gumede. Thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Afternoon, Ashraf.
Thank you. I've seen your pronouncements. What has sparked that off?
Let me first greet yourself, Ashraf, and the listeners of SAFM. We really were not happy, but now we are at ease since we are going through reports after we received the report from the Ombudsman. Remember, there was the incident that sparked the death of healthcare workers across KZN. And the department requested Ombudsman also from us raising concerns that this can't be, since employees or workers were complaining about the working conditions as which subjects them to the conditions that may lead to either death or fatigue or other issues that may affect their well while in the workplace.
Okay, so you're saying initially you were concerned, but now there's a sense of reassurance. I'm sort of missing something. What has happened since then?
What has actually happened, Ashraf, is that there had been investigations. We've been waiting for the reports from the department and from Office of the Ombuds as the ministers, I think Motsoaledi, requested the independent investigations. Now today, we just received such reports. It's in the media platform. Some of the concerns have been eased, but most of them we've seen the issues of the conditions of which people are subjected to, especially employees, either nurses and doctors or healthcare workers in particular, where we see the reports stating that there's shortage of staff. People cannot. But those conditions, the reports did not look into some of the complaints that have been raised by those people, not all of them, but those who were part of persons who succumbed to death, either as a result of some of the complaints or under other conditions in relation to such.
I mean, the overall position, I mean, you cite two examples initially, but I mean, that seems to be, sort of negligence or bad conditions may appear to be sort of, people have been absolved on that, but does it stop the overall position of just poor conditions to work in? We've seen so many examples of people who reflect on their visits to hospitals. So we're obviously talking in this case nurses, but even the patients, to say they are enduring compromised health conditions every day.
Yes, that is correct, Ashraf. But when you look into it, remember we are working from the department seems to be working from hand to mouth in providing the healthcare services. But at the end of it, also the healthcare workers that are there, we see the increased number of patients that we see due to the disease burden. But also we see the decreased number of employees who are absorbed into the system, and the lack of employees who have to deal with the staff nurse patient ratio. Either your doctors or you have some nurses or everyone or x-rays, since some of the reports say the services that are rendered to the and the quality as to that is rendered is compromised by the conditions as which people. Shortage is one of the baddest conditions that you can see, and that we've been raising such concerns as DINOSA for a longest period of time to request the department to employ more people, because psychological aspects of that really impact on how a person delivers. You remember, even the department and the conditions of employment even speaks to that the employer has a responsibility to ensure that the wellness of the employees is taken into consideration so that they can provide more or best of quality of services. So we see these employees being subjected to. But the recent incident that spread us, Ashraf, is that of the report. You remember the death of healthcare employees in KZN. There were about 6 of them. Some of them, they raised concerns, but we are pleased from the report of the Ombudsman that dealt specifically with the case of Mazwi, the doctor who died in Prince Nishieni. And the report now, it makes it clear, we're still studying the report, Ashraf, but the report makes it clear that the rumors that went about that he, as an employee, was denied coming back has been ruled and set aside. It was seen that it's been one of the journalists who sent a WhatsApp of that.
All right, I hear that. I mean, that's good news. That's good news in terms of the report, right? But, sometimes the report follows things and they're very difficult to nail or convict people. So, I hear that part, and I mean, that is good news. But it doesn't necessarily answer the overall situation, which is that nurses, as well as patients, right, are in an environment in public hospitals which are, let's call it this way, an unhealthy environment. I mean, do you stand with that?
We do. The report has touched base on that. It's just that it had not been categorically stated clear, but it really deals with that. The conditions remember the conditions that we are talking about is the service that is given and the person who gives the service to the patient. Those are the conditions that these two people have to work so that we say it's satisfactory, is best of service. So those conditions, one, if you look into it, when the patient receives service that is not satisfactory, you see more complaints. And the complaints will come straight to the nurse. The nurse did not do that. And also the nurses, whenever they're subjected to that, they will shift complaints. And the issues of shortages, the patients don't know. They don't even know the issues of patient ratio. Hence, they have a right to complain, and there are platforms in the department where people should complain and raise those concerns. But the department, when they are doing this report, I think we are taking at heart that this report will go as a framework for the department to look into these complaints, because the complaints may be genuine. Remember, this report that raised concerns with us was specifically for the relationship between the death of these employees, but it did give us another view, a clear view of what is happening in between. And the Ombudsman did do a good job in terms of establishing exactly whether the cause was related. But there are other underlying factors they did not mention in the report that did spark outrage. Remember the issue, there's a case of the doctor, I think it's Dr. Idika in Fried. That doctor, even the nurses themselves, they raised concerns on the manner to which the doctor was ill-treated by the facility. But when you look at the report does not talk to everyone. It talks to the managers whom the complaint was also about. Now, when the department is coming in to do an investigation, you can't investigate the person or seek information from the person who's accused.
Well, it does suggest, like so many sectors of society, be it schooling, be it the issues of pit latrines, be it, just service delivery, the issues of healthcare, in this case here, nursing, another extension of just things sadly got wrong in our country. And this me speaking from someone who has this huge ambition of building South Africa into a champion nation one day. Sibonelo Gumede, DINOSA's provincial chairperson in KZN, appreciate you engaging me here on the National Pulse. I mean, it is something you need to consider. So I've got this dream of building a champion nation, and yet every day we seem to be further and further away from that dream. What has to happen is somebody, one person, two people, 3, 4, 5, 1 million people have got to come together and say, we're going to have to rebuild this country to be far better than it ever has been. In the same way, you'd want to rebuild a business, or you want to rebuild a failing football club, for example. Those are the questions we have to make. Hard questions with hard answers and action.
Whether it is a CCMA referral,
problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. And we'll call you back. SMS now. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The big issue on the National Pulse.
Okay, let's get. In fact, we're going to talk about the Donald Trump saying no ceasefire. That's over between Iran and the USA, and of course, by extension, others too. We'll come to that just now. But the big issue we've been covering every day this week has been on, and that big issue changes. How can South Africa rebuild trust in its law enforcement institutions? This in the light of the goings-on about so many things, as you know, in our country every day. Chad Thomas with me, IRS Forensic Investigations CEO. Chad, thanks for engaging us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Good afternoon to you and the listeners.
Thank you. Let's start with that broad question firstly. Can we rebuild trust, or have we gone too far down that road?
We definitely can, and the process has started. We've seen that with the Madlanga Commission, with the ad hoc, which is meeting today with General Kunazi, and with the periphery investigations taking place by IDAC, IPID, the PKTT, and other units, that there is this vested interest from the state to try to turn this back. Some may say it's too late. I don't think so. Because if we were at failed state status, we wouldn't have this commission of inquiry. It wouldn't be getting broadcast live, albeit some is in camera. And it shows that as a country, we as the citizens want to know what's been happening, but more importantly, the executive are wanting to try and make a difference.
All right, so you're saying it can, and in fact, the very fact we're having the Madlanga Commission is a manifestation that in many ways our law enforcement institutions are at work. But how then do we get it to a level where we don't even need these commissions? That means, the commission also is a reaction to what's happened before, isn't it? Something broke, and that's why we have the commission.
We have to fix things, and you're right about the word broke. A lot has been broken in the past. Our confidence in law enforcement and the state as a whole has been broken. One must remember that in Polokwane 2007, a decision was made to disband the Scorpions. It was a political decision made by a single political party. And by January 2009, the Scorpions ceased to exist. The Hawks have never, ever been capacitated above 50%. Their budget gets throttled. How are they expected to investigate serious crime? We've now got IDAC that already has controversy surrounding it because of the purported rivalry between them and units within SAPS that are trying to go after the same cartel members. The fact remains is, though, that we're seeing this happening, and it's not in isolation. After the December 17th report was given to the president by the Madlanga Commission, by January, he had already instructed the then commissioner, before he was suspended, to create a unit to investigate findings coming out of the Commission of Inquiry. He had already empowered IPID and IDAC to go ahead and to make whatever arrests were necessary. And it seems as if when you've got your apex leadership giving the support that was always lacking to the various law enforcement agencies in South Africa, that means we're going to see a change. The only problem I have, though, is I don't want to see a Scorpions 2.0 with IDAC or with units that are trying to create mistrust amongst each other or are rivaling one another. Law enforcement needs to work as a cohesive organ of state. It cannot work the way it has been in piecemeal.
All right, but that's the point, isn't it? When we look at law enforcement on the one hand and organized crime on the other, who's winning that battle?
At the moment, organized crime. Organized crime are rubbing their hands in glee because of what's happened up until this point. I think they're now realizing they're in a world of trouble because the people that they captured, that have been looking after them up until now, are themselves in trouble. There is so much more that needs to come out at Madlanga that I can't discuss, but I know for a fact is going to shock South Africans just how bad the infiltration was of organized crime into our policing structures. And that's why we need the president now to be very vocal before the end of the week and to tell us how long he's going to extend the Commission of Inquiry by. Not if he's going to extend it, but rather how long he's going to extend it for. Because if he has to end it now, it's going to leave far too many unanswered questions. We need this process to ventilate, and we need to expose the rot that has permeated our law enforcement agencies.
If you're saying, as you have said, that in fact organized crime is at this point in time winning the war against organized crime fighters, right? And that's just the sad reality, right? Outside the issues of the Madlanga Commission, and we've seen, the Madlanga Commission is a manifestation of the rot within the policing structures, right? When we talk about dramatic overhaul, what needs to be happening?
There's no silver bullet and there's no short-term solution. We have to look in the medium to long term. We have to look at what we're going to be doing between the next 5 to 15 years. And that is an overhaul. We need to give more powers to local and provincial law enforcement agencies, especially investigative powers, to free up our National Policing Service to concentrate on their mandate. And of course, the Hawks cannot be given everything. Their actual title is the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. They need to investigate priority crimes. At the moment, there's a misnomer amongst police stations, provincial units, and national units as to who gets what in terms of financial mandate when investigating complex financial crimes or organized crime syndicates. We need to have clarity. We need to have the right training in place, and we need to stem the flow of skilled investigators from leaving our law enforcement agencies because they themselves are disillusioned, and a lot of them are taking early retirement or going to the private sector simply because they're not getting job satisfaction. They're not seeing the results of their investigative efforts.
What about, the simple thing, which is budget allocations reflect the priorities of a nation, right? By the way, we're talking at a time where Treasury has put a clamp on municipalities, but that's a different conversation, right? If we say that, then where does our priorities fit in regarding crime fighting, both in terms of responding to crime fighting, but the second part, to change the terrain so that we can be much better in terms of preventing crime in the first place? Does budgets reflect that priority?
I'm so glad you asked me that question. I mentioned earlier how the Hawks have never been capacitated more than half of their required staff. And I used this example many times in the past, and it's beginning to change ever so slightly. But 2 years ago, I raised this figure. Of the police then budget of 100 billion rand per annum, 2% was allocated to the Hawks. Our priority crime investigation units in South Africa only received 2% of the police budget. Conversely, VIP protection and security services received 3% of the police budget. So when you speak about priorities, you can see how the Hawks budget was throttled and more money was given towards blue light brigades and VIP protection than towards the most critical crime fighting entity our country has. So priorities are absolutely critical, and our lawmakers have to get it into their heads that it is more important to look after the citizens than to drive around in blue light cavalcades.
And let's just stay with the issue of organized crime versus, petty crime. If I can even call, stealing a mobile phone a petty crime, right? What, in your opinion, has given rise to organized crime being so entrenched in our country? And as you answer that, right, is it this, that organized crime is profitable, and therefore no matter where you clamp it out in one area, it'll just migrate to another because it's good for business? It's good business in that case.
South Africa would have been any organized crime syndicate's dream, even during the apartheid years, but they couldn't get in here because of the seriously high levels of security during the struggle years. Post-1994, with an open border policy, which may have been through negligence, what may have been through infiltration. We've had transnational organized groups set themselves up in South Africa because of our incredible geographic location. And knowing that they could buy off police officers, prosecutors, magistrates, it made it very accommodating. And unlike a third world country, they can live a first world existence in South Africa with their proceeds. They can live La Vida Loca, drive Ferraris, live in Clifton, and actually enjoy the spoils of the money they're making, unlike if they were in some dark third world environment. And that is the biggest problem we have, is that we are partly a third world country where people live a first world existence. We have a disparity between haves and have-nots. And these international laws, international organized crime syndicates can make use of our citizens because our citizens are so desperate to do anything to find money because of the massive unemployment.
Sure. Okay, got that. Well, appreciate you giving off your time, and you certainly got us thinking about our ability to ensure law enforcement does work. Chet Thomas, thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse. I mean, we do this every day, looking at 3 or 4 different takes, in fact, once a week, on a big issue, a burning issue, and in this case, getting law enforcement right. In fact, here's a question. Hi, Ashraf. Why did you say Kaizer Chiefs when referring to a failing club? I promise you I didn't say that. Not today. Maybe some other time. Not today. Let's get the news. It's 4 o'clock.
SAFM.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, UKZN orders the rewrite of 7 law exams and Johannesburg Mayor to ensure the payment owed to Rand Water and Eskom. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. The University of KwaZulu-Natal has ordered a rewrite of several law exams after confirming that 7 module exam papers were leaked. The university says the affected exams will be rewritten after students return for the second semester, giving them more time to prepare. UKZN has appointed an independent team to investigate how the papers were leaked, how many people were involved, and how far the leak spread. The university says anyone found responsible could face disciplinary action, a civil claim or criminal charges. The School of Law says tighter security measures have been put in place for the rewrite of the law exams. Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero says plans are underway to ensure that the money owed to Rand Water and Eskom is paid before the end of this month. The remarks follows National Treasury's decision to temporarily withhold the equitable share of 69 municipalities in the country in a bid to instill strict fiscal discipline and root out financial misconduct. Treasury says the release of the funds will depend on how quickly the municipality can sign repayment agreements with their creditors. Morero was briefing the media in Johannesburg.
Rand Water and Eskom will receive their funds by mid-July, as the equitable share will then come into the city, and we confirm that we will be paying Eskom and Rand Water. Our existing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure reduction strategy was revised to align with National Treasury's guidance and the FMMA Circular 111 and 68. We are working through the historical backlog rather than simply disclosing it.
The South African Social Security Agency in the Eastern Cape has dismissed 14 officials for alleged fraud, corruption and misconduct. These cases include the alleged fraudulent approval of social grants, unlawful changes to beneficiaries' banking details and other irregular grant administration practices. The agency says it has suffered over 3 million rand in losses because of fraudulent activities involving grant administration and payment processes. Provincial SASSA spokesperson Thabisa Nondwai says 11 other officials are currently facing disciplinary hearings.
The implicated cases were identified across several local offices in the province and have been referred to the South African Police Service for criminal investigation. SASSA says it has adopted a zero-tolerance approach to corruption and is pursuing legal measures to recover all funds lost through fraudulent activities. The agency has also urged beneficiaries, employees and members of the public to report any suspected fraud or corruption to help protect social grants intended for vulnerable South Africans.
The beleaguered Northwest Transport Investment has appeared before the Provincial Legislature Portfolio Committee on Community Safety and Transport Management in Mahikeng. The NTI, which is owned by the Northwest Provincial Government, has had to account for the continued deterioration of its services and failure to pay employee salaries. Government injected over 565 million rand in bailouts for the NTI and appointed a business rescue practitioner to help in the entity's recovery, but its status has only deteriorated further. However, there has been better cooperation between the provincial government and the NTI's business practitioner, Thomas Salmons. Premier Lazarus Mukhosi elaborates.
The current arrangement is simply that we focus on getting the fleet back on the road, Premier. We have a contract with Gauteng, which still has 6 years on the contract.
U.S. President Donald Trump has reassured NATO allies that Washington remains committed to the military alliance. Speaking behind closed doors at their NATO leaders summit in Ankara, Trump reportedly told leaders the U.S. would continue selling weapons to allies regardless of how they are used. He also reportedly did not repeat his criticism of NATO ally Spain, nor his announcement of the termination of an interim ceasefire deal with Iran during the meeting. The U.S. leader had earlier ordered a halt to trade with Spain over defense spending and the war in Iran. Recapping the top story, the University of KwaZulu-Natal has ordered a rewrite of several law exams after confirming that 7 module exam papers were leaked. I'm Ondilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, West Indies clinch first home series win since 2022. Driegus du Plessis targets statement comeback against Usman, and Van der Merwe hails Bok culture ahead of Scotland clash. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon, Bayers Nordia. Western side of Joburg's been really slow today. There's some roadworks going on between Zanspreet and Muldersdrift. If you're going that way, just expect some hold-ups both directions, either towards Muldersdrift or coming in towards the Honeydew area. Joburg Highways, the M1, Rivonia down to William Mandela looking slow. R24, Edenvale onto the M12 for a slow trip into Gilulis. And the M3 North, an issue just coming out of Germiston up through to Gilulis at a change as well. Bit of traffic on the N1 North heading from Allendale through to New Road. That could well be something broken down by the New Road exit. All of a sudden, it's getting very busy through there. A major delay alert if you're leaving Peter Marisburg. Big backlog of traffic down towards the Ashburton exit. That is on the Durban-bound side. There's also just been a vehicle broken down between Ashburton and Peter Marisburg heading into PMB today as well. But that Durban-bound carriageway, very heavy. Big queues on the N3 outbound Sherwood through to Pavilion Mall. Umgeda Road M19 still being worked on at Reservoir Hills if you're on your way out to New Germany. And Pinetown, that is very slow in that Reservoir Hills area. And Cape Town today, N7 North. Those roadworks at Dunoon still there, one lane open. Touch on the brakes as you get north of Plattercliff Road through that construction zone. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've had a range of opinions. On the ongoing issue of the Madlanga Commission, absolutely no question about that. And there's some interesting comments from others as well. Then, of course, that World Cup story, it won't go away because, that shows you the World Cup is never just about 11 players times 2 players times 2 teams on a football field. It has a far greater impact. It just has something, particularly the Football World Cup more than any other, but with all its drama as well, right? But also that issue of the Treasury, effectively putting a clamp on funds to local municipalities, unless, there's a big unless around that. And that issue of Denosa around, the unhealthy state of our hospitals as per the nursing community, which is a huge issue as well, right? So we'll talk about all of that and more. But first, next up, another big issue around pit toilets, which we'll touch on right after this.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today and live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Space to get it up and over and get the tips.
The countdown is on. On Sunday, 26 July, Kaizer Chiefs take on Zimbabwe's champions, Scotland FC.
It's just wide.
At the Royal Bafokeng Sports Palace in the 2026 Toyota Cup.
Turn it on.
Don't miss a single second of the action when the two giants of African football lock horns. Kaizer Chiefs versus Scotland FC, live on SABC1, SABC Plus, and SABC radio stations on Sunday, 26 July at 2:30 p.m.
Wristwatch for Kaizer Chiefs.
Grab your tickets now at CompuTicket for only 100 Rand. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the 2026 Toyota Cup.
For the love of the game.
July is Mandela Month on SAFM, a month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAFM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. Because the question is no longer who Nelson Mandela was. The question is, what have we done with the country he helped create? Join the national conversation only on SAFM, the home of real conversations. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
I'm looking at a tweet from Garth Gopi that certainly got me thinking. Garth says, should South Africans subscribe to the Madlanga Commission? The Madlanga Commission has become one of the most closely watched public inquiries in recent years. Millions of South Africans want the investigation into corruption allegations to continue, but government has made it clear that public funds are limited and the commission cannot run indefinitely. This raises an interesting question. If people are willing to pay monthly subscription to watch sport, movies and entertainment on DSTV, why not voluntarily contribute a small monthly amount, to help fund a commission that seeks truth, accountability and clean governance? Some may say yes, and in fact we do that. We pay taxes. I'm just putting it out there. Right, but I welcome other thoughts on that innovative way to do it. What about a monthly subscription? Right, you know this, the Department of Basic Education announced a couple of days ago about, them meeting their targets for the 2018 Safe Initiative objectives, which were, objectives around pit toilets and ensuring that there's a high degree of safety around that. But other organizations still are concerned with children's rights activists saying more needs to be done. So what then is the more? Let's get the numbers right in terms of what is the state of our, toilets in schools. How much has been fixed? Where to next? With me, Lukhanyo Vanka, spokesperson for the Minister of Basic Education. Lukhanyo, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Afternoon, Ashraf.
Thanks for engaging, right? Let's get this right. Firstly, when the Minister spoke the other day and said that you have met your objectives as per 2018, what were those objectives?
So, Ashraf, in 2018, the National Department of Basic Education decided to have a national intervention to identify pit toilets, firstly in schools with pit toilets, and then to eradicate those pit toilets. There was a national survey that was done that yielded results of 3,372 schools that were identified as having pit toilets that needed to be eradicated. Then there was the SAFE initiative that was put together for this national project. That is sanitation appropriate for education. And that was launched by the President, the public would remember. And it was then to eradicate those pit toilets that were there as part of that project. And it's a project that took longer than we would have wanted it to, But on Monday, the minister announced that we have now completed all 3,272 of those schools now have safe and dignified sanitation facilities. Those are toilets. Now, if I can just quickly mention this, Ashraf, those schools exist in a variety of communities. Some of those communities, they have reticulated water, and they also have sanitation connected to them. So those schools were then given flushing toilets. But some communities, especially when you go to areas of Limpopo as well as KZN, and also some areas of the Eastern Cape, don't have water reticulation by the local municipality to go into those far-flung areas and those communities. So those are the alternatives, building technologies that include dry systems, others include self-sustaining recyclable water systems in the schools, and some have chemical toilets or chemically flushing toilets, but all of them have dignified sanitation facilities and no longer rely on dangerous and undignified pit toilets.
All right. So therefore, when human rights or children's rights activists say more needs to be done, what do you think? What more needs to be done? And notwithstanding the points you've just made.
Absolutely in agreement with that. The minister is in agreement with that. When the minister announced this completion, she did say that you will find that there may be one pit toilets that were dug up in schools post 2018 and therefore don't appear on the 2018 backlog. There might be schools where pit toilets exist side by side now with these new facilities, and for a number of reasons. We've gone to communities, for example, Ashraf, where people didn't want those toilets to be the pit toilets, that is, to be demolished because they were built by the communities themselves and they had fundraised and went and built them with their own hands. So there are those schools that have those. But also there's schools that might have been missed for some reason in 2018. So the minister has now asked all provinces to do what is called conditional assessment of not only their sanitation facilities, but also the buildings where the schools exist themselves, so that we can allocate enough, well, it can never be enough, but a budget for infrastructure. Currently, we've put aside about 16 billion that is going to go towards provinces in conditional grants, and this is exclusively for infrastructure and cannot be used for anything else. So it's not enough. Our current backlog for infrastructure sits at about 120 billion, but for this year we are putting 16 billion. It's what we have, and we'll give it to provinces. But also national, Ashraf, is going to support provinces with project management skills, with technical support for them to be able to undertake their infrastructure projects and do so successfully.
Yeah, I mean, all of that brings you back down to the most basic thing, right? What's the learning experience of learners in school? That means, they go to school. That's the obvious thing, and they go and learn. But I would think there are so many pressures that these young children, and the older ones as well, have to endure and go through on a day-to-day basis. I mean, can you share, anecdotally that with us?
Yes, Ashraf, when we went to Dimbaza Primary School, we heard from a learner there who was, reflecting on their experience of the old toilets and the new toilets now. And they were saying that sometimes when they go to these toilets, they would be scared because sometimes they would find snakes inside of the toilets, the pit toilets. So I think it's unimaginable for you and I to be scared to go to use the bathroom anywhere because there might be a snake there. It's not something that's part of our reality. So those anecdotes or anecdotal stories are something that was very concerning, and it's a good thing that we've now been able to eradicate, at least for the 3,372 schools. That means 3 million learners no longer have to fear for that in those schools. That means about 48,000 teachers don't have to go to undignified toilets in their workplace. So it's a lot of people that have benefited. We agree with civil society that really we need to do a lot more to get the ones that are remaining that might not have been part of the SAFE initiative backlog to be eradicated. But we must also celebrate, Ashraf, that 3 million learners, at least today, have benefited from safe sanitation facilities.
Yeah, point taken. Well, let's leave it at that, and hopefully we'll have even better news down the line. Lucanio Vankla, spokesperson for the Minister of Basic Education. Thanks for engaging me here on the National Pulse.
In case you missed it,
The trucks that you procured, right, for 2.4 million rand of taxpayer money, those trucks, have they been operating?
So far, not yet, according to the report that
Okay, so they've been sitting in the yard for a year.
Yes.
Why?
Because of these challenges that have been raised.
No, what are those challenges?
I think it's the issue of roadworthy, that they were getting some delays around that.
So you bought unroadworthy trucks?
Yes.
Why?
The why might be correct, but it's a purely administrative issue.
Mayor, this is what is fundamentally wrong with your approach.
that was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Just by the way, how about you reacting to this? The Zimbabwean President Emerson Mnangagwa signing into law legislation that extends his term in office by 2 years to 2030. And there's other changes. We'll talk about that in around 10 to 5, but I'm sure I expect you to have a reaction on that. Well, what about this story? Recent high-profile government raids on clothing factories in KwaZulu-Natal unveiled sweatshop conditions and high numbers of undocumented immigrant labor. I know some people from Dundee were saying, that's not our area, is it? But anyway, we'll talk about that and more. Now, despite this, there's been no real accountability. So let's find out more about what the position is in that in the KZN region specifically with Sean Christie, who's a journalist who wrote the article for Ground Up. Sean, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and to your listeners.
Thank you. Right. First of all, perhaps maybe set the lay of the land there. What's happened?
Okay, sure thing. Newcastle has kind of become a ground zero, Newcastle and KwaZulu-Natal, for scrutiny of non-compliant clothing factories. The scrutiny has also fallen on other places where there are a lot of factories in KwaZulu-Natal, along the coast between, all the way along the coast and in Pinetown too. And it's been about 2 years of periodic raids from either the province or from national departments. And it's kind of reached a point where factory owners say their ability to continue to do business is very much jeopardized. And on the other hand, there's people, when you get on the ground and try to follow up on these raids and the people who are arrested quite publicly, lots of social media posts from national politicians and so on, there's very few of those people arrested are actually enrolled and processed and end up in court.
So why would that be? I mean, in terms of your studies, why would that be the case? Again, people arrested, not appearing in court, which actually means what? What happens to them next?
So if you're not charged within 48 hours, then SAPS must release you. And one must have a little bit of empathy, I think, for the people who must do the paperwork. In order to verify somebody's documentary status, you need Home Affairs officials. It's a very laborious process. So, when these raids are big, they call them multidisciplinary raids. There's Labor Department, Home Affairs, SAPS, and they net hundreds of people. The load just the paper, pushing load is beyond the capacity of the people who need to do it. 48 hours elapses and the doors need to be open. So, there's very little on visibility on that part of it. We get promoted the fact that action is being taken, raids are happening, non-compliant factory owners are being nabbed as well as undocumented workers. But, what's actually happening?
Which does suggest then when the raids are of such magnitude where high numbers of people get arrested, in fact, they become counterproductive. And I'm choosing my words very carefully as I say that.
Yes, I mean, they certainly produce a lot of, there's impact, right? Because factory owners are very fearful of the raids, as are workers. Anyone I've interviewed in Newcastle, Pinetown is, quite shaken by these raids. And certainly many factory owners testified that a lot of their workers had left ahead of the March deadline. And combined with ongoing raids, there was a kind of exodus because of the climate that had been created by these raids. But in terms of actual, people being processed and held to account, it seems there's very little happening.
And therefore, I mean, so let's say the areas that you looked at, Newcastle, right? So at that time, there were the raids. What's then happened to those, one other people that you've mentioned? So there's no real convictions because they don't appear in court. What's happened to them since, to them? And then what about the actual businesses that hired all these people?
So it's quite hard to establish things concretely because of the fear and because of the sheer extent of non-compliance. And there's a lot of non-compliance. And that extends, from paying people way below minimum wage to environmental non-compliance. So, a lot of factories in Newcastle operate behind locked gates and doors. And, as one trade unionist was explaining, and I think this is very valid, you can move from one space to another in a day. You pick up sewing machines and you move. It's not like the textile industry when you have enormous machines. So, it just need to say that it is hard to track exactly how many clothing factories are closing. But anecdotally, factory owners in that business community in Newcastle say a lot are either closing, considering moving to either Eswatini or Lesotho, or considering just ending the business altogether.
Yeah, sure.
Which would mean obviously a huge loss of, I think, estimates of 15 to 25,000 people employed in Newcastle alone.
And the impact therefore beyond, 100,000, 150,000, 200,000 people in that area alone. I mean, that's just catastrophic. Just the last thing on that. I mean, in terms of your investigations or research, did you get a sense why do South Africans employ these foreign nationals, documented or undocumented, in factories? I know the word sweatshop has come about. Why that? What is the appeal? Is the appeal that they can pay them less, or that in fact they are more skilled, or that South Africans in fact are less skilled and maybe less willing? What did you pick up?
I mean, leaders of the factories that produce clothes are called cut, make and trim factories, CMT factories. And there's an association called the eThekwini, Clothing and Leather Association. And their leader, says bluntly, it's very difficult to employ South Africans. They're not attracted to the rates that are paid. It's a very deeply unpopular and justifiably kind of critiqued line, but that's what a lot of people say. We South Africans don't want it, and then others have been more specific and said, there's when people who make clothes are machinists, and there's a skill level machinist that puts the zipper into pants, for example. And they say a lot of the machinists who are skilled enough to do that are not from South Africa. And it's essential. You can't produce clothes without being able to do that. So, there's also that argument that, before you tell everyone we need to change the ratio of South Africans and non-South Africans, there needs to be training of South Africans so that they can put zippers into pants. So there's a lot of different reasons given to it, but definitely there's also the leveraging of economic desperation, because a lot of these factories operate in the shadows. They cannot change their input costs. Those are fixed. And the one thing that is flexible is labor cost. So if you can get somebody to work for nothing, you survive.
I mean, here's the thing, and it's a controversial question to say, the obvious thing to say, no, these factories, the CMT factories, must employ primarily as a first choice locals, as opposed to foreign nationals, undocumented, and they must pay them minimum wage, whatever that may be, at least, right? Are you saying that the reality of economics suggests that if they did that, they would not have the monies and the cash flow to do so? So in fact, then they would be out of business. So we're not discussing human rights, we're talking simple economics here.
Absolutely. And this isn't new. I mean, researchers from the University of Cape Town in 2010, 2011, did the numbers on this. They looked at the rising, cost of workers' rates, because the factories it's not minimum wage. They're bound to the rates in the National Bargaining Council collective agreement, which is slightly higher than minimum wage. And they basically showed that, it was driving a huge amount of people underground into non-compliance or to close their factories, that these rates were just basically not doable. Yeah. So, if you look closely at the collective agreement, there's all kinds of really complicated bypasses where you can only pay, you're allowed to only pay 80%, for a time until you get compliant. So it's an acknowledged problem, that people really struggle to pay those rates.
Okay, let's leave it at that. You've got us thinking. Sean Christie, appreciate it. By the way, feel free to tag us on that piece you've put together for Ground Up, on Facebook, on Twitter, on the X platform. Share it with SAfmRadio, and do tag me as well. I'll gladly share that. I think it's a very important piece for people to reflect on. Right, let's get the news headlines. It's just gone for 30 years on Della Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the National Treasury says the responsibility of implementing consequence management against officials who fail to comply with the Municipal Finance Management Act lies with municipal councils. The University of KwaZulu-Natal has ordered a rewrite of several law exams after confirming that 7 module exam papers were leaked, and the UN Maritime Agency condemned the attacks on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and has urged ship operators to halt all transit through the strait. I will be back with the full update at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We start in Irene Centurion. Those traffic lights at the big junction of Main and Nel Mapius are still out. There's literally queues on all approaches. If you've got to get through Irene this afternoon, it's going to be a slow one. The N1 through Midrand, not looking too bad. The N3 going south Limbro Park through to Germiston, not looking too bad either today. Bit of a result there. The N1 Beclude out to William Mandela is slow. And if you're heading out of Bryanston out towards sort of Douglasdale, Homestead and Shepherd, those lights are offline, and that's quite a heavy delay locally. Also, the Mike 1 Parktown through to Boyson's looking quite heavy as well. Motorists coming out of Pietermaritzburg on the way to Durban, still a breakdown at Ashburton. It's slow. It's better than it was, but it is still slow. Also, another breakdown at Cliffdale. So if you're on your way further south from Hammersdale down on towards Keeridge, that's all quite heavily backed up as well today. N3 outbound, slow as far as Pavilion Mall. The Esplanade out of central Durban, busy. M19 Reservoir Hills, still got the roadworks on your way to New Germany, and a lot of truck congestion, probably even worse than yesterday around Umbilo, the Rossborough area and Bayhead. A lot of routes there just backed and stacked with truck traffic. Cape Town, N7 North queuing passing Dunoon, that's into the single lane roadwork section, and the highway is not too bad around Cape Town this afternoon. Not a bad run out of the city centre through Kuburg Interchange or out through Hospital Bend. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right, Timmy, when it comes to cricket, right, and we talk about great cricketing nations, the name West Indies must come up. And I'm being very nostalgic when I say that. And the older listeners will get what I'm saying. But what you have to say, therefore, matches up my point.
Yeah, talking about the West Indies, they've sealed their first home test series triumph since 2022 after a rain-forced draw in the second match against Sri Lanka, chasing 302 in less than 2 sessions. The hosts reached 109 without loss, with openers John Campbell and Brennan King unbeaten on 51 apiece when persistent showers ended the play. The West Indies had crushed Sri Lanka by an innings in the first test, securing a 1-0 series victory and lifting their trophy. And then Captain Roston Chase hailed the batting unit for delivering big hundreds and said consistency could help the team rise again in world cricket. Sri Lanka, who declared at 251 for 9 in the second innings, rue the lack of pace and penetration in their attack, and they now return home for 2 tests against India, while West Indies shift focus to a 5-match ODI series against New Zealand before facing Pakistan in Trinidad. In terms of EFC news, former UFC champion Dricus du Plessis is eager to showcase a more complete version of himself when he battles former welterweight champion Kamaru Usman in Oklahoma, USA on the 18th of July. 11 months has passed since du Plessis lost his middleweight belt, but the former champ says that he's eager to test himself against the Nigerian Nightmare.
We've been talking about the fight for a long time. He's mentioned the fight way before we made the fight, and I said, well, cool, I'll take that fight. Because now people say, why don't you fight him? I don't mind that fight either. I want to fight somebody that gets me to my title again.
In terms of football, Thabiso Sesane has penned a heartfelt message after leaving Orlando Pirates to join Suwelele ahead of the 2026-27 season. The 26-year-old, who's a product of the Pirates reserve squad since 2020, made 48 senior appearances, contributing 2 assists and helping the Buccaneers lift the 2023-24 Nedbank Cup and back-to-back MTN8 titles. In his farewell, Sesane thanked the club, teammates and supporters, saying that wearing the Orlando Pirates badge was more than just representing a football club. It was living a dream. Once a Buccaneer, always a Buccaneer. In motorsport, George Russell says that he must raise his performance levels to stay in the F1 title race after being outpaced by teenage Mercedes teammate Kimi Antonelli. Russell, who began the season as favourite, now trails Antonelli by 25 points after 9 rounds. Antonelli has also endured misfortune, retiring in Barcelona with the engine failure and dropping out of contention at Silverstone due to technical issues. And despite struggling for pace at the British Grand Prix, Russell capitalized on rivals' mistakes to finish second and cut the gap. Finally, in rugby, Edward van der Merwe says that the Springboks' selfless culture ensures every player is ready when called upon as he prepares to start against Scotland in Saturday's Nations Championship clash at Loftus Versfeld. The 30-year-old wing will line up in a reshuffled back 3 with Apalele Fassi and Kenan Moody, and credited the Bok environment for keeping all squad members focused on the team's success. Meanwhile, the Sharks have confirmed that young prop Kai Pratt have tested positive for a prohibited substance. This is after a routine drug test. Pratt provided a urine sample during a test in Stellenbosch on the 10th of April, and the South African Institute for Drug-Free Sport informed him last month that the sample showed an adverse analytical finding. The 20-year-old, who was part of the junior Springbok squad before suffering a serious foot injury, is currently recovering after surgery. Well, that's it. It's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
I've been asking that question earlier, and let me put this to you again. Do you get a sense that when it comes to FIFA, that there's a type, I have to say that, type of UN Security Council veto where some of the more established football nations they are able to benefit from certain decisions by match officials primarily because of the veto, which is not the same thing as saying there's crookery. Can you see this grey area? There's just a sense of like they can do no wrong. Do you get that sense or not? And if so, explain your answer. Because the whole world's talking about what's happened at the World Cup all day, not just today. Go back to the Argentina game on game 1, where Messi clearly should have been sent off, and you wonder why. Right, let's get to the markets next.
In case you missed it.
There's this understanding that we pay for reparations. No, we don't. The South African government doesn't bear the cost of these governments repatriating their citizens. There is no provision that a government has to come to the rescue of someone who is in another country illegally. We have an obligation, or in an undocumented fiction, we have an obligation if we do find that individual to deport them. So this is the case even for South Africa. We do receive South Africans who are in other countries who are not there in accordance with their immigration laws, and those people are fairly deported back to South Africa.
Crispin Piri, ministerial spokesperson of DIRCO.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Along with all those numbers, Makwe Masilela from Makwe Fund Managers. What have you got, Makwe, local and global?
Yes, Ashraf, we started the session with market participants refraining from making large bets amid escalating tensions in the Middle East and also awaiting the release of the minutes from the Fed's latest policy meeting. And the renewed conflict reignited concerns that energy-driven inflation could complicate the interest rate path. It will be very interesting to see how policymakers are balancing the resilient economic activity against persistent inflation risk. And the knee-jerk reaction was for currency when it comes to currencies from the renewed attacks was the dollar clinching to the highest for the week against most of its peers at the start of trading, leading the rand to fall and the rand situation exacerbated by falling commodity prices. And later in the session, Trump made it very clear that the US-Iran ceasefire is over. Locally, the National Treasury said it will release funding that has been withdrawn from the city of Joburg and other 69 municipalities after they have submitted plans on how they will pay their debts. And oil prices jumped, hitting 2-week high after Trump said that the memorandum of understanding to end the conflict with Iran was over, renewing fears of disruptions to Middle East oil supplies. And also the U.S. withdrew a key concession allowing Iran to sell oil internationally, a move that could tighten oil markets in the coming weeks. Brent crude is up 7% at $79.83. Yellow metal falling as higher oil prices revived inflation fears and higher interest rates. Gold is down 1% at 4,059. Platinum down 3% at 1,594. As of the latest escalation in the Middle East is forcing markets to reintroduce a geopolitical risk premium. Global markets are tanking with the JSE down 1.3%, dragged down by financials and resources. The rand weakened almost 1% against the dollar, 16.43, 21.93 against the pound, and 18.71 against the euro.
Right, thanks for that, Makwe. We'll connect with you again tomorrow, right? Don't forget, an hour of the markets coming up 6 to 7 this evening.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
Right, we'll get to some of your comments now. In fact, so wherever you are in the country, I love the fact that some people are posting pictures of themselves on the X platform and sharing where they are, which is just wonderful. Do the same, Facebook, Twitter, wherever you are. Just share pictures of where you're listening into the show, because you are a part of the Pulse community. You know that, right? Right, let's get to some of your WhatsApp comments.
This World Cup is a very boring. It's boring at all. I think like even some of the players, they play in there, with their shoulder like stand up, thinking like maybe something might happen to them, or if maybe anything their country can do, Donald Trump will attack them. It's not nice. We don't even enjoy it. We as a viewers, particularly here, they complain.
Well, thank you. I don't know if it's boring. I must tell you, I think it's been exciting. One can say it also can be such that it infuriates you, even though it's exciting, if you get my point.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and SFM listeners. Ashraf, if all these vigilante groups are serious about creating employment for South Africans, why are not they marching into those companies? Because they know very well those companies that are employing illegal immigrants. Why are not they walking there, toying at those companies, arresting the employers of those companies, than putting a blame on a layman in the street? If they are serious, people of South Africa must wake up. If these vigilante groups are serious, if it is SPA, why are they going to that SPA to prove that you SPA, you are employing foreign nationals? Why are they're not going to whatever, if it is McDonald's or whatever, to prove on the camera that you are employing illegal immigrants? Thank you, James Johannesburg.
Well, I mean, let's start with that. You can't prove on a camera you're employing foreign nationals who are illegal. You need to get their documents, which are not going to show you on camera. You don't know that, because then you're just making an assumption. But you see, your point, you're calling them vigilantes, and then you're encouraging them as well at the same time. So which one is it that you want, actually, right? I think the point is, they should not be in a situation where they can go and target companies or anything. That's the job of government or police. What they can do is enlighten people to say, yes, and I get your point, that it's the bigger businesses where the numbers actually really matter, not the one or two people, on the street corners or whatever.
Hi, Ashraf. I want to talk about the findings of Public Protector in Cape Town. I heard in yesterday's show that the municipality of City of Cape Town decided to erect a wall rather than making provisions to send or avail funds for basic service. Wow! This reminds me of Otto von Bismarck and the Berlin Wall. Remember? East and West Germany that was divided. Wah, wah, wah. P.S. from Matlosana.
Okay, I brought up the Berlin Wall just now as well. So suddenly it's all vogue. All right, I heard that. It needs a more detailed answer, and I'm expecting listeners to respond to that too. Let's get to some of the callers in the meantime. We go to Cape Town now. Marshall, hello.
Hi, good day, Ashraf.
Yeah,
how are you doing?
I'm good indeed. Yeah, you're live on the radio, so go for it, Marshall.
Yeah, man, listen.
Give us your Marshall plan, let's put it that way.
Okay, my Marshall plan, let me give it to you all the way from Mitchell's plan. I think the first thing is, when we deal with illegal immigration, we need to strengthen our border management. That is crucial. We also need to improve immigration administration. We need to enforce immigration laws fairly and tightly. And we need to address the illegal employment on a high level. Strengthen the regional cooperation. Expand legal migration pathways and support economic development and combat xenophobia. Then my last thing is, when we look at FIFA, where I live, Ashraf, I live in Mitchell's Plain.
Yeah.
You see people, they are dressed like angels, they look like lawyers, but then they're also gangsters, smart gangsters. It's the very people you must be careful of in the community where I stay. They dress smart, but you don't know it's a gangster. He just dress smart. So FIFA itself is like the smart gangsters. They are dressed smart, but the operation is nothing different as gangsters. Because you can't get a red card. Then someone calls you there from our friends in America, and then you change the rules.
Okay, you said lots of things. I'm sure half the country is nodding in approval and others may be disagreeing. But listen, the gangster part, I'll argue with you on that, Marshall, only because you are suggesting, when you say smart gangsters, that gangsters normally don't look smart. I can tell you what, the most famous of the gangsters in the world has got to be the mafia. Did you see how they dressed? That's the most famous ones. They always dress very, very smart with a felt hat. You know the story. Thanks for that, Marshall in Cape Town. Okay, Skosana, let's get your thoughts. Hi, Skosana. Skosana,
Hey,
you're live.
Ashraf.
Yeah, you're live on the air. Go for it.
Yeah, you're talking to Philip from here in Kwamhlanga, yeah?
Okay, thank you for joining us. And you're putting your town on the map when you call in, as I've always remind you.
Yeah, Ashraf, The thing of the foreigners is a big headache for us taxpayers. For instance, we have been told that there are 25,000 prisoners in our jails. And each and every prisoner, government is paying, or let me not say government, taxpayers are paying 500 rand. And then when you count that money, it makes something like 4 billion rand a year. Just last year, we've been pinned down to pay extra VAT. And as to what are those prisoners or what are those foreigners bringing in South Africa is still a headache. So when you go to the health department, there's money that is being spent on those people. Everything is being pinned down on us as taxpayers. I don't know why should we keep such people. People without specified skills. Ordinary drivers, hoteliers, and so on, petrol attendants. How are they helping us?
Okay, I mean, I've heard
Should
that.
should we carry the burden of the other countries? Just look, where's DRC? Where's Nigeria? They come all the way from Nigeria. They're passing all those countries. Can we be told by our officials as to how many South Africans are in other parts of the world?
But I don't think that's. I don't think that's relevant.
Are they doing crime there?
Actually, there are South Africans doing. Some. Well, hold it. There are South Africans doing crime. Some of them have been just expatriated just now. Recently, go and check the news out. It has been. So this thing about everybody's just perfect does not work. There's good and bad across the board, across the nations, across the people, across their ethnicity, and even their faiths. Really, we see that every single day. Thank you for that. But you've made your point. Why should we have them? And do South Africans commit crime elsewhere? Of course we do. But we have to go back to what we said initially. The problem has been not that foreign nationals come here. People seek a better fortune. It's the most natural thing in the world. What has happened is how we've managed that process. And that's gone wrong. Let's be clear on that. What's happened in Zimbabwe? Let's talk about that next.
In case you missed it.
So how do parents then approach a situation by firstly recognizing that the approach for one child should not be the same for the other?
One parenting style can be able to help children grow and become the leaders that we all want them to be. Every parent should have an end in mind with every child. Okay. What is my end result? What do I envision when I'm raising this child? We have got different children. So that's the first one. And once we've got that, then we're not going to use one size fits all because we've spent time and we can tell what is it that they feel uncomfortable with. So the first thing is your parenting style.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludick. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, let's talk about Zimbabwe. Now, you see a lot of what we talk about regarding South Africa and its ability or inability to deal with foreign nationals must link, well, to many countries, but specifically to Zimbabwe, because Zimbabwe is the neighbor, and if you don't sort out the problems in your neighbor's house, then the neighbor tends to come to you for sugar, isn't it? So it's in your interest to ensure that the neighbor is working well, somehow or the other, and they're surviving and thriving. I say that because many argue about the point of how South Africa's diplomacy with Mugabe in Zimbabwe didn't quite work, and in fact has sparked off the problems in that country, and as a result of that, there are thousands of Zimbabweans living in South Africa as they are economic refugees, as a point I've made before. Right, let's talk about now. Zimbabwe's President Emmerson Mnangagwa has signed into law legislation that extends his term in office by 2 more years to 2030. That's according to the government spokesperson, Nick Mangwana. Now, there's huge implications of that, including how does a president get elected? Let's understand it with Dr. Tendai Mbanje, who's an African governance expert with the University of Pretoria. Dr. Mbanje, I appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. First of all, let's go through it. I mean, what was actually signed into law? I mean, there's more than one point, right? Just run through a summary of that.
So, in brief, this new law, what it does is that it extends presidential and parliamentary terms. They're extended from 5 years to 7 years. So, which means the current office of the president and parliament, and together with councils, will run until 2030. Originally, the presidential term was 5 years. And then it ends direct presidential elections. So citizens no longer vote directly for the president. Instead, members of parliaments and senators will jointly elect the president after a general election when a vacancy arises or when the term of office ends. And also, in terms of election mechanics, we'll see that a candidate of in an election must secure to be a president must secure more than half of the lawmakers. So there is a stipulated number that will be there so that you are elected as president. And in the case there's a vacancy of the president, Parliament must elect and Senate must elect a new president within 30 days. So that's in brief. But there were a lot of things that were problematic, extremely problematic. This is quite problematic from a viewpoint of an election expert, as I am. But there were a lot of things which were introduced, but then they were scrapped off.
Okay, I mean, let's just start with first of all, the extension. I mean, what would you understand by the motivation behind it? I mean, obviously, for many people, like you see, these guys just don't know when to stop and just don't know when to get out.
It's quite irrational because if you look at it from a governance perspective, we believe in institutions, not personalities. The reasons for extension was that the president has a vision, which is called Vision 2030, that he needs to carry and to completion. But governance experts have argued, and lawyers, that this is unconstitutional. The Constitution provides for a referendum when such an extension needs to happen. The president cannot, or Parliament cannot, extend its mandate without going back to the people. So the word in the street is that there's a lot of anger. Zimbabweans are angry. There's dissatisfaction. There is tension in the country because this is quite an injury at the heart of democracy of Zimbabweans. I've been speaking to various people within the scholarly community, civil society, government, even MPs. Some of the MPs, they said to me that there was some form of coercion even when they went to vote for that, because they felt unsafe, targeted during the voting process. So it's a very complex situation that Zimbabwe is.
And in terms of the law, I mean, the extension for 2 more years, can nobody stop the president? And just trying to understand the law in that country.
I mean, it's quite irrational that why 2 years if I mean they're extending the current term. The current term started in 2023, and 2023 provided for a 5-year term. So if there was, the Constitution is clear about term limits, it's clear about the processes that needs to be followed when such a situation arises. But in this, we see that the Parliament has, out of its own powers in courts, done things that should ordinarily have been done through a legal process of a referendum.
What about, at that point, about the president now being appointed from within Parliament as opposed to a public vote? I mean, that's something that, we do in South Africa versus, say, the USA, which could be a direct vote, and in Zimbabwe. I have a sense of what the motivation will be. That means he does not want to run the risk of the masses mobilizing against him. But you think that would work? That means he is to secure majorities in parliament all the time, right?
It's quite dangerous because remember, like if you look at 2008, opposition had the majority of parliamentarians. So if you have ZANU-PF at this stage is divided, we've seen it on social media, we see it playing out in different. So what is going to happen is that even though this law is coming into effect, the president is not safe. Members of parliament are not safe because the electorate, the people still retains their power. When they go to vote, they can overwhelmingly vote for candidates that they want, and it can actually lead to easy removal of the current administration completely, because these are so-called safety nets in terms of retention of power, in terms of safeguarding power, but it's actually not. It's very temporary, because if you look at the anger, if you look at the dissatisfaction among the electorate and the citizens, it's quite alarming. I believe that Zimbabwe is a ticking time bomb. It can explode anytime, because this situation has really brought about a serious tension that we did not have a few months ago.
Let's end with that in the 30 seconds we have remaining. You're saying a ticking time bomb that could explode anytime soon. So if the ticking time bomb explodes, what would happen to Zimbabwe? And what would happen to its neighbor, South Africa?
So what will happen is that there will be instability. We could see a possibility of a civil or some kind of civil unrest. People will be flocking back to South Africa. We have issues of illegal immigration that is a problem here. So Zimbabwe's problems is happening right now will be South Africa's problems tomorrow.
That's where we're going to leave it. South Africa's problems tomorrow. It goes back to what I said earlier on. You have an interest to ensure that your neighbor is living a good life, because if your neighbor does not, and they need sugar in the middle of the night, they're going to come to you. Or if they need assistance in having their electricity switched on or power supply connected to them from your prepaid or something along that line, I don't know, I'm guessing, then who are they going to come to? So it's in your interest to sort out the neighbors living their good life so you can live your good life. Hopefully you understand that. 5 o'clock, here's the news.
SAFM.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, suspended Guruleni Risk and Legal Services head arrested, and UKZN orders the rewrite of 7 law exams. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good afternoon. Start with news just in. Suspended Risk and Legal Services head of the city of Guruleni has been arrested. He was placed on precautionary suspension in December 2025 for failing to act against wrongdoing and following allegations of corruption and misconduct. He came under fire at the Madlanga Commission for allegedly being part of a group that blocked a disciplinary action against suspended Deputy Chief of the Guruleni Metro Police Department, Julius Mkhwanazi, in 2023. The National Treasury says the responsibility of implementing consequence management against officials who fail to comply with the Municipal Finance Management Act lies with municipal councils. It says disciplinary boards have a fiduciary duty to act in the best interest of their municipal councils. National Treasury further says the boards must ensure that accountability processes are implemented where financial misconduct is identified. This after the equitable share of 69 municipalities was withheld by the National Treasury due to financial mismanagement. Regulatory Oversight Director at National Treasury, Kensani Maganata, addressed the media in Pretoria.
What is supposed to happen, for instance, when you talk to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that stems from non-compliance with the MFMA. So what's supposed to happen is those matters are supposed to be referred to a body called a disciplinary board, where they will investigate whether someone was intentional or they were negligent in the breach of the law. And then what is supposed to happen based on the recommendations and the findings, consequence management is supposed to be implemented by the municipal council based on the recommendations of the disciplinary board.
Civil Action Group organization Undoing Tax Abuse OUTA says it will welcome the prosecution of the Emfuleni municipal manager if the municipality fails to address the untreated sewer spillage into the Vaal River. The municipality has been battling a sewer and wastewater spillage into the Vaal River. In May, the municipality dismissed the accusations as untrue. OUTA's executive manager Julius Kleinhans says prosecuting the municipal manager will set an example to other municipal managers who are negligent in the country.
Ratepayers pay for sanitation charges and for wastewater treatment to take place. However, we see and have seen it for over a decade throughout most of our municipalities, of which Emfuleni is a very good example, contaminating the Vaal River system without any consequences. We believe that if the municipal manager is prosecuted in his personal capacity, that will see a significant difference in wastewater treatment and management throughout the whole country and our municipalities.
The Emfuleni municipality says it is committed to addressing challenges of the spillages into the Vaal River. The municipality spokesperson Mpikeleli Msibi says they are working closely with the Department of Water Affairs to prevent these incidents.
Vaal River is a very valuable resource for the people of Vaal. We had to act with expeditiously to make sure that Emfuleni responds. And I'm saying to you this now, but the issue has been resolved for quite some time. I think sometime last year early, if not the year before, when that particular pump station was fixed through the help of the Section 63 and Renault interventions.
The University of KwaZulu-Natal has ordered a rewrite of several law exams after confirming that 7 module exam papers were leaked. The university says the affected exams will be rewritten after students return for the second semester, giving them more time to prepare. UKZN has appointed an independent team to investigate how the papers were leaked, how many people were involved, and how far the leak spread. The university says anyone found responsible could face disciplinary action, a civil claim, or criminal charges. The School of Law says tighter security measures have been put in place for the rewrite of the law exams. The UN Maritime Agency condemned the attacks on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and has urged ship operators to hold all transit through the strait. This after the US said it had struck various targets in Iran after Iranian forces hit commercial vessels in the strait. President Donald Trump has announced that the ceasefire between the two countries is now over. Meanwhile, Bahrain and Kuwait have both reported retaliatory strikes from Iran. The BBC's Paham Gobadi says the Iranian leadership has reacted to Trump's latest comments.
Reaction from Iran's army's chief of staff, and he has said that if American troops land on our shores, we will make it hell for them, so there will be no way out for them. I don't think Donald Trump has referred to landing any troops there, but before he has mentioned that one of the options he's got is occupying one of the islands in Iran that major oil export is taking place from there. But before that, they started exchanging fire, both Iranians and Americans. Iranians are saying they've targeted 85 American targets in different countries. But Iranian chief negotiator Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf, he's accusing Americans of violating the Memorandum of Understanding.
Recapping the top story, suspended risk and legal services head of the city of Ekurhuleni has been arrested. He was placed on precautionary suspension in December 2025 for failing to act against wrongdoing and following allegations of corruption and misconduct. I'm Mondela Mbana for SAfm News Headlines at 5:30.
In sports this hour, Egypt FA filed official complaint against referee after controversial Argentina defeat. Erasmus prioritizing squad growth over short-term results, and Kustik reaches her first Wimbledon semi-final after defeating 2024 runner-up Paulini. More details at 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Don't forget, of course, if you're in the Sunning Hill area of Joburg, roadworks on Vikkoppen and Ukta, and that's very slow both ways. Also, Rivonia Road jam-packed on the run through to that congested Vikkoppen section. Slow going in and out of Four Ways today. William Mandela from Bryanston up to Leslie, and then coming south from Four Ways, William Mandela towards the highway, quite so as well. The N3 now under pressure from Limbro Park down to Germiston. There are some roadworks these days around the Helden Ace interchange to worry about. Crash on the N12 eastbound, just past the Edenvale exit if you're heading home to Boxburg and Benoni. N12 is slow. Also, roadworks popping back up on the N17 east at Rondebowl Road. So delays on your way to Brackvan and Springs. No traffic lights, Main and Irene. That is gridlocked on all approaches right in the heart of Irene. So it's Main and Nelmapius is the affected junction. Durban today, the N3 from Felix Clamini out towards Spaghetti Junction. That is quite slow. Those roadworks on the M19 at Reservoir Hill. Still slowing traffic heading off from Mgeni Road out through Springfield Park on the way towards Pinetown and New Germany. Also the Umbilo, Rossborough and Bayhead areas, a lot of truck congestion, probably the heaviest that it's been so far this week. If you are heading in there, try and avoid those routes if possible. If you're driving a truck, I guess you just got to join the queues. Cape Town, the N1 outbound, fairly heavy out towards Okavango Road at Brackenfell. The queues, you pick those up around Century City. And heading north Marine Drive, Milnerton Sunset Beach is bad. And the N7 worse than normal tonight. A big traffic backlog from Bosmansdam up through the roadworks at Dunoon. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAFM. Prime time all day long. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, you know what? There's like three big global issues that somehow impacts every one of us. One is the FIFA World Cup, because it does evoke huge emotions in every one of us, and especially when there's a sense that there's a veto power, as I hear across the board. The other is the Donald Trump saying the Iran ceasefire is over, and he called the Iranians scum and cuckoo. We'll talk about that, because that has implications on our fuel prices, if nothing else. I believe oil has already gone up. And the third one, something I touched on just now, insofar as what happens to our neighbors, Zimbabwe. We'll talk about that, because Herman Mashaba, the leader of Action SA, believes, well, this could be the cue for even more Zimbabweans wanting to flee to South Africa. Right after this.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, so we'll talk about the USA and Iran, Donald Trump, specifically about ceasefire broken just now. Let's, however, talk about Zimbabwe. Another take on that. Herman Mashaba is the leader of Action SA, and he's got some strong views about Zimbabwe and the impact on South Africa. Herman, as always, good to engage you on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to yourself.
Thank you for your time. Now, I'm looking at a piece, and you've been quoted saying, we're talking, of course, we've already touched on it, that there's been an extension of the leadership in Zimbabwe and a tightening up in terms of how the leader of that country gets elected. And you're saying Zimbabwe requires free and fair elections, which should be supervised by the international community. And then saying, I call them evil people because of the way that they have treated their citizens over the last 40 years. They have treated their people in an unfortunate way. And there's more talking about, holding Zimbabwe accountable. So maybe that's not new. You're not the only person who's saying that, but you are particularly concerned about the impact that it will have on our country.
Well, yes, Ashraf, I think if you look at how ZANU-PF has really treated the Zimbabweans since 1980, when they got independence, hardly 10 years into office, they started actually displaying some evil practices where they I don't know what actually went wrong. I mean, in the first 10 years of their independence, Zimbabwe became the hope of all of us. It became the breadbasket of the entire Southern Africa. And unfortunately, once they started losing the respect of their own citizens, then started the evil practices becoming undemocratic and really using violence against their own people. And unfortunately, this is impacting on South Africa. And that's something personally I find difficult to understand why the ANC government is actually prepared to really tolerate this and actually keep a friendship with countries that actually do not respect human rights.
I mean,
and
interesting
at
you
the
say
same
that.
time,
Yeah.
South Africa suffers.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, you say that because I see you've spoken about the inaction of Cyril Ramaphosa, but again, do you include in that inaction the former president Thabo Mbeki? And to pick up your quote, the ANC has never cared about the advancement of black people. The DA also does not care about poor black people, referring to what's happened in Zimbabwe and the impact that it may have in our country.
Well, it's actually, if you look at the collapse of Zimbabwe, the former president Thabo Mbeki has to take personal responsibility for what happened to that beautiful country. Because it actually started with him. But one president after the other continued where Thabo Mbeki left. And today, surprisingly, even now, the DA has joined being part of the continuation of the suffering of people of Zimbabwe, and including South Africans. Obviously, I think the DA, we're clear as South Africans, they never cared about us. That's why what they do is encourage businesses to defend the businesses that hires illegal foreigners ahead of South Africans, because they never cared about us. I have personal experience saving. I left my business in 2016 thinking that I'm working with people who are conscious of the role their forefathers actually played in the oppression of
All right,
black people.
we'll pick up on what happens to South Africa next, but just to stay with Thabo Mbeki, you talked about he should take personal responsibility in terms of what's happened in Zimbabwe. We're talking about Thabo Mbeki, former president. What should he have done when he was in power?
Well, remember, is it whatever year when Zimbabwe had elections and he sent a delegation to go and actually supervise. And he was advised that those elections were not free and fair, and engineered working with the evil ZANU-PF to have government of national unity or whatever it is, and compromised the elections of Zimbabwe, because at that time, everyone in the world knew that the ZANU-PF had lost. And unfortunately, we ended up with that government of national unity or whatever they called it. And what happened thereafter, that's when we started actually seeing the human rights of Zimbabweans being trampled upon year after year, and it's gotten worse. Now here we have someone who's 83 years of age still wanting to extend his leadership up to 2030. How ridiculous can this be?
Let's pick up on this point. You've made the point that as a result of what will happen next door in Zimbabwe, that you expect to see more Zimbabweans now coming to South Africa, fleeing, in fact, if that's the right word, to South Africa. So do you agree that in fact they would be fleeing as economic refugees?
Yes, absolutely. And can South Africa help them? We can't. We have 12 million of our people today. They don't know where their next meal is going to come from. So the only way we can actually sort out this matter from the national government, from Cyril Ramaphosa and the ANC, is to ensure that we have free and fair elections in Zimbabwe, supervised by the international community. Make it known to ZANU-PF that we don't need friends like this who abuses their own citizens and expect South Africa to carry their burden. We cannot. South Africa, we've got our own massive problems. As I said, 12 million of our people don't know where the next meal is going to come from.
Point taken, and I gave the example of neighbors, literally in your neighbors, as in living next to you at your house, and when the neighbor has a problem, you just ignore them or not. So if you find there's more economic refugees from Zimbabwe, as there has been, some talk about the numbers of 2 million people in the country, how then would you deal with them? One part is a free and fair election. That's a political answer, but the practical human answer of more and more Zimbabweans attempting to come to South Africa, never mind what we call them legal or illegal, out of desperation, how then will you deal with a desperate neighbor?
Well, if you want me to be human and follow the laws of South Africa, we as South Africans must have mass deportation, send them back to Zimbabwe, let them go and sort out ZANU-PF, because they cannot expect us to carry them when we are unable to take care of our own people. So we need Cyril Ramaphosa and the ANC and the GNU, the DA, let them embark on a mass deportation of people, not only of Zimbabwe, people from Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nigeria. We cannot as a country afford to be taking care of neighbors when our own people don't know where the next meal is going to come from.
Help us understand, when you say mass deportation, just explain what that means so there's no ambiguity about it.
Anyone who's in this country illegally, it's undocumented, and they don't qualify to get asylum status, must be sent back where they came from.
Okay, just lastly, and I know what's playing out in the country right now, and I know your position regarding March and March. You've been very clear about it. Do you find that in an effort to clean up South Africa, right, in inverted commas, that there's also been developing a witch hunt where people are going, shop to shop on their own, literally calling people out and getting rid of them and taking law into their own hands? I mean, that is happening. We've seen evidence of that.
Yeah, well, Ashraf, any responsible government will ensure that any person breaking the laws of a country must deal with illegality regardless of who the person is. So I think it's no brainer. Government has got the constitutional obligation to ensure that they uphold the rule of law in our country, regardless of who breaks it. So I think, honestly, this is, honestly, as I say, it's no brainer.
Okay, but in the no-brainer, just a quick answer, we're almost done with time here. So you're saying government should deal with those who are undocumented in South Africa in terms of the rule of law, but similarly they should deal with people who are taking the law into their own hands and actually invading stores, burning stores, and intimidating people to leave the country. They should do that to them too.
It is no-brainer. Government has got a constitutional obligation to uphold the laws of this country. If someone comes into this country bringing criminal tendencies, government must act against them. If there's a South African who breaks the laws of this country, government has equally got a constitutional obligation to act against such an individual.
And do you agree that there are people breaking the law in this country by literally outing people on their own and taking control on their own, even though they are illegally in the country? Is that happening?
I think let's deal with illegality. Let's not deal with the specific issue, because this is not a specific matter. It's a general rule that the government has got the constitutional obligation to deal with anyone who breaks the law. So let's not really be selective.
Right.
Because the law cannot be selective.
We're bound to have a sequel on that. Herman Mashaba, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live Now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Right, so that's the story of South Africa and Zimbabwe. What do you make of that? What do you make of the conversation we had first with the analyst regarding Zimbabwe, and then with Herman Mashaba from Action SA and his latest pronouncements on that? I want reaction from you. I mean, that's one of the key things. Listen and react. Don't just listen and don't react. React. Certainly want to get your reaction. How do you react? You can call in live. You can WhatsApp us. We'll bank your voice notes and play that as soon as we can. 30 seconds maximum voice notes, please. Or you can text us, and you can also tweet. Many are tweeting. Tag SAfm Radio. Tag me on the X platform. Use that hashtag, The National Pulse. And you can do the same on Facebook as well, too. Right. So from one problem area, what about the other problem area, which is the Middle East, specifically around Iran, and what happens next? Let's talk about it.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
Well, I tell you what, Donald Trump is one. He's a dial-a quote, as you know, and one day before it was dial-a quote about the World Cup, and you can't have a big game without the big players playing. I mean, that just wouldn't work. Well, in this case, he's suggesting the big players don't want to play the game. He's talking about Iran, and he says that ceasefire is over, and he did call them scum, and he called them cuckoo, and he called them a few other words as well. But most importantly, for us, right, besides what your ideological bent may be about the Middle East, is the oil prices have shot up immediately. So we must be concerned about what happens next. Brooks Spector is with me, associate editor at the Daily Maverick. Brooks, as always, thanks for engaging us on the National Pulse.
Well, good afternoon. Good to be with you. You left out one of the words which we can't say. We call them liars, too.
I got that. Well, but maybe just recap. I mean, he said a lot of things, right? What did he actually? I mean, I've used a couple of words. What did he say that has got him to pronounce? Because he's done that. He's pronounced the ceasefire is over.
Well, as far as I can construct it from what I have read and what I have followed, the Iranians fired at a number of ships in the Strait of Hormuz, or in the Persian Gulf, perhaps, and the Americans then responded with attacks on Iranian facilities on their part of the shore, on the northern side of the strait, which then provoked the Iranians to attack American installations and, facilities in some of the countries of the Persian Gulf. By this point, Donald Trump was basically saying, hey, this memorandum of understanding, it's over. My folks can continue to negotiate if they wish. They're good people and all of that, but it's over. And that is sort of not really back to square one. It's back to, I think, sort of negative one. The ill will that now pervades the negotiations, such as it was in Geneva, obviously is going to make any possible arrangements for agreements on the really sticky issues seemingly impossible at this point. But I guess really the challenge is, so Donald Trump says so much now, and he says so much off the cuff without the kind of calibrated, calculated language that if you're his antagonist, whether it's in domestic affairs or international relations, you really no longer are able to sort of parse through it to figure out what is the actual point here. Where do we find our agreement? Where do we find our leverage? And that makes it very, very difficult to reach agreements domestically, foreign, within his own administration.
But he's clearly blaming, in terms of the ceasefire. Now, we've discussed it before. It's the most complex part of the world. There's a ceasefire on a Monday. It's not a ceasefire on a Tuesday. You have a ceasefire and still parties are at each other. Why is he apportioning blame, in this case here, it seems like singularly to the Iranians and not anybody else?
Well, in this particular round, focusing narrowly on the Strait of Hormuz, which seemed to be coming in the direction of almost possibly returning to some version of normality, to have somebody fire a missile or a drone at one of the commercial ships or tankers triggered the spiral, what the strategic analysts will call the ladder of escalation, going up each step a little more deadly than the one just below it. And so now we have ill will. Now we have the two sides firing at each other. Now you have, not surprisingly, insurance companies and underwriters and shippers saying, whoa, this is a little too dangerous for us after all. Maybe we won't use that strait, and maybe the ships will stop and the prices go up, as you noted in your introduction. And we all then sit back and we go, okay, now what happens next? But there is one footnote I'm going to just toss in there. Tom Friedman, the columnist for the New York Times, he knows more about the Middle East than almost anybody I've ever met, because he lived there for a number of years. He said, when you talk about the Middle East, don't pay attention to what people say in public. Find out what they've said in private. So there is that one little flicker of a glimmer of hope in my mind that maybe in private there is more agreement and less conflict than there is clearly in public. But the moment you start sending planes to bomb or missiles to hit facilities, there's always the chance something terrible, truly terrible, can happen. And then, we're not really sure where that game goes anymore.
And I mean, just maybe the last thought in terms of where it goes anymore. We don't know what's being said in private. But the fact that if this ceasefire is over, and I've made the point already about the oil part, what does this then mean for the entire region and then by extension the whole world?
What it means is that we are in a world where might and strength matter more than agreement, and we are in a place where the weaker will have to bend the knee a bit to the stronger.
And just lastly, he's been quoted extensively, years more. I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. And then said, they're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people, and they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. Now, let me put this to you. If he said that on a football field in a FIFA World Cup game, he'd be given a red card, unless he gets an extension, a suspended sentence for a year. What impact does what he says have on the world in terms of the United Nations and anybody else?
Well, as far as I can gather at this point, a lot of people are no longer paying all that much attention to what he actually says, because it's impossible to put it on an absolutely rational trajectory. He says this, he says that, and it means the following, and we no longer know that. And so I think, Ashraf, we really got to rely on what negotiators are actually discussing and what they actually end up agreeing to, if they come to agreements. And what are the issues? Of course, one is the international free and innocent passage to the Strait of Hormuz. One is the question of Iranian funds held in escrow in the United States and elsewhere. One is the so-called reconstruction fund. One is nuclear facility and enhanced enrichment of uranium inspections and pledges, or the lack of them, to develop a nuclear weapon, or even the intention to do so. Those I think are the key issues, rather than a lot of the huffing and puffing. It's gotten to the point, if you watch what's going on in Turkey right now, Donald Trump is there with a meeting of the other heads of state, heads of government for the various NATO nations. And what did we get to hear all over again after we thought they had finally gone to bed? I want Greenland.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's leave
it at that. I want Greenland. Donald Trump. News headlines. Here's on Della Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, suspended risk and legal services head of the seat of Ekurhuleni has been arrested. The official was placed on precautionary suspension in December 2025 for failing to act against wrongdoing and following allegations of corruption and misconduct. The Eastern Cape Cocta Department says the deaths of 7 initiates in the province this season could have been avoided if all parties played their part. The fatalities have been recorded in Dabankulu, Port St. John's, Bizana and Buffalo City. And a court in Berlin has sentenced a German palliative care doctor to life in prison for murdering 15 patients. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Inside of Pretoria, with the crash on the R21, it's Fountain Circle. So if you're driving inbound to Pretoria, come out from the airport or off the N1 highway through Monument Park, the closer you get to Fountain Circle, the heavier that traffic gets. A reminder, no traffic lights in the heart of Irene, Main and Nell Main Pierce down, queues on all approaches into that junction today. The N3 running south slow from Eden Vale down through to Germiston. There are some roadworks going on around the Heldon AC to change on the southbound track these days. And the N17 home to Blackpowder Springs just queuing up at Rondebolt Road. It's the lane restrictions just dropped down to a single lane on that section of the N17. Now, Durban, we've been keeping an eye this week on Umbulo, Rossborough and Bayhead. This time of the afternoon, it gets heavy. It's probably the heaviest that I've seen it in terms of truck congestion. So you've got Bayhead Road, Maiden Wharf, South Coast Road, M7, Umbulo Road. They are all full of trucks that are just stacking and backing. If you get caught in that, it could take you a little while to get in and out of it. The M19 roadworks at Reservoir Hill, still slowing traffic on the way to Pinetown. Ashburton, Peter Maritzburg at this hour looks okay. No major problems. There were breakdowns earlier, but they've all been cleared. Cape Town, N7, heavier than normal up through the roadworks at Dunoon. Traffic backlogging beyond the Plattercliff Road. Marine Drive, Milnerton to Sunset Beach looking quite heavy. And a lot of traffic outbound on the N1 today from Century City all the way to Okavango Road in the Brackenfell area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
By the way, I'll tell you more about Donald Trump just now, but note this, right? Groceries may be getting more expensive, but when you switch to OUTsurance, you could actually drop the price of your car insurance premium and save money. You could save big, like 37-year-old Larato, who saves a whopping 599 Rand a month on a 2026 Kia Sonet. Ready to drop your current insurer to switch and save with OUTsurance? Question mark. Get a quote today. SMS out to 30754. You got it? Out 30754. OUTsurance, licensed insurer at FSP. T's and C's and information available online.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Well, this is not sport, but maybe it's sport of a sort. Donald Trump saying, listen to this one, we had 11 missiles shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. No, I didn't make a mistake. The Islamic Republic of Japan. Let's get to the other sport, which is the drama coming out from last night with a huge fallout between Egypt and Argentina and FIFA to me.
From one drama to the next. Well, the Egyptian Football Association has launched an official complaint with FIFA following Egypt's controversial 3-2 defeat to Argentina in the round of 16 at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Egypt looked set for victory after taking a 2-goal lead, but Argentina fought back to win the match 3-2. Now, the Egyptian FA says that it's unhappy with the performance of French referee Francois Letexia and his assistants, claiming several key decisions influenced the outcome of the game. FA President Hani Abu Rida has formally asked FIFA to investigate the officiating and is calling for Letexia and his assistants to be suspended from refereeing any further matches at the tournament. Elsewhere, Amazulu have confirmed the exit of 6 players and the arrival of 7 as they make changes to the squad ahead of the 2026-27 Betway Premiership season, where the side will be led by coach Arthur Zwane. The club have boosted their fullback position with the acquisitions of former Stellenbosch FC left-back Omega Mdaka and Keenan Phillips from Golden Arrows on the right. Midfielder Hape Moralo has arrived from Siwelele, while the club have added their forward stocks with 3 new additions. Wingers Komojo Lokwana Lukulwane rather, and formerly of Stellenbosch FC, and Geti Vandala from Magezi FC joined the club alongside striker Moses Shuma, who had a prolific season with the Power Dynamos in Zambia. In terms of rugby, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus says that Scotland's impressive 47-38 victory over Argentina had no bearing on his team selection for Saturday's test at Loftus Versfeld. Instead, Erasmus has remained committed to his season-long plan of exposing as many players as possible to test rugby as he builds squad depth ahead of next year's Rugby World Cup. As we know, the Bok coach has made 10 changes to the starting lineup, and he says that the rotation strategy is part of the bigger picture.
That didn't play a role at all. If we played the first match, Italy, and the second match, England, this team was not picked for specific reasons surrounding Scotland. It was for us to make sure that when we go into the World Cup next year, we know who can do what, when, and how, and under pressure and not under pressure. So some combinations were more picked with that in mind. Then Argentina, us, New Zealand, and Australia is probably in the same boat. And I think that's what happened to Argentina. Scotland played really well, I thought. They're obviously a good team. I mean, they beat England in the Six Nations. So if you just go on those results, then probably this match will be tougher than last weekend, if you want to compare it like that.
Then in tennis, Marta Kostyuk has reached her first Wimbledon semi-final after defeating 2024 runners-up Jasmine Paolini 6-3 and 6-2. That's it from my side. Ashraf, for the first time in how many days? 26 or 27 days?
Since the 11th of June. Since the 11th of June, I know that. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not gonna have any football match to watch tonight.
Oh, what are we going to do? Catch up with some work or do something else more important?
Take rest from the drama. With that said,
looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Right, your older car may not have wireless charging, but OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 40-year-old Nomtandazo pays only 516 Rand a month for her 2013 Hyundai i20 and gets covered for a full retail value if a car is stolen or hijacked. Still paying new car insurance premiums for your older car? Well, get OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 rands. SMS car 43185. Got it? Car 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP T's and C's and further information available online.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, there we are, Jimmy. Donald Trump just used the word scum and a whole lot more, and suddenly the IMF has got to get involved in some way or the other.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. Not only the IMF, the global markets have had to come out of what seemed like was going to be a calmer start to the month of July. We thought that we were going to have a better movement on the oil price. I even called that we might go below $70 a barrel on the oil price. It looks like we're back towards $80 a barrel, and all that happened because, well, President Trump decided he was tired of peace. That's not what we're going to be looking at with the IMF. The IMF has revised global forecasts from growth perspective. Looking at South Africa and international markets, we're going to see if we can make sense of what these revisions look like. The ongoing tensions in the Middle East are a huge factor in these global growth forecasts, and we're going to see where they put us as a world and as a global economy after the first half of the year being rather volatile considering all the things that have unfolded. We also have a conversation taking a look at the automotive incentives currently in place for South African companies or for companies that are operating in South Africa. We're going to take a look at this in the context of the factories and the manufacturing capabilities that are happening in the automotive sector. We're going to speak to Global Trade Advisory's Donald McKay around that and get his thoughts on that. Well, then we have a conversation taking a look at digital evidence and commercial crimes and how it is that that evidence can be preserved in the wake of everything happening with regards to the Madlanga Commission and other commissions. It seems it is very important to be keeping an eye on how it is that evidence is presented, particularly from a corporate perspective. So we're going to do a bit of consumer awareness around that and see what we can learn from there. We also have an executive lounge conversation with the Managing Director of the IAE Rosebank College, Dr. Linda Meyer, getting to know her a little bit better and getting to know her beyond her daily responsibilities. Before those conversations, though, a sense of some of the other market movements beyond the obvious oil price movements. Oil price at the moment just shy of $80 a barrel at $79 a barrel. The silver price still teetering around the $57 a barrel level, shedding from $60 a fine ounce where it was this time yesterday. The gold price back $4,029 a fine ounce, down almost 2%. Platinum below $1,006 and palladium towards almost below $1,200 a fine ounce. So commodity markets really giving back all of the gains that we had worked so hard to achieve since the ceasefire was announced. As a result, the resource stocks were down 3.7% on the day's trade. Financial stocks down 2% locally. Industrials, the only sector finishing in the green, up 8 basis points. But the all share and the top 40 down 1.79% in each case. And the rand is back at 16 rand 47. This time yesterday we were at 16.25. So we've given back almost a full percent against the US dollar. We're back above 22 rand against the British pound, back at 18.77 against the euro, and at 11.38 against the Australian dollar. Internationally, not much better there. The Hong Kong Hang Seng was up about 3%, but I suspect that was because they didn't have a chance to respond to or react to these market movements tomorrow. I don't know if that'll be the same. The Nikkei in Tokyo was down 2%. European markets all in the red. The DAX giving back 2%. The Nasdaq, the CAC 40 giving back 2%, the FTSE in London 1.3%, the Nasdaq down 0.7%, and the S&P down 0.8%. Amazing what one announcement does to global markets. I've got David Shapiro of Otto 1890 on markets a little later on. I want to get his thoughts on what this global announcement means for the next 6 months of the year, because now that the peace deal is off the table, we really don't know how much longer this war could go on for. But that conversation coming up after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, thanks for that, Jimmy. Absolutely, more to come. 6 to 7, don't miss that.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Well, we'll get to some of your calls just now, but before that, let's reflect on another big issue. So earlier today, the City of Joburg's Mayor Dada Morero held a press briefing to give his feedback on the city's plans to restore its financial discipline. You know, linked to that is the Treasury withholding funds to many municipalities, right? So there's some important, and the implications thereof, right? So firstly, let's pick out some key moments from the briefing with the mayor talking about financial mismanagement.
Good afternoon. We know that you have been waiting to hear from us as the City of Johannesburg, so we shall no longer keep you waiting. And firstly, as the City of Johannesburg, we have been working with the National Treasury. Not only have we been working through intergovernmental relations structures, but we have also been working through the Presidential Finance Working Group, of course led by the President and the Executive Mayor. A few weeks ago, we met with the Minister of Finance and mapped out a process of managing issues of concern. It is against this backdrop that we note the decision to invoke Section 216 of the Constitution of the Republic and Section 38, Section 1 of the Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003. From our side, we will fully comply with the process and provide necessary clarity. Our working relations with National Treasury is yielding the results. As we speak, we have received correspondence from National Treasury that confirmed that our city's 2026-2027 budget or annual budget is fully funded. This is comforting feedback as it confirms that our financial management is okay and has not reached a crisis point. However, more needs to be done to manage our cash flow and revenue performance.
It has not reached crisis point, says the mayor of Joburg. He then continues reflecting on Rand Water and again some of the issues that may impact maintenance measures.
17th of July, our bulk supplier Rand Water will carry out the second and final phase of its planned maintenance from 7 in the morning to 7 o'clock in the evening, a 12-hour period. This phase is undertaken between the first phase was undertaken between the 29th of May and the 2nd of June and was completed successfully. And this final phase is essential. It's an essential preventative work on the bulk infrastructure that supplies Johannesburg and surrounding municipalities. Because it affects major bulk services or systems, a number of Joburg water reservoirs and towers will receive reduced inflows during this period, and customers in the affected areas may experience low water pressure or no water at all. And the system affected will include the Sandton system, Midrand, Linksfield, Crown Gardens, South Hills, Parktown, Berea, Uval, the Commando system, serving Brixton, Crosby and Hastile, as well as the Randburg and Roodepoort, including Soweto, Lenesia, Allen Manor, Eraton and Eagle's Nest. I want to be honest with residents of Johannesburg about one thing in particular. Recovery will not be immediate when the maintenance ends at 7 o'clock in the evening. Reservoirs and towers must refill before normal distribution resumes, so residents should expect recovery over the following few days, with low-lying areas recovering faster and higher-lying areas taking longer.
Okay, and just finally, the issue of Joburg and their commitment to Eskom. This is what the mayor says.
Ntando, we will be paying Eskom just around 1.4 billion as soon as we receive the cash, which will then set us free from the debt process that we've agreed with Eskom. We will then settle, we will pay, which I think I need to explain, the Rand Water. We really don't have issues with Rand Water. Everything has been fine between the city and Rand Water, and we are one of their biggest customers. We'll be paying them an amount of about 960 million to Rand Water next week or by the end of the month. But we are convinced by mid-July, all these payments will be effected. Ntando, we
Okay, there we are. So lots to consider there, and I certainly welcome your feedback. We'll get to calls. We'll start with Muzi after this.
In case you missed it.
You went and you spent taxpayer money buying trucks that are unroadworthy. How do you explain that?
I don't know whether you want me to respond or you want to address me, the manner in which you want to address me. Because the point that I'm raising is to say that we are aware of the truck, and then we appreciate that we did bought the truck to support the cleaning of the town. So that's the point we understand.
You bought them to support the cleaning of the town, yet they don't work. They are unroadworthy.
That was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Right, I need to get a call. So you can WhatsApp me, text messages as well, welcome. And then we'll pick out some of your thoughts in terms of voice notes. Muzi in Durban, what's your point?
Thanks for taking my call. My point is, I had Herman Mashaba talking about the ANC government. First of all, there is no more ANC government because they only got 40%. There is a GNU, which is Government of National Unity. And as far as he claimed that they could do mass deportation, they haven't done that for the last 32 years. They were squandering our country. So I think Herman Mashaba is out of his mind. Anyway, he himself was part of a political bureaucracy, and he's probably contributed towards running Joburg as a mayor to the ground, to the state it is in now. So I wouldn't take any serious note of anything from Herman Mashaba.
All right, and therefore you've made your point. I wouldn't take Herman Mashaba seriously, something along that line. Right, who does? Let's get to your thoughts as well, and there's lots of text comments. At last, the truth of why the ceasefire ended. Iran fired at commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz during the ceasefire. America responded. That's one comment. Another one, hi, my name is Tony. The extension of Zim presidential term is serious that they see mostly in SADC community. The issue is government doesn't care of its people. It's against its own people. South Africa, mostly ANC, is failing to assist the Zimbabweans people, even when they will go for permanent rule, because always since 1980 until their mind is focusing on power of politicians, not on its people. I think we do get the gist of that, right? There's a lot more. Let's pick up on this.
Hi, Ashraf. I want to talk about the findings of Public Protector in Cape Town. I heard in yesterday's show that the municipality of City of Cape Town decided to erect a wall rather than making provisions to send or avail funds for basic service. Wow! This reminds me of Otto von Bismarck and the Berlin Wall. Remember? East and West Germany that was divided. Wah, wah, wah. P.S. from Matlosana.
Okay, and here's another. Let's pick that up.
A very good afternoon, Ashraf. I don't think our policing system has failed as of yet. I do think there are mechanisms that you can put in place to make sure that it works. For example, all the captains, if it was me, all the captains, I would have them move around. You be deployed for 3 years, you move to Mpumalanga, the next 3 years you move to Cape Town, the next 3 years you move to another province. We don't want them to be sitting in a place where they are comfortable and they know who to contact or they build relationship. We need them to be in a moving state where they know very well that they can't stay there long and they don't get a chance to have so much of influence, but just give direction as to what to do when cases arise or investigation happens. Same with the investigating bodies. It shouldn't be permanent posts, even if they are permanent posts, but they should be able to move around throughout the country.
All right, I think you've certainly left us thinking about, definitely thinking for sure.
A very good afternoon, Ashraf. I don't think our policing system has failed as of yet. I do think there are mechanisms that you can put in place to make sure that it works. For example, all the captains, if it was me, all the captains, I would have them move around. You be deployed for 3 years, you move to Mpumalanga, the next 3 years you move to Cape Town, the next 3 years you move to another province. We don't want them to be sitting in a place where they are comfortable and they know who to contact or they build relationship. We need them to be in a moving state where they know very well that they can't stay there long and they don't get a chance to have so much of influence, but just give direction as to what to do when cases arise or investigation happens. Same with the investigating bodies. It shouldn't be permanent posts, even if they are permanent posts, but they should be able to move around throughout the country.
All right, I think that just got played twice. Here we are.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and SAFM listeners. That person you are talking to is talking lies. That the North South African machinist. My wife is working in the factory. He is a professional. He has been a foreman there, but they still employ foreigners. They chase away our South Africans and employ foreigners. Thank you. Just speaking in Port Shepstone.
Okay, I don't know if he said there's nothing or they may not be enough. There's a difference between that, right? But I hear what you're saying.
Good day, Ashraf. I think the issue of skills in the textile industries is not necessarily correct. Every wedding for black people, their attires are made by black South Africans. There are people out there. But the other problem is that our unions are making it difficult for employers to employ us, because when we are employed, unions are chasing after employers. But when non-South Africans are employed, unions disappear. Employers can do whatever they want to do. Unions are not there. So I think the issue of unions, the skills are not a problem. The skills are not a problem. It's a lie. Thank you.
All right, that's somebody else with a very similar point that was made earlier. Here's another.
Yeah, Ashraf, I thought Malema will visit all the repatriation centers to see what is going on and to help these people, undocumented migrants, by giving them food, clothes, and blankets. Because he supported and he loved them. But now he's quiet. I don't know what's going on, Ashraf. Good afternoon.
So why do you think he's quiet?
Hi, Ashraf. Vusi Lushaba in Durban. I've been having a theory for a while, and with this interview about the raids in Newcastle, it seems like I was correct all along. We do have jobs in South Africa. There's no such thing as there are no jobs in South Africa. There are jobs, but they are given to people who cannot be counted because they are not in the system. So it appears as if there are no jobs in South Africa. Meanwhile, those jobs are given to illegal immigrants.
Okay, I think you've made your point very clear.
Hi, Ashraf. It is clear. Humans have failed. I think now our last hope is AI. Yeah, AI is taking over the job of the workforce. Let it take over even the jobs of the politicians. In procurements, in everything. We'll see what they eat. Let them be exposed of their fraud. I think AI is our last hope now. Humans have failed.
Can you just imagine? The AI must take over politicians. First of all, so who's going to be the boss of the AI? Somebody has to be the boss of the bosses. Who will be the AI boss? And can you imagine calling the president Mr. AI or President AI? Something along. I must try it out.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. When you talk about the resumption of attacks against Iran, it's a game that the Americans are playing. Just before they attacked Iran, they went to Venezuela and captured the president and virtually captured the oil field. Now, all the oil that China and India, two superpowers, are buying was from the Middle East. Now that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, oil is coming from America. So they are making billions out of this war, and they'll continue to do that because it's all about making money. Trump is holding the world at ransom. Netanyahu is holding the world at ransom, creating wars to make money.
Do you think that's the case? Is it as simple as that? The equation? How to make more money? How to create more money? Make wars. Wars equals money. More wars, more money. Is it as simple as that? Just a question. Thanks for listening, and you can catch the podcasts of many of the big interviews we've done today, SAfm.co. Please download it, listen to it, debate with it even further with your friends, family, colleagues, share it amongst your networks. Set the alarm tomorrow, 3 to 6, another big day on the National Pulse, another big day in South Africa. Right now it's time for the news. Here's Zondela Mbana.
SAfm.